Here, women can have multiple partners in their lifetime, while men can only have one. Women have their period once a year and can only give birth once a year. But Bai Qingqing has her period every month and can give birth several times a year. Therefore, she is pursued and favored by many men. Bai Qingqing, a human, accidentally stumbled into this strange world. Surrounded by a pack of knife wolves, scared stiff, she used all her strength to cry for help. A fierce wolf opened its bloody mouth and lunged at her. The girl closed her eyes tightly, resigned to her fate. Am I dead? Why don't I feel any pain? It turned out a leopard had killed the wolf and saved Bai Qingqing. The leopard slowly approached, leaving her in disbelief. Is this a dream? I've heard of dolphins saving people, but never leopards. The next second, the leopard suddenly transformed into human form. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a magic show? And he's not wearing clothes. The leopard slowly approached Qingqing, admiring her stunning beauty. Suddenly blushing, heart racing. How can there be such a beautiful female? Then he leaned close to her chest, smelling the human's body scent. Bai Qingqing hurriedly backed away, looking puzzled at the leopard. Why aren't you wearing clothes? The leopard pressed on, saying, What are you afraid of? It's just you and me. Seeing Bai Qingqing overly nervous, she accidentally twisted her ankle. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Why do all the unfortunate things happen at once? At this moment, the little leopard approached again, asking if she was all right. I'm fine, thank you for saving me. The leopard then smiled brightly. I'm Parker, a male leopard. What species are you? Bai Qingqing thought carefully. If she said the wrong thing and got burned or eaten, that would be terrible. She could only ask the little leopard in return. She asked him to guess how many species there were in this world. The leopard immediately guessed several species, including an ape tribe. Qingqing had a flash of inspiration. Humans evolved from apes. Saying she was from the ape tribe shouldn't be easy to expose, right? She reluctantly made up a lie, saying she was from the ape tribe and got separated from her people, then ended up here. The little leopard affectionately patted Qingqing's head. I found you, so you're mine now. After saying that, he transformed back into a leopard. He nudged Bai Qingqing onto his back, quickly running through the jungle back to the tribe. On the way, the little leopard thought Qingqing was exceptionally beautiful, gently stroking her little face. You're so beautiful. Before he could finish, he scooped up a handful of mud and rubbed it all over Qingqing's face. Qingqing was instantly furious, her face turning black. It turned out he wanted to prevent those thirsty males from kidnapping Qingqing. Bai Qingqing walked to the riverside, wanting to wash off the mud on her face. But the little leopard stopped her, even threatening that if she dared to wash off the mud on her face, he would scratch her face and make her ugly. Qingqing stopped abruptly, thinking he was so fierce he might actually do it. Pouting angrily, she thought, fine, I won't wash it. Why be so fierce? She could only obediently follow the leopard back to the tribe, planning to find a way to escape later. Just because she was too beautiful, the little leopard smeared mud on her face, afraid other males might steal her away. They arrived at the tribe. Everything she saw left Qingqing shocked and curious. The men were tall and handsome, but the women were underwhelming, with upturned noses and squinty eyes. They had big bellies and wore crop tops. Everyone's gaze focused on Bai Qingqing. This perfect figure, these delicate features. If not for the mud on her face, she'd have the whole tribe mesmerized. Seeing this situation, the little leopard roared, I found her. She's my female alone. Don't even think about her. Hearing this, a woman who admired the little leopard suddenly became furious. This woman was already the most beautiful in the tribe, and all the men longed to be her mate. But Parker ignored her existence, dragging Qingqing towards his home. As soon as they got home, the little leopard started roasting meat for Qingqing. Qingqing asked Parker if there was any rice here. Hearing the word rice, the little leopard was stunned for a moment. The next second, he flew into a rage. The reason was that the women here love eating rice, and many men die from exhaustion farming for it. Bai Qingqing hadn't expected farming could exhaust strong beastmen to death. If we don't eat it, we don't eat it. Why are you so angry? The little leopard calmed down and gently stroked Qingqing's head, apologizing. Suddenly, Bai Qingqing felt a sharp pain in her ankle. The little leopard bent down to lift her foot. He found that the injured ankle was swollen. He sniffed it sympathetically. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. This smell is really sour. Then he quickly picked up Bai Qingqing and rushed to the clinic. The doctor thought her face had been stung by bees, which was why it was covered in mud. After Parker's explanation, he realized it was her foot that was injured. Little Ching-Ching's eyes were tearing up from the pain, looking pitiful. The little leopard gently caressed her face, comforting her. "Don't worry, it'll be better soon." The doctor, standing aside watching this display of affection, coughed lightly. He politely asked if he could remove the stockings to massage Bai Ching-Ching's foot and reduce the bruising. When Bai Ching-Ching took off her stockings, revealing her cute little feet, the doctor covered his mouth in sudden shock. Seeing the doctor's surprised expression, Bai Ching-Ching suddenly panicked. "Oh no, have I been exposed? Aren't thin people's feet supposed to look like this?" The doctor held up Bai Ching-Ching's foot with both hands, his eyes shining. "This foot is so beautiful." He stared intently at the cute little foot and swallowed. The little leopard, seeing this, became furious and shouted at the doctor, "Stop looking! Hurry up and treat her!" The doctor then apologetically turned to find medicine. He took out a medicinal herb that looked like ginger. This surprised Bai Ching-Ching. "Isn't this ginger for cooking? Can this thing really treat foot injuries?" The doctor sliced the ginger into thin pieces. Then he applied them to her injured ankle, gently wiping. Suddenly, Bai Ching-Ching felt inexplicably comfortable. At this moment, the little leopard felt sour and uneasy. He pushed the doctor away from Bai Ching-Ching. The two glared at each other angrily. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. A young girl accidentally enters another world. She's rescued by a little leopard cub. The girl's otherworldly beauty strikes deep into his heart. He brings Bai Ching-Ching to the clinic. Yet he doesn't let the doctor touch his goddess. He takes the medicine and applies it to Bai Ching-Ching himself. The doctor, fed up with their lovey-dovey behavior, looks annoyed and wants to kick Parker. Bai Ching-Ching discovers that the medicinal herbs here are actually cooking ingredients. Her eyes light up, and she asks the doctor where she can find these herbs. To please the beautiful girl, the doctor says she can take all of them if she wants. The little leopard doesn't like this and stands between them. Jealously, he shouts at the doctor, "My female doesn't need your gifts. We'll pay you with food." And she said she only wants me as her mate. Hearing this, the doctor's heart sinks, feeling dejected. Bai Ching-Ching looks at the doctor's disappointed face. Could he have fallen for me too? Relationships in this world are so simple and brutal. The doctor hands a small package of herbs to Bai Ching-Ching. She beams with joy. "Great, now I won't have to worry about bland food anymore." Parker quickly snatches the herbs. He picks up Bai Ching-Ching, ready to return to his leopard den. Before leaving, he warns the doctor not to have any ideas about Ching-Ching. The doctor looks at him with disdain, telling him to get lost. The little leopard holds Bai Ching-Ching tightly, afraid she'll be snatched away if he loosens his grip. As soon as they get home, Parker worries about Ching-Ching being hungry. He immediately tears off a large chicken leg for her to eat. Bai Ching-Ching takes a bite, feeling the meat is dry and tasteless. She takes out the package of spices from the doctor, asking Parker to grind them and sprinkle them on the roasted meat. The little leopard is bewildered, fearing it might be poisonous. "This is medicine. We can't eat it." Seeing he won't budge, Bai Ching-Ching resorts to her secret weapon, acting cute. "Come on, try it. Trust me, nothing will happen." The little leopard sees her innocent, adorably cute face, and his heart nearly jumps out. How could he refuse her request? He then sprinkles the ground spices on the roasted meat. A fragrant aroma fills the air. Ching-Ching wants to dig in, but Parker snatches the meat away lightning fast. He wants to test it for poison, ensuring it's safe before letting Bai Ching-Ching eat. Ching-Ching watches him eat with relish, tears of joy streaming down her face. The little leopard eats with delight, the delicious roasted meat tantalizing his taste buds. "It's delicious. This is the best food I've ever eaten." After Bai Ching-Ching finished eating, she started feeding mode. Finally, the little leopard licked Ching-Ching's jade hands clean. A warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Why is he so nice to me? He even risked poison for me. Parker, full in content, kept rolling on the ground. Suddenly, he sat up, startling Ching-Ching. She thought he was too full and might do something improper to her. It turned out he just wanted to go hunting to pay the doctor's fee. Then he instantly transformed into a leopard and walked towards the door. Bai Ching-Ching found all this magical. She decided to make the best of the situation. She could only stay for now and think of a way to return to the human world later. The girl accidentally entered a strange world. She was rescued by a leopard and brought to his den. Fortunately, the leopard had retrieved her bag. The things in her bag could be very useful here. Bai Ching-Ching found one of her lace-edged small cloths. It might actually be useful here. The little leopard picked up Ching Ching's lace cloth, puzzled. He even sniffed it hard. It smells so good, Si Xing. What is this thing? Bai Ching Ching's face instantly turned red. She angrily snatched back the cloth from his hand. My name is Bai Ching Ching, not Si Xing. Don't touch my things without permission in the future. The little leopard leaned close to Ching Ching, almost kissing her cherry lips. Your name sounds beautiful. Then he hugged Bai Ching Ching tightly, wanting to cuddle. To protect her first kiss, Ching Ching immediately pushed away his handsome face. The little leopard couldn't overpower her and had to let go. He looked Bai Ching Ching up and down, feeling her clothes were strange. It's too eye-catching to go out like this. I should make you some clothes. Bai Ching Ching was surprised. She didn't expect this silly leopard could make clothes. The little leopard proudly raised his head and puffed out his chest, full of confidence. He asked Ching Ching to turn around so he could measure her size. The little leopard stared, mesmerized. Unexpectedly, while measuring, he squeezed Bai Ching Ching's small breasts. Frightened, she covered her chest and stepped back. What are you doing? The naughty Parker pointed at himself, confused. What's a pervert? I'm a leopard. He urged Bai Ching Ching to come back quickly so he could measure her. Ching Ching, afraid of losing her virtue, dared not approach the little leopard and said she didn't want new clothes anymore. The little leopard was surprised. He didn't expect Bai Ching Ching to be so averse just from a small squeeze. He came over and gently stroked Ching Ching's head, promising never to squeeze her again. Only then did Ching Ching agree to let him make clothes. With the speed of someone single for 18 years, the little leopard finished making the clothes in no time. Bai Ching Ching looked at the rough clothes with messy stitching, full of disdain. Is this embroidered centipede? Even a centipede looks better than this. Seeing her disdainful expression, the little leopard became unhappy. Ching Ching could only force a smile, pretending to like the clothes. She said she'd wear them after taking a bath. Hearing the word bath, Parker was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he became agitated, worried that other males might see her bathing in the river. The next second, he calmly offered to fetch water for Ching Ching, letting her bathe at home. This guy changes his face faster than flipping pages. Parker filled the bath water for Bai Ching Ching. He stubbornly refused to leave, wanting to bathe with Ching Ching. Unexpectedly, he was kicked away. As he left, the little leopard suddenly closed all the doors in the house. Bai Ching Ching was a bit confused, not knowing what this leopard was up to. At this moment, it was so dark inside that nothing could be seen. She didn't think much of it, figuring no one could see in such darkness anyway. The little leopard secretly rejoiced. This way, other males wouldn't be able to see. Ching Ching took off her clothes in the darkness. Parker inadvertently turned his head, as if discovering a new world. His eyes lit up, mouth agape, his little heart almost flying out. Is this what it feels like towards a female? Then he frantically covered his head, muttering to himself, am I going to become a brainless, magnetic beast? Bai Ching Ching, while bathing, felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. She turned to look outside. At that moment, her perfect figure and smooth skin were fully captured in the little leopard's eyes. He blushed, drooling at the sight. Frightened, Bai Ching Ching inside fumbled in panic, shouting pervert. Seeing this, Parker immediately transformed into a small hunting leopard and ran away quickly. Then he plunged into the river. He tried hard to control himself, but his animal instincts couldn't calm down no matter what. The girl could only bathe in darkness with the lights off, yet the little leopard outside could see everything clearly. After bathing, she realized her carelessness. Felines have night vision. Tears welled up in Bai Ching Ching's eyes. She covered her face shyly, crying softly, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. At this time, the little leopard walked in from outside. Ching Ching glared at him fiercely with her almond eyes. Parker scratched his head in shame. Well, let's go to sleep then. Ching Ching sighed helplessly, asking where they would sleep. Parker carried Bai Ching Ching to the grass nest he had prepared. Then he also jumped onto the grass nest, hugging her tightly, wanting to cuddle. Ching Ching struggled to break free, but to no avail. The little leopard cupped her chin. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. As soon as he said this, Ching Ching was so scared she started punching and kicking him frantically. The more she struggled, the tighter Parker held her. After 2 hours of fighting, they still didn't break through the final line of defense. The little leopard could only compromise. Suppressing his inner fire, he quietly hugged Ching Ching to sleep. At this moment, Ching Ching's heart was racing uncontrollably. She dared not move, feeling both scared and excited. As a result, she maintained one position, motionless, until dawn. The next day, Bai Qingqing woke up in shock. The little leopard had actually licked her awake. The little leopard lay beside Qingqing like a puppy. "Why is your face so tender? It turns red with just one lick." Bai Qingqing was dumbfounded, covering her mouth as she looked at him. "Why aren't you wearing clothes again? Hurry up and put them on. It's so embarrassing." Parker turned to look for Mud, who Qingqing thought his face was too handsome and worried he might be snatched away if they went out. Bai Qingqing was speechless. "Is it a crime to be beautiful? I finally washed my face clean. I don't want to smear mud on it again." He took out the eyeliner from his bag and dotted freckles all over his cheeks. He thought he'd turned from a fairy to a dinosaur, but unexpectedly became even more beautiful. But the silly leopard was as happy as a child, thinking it looked ugly. He was sure no one would like him if they went out now. He excitedly held Qingqing's hand, ready to explore this strange world. When they arrived at the market, they attracted the attention of many males. The handsome Beastmen were stunned when they saw the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged Bai Qingqing. Qingqing saw these young men and wanted to seek their help to escape, but being unfamiliar with the place, it wasn't easy to approach males. At this moment, she noticed a few females nearby. She immediately went up to greet them. To escape from here, she could only seek help from females to blend in with them. Meanwhile, Eudora, a woman who admired the little leopard, approached Bai Qingqing irritably. Glaring at Bai Qingqing with her lifeless eyes, she said, "So you're the female Parker picked up, with a face full of pockmarks. How can you compare to me?" After saying this, she turned and walked towards the little leopard. She buried her face in his chest, caressing his firm torso. "My time has come. As long as you're willing, I'll bear you a litter of cubs." Hearing this, Eudora's mates were displeased and angrily shouted their objections. Bai Qingqing suddenly felt sorry for the men here. They had to queue to have children, and it depended on how much their wives liked them. The little leopard saw Qingqing feeling sorry for other men and immediately became furious. He angrily pushed Eudora away. "Thank you for your favor, but I already have a mate." Upon hearing this, Eudora gritted her teeth in hatred and roared at Bai Qingqing. Son. The woman was eager to have children with the little leopard, but was rejected on the spot. She vented all her anger on Bai Qingqing, believing she had stolen her love interest. She insulted her as an unwanted lower-class female, without even a beast mark on her body. In this world, the more beast marks a woman had, the higher her status and the more popular she was. Eudora glared fiercely at Qingqing, taunting that she must be underdeveloped and lacked sexual appeal. Qingqing couldn't bear it anymore. "Don't mistake a beautiful girl's kindness for weakness. Look at yourself before you judge others. With that big belly, dead fish eyes, and upturned nose, you're not even as good as my Peppa Pig. You have several mates yet want to bear children for another man. How shameless." Eudora was left speechless. Her mates all praised Qingqing for her words, wishing they could be her mates. Eudora was enraged and retorted, "You're just saying this to gain favor with the males. Who would like you if you can't bear children?" As soon as she finished speaking, a pleasant voice said, "I like her." It was Dr. Harvey. He had fallen in love with Qingqing at first sight and liked her even if she couldn't bear children. But Qingqing only felt gratitude towards him. If it weren't for Harvey, her foot would have been ruined long ago. The little leopard's love rival suddenly appeared. The atmosphere between them instantly became tense. "My woman doesn't need your affection. Even if she can't bear children, I won't abandon her." Harvey ignored him and just told Qingqing that if she needed any herbs, she could freely take them from him. To please Qingqing, the little leopard said he had already memorized the scent of those herbs and would personally go to the mountains to gather them. At this moment, Qingqing was still thinking about having children. Why did Eudora assume she couldn't have children? Just because she didn't have a shio period? Suddenly, the little leopard leaned close to Qingqing and sniffed her intensely. "Qingqing, you smell so good. Why did you suddenly become so fragrant?" Qingqing felt a slight pain in her belly. "Oh no, could it be my period?" She hurriedly pulled the little leopard, urging to go home quickly. But the next second, fresh blood flowed from her lower body. Everyone was stunned at this sight. So the menstrual period was what they called the shio period. The little leopard was extremely excited. He picked up Qingqing and let out a long roar. With the speed of someone who had been single for 18 years, he vanished from everyone's sight in a flash. Eudora was humiliated again, trembling with anger and gritting her teeth. A nearby woman tried to persuade everyone to get along peacefully, but she wouldn't listen at all and punched the woman's flower basket, knocking it over. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. By Ching Ching, just you wait. As soon as they got home, the little leopard eagerly wanted to get intimate with Ching Ching. Ching Ching quickly dodged to have cubs. She claimed she was underage and giving birth would be dangerous. The little leopard was half believing, half doubting. Doesn't having a shio period mean you're an adult? Ching Ching's face darkened. She asked Parker at what age people here got their period. The little leopard solemnly said, "Females here get their period at 15 or 16, and it only happens once a year." Hearing this, Ching Ching cried out of envy. The next day, the thoughtful little leopard brought Ching Ching cotton for her period early in the morning. After using the cotton, she felt much more comfortable. The sanitary pad problem was finally solved. Jingding patted his head. "Good boy." The little leopard also brought back a lot of delicious meat to nourish Jingting's body. Seeing the food, tears of joy flowed from the corners of her mouth. "Why is there so much good food today?" The little leopard ate voraciously. "Because you're on your period, we both need to nourish ourselves well." Jinning was confused. She needed nourishment because she was bleeding, but what was this silly leopard nourishing for? The little leopard grinned mischievously. "Of course, to build up strength to make babies with you." As soon as Ching Ching's period ended, the little leopard eagerly wanted to get intimate and have cubs. This angered Ching Ching, who firmly rejected his request. "If you keep misbehaving, I'll have you send me back to the forest." The little leopard's eyes widened in fear. "Do you dislike me that much?" Seeing his pitiful look, Ching Ching felt a bit sorry. "It's not that I don't like you. It's just that our relationship hasn't reached that level yet." The little leopard seriously warned her. The forest isn't just full of wild beasts. There are also wandering beasts who eat people without spitting out the bones. If they catch you, they'll force you to keep giving birth. If you don't, they'll beat you half to death. Hearing this, Ching Ching suddenly panicked. What are wandering beasts? Why are they so terrifying? Wandering beasts are snake beasts, lizard beasts, and other cold-blooded beastmen unpopular with females. Ching Ching's legs went weak and her back turned cold upon hearing this. She shook her head frantically, indicating she wouldn't leave. Seeing that she had given up the idea of running away, the little leopard again couldn't control himself and wanted to get intimate with Ching Ching. There was really no way to deal with this clingy leopard. She could only use her ultimate move, starting to coo softly. "Parker, let's cultivate our feelings first, then consider what comes after." The little leopard's face was full of frustration, not listening at all. Seeing he was impervious to reason, his mind full of beastly thoughts, Ching Ching angrily walked out of the house to clear her mind. Arriving at the outskirts, she surprisingly found an edible wild vegetable. Just as she was enjoying eating it, she suddenly misstepped and fell into a hole. Fortunately, the cave wasn't deep, otherwise her bottom would have been bruised. At this moment, she discovered there was actually a piece of cloth in the cave. The fabric was soft and smooth like silk with scales. It didn't look like ordinary fabric. She took the cloth back for Parker to identify. The little leopard was shocked when he saw it. With a wave of his hand, he threw away the cloth in her hand. Seeing his panicked look, Ching Ching curiously asked what was so special about this cloth. "There are wandering beasts in the tribe." Upon hearing this, Ching Ching broke out in a cold sweat. "It's just a piece of cloth. What does it have to do with wandering beasts?" After Parker's explanation, she learned it was snake skin shed by a snake beast, used to please mates. The little leopard was very angry and wanted to burn it on the spot, but Ching Ching strongly persuaded him against it, feeling it was someone else's property and should be returned. Before the little leopard could react, she had already taken the snake skin and ran quickly towards the cave. Halfway there, she was blocked by a snake beast. Who was he? He's so handsome. She saw a snake beast with red hair, tall figure, and 4 runes on his body appear before her. Seeing this handsome beast man before her, Ching Ching stood frozen, not even blinking. At this moment, the little leopard rushed over anxiously. "Ching Ching, come here quickly. Danger!" She finally reacted, realizing the handsome beast man before her was a wandering beast. She panicked and kept backing away. Due to excessive nervousness, she almost fell. Fortunately, The snake beast reached out to help, embracing her. Ching still held tightly to the snake skin in her hand. Seeing her holding his shed skin, the snake beast mistakenly thought Ching liked him. He gently caressed Ching's face. "You're so beautiful. There's no mate mark on you. Are you still an underage beauty?" Falling into a snake beast's cave and being caught, one would be crippled if not dead. The little leopard transformed into a fierce hunting leopard to rescue her at all costs. Unexpectedly, he was no match for the snake beast and was thrown to the ground by its tail. He was severely injured, dizzy, and disoriented. For his love interest, he wouldn't listen to anyone. He was determined to stand up and fight back, even at the cost of his life. Seeing the little leopard cub severely injured, yet still fighting for her, Jing cried out, urging him to run away quickly. But the stubborn leopard wouldn't listen and let out a long roar, signaling for help. The strong men from the tribe rushed to their rescue. Just as they were about to charge in to help, they suddenly froze, stopped in their tracks, not daring to act or even shout. It turned out this wasn't an ordinary snake beast. Everyone could only smile bitterly. It was a four-rune beast with devastating power. In the entire Beast City, there were only 4 such shadows. For Ching's sake, Parker, even though severely injured, fought alone. He was determined to rescue her from the snake beast's hands, even at the cost of his life. But his heroics lasted no more than 3 seconds before he was instantly defeated by the snake beast. It tightly coiled around his neck, immobilizing him and causing excruciating pain. Watching the little leopard cub fighting for her life, Ching's eyes welled up with tears. The nearly dying leopard was such a fool. He finally broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably. He frantically slapped the snake beast's solid chest, begging him to spare that foolish leopard. Seeing her cry until her voice was hoarse and her hands hurt from slapping, the snake felt inexplicably heartbroken. Frowning, he used his gentle large hand to wipe away her tears and agreed to release the little leopard. His stern face nuzzled Ching's forehead, comforting her not to worry. "Don't cry. I'll agree to whatever you say." And the little leopard cub, who had nearly drunk from the river of forgetfulness, finally got his life back. The snake turned and carried Ching towards his cave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to issue a warning. "Don't follow if you don't want to die." The little leopard cub, severely injured, collapsed to his knees, regretting that he couldn't protect the one he liked. "Ching, I will definitely rescue you." The snake carried Ching back to his cave. As soon as he put her down, she panicked and kept backing away, feeling scared. Tears once again wet her eyes. Worried that the snake had ill intentions, she'd rather die than lay snake eggs. The snake looked at her innocent face, her trembling body, afraid of frightening her. He didn't dare to speak loudly. "My name is Curtis. You can also call me Snake. What's your name?" Ching hid in the corner, silent, staring at him quietly. The snake didn't mind and started to show concern. "Since you won't say, I'll call you Little White. You must be hungry. I'll go find something for you to eat." Before he could finish speaking, Ching couldn't help but explode. "Don't mind my business." At this angry shout, the snake instantly froze in his snake form. After a while, he turned and went to find food for Ching. This surprised Ching. Aren't snakes cold-blooded animals? He didn't get angry and just left like that. At this moment, Ching was worried about the little leopard's injuries. Suddenly, an idea came to her. While that snake was away, she could escape now. She immediately got up and ran desperately towards the cave exit. The hunting snake heard the commotion. With lightning speed, he easily coiled her into his embrace. He held her delicate body tightly, afraid she would escape again. Vaguely, the snake suddenly smelled the scent of blood. He lifted Ching's long leg. It turned out Ching's foot was injured. He immediately used his tongue to treat her wound. Then he embraced her, blaming himself that he should have taken Ching hunting together. This way she wouldn't have been hurt. Ching was speechless. Just a moment ago, he looked so fierce. Now he had become so gentle. At this moment, the snake noticed something odd about Ching's face. The spots drawn on her face with eyeliner had gradually faded due to her tears. The snake used his gentle large hand to wipe the spots clean off her face. The next second she froze on the spot, her heart twitching continuously. The ugly duckling instantly transformed into a beautiful white rabbit. You're so beautiful." The girl was captured by the snake beast to keep him company because she was too pretty. The snake caught a large white rabbit. He handed it to the girl, saying, "Eat it raw, no need to cook." Ching saw the bloody little animal and couldn't help but feel nauseous. The snake was indeed a cold-blooded animal. She cried out that she wouldn't eat raw food. Seeing Ching-Ching's pitiful state, how could the snake not take it to heart? He cut the rabbit into pieces and quickly roasted it, asking Ching-Ching to wait a bit. But Ching-Ching didn't want to eat the rabbit. It was difficult for him, and she said she wanted to eat rice. The snake actually agreed to her request. This surprised Ching-Ching. She thought he would get angry, but he was so obedient. It's said that many men here die suddenly from farming. This snake is so good to me, treating me like a treasure. What should I do? Snakes are most afraid of fire, yet he personally roasted meat for me. He accidentally burned his hand, making him shiver. The snake brought the roasted meat to Ching-Ching. Having not eaten for a day, she was starving. To survive, she had to fill her stomach. She didn't want to starve to death like this. After eating and drinking, the snake took her hand. "It's late, let's go to sleep." Hearing this, Ching-Ching trembled all over. She wondered if he wanted to do that. She immediately pushed the snake away, claiming she wasn't tired and told him to sleep first. Ching-Ching didn't expect him to be so obedient. He coiled up and slept beside her. After a while, Ching-Ching was swaying with drowsiness. The next second she fell asleep. Fortunately, the snake caught her in time, otherwise her head would have been injured. Then he gently embraced her. He coiled around her, letting her sleep peacefully. The next day, as soon as Ching-Ching opened her eyes, she found herself sleeping on the snake's body. She was so scared her face turned pale, almost ascending to heaven. The snake saw her terrified expression and was confused. "What's wrong with you?" He didn't know that Ching-Ching was most afraid of snakes, even if he was a handsome guy. The snake seemed to sense her unease and immediately let go of her. He got up to leave. "Didn't you want to eat rice? Today I'll take you to the tribe to find some for you." Hearing about going to the tribe, Ching-Ching beamed with joy, being more obedient than anyone else, because this was her chance to escape. Meanwhile, the little leopard cub had been bedridden since he was severely injured. In his dreams, he often dreamt of his beloved woman being abused by the snake beast. At this moment, he suddenly woke up from the nightmare, shouting about going to rescue Ching-Ching. Under the doctor's persuasion, his emotions finally calmed down. "You're so badly injured. Even if you go, it would be suicide." The little leopard cub felt very guilty for not protecting Ching-Ching well. At this time, he suddenly thought of someone who might be able to save him. That is his mother, the queen of Wanshou City. He immediately rushed to Wanshou City at the speed of his 18 years of being single. The little leopard cub knelt miserably in front of his mother. "Mom, help me." The queen, seeing her son's disheveled appearance, was very shocked and hurriedly asked, "My dear child, what happened to you? Who beat you up so badly that I almost couldn't recognize you?" The little leopard cub told the queen everything about how the snake beast snatched Ching-Ching away and beat him up. Hearing this, the queen became furious. "How dare he? He actually dared to snatch my son's female and beat him up." The snake beast asked the girl to eat the rabbit raw. Ching-Ching directly refused, saying, "No, rabbits are so cute. Why should I eat them?" The snake could only take her to the Pleasant Goat tribe. The goats were frightened when they saw them. The big bad wolf didn't come, but instead, the snake beast arrived. The goats' hearts were trembling. Seeing the heavenly beautiful Ching-Ching in his arms, the lambs felt jealous and envious. The female in the snake beast's arms is so beautiful. Hearing this, the snake gave them a sharp glare. "How dare you think about my female? Seeking death." With one move of the dragon's tail, he beat them until they couldn't tell east from west. The snake arrived at the rice shop. He took out an energy crystal bead. Pleasant Goat's eyes lit up when he saw the crystal bead. He was so excited he wanted to cry. One bead was enough for their tribe to eat salt for a year. He couldn't express how sweet he felt inside. He excitedly danced around. Salt would allow him to eat until full. He called everyone to bring out their rice to exchange for the energy crystal bead. Ching-Ching was also a bit shocked. Such a small bead could be exchanged for the entire tribe's rice. At this moment, she suddenly felt dizzy. The next second, she fainted. The snake quickly caught her, avoiding a head injury accident. At this moment, Ching-Ching's mind went blank. The snake held her, almost crying with worry, like a child who had done something wrong. After a long while, Ching-Ching finally regained consciousness. "Did I just faint?" Hearing the commotion outside, she quickly sat up. It turned out Grandpa Yang was scolding the snake, blaming him for not taking good care of Ching-Ching. Ching-Ching walked out of the room upon hearing this, saying her body was fine. Seeing this, the snake hurried over to support her, showing great concern. "It's nothing serious, just that last night was too cold. You just caught a chill." Hearing this, Grandpa Yang got angry and scolded the snake. Ching-Ching was speechless. The females in this world are really delicate. I just just caught a chill and had low blood sugar, but they're acting like I'm about to die. Grandpa Yang brought Ching ginger soup, saying caringly, in the future, if you're not feeling well, you should tell them. Snake beasts don't know how to care for females. You can only suffer in silence. Ching was very grateful, but the snake had a dark expression, wishing he could swallow Grandpa Yang whole. Seeing that Ching was no longer in danger, the snake picked her up and said goodbye to Grandpa Yang. On the way, Ching's stomach growled with hunger. She even thought about eating the snake. Hearing her stomach sound, the snake directly took out a bag of rice for her to swallow raw. Ching glared at him awkwardly. Are you joking? The snake saw her expression and was confused. Does rice need to be roasted too? Ching was immediately embarrassed. But if the snake beast understood these things, wouldn't pigs be able to climb trees? Ching was worrying about what to cook with when suddenly her eyes lit up. There were a few bamboo trees right in front of them. This delighted her. Now they could have bamboo tube rice. Ching told the snake she wanted to break the bamboo to use as containers for rice. After hearing this, with just a swipe of his finger, he easily cut down the bamboo. Ching was dumbfounded. How impressive are those nails made of blades? Seeing her amazed expression, the snake said his scales were excellent. He plucked one off to give her as a souvenir. Ching thought he was joking, but he seriously plucked a scale from his body. Then he handed the snake scale to Ching, telling her to be careful not to hurt herself. As soon as he finished speaking, her finger was cut. Seeing this, the snake immediately put her injured finger in his mouth. He sternly warned her to protect herself well, otherwise he'd take back the scale and give her a kiss. Ching became anxious upon hearing this and shouted, "No way! Once you've given it to me, it's mine. You can't take it back." She repeatedly promised to be careful next time and not hurt herself again. The snake's mouth curved upward, smiling somewhat flirtatiously. She likes my scales. Is she starting to like me? Ching took the bamboo tube rice out of the hot coals. What if she accidentally burned her hand? Luckily, she had the snake as a little helper. With just a light swipe of his finger, in such a cool pose, the bamboo tube had to open its lid. The fragrance of snow-white rice wafted out. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued back to the cave. Back in the cave, the snake was shirtless, showing off his 18-pack abs. He called Ching over. Ching curled up nervously in the corner, shivering. But the next second, she was wrapped up by the snake's tail. The snake pulled her into his arms. His gaze was somewhat mysterious. Ching struggled hard. What are you trying to do? The snake beast wrapped the girl in his arms, staring at Ching with a somewhat dreamy look. Ching thought he was up to no good and was scared out of her wits. Who knew he just wanted to make new clothes for Ching, not wanting her to catch a cold. Seeing Ching hesitate and then refuse, the snake didn't care. Without warning, he swiftly tore off her little clothes, throwing them hundreds of meters away. Ching panicked and covered her chest. You rascal snake, how despicable. She shrank into the corner and burst into tears. The snake hurriedly came forward to comfort her. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? He hugged Ching's shoulders. That feeling was quite nice. Ching quickly dodged the snake. She lay on a nearby rock to prevent exposing herself, wishing she could boil the snake into soup. The snake reached out to help her up. Ching tightly hugged the rock, refusing to let go. The snake looked helpless. He didn't want to be a scoundrel. He promised repeatedly not to touch her, or she could slap him if he did. Tears welled up in Ching's eyes. She felt temporarily relieved. You threw away my clothes. How can I get up now? The snake slowly approached again, trying to help her up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached out, she trembled in fear. Seeing that she wouldn't budge, the snake had to give up. If you're not afraid of catching a cold and dying, then stay naked. Hearing this, Ching panicked. She quickly stood up right in front of the snake. At this moment, her mind went blank, unable to think straight. The snake curiously leaned in close to her. He poked her small chest with his finger. This infuriated her. You perverted beast. The snake was confused by her words, asking what a pervert was. Ching angrily replied, a pervert is a lecher like you. Are you going to make the clothes or not? Seeing that she was willing to wear the clothes he made, the snake was so happy he could cry. He took a piece of snakeskin and cut an opening. The clothes were made just like that, as if by magic. Ching put on the new clothes made by the snake. They felt quite comfortable, but they felt a bit loose. It would be better if they could be tightened a bit. Hearing this, the snake told her to wait a moment. He immediately went outside the cave. It turned out he went to find pins for sewing clothes. Unexpectedly, the usually cold snake could do needlework. Ching looked at his serious expression, feeling a bit of affection. Looking closely, the snake was actually quite handsome. The snake suddenly looked up and gazed at Ching, his eyes filled with tenderness. She's been secretly looking at me. Ching must like me. She's just too shy to say it. Ching turned her head away, her face blushing. She felt embarrassed for having a crush on a perverted beast and even getting caught. It couldn't be worse. After the clothes were sewn, they felt really good. This was just right. But then, the snake pointed at Ching's skirt, asking her to take it off. Ching was startled. It turned out he just wanted to make a new skirt for Ching. Ching firmly refused, fearing he might find her feet interesting and poke them too, which would have serious consequences. Ching wanted to find an excuse to avoid making a new skirt. But in the end, she chose to compromise under the snake's pressure and persuasion. The snake took out the finished skirt and handed it to Ching, asking her to put it on. Ching put on the new clothes, looking like a fairy descending from heaven, irresistible. But the skirt was too loose. She felt a breeze down below, which made her feel insecure. She used her hands to gesture a triangle shape to the snake, indicating she wanted to make a triangular pair of panties. The snake readily agreed to her request. Meanwhile, the little leopard's companions found Ching's old clothes. They also smelled the little leopard's scent. The leader caught the scent of the snake beast. They must still be nearby, so they split up to search. The snake hugged Ching and jumped into the water, then covered her mouth. It turned out the little leopard's companions had come looking. The snake covered Ching's mouth. To avoid being discovered, he hugged Ching and hid in the water. They successfully persuaded them to leave. After Ching climbed up the riverbank, she questioned the snake why he did that. She wanted to return to the tribe. The snake's face was full of reluctance. He spoke earnestly. Because the Qixi festival has arrived, I want to confess to you. You are my everything. If you leave, I will truly cry. Unexpectedly, Ching wasn't moved after hearing this. Instead, she was furious. Who's your everything? You perverted beast. These words hurt the snake a bit. It felt like being gnawed by thousands of ants. At this moment, Ching was a bit flustered. The snake's gaze seemed a bit exaggerated. Oh no, he's not angry, is he? Unexpectedly, the snake was quite tolerant. Not only was he not angry, but he also showed concern for Ching's health. Let me feel your clothes. Good. They're not wet. Snake skin is waterproof. You shouldn't catch a cold. Seeing the snake's reaction and tone, Ching felt guilty instead. She turned her head away embarrassedly, feeling a bit worried. I'm hungry. Can you go get some rice? The snake immediately got up to get rice, but he hesitated the next second. It turned out Ching had stopped him. What will you do if you encounter those people looking for me again? The snake said resolutely, I'll kill them all. This scared Ching so much she trembled. To prevent the snake from encountering them again, Ching simply decided not to eat and asked him to catch fish in the water for a meal instead. At this moment, the snake sensed something wasn't right. A large black eagle flew in from afar. The snake quickly pushed Ching to a nearby open space. The black eagle missed its target. The snake immediately transformed into a giant python, seemingly invincible. No one was more arrogant than him. His anger soared to the sky. No one dared to challenge him. He fiercely bit the black eagle's wing. If not dead, it would at least end up in the hospital. The black eagle's cry of pain reached its companions' ears. They immediately rushed to the rescue with the speed of someone who had been single for 80 years. As soon as they arrived, they angrily demanded the snake to hand over Ching. The snake's face darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. Everyone thought he was about to go on a killing spree. Unexpectedly, he lunged towards Ching instead. Grabbing her hand, he said, "Quick, come with me." The next second, he dove straight into the water. By the time the others caught up, they had vanished without a trace. Time passed a late night. Ching sat by the fire. She asked the snake, "What will happen to that black eagle you bit?" "It will die." Hearing this, Ching suddenly panicked. "Why will it die? You only bit its wing." It turned out the black eagle was poisoned by the snake. Even if it was a three-rune beast, there was nothing it could do. Ching hurriedly asked him to take out the antidote. The snake was stunned at first, asking Ching how she knew there was an antidote for this poison. Then he swung his tail in front of her. It turned out the scales on the snake's tail were the antidote. If it's too late, he would have to report to the king of hell. Ching immediately plucked a scale from his tail. The snake's eyes widened, feeling a bit of pain, but he smiled, not making a sound despite the pain. "It's okay, as long as you're happy." Ching was touched, feeling a bit moved. This feeling was strange, like he wasn't so bad after all. But the next second, he grabbed Qingqing's hand again. Hugging her, he said it was time to sleep. He also wanted to run away with her, far from all this trouble. Qingqing felt conflicted. This way, it would be harder for the little leopard to find her. The snake also wanted her to lay a clutch of snake eggs every year. The females here only had their period once a year, laying one clutch a year. But Qingqing had hers once a month. How many clutches would she have to lay in a year? Thinking about this, Qingqing's hair stood on end, her whole body trembling. Qingqing was suddenly attacked by a fierce tiger. At this critical moment, the snake flashed, pulling Qingqing into his embrace. With a powerful tail swipe, he sent the tiger flying. He tightly squeezed the fierce tiger's neck. The next second, he was ready to send it to Manhwa for reincarnation. Seeing this scene, Qingqing remembered when the little leopard was once coiled like this. She couldn't help but want to cry. She was instantly scared, backing away trembling. Seeing this, the snake immediately approached her. He gently hugged her, comforting, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's all right now." Hearing these words, Qingqing suddenly felt a warm current flowing into her heart, not knowing how to resist. Perhaps it was heaven's blessing, creating romance for them. A heavy rain started pouring, with flashing lightning. The snake took Qingqing's hand, excitedly walking towards their bridal chamber. The snake gently stroked her head, suddenly looking a bit worried. Qingqing was confused, asking what he was doing. Looking at her wet hair, the snake wanted to help Qingqing cut it off. Qingqing was immediately frightened. "But you can't just cut hairstyles. My hair is absolutely off limits." The snake tried to persuade Qingqing. If she didn't cut it, she would catch a cold and cry for her parents. Qingqing firmly refused, saying she never caught a cold from washing her hair normally. Unable to convince her, the snake gave up and asked if Qingqing wanted to eat the tiger's meat. Hearing about eating tiger meat, Qingqing broke into a cold sweat, frowning. "I won't eat it. You can eat it yourself." Thinking about the snake eating that fierce tiger raw, Qingqing's heart pounded. Meanwhile, the large eagle searching for Qingqing was about to die from the snake's poison. Lying on the ground, barely breathing, it didn't forget to instruct its subordinates to rescue Qingqing before dying. Just as everyone was at a loss, another companion was rushing to arrive, flying at full speed. He took out a snake scale from his hand. When the black marten learned that the scale was left by Qingqing, his eyes suddenly became dreamy, revealing an expression that couldn't hide his feelings for someone. At night, the snake hugged Qingqing and fell asleep peacefully. But Qingqing was awakened by the cold. She felt thirsty and her throat hurt. Suddenly, a large hand reached out to her, gently pulling her into an embrace. Qingqing pushed the snake away, instantly wide awake. The night air was so cold it made her shiver. She told the snake to go make a fire. The two cuddled by the fire. The snake leaned to her ear and said, "Let's play a snuggling game." Qingqing strongly refused. She didn't want to lay snake eggs. She was secretly calculating. Although this snake was domineering, he was gentle and considerate to her. If she said she wasn't feeling well, he probably wouldn't force her. She deliberately pretended to fall, acting as if she felt unwell. Unexpectedly, the snake embraced her, thinking she was uncomfortable because she had caught a cold. He thought her body was cold, so playing the snuggling game would warm her up. "Let's start playing the game now." Qingqing panicked and shouted, "What if I die from being cold and exhausted while playing the snuggling game?" The snake thought carefully and felt it made sense. He considered giving up on the snuggling game. Seeing his hesitation, Qingqing shouted that the snake treated her like nothing, only caring about her laying eggs for him, not caring about her life and death. Hearing this, the snake became anxious. "It's not like that. As long as you're okay, I don't care about children. If anything happened to you, I would definitely cry." The snake beast wanted to communicate his feelings to Qingqing. Laying snake eggs was firmly rejected by her. To get rid of the snake, she came up with a plan. She thought of using these poisonous mushrooms to drug the snake unconscious. This way she could escape. At the same time, she felt reluctant, afraid of poisoning him to death. But for the sake of regaining her freedom, she still cooked a pot of red umbrella white stem mushrooms, ate them, and lay down together. The snake was also afraid the mushrooms were poisonous. He rushed to eat first, fearing Qingqing would be poisoned. After eating one, he wanted to eat another. He wanted to try all types of mushrooms to see if they were poisonous before letting Qingqing eat them. After eating, his eyes widened, feeling dizzy. The next second, he fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Clutching his stomach, he shivered on the ground, feeling like the ox head and horse face were beckoning to him. Ching Ching covered her mouth in horror. Could they really be poisonous? The snake was in agony, writhing wildly. He suddenly transformed into his original form, letting out a long howl to the sky. This was his cry of pain. Give a little heart, and perhaps it'll get better. Ching Ching stood by, worried and sweating profusely. She shouted the snake's name, telling him he must get through this. Seeing the snake's painful state, she was filled with guilt. But still, the thought of whether to escape or not popped in her mind. This was a rare opportunity. After an internal struggle, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to run. At this moment, the snake finally began to calm down slowly. He saw that Ching Ching didn't take advantage of his illness to harm him, nor did she run away. His mood was better than anyone else's. After the drug's effects wore off, he transformed back into human form. He gently comforted Ching Ching. It's good you didn't eat it. Otherwise, I would have been heartbroken. Hearing this, Ching Ching was stunned. Not only did he not blame her, but he was also worried about her. She finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears, feeling very guilty towards the snake. She shouldn't have given him poisonous mushrooms. The snake hugged her and softly comforted. It's fine as long as you're okay. I ruined your food. I'm just happy you're not angry with me. Tears welled up in Ching Ching's eyes again. You're such a fool. Being called a fool by the person he liked, the snake was so happy he laughed out loud. Ching Ching hurriedly checked the snake's injuries, thinking about how to treat them. He took Ching Ching's hand and walked towards the cozy snake den. Ching Ching suddenly felt that the snake was better than 80% of modern men. What's wrong with modern men? Just as they returned to the cave entrance, the scene before them left them stunned. The place was a mess. The snake told Ching Ching to wait outside while he cleaned up. Ching Ching didn't want him to bear the burden alone. She picked up firewood from the ground, insisting on cleaning up together. With that said, she started the big cleanup. The snake watched the hard-working and kind girl before him, liking her more and more. Ching Ching's long legs accidentally stepped on some hot coals. Seeing this, the snake quickly picked her up. How careless! Are you burned? Ching Ching smiled through the pain, saying she was fine. The snake carried her to a rock. He lifted her foot to check the injury. Sit still and don't move. Otherwise, I'll kiss you. 1, 2, 3, wurden Mann. Ching Ching instantly froze, not moving at all. Seeing her like that, the snake frowned. Do you dislike my kisses that much? The next second, the snake suddenly grabbed her hand. Smack! The snake beast took advantage of Ching Ching's inattention and kissed her. This made her freeze on the spot. It took a while for her to come to her senses. You perverted snake. Meanwhile, Parker was almost going crazy trying to find Ching Ching. Holding her discarded clothes, he was very anxious. Lovesickness isn't a disease, but thinking about it can be fatal. He was desperate to find Ching Ching, even though he was seriously injured. A man must have responsibility. He immediately transformed into a small cheetah and went out injured to search for Jing Jing. I'm coming to save you right away. At the same time, Jing Jing was very troubled because her menstrual period was about to come. She turned to look at the snake. When the time comes, this guy will definitely want to cuddle. What should I do? The snake also noticed something was off with her. He thought she was hungry. He immediately started cooking. Once you're full, there's nothing to worry about. But Ching Ching was extremely anxious on the side. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed her mind. She thought of a solution. She quickly rushed to the riverside. Slowly walking into the water, a bone-chilling coldness washed over her entire body. It made her shiver uncontrollably. It's so cold! It turns out she made herself catch a cold to delay her period. Everyone, please don't imitate this. In an instant, she turned her head towards the shore. The snake had disappeared. Could he have gone out to eat secretly? The next second, he suddenly emerged from the water's surface, hugging Ching Ching, his heart pounding, his eyes full of tenderness. While Ching Ching was startled and frightened, she then pushed the snake away, telling him not to follow her and to watch the firewood, not to burn the rice. With a splash, he nimbly dove back into the water. The next moment, he suddenly jumped out again, pulling Ching Ching onto his back, quickly gliding across the river surface with his tongue. This feeling was exhilarating. After forgetting their troubles for a few days, the snake took Ching Ching to a place full of bird song and flowers. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Seeing his tense expression, Ching Ching also became worried, feeling that something might happen. It was actually the big black eagle searching for Ching Ching, observing their every move. Seeing that the snake was a bit far from Ching Ching, it immediately charged towards Ching Ching with lightning speed. Ching Ching felt a chill down her back. She suddenly turned around to see what was happening, and it was that big black eagle. The eagle's speed was like sparks with lightning, dazzling Ching-Ching's eyes. The snake desperately coiled around her, his body scratched by the eagle's talons. He quickly coiled her up and placed her in a safe area. Then he suddenly charged towards the black eagle. The black eagle successfully dodged. A swift tail swipe caught the black eagle off guard. Unfortunately, it avoided the fatal blow. The black eagle deliberately threatened that if Ching-Ching wasn't handed over, it would rather kill him. Ching-Ching seemed to see through his little scheme. If he couldn't save her, he would kill her to threaten the snake. This seemed too fake. These words angered the snake. He quickly protected Ching-Ching. The black eagle threatened again. If Ching-Ching wasn't handed over, he would kill him. This way, everyone would think the snake killed her, and it wouldn't be related to him. At this moment, the snake was burning with rage. He opened his bloody mouth wide. Anyone who hurt Ching-Ching would die. He suddenly charged towards the black eagle. He bit fiercely, but the eagle managed to dodge. Seeing that it couldn't beat the snake, the black eagle quickly fled. Saving her might be difficult, but killing her is easy. The snake beast spat out the words, sucking the tomato juice from his body. He forcefully fed the tomato juice into Ching-Ching's mouth, making her eat it. Just then, Parker finally found the long miss by Ching-Ching. Ching-Ching also felt overjoyed, her face beaming with happiness. Seeing this, the snake quickly embraced her. He was really afraid of Parker taking her away. With a cold gaze, he rebuked, "I should have killed you back then." But Parker requested a truce. What if Ching-Ching was in danger? Giant beasts were swarming towards this direction. He stated that he was only here to protect Ching-Ching. The snake frowned deeply, ignoring him. The leopard beast picked up Ching-Ching and walked towards the cave. Then he lifted her high, saying, "Sleep on me. It's more comfortable that way." Ching-Ching was speechless. This was clearly showing off their affection. Because Parker was still outside the cave, it wasn't intentionally said for him to hear. As if, hearing the snake's words, Parker was so angry he wanted to slap him. Filled with jealousy, he scratched deep marks into the rocks. "Damn snake beast. Ching-Ching is mine." With two male gods protecting her, Ching-Ching slept soundly. The next morning, she was suddenly awakened by a rumbling sound. When he walked outside the cave, the scene before his eyes surprised him to the heavens. It turned out to be a group of dinosaurs making noise. His jaw nearly dropped. "Oh my God, what did I see?" The dinosaur quickly hid behind the snake, its body trembling slightly. Parker lay on top of the rock, stretching out his leopard head. "Ching-Ching, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." The snake looked at Parker with a face full of black lines. Ching-Ching could only laugh awkwardly, because she knew Parker had invaded the snake's territory. But he was just angry and didn't attack Parker. At this moment, her stomach was already growling with hunger. She then went to the riverside to wash rice and cook. Suddenly feeling something in the river, she quickly leaned in to investigate. She discovered an eagle reflected on the water surface. Could it be that big black eagle? The next second, a giant egg fell from the sky, hitting Ching-Ching. She cried out in pain, "This damn big black eagle, trying to kill me with an egg?" The snake sensed something off about the giant egg smell. Without a word, he pushed Ching-Ching into the water and frantically scrubbed her. Stinky snake beast, being hit by an egg is one thing, but are you trying to drown me? Seeing this, the little milk leopard immediately transformed into a fierce, hunting leopard and charged forward. But the snake shouted loudly, "If you don't want him to die, don't come and make trouble." The snake washed Ching-Ching's entire body thoroughly, then pulled her out of the water. Parker stopped in his tracks, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. After the snake's explanation, they learned that this was the egg of the Beast King. The big black eagle wanted to lure the giant beast here, making the snake abandon his loved ones. Sure enough, the next second a rumbling sound approached. Parker ran in front, panting heavily and his limbs growing weak from exhaustion. He suddenly leaped onto a tree. Only then did he remember that leopards can climb trees. Meanwhile, the snake held Ching-Ching as they were chased by giant beasts for 100 miles. Because Ching-Ching's body had the fishy smell of the Beast King's egg, he felt devastated. To protect Ching-Ching, he wouldn't complain even if he ran to death. Seeing him already exhausted, Ching-Ching felt a bit sorry and told him to rest for a while, not to be so serious. The snake, fearing the giant beast would catch up, chose to continue running wildly. Although he was sweating profusely, he couldn't distinguish between 6, 5, 4, and 3. Ching-Ching was full of worry, afraid of being a burden to the snake. She could feel the snake's hands trembling, but he still held onto her tightly. The snake noticed Ching-Ching's concerns. He directly kissed her, telling her not to worry. Ching-Ching told him to put her down, but the snake wanted to confess his feelings. legs. I will never give up on you. Even if I die, I will send you to a safe place before I do. The snake bit off the rabbit's neck in one bite. He fed the blood to Ching Ching. It turned out they hadn't eaten for a day while being chased by giant beasts. This caused him severe dehydration, nearly fainting. Accidentally drinking it, Ching Ching's throat immediately surged with blood, coughing nonstop. Covering her neck, she asked the snake what he had given her to drink. When she saw the rabbit with its neck cut nearby, she realized the snake had given her raw blood to drink. Why did you give me raw blood to drink? That's very unhygienic. The snake thought she was being picky about food and reached out to help her up. Ching Ching felt speechless. Raw blood wasn't even in the human diet. How was that being picky? She angrily turned her head away, refusing to drink no matter what. The snake could only force it. He sucked out all the rabbit's blood, then forcefully fed it into her mouth. The next second, a loud slap rang out. She gave him a hard slap across the face. She regretted it immediately after hitting him. They say don't hit people in the face. Will he be angry? Before waiting for the snake's storm, her stomach started churning violently. The snake wasn't angry. Instead, he was concerned if her hand hurt from hitting him and wanted to blow on it. Ching Ching suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. From head to toe, she emitted a bloody smell. The snake immediately carried her to the riverside. Ching Ching washed her entire body thoroughly. However, she couldn't wash off the fishy smell of the giant beast's egg. The snake pulled her up, wanting to continue their journey to escape the giant beast's pursuit. But Ching Ching really couldn't go on. She wanted the snake to hand her over to that big black marten. The snake excitedly hugged her. You are mine alone. I won't allow you to have any other males. Ching Ching hurriedly explained, clapping her hands. One partner was enough for her. If she chose the snake, she wouldn't choose anyone else. The snake picked up Ching Ching, not wanting to hear her explanations anymore. Don't say any more. I won't let you go back. At this moment, the big black eagle suddenly appeared, all sparks and lightning. You'll kill him like this. The snake gritted his teeth in anger. The one killing him is you damn black chicken. Hearing this, the black eagle was speechless. I'm a divine eagle, not some black chicken. Besides, you can't escape. The giant beasts have surrounded this area. Forcing your way through is suicide. The snake held Ching Ching tightly, his hands trembling with anger. At this moment, Ching Ching was exhausted and weakly cried out in pain. Only then did the snake realize he was too excited and had hurt her. At this moment, a group of giant beasts suddenly attacked. The snake swung his tail and tightly coiled around a tree trunk. Using all his strength, he leaped up the tree. The black eagle roared at him, "Give Ching Ching to me. Do you want her to die with you?" The snake gently caressed Ching Ching's face. His deep gaze was full of reluctance. Suddenly, he covered her neck. Ching Ching's Maybelline big eyes widened suddenly, nervous and confused. What was he trying to do? Crystal clear tears flowed uncontrollably. He closed his eyes tightly, as if waiting for Meng to find him for soup. The snake gripped Ching Ching's neck, about to send her to the king of hell. Could it be he had a change of heart? It turned out he just couldn't bear to give Ching Ching to that big black eagle. Ching Ching suddenly beamed with joy. She couldn't help but scream. If I leave, the giant beasts will go. We can all get out alive. You can come find me in the tribe later. The snake suddenly bit Ching Ching's chest. Frightened, she covered her chest and trembled violently. What did you do to me? The snake could no longer control himself. He pinned her against the tree, leaving Ching Ching speechless. He's not going to... Suddenly, a scream rang out. Ching Ching cried uncontrollably in fear. She instantly fell unconscious. The big black eagle suddenly appeared in front of them in a flash. The snake handed Ching Ching to the black eagle, instructing him to bring her out safely. Watching Ching Ching's departing figure, the snake felt a mix of emotions. I will definitely come find you. The big black eagle brought her to a safe area. It wouldn't be easy for the giant beast to find them here. Ching Ching gazed at it meaningfully. Are you the eagle that hit me with the giant egg? The black eagle suddenly felt guilty, afraid Ching Ching would blame him. Unexpectedly, Ching Ching said thank you to him. This made the big black eagle curious. You don't blame me? Ching Ching smiled broadly, saying he did all this to save her. She couldn't thank him enough. The eagle was almost moved to tears. He lowered his head silently in guilt. He had just put Ching Ching down to rest. Suddenly, the little leopard rushed out. Smiling, he frantically licked Ching Ching's face, wetting her entire face. Ching wanted to flatten him. That wasn't all. He tried to pull Ching into his arms. Then he nuzzled her face again. Ching suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Parker noticed her discomfort and asked if she had been bullied by that snake. Ching was a bit nervous. She thought, if he knows the snake bit my chest, he'll tear off my little clothes. Parker unconsciously noticed that Ching had the snake's beast mark on her foot. The little licker suddenly became anxious, clamoring to cuddle with Ching. He also wanted to leave his own beast mark on her. Ching firmly refused. She pushed Parker away forcefully, shouting that she didn't want anyone. At this moment, her heart only felt pain. The Black Marten wasn't wearing underwear. A gentle breeze blew by. Seeing this scene, Jingji was at a loss. At night, while the little licker was sleeping, Jingji gathered her courage and pursed her lips. Come inside to sleep. The Black Eagle was suddenly stunned. He was dumbfounded, with a look of disbelief on his face. Ching's little face turned red. This guy must have misunderstood me. Emotions in the beast world were too simple and rough. Ching quickly explained. She asked him to come in to sleep because it was too cold outside. She was afraid he'd catch a cold. There was no other meaning. The Black Eagle stepped in, hopping as he entered. He slowly laid down beside her. His eyes revealed an indescribable tenderness. Only then did Ching lean against the leopard and fall asleep. The next day, the silly leopard yawned and stretched. Thinking about being able to sleep holding Ching last night, he was secretly delighted. That feeling was so comfortable. The next second, his fur suddenly stood on end. This Black Eagle was actually sleeping inside too. It made him furious. Just as he was about to attack the big Black Eagle, Ching stopped him. I asked him to come in. The leopard was suddenly shocked. Feeling greatly wronged, he asked, "Are you going to be his mate?" Ching hurriedly explained. It was just too cold outside. She was afraid the Black Marten would freeze into an ice sculpture. The silly leopard secretly sighed in relief. Did you hear that? Ching didn't want you to be her mate. She was just afraid you'd turn into an ice sculpture, you Black Marten. The Black Eagle was a bit disappointed. I know. No need for you, you bootlicker, to remind me. The next second, he immediately transformed into human form. Ching stared at the transformed Black Eagle, her eyes wide. This guy is quite cool. Seeing this, the leopard grabbed her over. He said goodbye to the Black Eagle, always changing yourself to be so flamboyant. The Black Eagle rolled his eyes at him, turning away arrogantly, without paying him any attention. Ching was suffocating in his grip. She waved her little fists, frantically hitting the little milk leopard's face. Let go of me quickly. It hurts like hell. The leopard hurriedly released her. I'm sorry. I was too excited just now. Did I hurt you? After saying that, he wanted to get close and snuggle, but Ching pushed him away. Unexpectedly, the little milk leopard rubbed against her hand. This leopard is such a fool. Ching really wanted to give him a smack. If you keep causing trouble, I'll snip you. I thought of a way to avoid the giant beasts. We can cover ourselves with mud to mask the egg smell. This way, we can escape. The Black Eagle nodded, indicating this method wasn't bad. The leopard suddenly clung to her again. My Ching is indeed clever. The Black Eagle felt awkward eating this dog food. He turned and left to find mud, not wanting to look at them. The silly leopard stuck his tongue out at the Black Eagle. Ching gave him a side eye. She turned her head away. What a childish fool. To please Ching, the leopard wanted to go out to find food. After he left, Ching looked at the wound where the snake had bitten her. Seeing the scar that was almost healed, she couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The bite was so deep, yet it healed so quickly. Was it because that snake had passed on its powerful healing ability to her? Stroking the beast mark on her leg, she felt like she had established an unusual relationship with Curtis. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Parker was seen confronting a huge beast. At that moment, the giant beast suddenly smelled the egg scent on Ching. It turned its head and charged towards her. Seeing this, the leopard leaped onto the giant beast's neck and bit fiercely. The beast roared in pain, violently shaking its neck to throw him off. The next second, the leopard was thrown to the ground. But the tough leopard immediately got up and pounced on the giant beast again. Ching saw that every time she was in danger, the little milk leopard would risk his life to save her. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. The giant beast was still thrashing wildly, but Parker still held tightly onto its neck. Suddenly, he jumped onto the giant beast's back. The beast froze. Hey, don't do anything crazy. I'm not a female. Before it could resist, Parker suddenly bit down hard. He frantically tore at the beast's fur. The giant beast howled, "You bastard! Why are you pulling out my fur?" In an instant, the giant beast finally fell to the ground, convulsing violently. Strike while the iron is hot. Just as Parker didn't know how to finish off this huge creature, Ching handed him the snake fang. After feeling around, he found the right spot and stabbed down, ending the giant beast's life. Looking at the snake fang in his hand, Parker couldn't help but marvel at how sharp it was. Unexpectedly, the next second he threw it to the ground. Then Ching carefully picked it up and hid it behind her back. "All right, I heard Curtis say there are energy crystals inside giant beasts." Hearing this, Parker indeed found a blue crystal. Ching was surprised. "Is this the giant beast crystal? Why is it different from the snakes?" After the leopard's explanation, she learned that this was a transparent crystal stone that could save lives. There was also a green one that could extend lifespan. Ching was shocked again. It can replenish energy and extend lifespan? That's right, so beautiful females choose powerful beast men as mates. Then they make them hunt giant beasts to keep themselves young forever. Oh my goodness. So the males here are all working hard for their females. At this moment, the black eagle returned with mud. However, a group of giant beasts came, smelling their companion's scent. Ching immediately covered her entire body with mud. The little milk leopard sniffed her and confirmed the scent was indeed much weaker. The giant beast shouldn't be able to smell it from a distance. Ching climbed onto the black eagle's back. Just as they were about to take Parker with them, the leopard suddenly became irritated. "If I ask for help from other males, Ching will surely think I'm not capable. Don't worry about me. I'll find my own way." The eagle was actually glad he did this. With a spread of its wings, it quickly flew away. Parker showed no fear facing such enormous beasts. The giant beasts were shocked. "Little brother, can you be less open? You're blinding our eyes. Are you afraid we can't see you?" The little milk leopard took advantage of the giant's distraction and threw the crystal into his mouth. He transformed into a cheetah and charged forward. Then he suddenly leaped and jumped off the cliff. The giant beasts pursued relentlessly. Just as they stopped at the edge, they were pushed off by their companions rushing from behind. Seeing the little milk leopard safe and sound, Ching finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a majestic leopard riding an eagle flew towards them. It turned out to be Parker's father, the Leopard King. He transformed into human form and with a wave of his hand, ordered an eagle to go pick up his son. After speaking, he turned to look at Ching, sizing up his daughter-in-law. Suddenly, their eyes met. Ching was startled, embarrassed. She hurriedly greeted, "Hello, I'm by Ching. As long as you're safe. We'll talk when we get back to the city." They returned to Wanshou City. The little milk leopard quickly took Ching down from the black eagle. He eagerly walked towards the bedroom. Watching their backs, a hint of disappointment flashed in the black eagle's eyes. As soon as he put Ching down, the leopard became as excited as a puppy, wagging his tail nonstop. At this moment, a young and beautiful woman walked in. Just as Ching was wondering who this pretty sister was, the little milk leopard suddenly called out Mom. Ching was instantly petrified, dumbfounded. The woman was already 80 years old, but she looked even younger than her son. When the silly leopard called out Mom, Ching was shocked beyond belief. Is this for real? How can Parker's mom look younger than him? It wasn't until she saw Parker hugging his mom that she reluctantly believed it. Still somewhat incredulous about this fact, Ching asked, "Are you really Parker's biological mother?" "That's right, I'm that silly leopard's mom. Don't I look very young?" Ching nodded frantically, saying she looked like an 18-year-old flower. After Parker's mother's explanation, Ching learned that this was all thanks to the Leopard King. He bravely hunted giant beasts, obtained crystals, and preserved her youth forever. At this moment, Ching asked the queen how to dissolve a mate relationship. When the queen asked if she had thought it through, she pondered for a moment. If she dissolved the mate relationship with the snake, he would be abandoned forever and could never have a mate again. Suddenly, she felt a bit of reluctance. But then she remembered the snake biting her on the tree. Finally, she made up her mind to dissolve the mate relationship with the snake. Then the queen brought her a bowl of medicine. After hesitating for a moment, Ching began to drink it. Unexpectedly, she spat it all over the silly leopard's handsome face the next second. "What medicine is this? It's more bitter than bitter melon," the queen said helplessly. "This is medicine to prevent having stray beast cubs." Ching's head suddenly buzzed. She hadn't done that kind of thing with a snake. How could she possibly be pregnant with his cubs? She suddenly remembered what the snake had said. Snake feet have a special way of mating. They can mate without doing anything. In an instant, Ching's stomach suddenly ached dully. Tomato juice was seen flowing from her feet. Seeing this, Parker hurriedly called his mom, asking why there was blood on her feet. The queen was so scared that she quickly went to call a veterinarian. But Ching knew this was her period, so she quickly asked Parker to find cotton. The queen brought a veterinarian. A vet treating humans? That's nonsense. He couldn't figure out what was wrong. In the end, he just told Ching to drink some honey water and brushed it off. Seeing her in such pain, the queen advised her to postpone dissolving the mate relationship. But Ching said she could endure it and wanted to resolve it now. The queen could only sigh and tell her that she just needed to cut the beast mark with a sharp blade and it would disappear. But if she had developed feelings for the snake, the mark wouldn't disappear and the mate relationship couldn't be dissolved. At this moment, Ching didn't know what kind of feelings she had for the snake. She took off the snake scale from her neck. Her hand holding the scale was trembling. Then she gritted her teeth. She cut the snake mark on her foot with the scale. At the same time, the snake's heart felt a sharp pain. He must be nearby. At this moment, the little milk leopard returned with honey in his mouth. When he saw the bandage on Ching's foot, he was so happy he could fly, thinking Ching had dissolved the mate relationship with the snake. As for Ching, seeing his face full of bee stings, she felt a bit sorry for him. But the little milk leopard was beaming with joy, not minding at all. Anything for Ching was worth it. But the next second, his smile gradually froze. Ching told him she couldn't dissolve the mate relationship with the snake. Hearing this, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He picked up the honey from the haystack, casually threw it into Ching's arms, and turned to rush out the door. He knew that being unable to dissolve the mate relationship meant feelings had developed between them. Just as he rushed out the door, he bumped into his mother. Tears of grievance welled up in his eyes, and he called out, "Mom." Then he quickly ran out. The queen looked at his dejected back and felt something was wrong. She hurriedly followed him, asking what exactly had happened. Knowing the reason, the queen comforted Parker. "You're being a bit too willful. Once a female dissolves the mate relationship with a male, that male will be lonely for life, forever living in pain." After the queen's persuasion, he finally got over that hurdle in his heart. He happily brought cotton to Ching again, saying he wanted to help her pat it. This almost scared Ching's soul out of her body, and she kept backing away. Unexpectedly, the little milk leopard persisted, saying what's wrong with helping his mate pad cotton. Ching directly pushed him away, telling him to go find water instead. But he still wouldn't give up, insisting on helping Ching pad the cotton. Ching reflexively kicked him away. Turning her head away, she said, "Parker, I don't want to see you right now." Parker could only give up. Feeling a bit dejected, he was about to go out to find food for Ching. But Ching called him back. "The stings on your body need to be removed. Go see a vet." Parker suddenly grinned, saying he had thick skin and tough flesh, and he should thank the bees for stinging him, as it was like scratching an itch. At this moment, he was secretly delighted. "Great, Ching still cares about me." Ching waved at him. "Come here, I'll help you remove them." The little milk bun immediately sat obediently in front of her. Ching carefully helped him remove the stings from his face. He howled in pain. "I almost bumped into you. It clearly hurts so much, yet you thank the bees for scratching your itch." After removing the stings, he felt much better. Happily, he nuzzled Ching's forehead. Then he licked her face. This angered Ching, making her hair stand on end. Suddenly, a roar came from outside. They both sensed something was wrong. It was clearly a tiger's roar. Then came a girl's shout. "Parker, get out here. I know you're back." Ching looked confused, while Parker's face turned dark. He immediately went out to investigate. Ching followed closely behind. Outside the door, they saw a girl riding a tiger, waiting for Parker. Parker immediately recognized her as his pursuer. Rosa, the girl, smiled and asked Parker if he had decided to be her male. But Parker looked disgusted. Ching was surprised that the little milk leopard was so popular. He firmly replied to Rosa, "Even if I stay single for life, I won't agree, because I only have Ching in my heart." Rosa pointed at Ching next to Parker. With a contemptuous smile on her face, she said, "Parker, you actually fell for such an ugly creature. Am I not prettier than him?" The leopard angrily stood in front of Ching, scolding Rosa, You can scheme against me, but don't think about bullying Qingqing. I'll fight you to the death. However, Rosa immediately started acting pitiful. She accused Parker of being unfaithful, saying he had taken advantage of her in the bushes and now didn't want her. Then she began to cry dramatically, saying between sobs, "You took advantage of me, but don't want me now. So you just wanted to play with me." As soon as these words were spoken, several fierce tigers roared at Parker. Qingqing was also bewildered. This was too much information to process. Parker was furious. This was clearly a false accusation and framing. It turned out that Rosa was only interested in Parker because he had already become a two-striped beast at such a young age, not because she liked him as a person. So she deliberately pretended to fall into Parker's arms. Seeing that her scheme was about to be exposed, Rosa suddenly became furious. She threatened Parker, saying that the tiger tribe had two civilized beasts. If he didn't become her mate, it would lead to a war between the two tribes. Qingqing also saw through Rosa's scheme to frame Parker and become his mate. Just as both sides were at a standoff, the Leopard King and Queen made a powerful entrance. The Queen directly retorted, "Our leopard tribe isn't to be trifled with. If you want war, bring it on." Rosa was immediately silenced. She coldly snorted but didn't dare to make a sound. However, the kind-hearted Parker expressed that he didn't want a war. The Bee City was already one entity, and he didn't want internal fighting. He would move out with Qingqing. He stared at Rosa with cold eyes, saying, "One day, I will also become a civilized beast. I'll put an end to your arrogance." Qingqing was secretly shocked. She didn't expect Parker to be so mindful of the bigger picture at such a young age, staying calm even when bullied like this. At this moment, Rosa was at a loss. She could only retreat with her tail between her legs. Watching the scheming girl leave, Parker suddenly hugged Qingqing. He kept explaining in her ear that he hadn't bullied Rosa, that it was her false accusation. Qingqing said she believed the little milk leopard. If he was that kind of person, he would have bullied her long ago. This little milk leopard, though an adult, still peed anywhere. After finishing, he transformed back to his original form and kept rolling on the ground. This made Qingqing furious. "Do you want me to snip it off? If you need to pee, go outside." The little milk leopard tightened his legs and instantly peed himself again out of fear. Qingqing couldn't tolerate it anymore. She threw a dart, hitting the leopard and making him yelp. It turned out Parker had discovered other male scents in their house, so he wanted to pee to mark his territory. The little milk leopard pitifully begged for forgiveness, but Qingqing turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to him. The little milk leopard could only walk dejectedly towards the door. But after a while, Qingqing came out looking for him. She asked where she could find bamboo. The little milk leopard suddenly transformed back into human form, completely naked. Qingqing shyly covered her face. "You perverted leopard. This is the tribe. Can't you wear clothes properly?" The more shy Qingqing became, the more the little milk leopard pushed his luck. He immediately came close to her face, asking what she wanted to use the bamboo for. Qingqing still didn't dare to look up. She told him to quickly put on clothes and go find bamboo. The little milk leopard waved his hand, indicating he didn't need to wear clothes. He then transformed back to his original form, telling Qingqing to sit on his back. He immediately ran towards the bamboo forest with the speed of someone who had been single for 18 years. The skillful Qingqing quickly made a bamboo house in no time. The little milk leopard looked at the unique bamboo house in confusion, wondering what it was for. Qingqing mysteriously asked him to guess. If he guessed correctly, she'd give him a kiss. If wrong, she'd spank him. She was going to make him pay either way. When they arrived at the riverside, Parker realized he had guessed wrong. Damn it, it was actually for fishing. Now his butt was in trouble. After much effort, Parker caught many fish, making up for his mistake. Qingqing was so happy she danced with joy. Lunch was finally secured. On the way back, the bamboo basket in Qingqing's hands suddenly shattered to pieces. The snake pattern eyes on her feet suddenly flashed golden light. Parker was also shocked. When did Qingqing become so powerful? Qingqing was also confused. When did her strength become so great? The next second, she suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, Parker caught her in time. He was extremely worried. At this moment, a large snake suddenly sprang out of the water. It was actually the snake Curtis. The two of them suddenly turned to look at the riverside. Qingqing widened her eyes in surprise. He actually found his way to the tribe. Wasn't he afraid of death? They saw the snake slowly walk up to the shore. Everyone stared at him intently, as if they had seen a ghost. Parker shouted angrily at him to stop. This is Wansho City. Even if you could snatch Qingqing away, you couldn't take her far. The beast people approached angrily. The snake wanted to tear this stray beast to pieces. Ching, however, felt conflicted inside. Her body unconsciously moved backward. Seeing this, Parker held her tightly in his arms. But the snake didn't attack. Instead, he placed Ching's clothes in front of them. Deep inside, there was a hint of coldness. Take good care of it, or I'll swallow you alive. Hearing this, Ching felt indescribable. She worried about him, a lone stray beast entering the tribe, being surrounded and attacked. The snake just quietly looked at his moon goddess. After a long while, he turned and left directly. Ching watched his departing figure, feeling somewhat reluctant yet also afraid. Unexpectedly, the snake didn't leave. Unable to take Ching away, he could only stay in the water to protect her. At this moment, Ching's mind was filled with thoughts of the snake. Looking at his eyes, she felt his sincerity towards her, but didn't know how to reject Parker. Just as she was conflicted, two burly men suddenly appeared. They kept praising Ching, saying she was not only beautiful, but also skilled at making fishing tools. Ching smiled awkwardly, thinking if that leopard heard this, he would definitely start a fight. As they spoke, the burly men suddenly started confessing their love. They even said they would go through fire and water for Ching if she agreed to be their empress. This scared Ching to death. She hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, saying their body types weren't compatible. Parker suddenly rushed forward, scolding the burly men not to come near. Ching immediately flashed in front of him to protect him. Unexpectedly, the burly men ignored Parker and continued confessing to Ching, saying, "Don't look at my big size. I'm actually a gentle guy." This angered Parker to the point of explosion. He wanted to slap the burly men. He handed the bamboo spatula to Ching, telling her the fish was ready and she could go eat. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves with an expression ready for a fight. The next second, a heavy punch landed hard on the burly man's face, sending him flying 100 meters. Then he charged at him again, grabbing his arm, not giving the burly man a chance to fight back. He violently threw him into the sky. With a splash, the burly man was thrown into the river. Ching watched in amazement. She didn't expect this skinny leopard to be so strong. After dealing with the burly man, the little milk leopard quickly came to Ching, showing off his power. Ching sighed helplessly, telling him not to hit people randomly in the future. The leopard meowed, indicating he would obey. Only then did Ching pat his leopard head with satisfaction. A few days later, Parker returned from hunting, humming a tune. Suddenly, his leopard eyes widened. There seemed to be someone ahead. Upon closer look, he found it was the snake. The leopard immediately felt his teeth itch with hatred. Damn snake beast. He must be here for Ching. He quickly rushed to block his way. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome." The little milk leopard glared at him fiercely, leaving the snake speechless. Without a word, he simply went around him. This angered Parker to the point of steaming. "Stinky snake, I'm talking to you. Are you mute or deaf?" The little milk bun was instantly enraged. He flew past the snake like lightning. The speed of being single for 18 years was indeed not for nothing. In the blink of an eye, he flew home. He immediately locked the door. Ching asked him to open the door, saying it was too dark inside. Parker was seen with his ear pressed against the door, not responding to her. Ching was very confused. She also pressed her ear against the door to see what this leopard was listening to. Indeed, she heard nothing. She was about to turn back to the bedroom, leaving him alone to play. At this moment, Parker suddenly grabbed Ching's hand, begging her to stay by his side. Ching also noticed his unusual behavior. "Did you see Curtis?" Parker suddenly hugged her tightly. His voice was choked up. "Please don't go. Don't leave me." At this moment, Ching felt somewhat complicated about Parker. "Sorry, the girl is taking a bath, being harassed by a snake. What should we do?" It turned out the snake smelled blood. He mistakenly thought Ching was injured. Seeing the cotton on the ground, he realized she was just having her period. The snake was a bit excited because females here only have it once a year, and he knew Ching had it several times in just a few months. This meant she could have many babies. At this moment, the leopard couldn't help but take another jab at the stinky snake. "You can secretly rejoice. She's pregnant with your child." The snake immediately beamed with joy. But Ching was afraid of trouble. She came over and made a shushing gesture to the silly leopard, signaling him to quickly shut his crow's mouth. Ching immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the secret of her mating with Curtis wasn't exposed. However, Parker spilled everything about Ching losing the baby. Expecting a storm from the snake, surprisingly, he didn't get angry. He looked at Ching with a dreamy gaze, not caring about losing the baby. Because we'll soon have another one. Parker, upon hearing this, wanted to give the snake a piece of his mind. The next litter should be his turn. The two argued back and forth, quarreling nonstop. The next second, two rags flew directly into their faces, accompanied by an angry roar. Both of you get out. The two could only stand outside the door sheepishly as punishment. After Ching finished her bath, the thoughtful Parker had prepared cotton pads for her. Ching immediately felt a warmth in her heart. Both men were so good to her. The snake suddenly noticed something dirty on her face. Upon closer look, it turned out to be spots Ching had drawn on herself. The snake understood. She did this to keep other males away. Ching was also helpless. It was all because the males here worshipped her beauty too much. The snake gently caressed her little face. From now on, I'll protect you. You don't need to fear anyone. You can live beautifully. These words almost moved Ching to tears. Who doesn't want to be beautiful every day? But after careful consideration, she decided against it. Even with the snake's protection, those men would still secretly peek. It's better to just stay like this. Parker also quickly turned into a flatterer, speaking flowery words. He said Ching looked good even with pockmarks on her face. Even if she drew two turtles on it, she would still be stunningly beautiful. The two's flattery grew louder and louder. Ching couldn't take it anymore and said she wanted to go to sleep now. She turned and entered the bedroom, with the two following closely behind. They followed all the way to the bed. Ching was about to lie down, but unexpectedly, the little milk leopard jumped onto the grass mat first. Ching, let's sleep together. Seeing this, the snake looked displeased. With lightning speed, he coiled around Ching, pulling her to his side in one swift motion, letting her sleep on top of him. The two immediately became tense and confrontational. Ching shook her head helplessly. Is this how the three of them would live? It would be chaos. She used being cold as an excuse, wanting to sleep on the grass mat. The snake looked at her with a worried face, while the little milk leopard was smug. This made his brow furrow gradually. With a swish of his tail, he hit Parker, making him yelp. He sent him flying onto the grass mat, landing face first. Seeing this, Ching hurriedly came forward to stop the fight. Don't fight anymore. I'll sleep on you, okay? The leopard is about to be beaten to a pulp. Unexpectedly, the snake released her. Fearing she might catch a cold, he had to let her sleep on the grass mat. Ching finally smiled and gave a soft in response. She then slowly crawled onto the grass mat. The leopard was drooling, eagerly snuggling up next to Ching. The next day, a long tongue was licking Ching's face vigorously. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling something cool on her face. A large python suddenly appeared in her view, less than 0.001 millimeters away. Ching instantly froze, not moving an inch. It was as if the air had solidified. The next second, a thunderous roar nearly brought the house down. Parker was shaken, his head spinning and ears ringing. The snake himself was so startled he reverted to his original form. It was then that Ching came to her senses. That large python was actually Curtis. You stinky snake, you scared the living daylights out of me. The snake quickly hugged her and apologized. The little milk leopard nearby was overcome with jealousy. Hey, hugging and cuddling first thing in the morning? How improper. Just as he finished speaking, Ching suddenly sneezed. Seeing this, Parker pulled Ching from the snake's arms into his own. I have more fur. Let me hug Ching to keep her warm. The snake helplessly spread his hands. This kid really lucked out. The girl squatted by the river, seeming to contemplate ending her life. Seeing this, the snake hurriedly rushed forward to stop her. Don't do anything foolish. If you jump, how am I supposed to live? Ching quickly waved her hands to explain. She was just trying to catch fish in the river. Are you feverish? Who said I was going to jump in? Only then did the snake realize he had misunderstood. Ching then asked him to help retrieve the bamboo baskets from the river. Without a word, the snake dove into the water to search. He quickly retrieved an egg-shaped bamboo basket. The snake was puzzled. Can this thing really catch fish? But the reality amazed him. Several bamboo baskets had caught many fish. Ching happily accepted one after another. However, one of the baskets was broken. Ching felt a bit regretful. The snake patted her head, telling her not to be sad, and offered to make her a new one. Then the two happily returned home together. As Ching entered the house, carrying the fish tank. Parker instantly turned into a hunting dog. In the blink of an eye, the fish in Ching Ching's hands suddenly disappeared. It turned out Parker had snatched them away. His speed after 18 years of being single was indeed impressive. He even offered to personally cook the fish for Ching Ching. Ching Ching laughed at his childishness, worried the leopard might serve her some bizarre dish. But considering his sincerity, she could only happily agree. The snake, not to be outdone, said, "You can cook fish for Ching Ching? Well, I can make rice for her." So the two began a cooking competition, neither willing to concede. Half an hour later, two seemingly delicious meals were finally prepared. Ching Ching was so moved that tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. The two eagerly urged Ching Ching to try their dishes first. Ching Ching said she liked to eat rice and dishes together, telling them to stop arguing. This was the best meal he had eaten since coming to this world. It was so delicious that he couldn't stop drooling from his eyes. The little milk leopard watched him eat with relish and couldn't help wanting to try a bite. Is it really that delicious to eat like this? Seeing him drooling, Ching Ching wanted to offer him a taste. But unexpectedly, he was ungrateful. Turning his head away, he coldly snorted, "I don't want to eat anything made by that snake beast." Seeing that neither of them would eat each other's food, Ching Ching could only happily eat by herself. That day, Ching Ching wanted to follow Parker up the mountain to chop wood. The snake didn't want Ching Ching to be alone with the leopard, so he followed along too. Parker noticed a caterpillar on a tree trunk and had an idea. He then called Ching Ching over, saying he had something good to show her. He pointed at the tree trunk. "There's something delicious on this tree. I'll dig it out for you to eat." Ching Ching was a bit confused about what could be so delicious on a tree. Parker peeled off the bark. He reached into the tree hollow. The next second, a plump, soft caterpillar appeared before Ching Ching's eyes. She was so scared she almost pooped herself. "You told me it was delicious, but it's just a caterpillar." She then ran away faster than a rabbit. "If you think it's delicious, then you can keep it for yourself." Seeing her so scared, the leopard was confused. "Such a delicious thing, of course I'll eat it. Can't let it go to waste." He was about to put it in his mouth when Ching Ching strongly discouraged him. "You can't eat that either. It's too gross." Hearing Ching Ching's words, Parker immediately threw the caterpillar away. This made her sigh in relief. How can skinny people even eat caterpillars? That's too scary. At this moment, the snake discovered a nest of bird eggs in the tree and immediately called Ching Ching over to look. Ching Ching's face lit up with joy. Bird eggs were indeed a good thing, but after careful consideration, she decided against it. Hunting shouldn't involve taking young offspring, so she told the snake not to take the bird eggs. After all, they were also lives. But the snake said these birds basically can't hatch, and they lay several eggs a day. Even if we don't eat them, others will. Ching Ching then gladly accepted this reason. Laying several eggs a day, isn't that like a chicken? Who knew that as soon as they took the bird eggs, the mother bird flew back. Seeing her eggs gone, she suddenly fluffed up her feathers. She pecked fiercely at the snake's tail. The snake caught the bird in one grab. He was about to put it in the pot to fry, but Ching Ching stopped him. "Such a cute little bird, don't kill it. Let's take it home to lay eggs." The snake obediently listened, thus saving a bird's life. After chopping enough firewood, the three started to head back. Ching Ching then realized she wasn't wearing shoes. Her feet were all blistered. Seeing this, the snake extended his tail. He let Ching Ching sit on it to drag her back. Ching Ching didn't stand on ceremony with him. Holding the little bird, she sat down on his tail. Meanwhile, Parker told him to sit on his firewood, saying he was a tough guy. He could carry it, and then the two started arguing again. Seeing this, Ching Ching said it was fine for the snake to drag her back. The little milk leopard immediately felt sour in his heart. He coldly snorted and quickly walked home. Ching Ching could only sigh. Having too many people like her was also a burden. As soon as they got home, Ching Ching took some food to feed the little bird. The little bird unexpectedly rolled its eyes towards the door. It turned out that the muscular man pursuing Ching Ching had come again. The girl was too beautiful, attracting many people's attention. This troubled her greatly. Men came to the door one after another with gifts. The suitor came uninvited, holding roasted meat. Ching Ching's mouth watered, but she didn't dare to eat food from strangers. She shook her head frantically, very conflicted. Just as she was about to accept the muscular man's meat, suddenly a terrible wave of jealousy struck. The snake and the leopard were glaring fiercely at them. The two immediately worked together. Parker pulled Ching Ching aside, saying they had honey-roasted meat at home and didn't need others. Meanwhile, the snake blocked the muscular man from getting close. Ching Ching swung her snake tail, hitting him so hard he cried out and flew into outer space. But the snake still wouldn't let him go. He scared the muscular man so much he cried for his parents and wet his pants. You better stay away from my woman in the future, or I'll finish you off. He was about to teach the muscular man a good lesson. Fortunately, Ching arrived in time to stop him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Afterwards, Ching even apologized to the muscular man. Are you okay? They're too rough. Whenever any other male approaches me, they want to finish them off. You better keep the roasted meat for yourself. Looking at the gentle and considerate Ching, the muscular man's eyes became a bit dreamy. She's so thoughtful. My little heart is about to explode. At this moment, the snake gave him a death stare. Ching quickly called the two to go home, lest someone get killed. On the way back, the little milk leopard even gave a thumbs up to the snake. Well done, good brother. Unexpectedly, the snake ignored him and told him to get lost, angering the leopard who started raging on the spot. Suddenly, a roar interrupted their argument. Hearing this sound, the leopard excitedly howled. Ching asked him why he was so excited. Parker didn't say a word. He picked up Ching and quickly rushed towards the city to investigate. They arrived at the Beast City. It was a sea of people. Almost all the Beast people had gathered here. At this moment, a fierce tiger suddenly appeared in everyone's view. It suddenly let out a mighty roar. Ching was so scared she trembled. The snake and leopard quickly came forward to protect her. Don't be afraid, we're here. No one can hurt you. After Parker's explanation, they learned that this white tiger was called Vincent, the youngest four-striped beast in Beast City. He whispered in Ching's ear that he had no female. This confused Ching. He was the strongest four-striped beast in Beast City. Why did no one want him? Parker thought Ching was playing dumb. He's ugly and fierce-looking, with scars on his face. Would you like such a male? But Ching felt that judging someone by their appearance was too superficial. Parker immediately changed the subject. Pointing at the females on the Beastmen's backs, he said they were exchanged from other tribes for salt. Usually, they could only exchange 2 or 3 each year. This year they got 5 females. It was incredibly exciting. Looking at Parker's joyful face, Ching suddenly felt a bit upset. It's just a few females. Why is he so excited? As soon as she thought this, she quickly covered her mouth. What am I saying? Isn't it better if Parker likes other females? Why do I feel uncomfortable? Could it be that I've fallen for him? She then asked Parker how many females their tribe had in total. Parker's answer shocked her. There were over 400 females, but over 10,000 males. How many males must be single? No wonder females were treated like goddesses here. At this moment, people started rushing towards the city center. It turned out they were holding a martial arts competition for marriage. The winner could directly take away a female. And the white tiger Vincent had priority in choosing, because he had saved one of the females, and she was the prettiest among them. Everyone was envious and applauded. Ching also thought Parker had been proven wrong. He just said that white tiger had no one, but now he immediately had a female. Parker told her to wait and see. The real show was yet to come. Vincent immediately transformed into human form, completely naked. Seeing this, Ching quickly covered her eyes. It was too much to look at. Was this tiger being a pervert? Then Vincent approached the female. With his muscular body, serious and cold face, scarred visage, he spoke with some coldness. Can I be your male? These words scared the girl so much she broke into a cold sweat. She quickly hid behind another female. You're too ugly. I don't want to be your female. Don't come near me. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Vincent, however, silently lowered his head in disappointment. He didn't force it. He then transformed back to his original form and slowly disappeared amidst the mockery. He stood alone in the cold wind, letting the rain and snow beat down on him. Ching felt it was unfair for him. She thought that female was too heartless. Not only did she make him lose face in public, but she also made him the laughingstock of everyone. The boy was just too cold-looking. The girl was scared to tears upon seeing him. But Ching thought he was incredibly handsome. It turned out Parker was telling the truth. Even though he was a four-striped beast with strong abilities, with that appearance, no female would like him. Ching lowered her head silently. This is all because you males have spoiled them. If I have a daughter in the future, I definitely won't raise her like that. The snake and leopard were confused. What's a daughter? Is it edible? Ching was speechless. Are you two trying to kill me? Want to inherit my debts? A daughter is like Cixi. Hearing this, Parker confidently patted his chest, assuring that he could definitely make Qingqing give birth to its Cixi. The snake beside him stuck out his tongue, showing disagreement. Suddenly, a roar was heard. It turned out the martial arts competition for marriage was about to begin. Qingqing deliberately teased the leopard, telling him to go up and participate. Parker gave her a side eye, saying he already had her and didn't want anyone else. Soon after, screams of agony were heard from the arena. The crowd watched excitedly, cheering loudly. Qingqing, however, was sweating profusely. Goodness, this was too bloody. Finally, unable to watch anymore, she told Parker and the others to return home. As soon as they got home, Parker wanted to cook for Qingqing, but Qingqing said there was still food made by Snake, so he didn't need to cook. At this moment, Parker suffered another blow. He then asked Snake to go up the mountain to chop firewood with him. He didn't want the snake to be alone with Qingqing. However, Qingqing held Snake back, saying she wanted him to stay and deal with the oil-rich firewood at home. Parker's face turned black. The smell of jealousy filled the entire house. Angered, he slammed the door and left. Qingqing looked at the mountain of oil-rich firewood at home, feeling troubled. She didn't know how to handle it. Suddenly, a bright idea came to her. She thought of untying the bundled oil-rich firewood to make vegetable oil. However, she couldn't untie it even with all her strength. At this moment, the snake pattern on her foot began to glow golden. Seeing this, Snake hurriedly came forward to stop her. Wasn't falling once enough? Do you want to do it again? Qingqing then remembered. Was the fainting incident last time related to the snake pattern on her foot? It turned out this was the protection bestowed by Snake. Because Snake's power was too strong, Qingqing couldn't bear it and fainted. But if their relationship reached a certain level, Qingqing would possess infinite power. Hearing this, Qingqing's eyes lit up and her heart blossomed with joy. Then wouldn't I be a powerful woman with great martial arts skills? After a while, the leopard finally returned from chopping wood. The next second, he eagerly hugged, kissed, and nuzzled Qingqing. But before he could warm up, Snake coiled around and pulled her away. He wrapped her in his embrace. Then he held her waist and leaned close to her ear. In a gentle and caring tone, he asked, "Are you hungry? I'll go make you some food." This action infuriated the little milk leopard. The damn stinky snake then informed Qingqing that they didn't need to eat at home tonight. He wanted to take her to a bonfire party for a feast. But Parker remembered that Rosa, the pursuer who framed him, would also be there. His face immediately darkened. However, Qingqing saw through his thoughts. She comforted him, saying such a scheming woman wasn't worth getting upset over. "Don't you still have me?" Only then did Parker smile brightly, feeling warm inside. He then turned to look at Snake, telling him not to come along. But Snake ignored his words like a fart. "Wherever Qingqing goes, I go." The two immediately became tense again, looking ready for a fight. After Qingqing's persuasion, the leopard finally agreed to let Snake come along. So Qingqing began to get dressed up for the party. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was incredibly beautiful. So beautiful that Snake was head over heels for her. Parker couldn't resist either when he saw her. They arrived at the bonfire party venue and found there weren't many females. Parker explained that it was because many females were on their periods. Plus, they didn't have the small underwear Qingqing was wearing, so most females weren't comfortable coming. At this moment, Qingqing suddenly heard someone behind her call out "Doggy." Her anger flared up instantly. Who was the blind person in this world who dared to call her by her nickname? Following the sound, it turned out to be someone calling an actual dog. This was embarrassing. She had mistaken herself for a dog. Snake and Leopard were also confused. "Were you talking to the air?" The clever Snake guessed her thoughts. "You're so sensitive to the word doggy. Is that what you're called too?" Qingqing was immediately embarrassed and at a loss for words. Curtis was too smart. There was nowhere for her to hide. It was so awkward. Qingqing quickly picked up the little puppy. She found it actually looked a bit like her. Before she could look closely, someone snatched it away. A female scolded Qingqing. "You girl are too much. How dare you snatch someone else's offspring?" But the next second, she turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Snake and Leopard gave her a death glare. Frightened, she panicked and quickly fled. At this time, Qingqing suddenly felt thirsty and went to find water, not letting anyone follow. As she walked, she got lost and came to a cold and desolate place. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound nearby. Looking through the grass, she saw a man and a woman whispering. Upon closer look, she was stunned. Isn't this Rosa who was pursuing Parker? She's trying to have two boats. Rosa was seen caressing a man's face, speaking intimately. Wait, isn't that male in front of her the tiger Vincent? Vincent looked at Rosa seriously, his tone ice cold. I only see you as a sister. I have no other thoughts. These words angered Rosa to the point of exploding. She had just been rejected by Parker, and now this tiger was turning her down. This woman had confessed to multiple men, but was repeatedly rejected because she only wanted to trick men for their energy crystals. But the man didn't fall for it. His expression was cold. A woman like you, I wouldn't want even if you threw yourself at me. The next second, the woman slapped him hard across the face, making his head ring. Damn stinky tiger. You're so ugly. No female wants you. How dare you look down on me? Ching Ching saw this scene and kept backing away in fear. This male was too honest. He was the strongest civilized beast, yet he didn't fight back. Suddenly, there was a creak. She had stepped on a branch. Just as she was about to sneak away, she was discovered by the two. The woman shouted, "Who's there? Stop right there." Ching Ching immediately froze like a statue. She didn't dare move. It's over. What to do now? She's been discovered. The tiger beast saw the heavenly beautiful Ching Ching. His eyes instantly lit up with golden light. But the woman's face showed a fierce light, full of disdain. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be you, this ugly monster. Not only are you ugly, but you're also out here scaring people. At this moment, Ching Ching was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. She finally had a plan. She immediately went up, grabbed Vincent's hand, and said, I've finally found you. I've been waiting for you to eat barbecue. Then she pulled the tiger's hand and left. Vincent also realized she was trying to help him. This made Rosa gnash her teeth in hatred. Damn this ugly monster. She's actually snatched two males from me. After walking out of Rosa's sight, Ching Ching finally let go of Vincent's hand. She explained to him that it was all to fool Rosa, telling him not to misunderstand. Vincent looked at this beautiful and kind woman in front of him. His heart suddenly started beating wildly. Then he took out a shiny golden crystal. Without a word, he stuffed it into her mouth. Ching Ching was forced to swallow it. She covered her mouth and coughed frantically. What on earth did you make me eat? Instantly, a warm current flowed through her body. It felt incredibly comfortable. Vincent spoke in a gentle, calm tone. This is green crystal. It can rejuvenate one's appearance and maintain youth. Consider it my thanks for helping me out earlier. Ching Ching suddenly felt this tiger was so silly. He just gave away such a valuable thing without a second thought. At this moment, Snake suddenly showed up. Seeing a strange male next to Ching Ching, his face immediately turned gloomy. He quickly went over and hugged her. He also exchanged glances with Vincent for a few seconds. The two four-striped beasts glared at each other, their eyes flashing with hostility. Seeing this, Ching Ching hurriedly explained that she had gotten lost, and that's why she met Vincent. She also told Snake about the crystal stone Vincent had given her to repay Vincent. Ching Ching took the initiative to invite him to eat barbecue. Hearing this, Snake's face looked a bit unhappy, but Vincent was delighted inside. His face turned red as he accepted her invitation. At this moment, a leopard suddenly sprang out from the bushes. Seeing Ching Ching, he immediately beamed with joy. But when he saw Vincent, his smile gradually froze. The three sat by the bonfire, their hearts filled with mixed emotions, feeling very awkward. Ching Ching was the first to break the ice. Unintentionally, she called Vincent first to eat the barbecue. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into his heart. He shyly responded with okay. Seeing this scene, the snake and leopard duo suddenly flashed angry eyes, glaring fiercely at Vincent. Only then did Ching Ching realize things had gone badly. She was just being polite and hadn't thought the consequences would be so terrible. So she asked Vincent if he liked that Fox tribe female, and expressed that she could help him pursue that female. Hearing Ching Ching say this, the snake and leopard duo finally put their hearts at ease. But Vincent solemnly expressed that it wasn't necessary. He had already decided to remain single for life. Ching Ching suddenly felt she had said something wrong, because many females didn't really like Vincent. At this moment, a wolf cub came over carrying some meat. The leopard was a bit confused about why the wolf king's cub came here. In his hands, he was holding a piece of premium steak. Then he handed it to Bai Ching Ching, saying, "This meat is grilled by me personally. It's for you to eat." Snake immediately stood up, looking very displeased. He wanted to tear the cub into pieces. Ching Ching hesitated for a moment, also not knowing what to do. She said the wolf cub might have mistaken her for someone else. They didn't know each other at all. But the wolf cub answered righteously, "I know your name is by Ching Ching. I'm the male you just asked for directions. My name is Xiao." Then the wolf cub's face gradually turned red. He spoke with a choked voice, "I like you." The girl had just been secretly admired by a tiger a moment ago. The next moment, a wolf cub was holding grilled meat and confessing to her. This left by Ching Ching completely bewildered. Just as she was about to refuse his kindness, unexpectedly, the leopard stepped forward, took the meat, and said, "We'll take the meat. You can leave now." He could only put down the meat, turned around, and slowly left. His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Ching Ching scolded Parker for why he accepted that grilled meat. "Don't you understand the principle of eating someone's food makes you indebted to them?" The leopard hurriedly explained that this wasn't ordinary meat. It was meat from tree-climbing wild boars. These wild boars are very hard to catch. Only females of the royal family have the chance to eat it. Ching Ching was a bit shocked. "The pigs here can climb trees?" Then she waved her hand. "Okay, I believe you. If even sows can climb trees, how can I not believe it?" She looked at the large piece of meat in front of her, feeling a bit troubled. Having accepted someone else's gift, she didn't know how to repay this favor. Sack chimed in from the side. "It's normal for females to receive gifts. You can also refuse casually." Ching Ching couldn't help but sigh. This world was so accommodating to females. They were practically spoiled rotten. But it did look very delicious. Ching Ching originally wanted to take it home and eat it tomorrow. But the leopard poked her cheek, saying that in this season, the meat would spoil by tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Ching Ching raised her little pink fist to argue. Back then, he had a way to keep meat from spoiling. "Stupid Parker, we have world-class purchasing. I can't communicate with you." At this time, the fire-fearing snake was almost roasted by the fire. Ching Ching saw this and was a bit worried. So she told Parker that she would go back with Snake first, letting him and Vincent stay to eat slowly. After saying this, she walked home hand in hand with Snake. Before leaving, Snake didn't forget to provoke Parker, giving him a shoe. This made the leopard furious. He vented all his anger on Vincent, saying they shouldn't have let Vincent come. Vincent also had a dark expression, wondering how this became about him. He stood up and advised Parker, "Keeping your own female safe is the right way. Don't vent your anger on others for no reason." He also told him to be careful of that wolf cub. That little guy might not be simple. However, when Snake carried Ching Ching home, he had already fallen asleep. Then he was woken up again by the chirping of the little bird. It turned out that a few strange animals had scared the little bird so much that it almost lost its soul. Snake quickly flashed forward. The animals scattered in fear. As soon as Snake put Ching Ching down, the little bird excitedly pounced on him. But the next second, Snake caught it, afraid it would scare Ching Ching. The little bird, having just been frightened, was hit with a second shock and fainted. Ching Ching was helpless. She asked Snake to wake the little bird up, thinking it might be hungry. When the little bird woke up, Ching Ching initially wanted to feed it rice, but then she thought the rice here was too precious. So she wanted to go fishing with Snake to feed it. She then brought a bamboo basket for catching fish. But Snake was holding Ching Ching's change of clothes, saying he could go fishing alone and that Ching Ching should take a bath first. His face immediately turned red. He took the clothes and ran away. So, he was comfortably taking a hot bath in the lotus pond. Suddenly, he was entangled by a water plant. Ching Ching noticed it too. Her feet felt cold. She was about to reach down to feel it. Snake suddenly appeared, asking what happened. Ching Ching hurriedly turned away, saying, "I'm fine. Don't peek." Seeing Ching Ching was okay, Snake was about to leave. At this moment, the water plant wrapped tighter. The next second, with a splash, it pulled her into deep water. She sank deeper and deeper, desperately crying for help but unable to make a sound. Gradually losing consciousness, she seemed to see her great-grandmother waving at her. Fortunately, it wasn't her great-grandmother waving, but Snake who had always protected her. Snake quickly wrapped his tail around her. Then he moved close to her mouth, immediately giving her artificial respiration. At this moment, the earth stopped spinning. Time gradually stopped. The two merged tightly together. When the leopard returned, he saw the two naked and cuddling together. A burst of anger erupted, crushing the doorstep to pieces. He immediately transformed into a fierce hunting leopard and charged at Snake. But his coolness lasted no more than 3 seconds before being smashed by Snake's tail. His leopard head turned human-like, eyes seeing stars, a big bump on his forehead. He cried pitifully to Bai Ching Ching. Seeing this, Ching Ching felt sorry for him. She told Snake not to always bully the silly leopard. Finally, through Snake's explanation, the leopard learned that Ching had nearly drowned and was very weak, which was why Snake helped her change clothes. Then he carried Ching into the bedroom to rest. The leopard also followed closely behind. The little milk leopard thought the girl wasn't fully awake, so he wanted to cuddle with her and have babies. Unexpectedly, he was kicked away the next second. Even though he was kicked dizzy, he still tried to pull Ching into his arms. Ching pushed him away, asking what he was trying to do just now. Was he trying to take advantage of her? Parker gently stroked his little head. He explained that he just wanted to check if she had a fever. He had no other intentions. At this moment, Snake brought a bowl of water. Ching smiled and accepted it. After drinking the water, she suddenly fell into deep thought, thinking about the scene of cuddling with Snake in the water last night. Her hand trembled nervously. A sneeze made her whole face plunge into the bowl. Ching laughed awkwardly. Drinking water through the nose felt really intense. Suddenly, she mentioned the green crystal that Vincent had given her to eat yesterday. Snake and Leopard were surprised to hear this, especially Parker, who was shocked out of his wits. They didn't expect Vincent could hunt a herbivorous giant beast alone. That was too impressive. Seeing how powerful Parker said that stone was, Ching excitedly asked what effect it had when eaten. Parker enthusiastically replied that the green crystal could only be obtained from the body of the strongest herbivorous giant beast. Eating one could increase lifespan by 10 years and maintain eternal youth. Before Parker finished, Snake interrupted him, saying disdainfully, "It's just a green crystal. I'll repay him later." Ching then remembered that Snake was also a four-striped beast with explosive combat power. He must have eaten green crystals too, so she asked how old he was. Snake confidently replied that he had eaten several green crystals and was already over 50 years old. Upon hearing this, both were stunned. Leopard and Ching's ages combined weren't even half of his, but he looked younger than them. At this moment, Ching made wild boar meat. The little milk leopard couldn't stop his tears from flowing out of his mouth at the sight. Seeing his silly look, Ching personally fed him a bite. The leopard was so excited he danced with joy. Snake, however, was overcome with jealousy, his face full of dark lines. He even broke his chopsticks into 2 pieces. Feeling very low, he sat alone by the fire, sulking. At this time, Ching picked up a piece of roasted meat for him, saying she made it herself. After eating the meat personally fed by Ching, his mood improved considerably. Then Ching gave them another big surprise. A bowl of creamy yellow steamed eggs appeared before their eyes. After eating it, Snake immediately felt elated. He felt like he was floating to heaven. It was incredibly delicious. He ate a large bowl in one go, and even licked the bowl clean afterward. Parker, seeing that Ching hadn't eaten a bite, urged her to eat quickly, otherwise that stinky Snake would finish it all. But Ching said she was already full. As soon as she finished speaking, the leopard quickly snatched away a pot of steamed eggs. He couldn't let that stinky Snake have it. Unexpectedly, Snake grabbed it back the next second. The leopard was so angry his eyes flashed with rage. "Stinky Snake, that's mine!" He was about to rush over and snatch it back, but Ching stopped him. "Curtis, he finally has food he likes to eat. Don't fight with him for it. Isn't meat delicious?" Hearing Ching speak, the leopard gave up trying to snatch the food. After eating and drinking their fill, the Snake and Beast duo began arguing about who Ching should sleep with. Ching was also at a loss, not knowing how to choose. She simply said she wouldn't sleep on rainy days. She turned her head to look at the pouring rain with lightning and thunder outside the window. Suddenly, a white tiger flashed before her eyes. Seeing this, Snake and Leopard rushed up quickly. They held Ching in their arms. "Don't be afraid, we're here." At this moment, Ching was still in shock. She stuttered, "There's a fierce beast outside the window." Parker immediately rushed out to investigate. As soon as he reached the door, he saw a beast man lying on the ground. Surprisingly, this fierce beast turned out to be Vincent. Ching was also surprised. She thought he had been struck by lightning. Snake explained that he had been poisoned. If it were lightning, he would have been cooked already. Parker was surprised, wondering who dared to frame the Beast City. The guts of whoever framed this civilized beast with explosive combat power were too big. At this time, the sound of fierce beast footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. Ching hurriedly told them to hide their tattoos. At this moment, a pack of hungry wolves was walking towards their house. The leader turned out to be Xiao, the wolf cub who was pursuing Qingqing. Qingqing pretended to be drowsy and asked the wolf cub what brought him here so late. The leopard immediately went up to rebuke him. "What are you doing here? You little wolf cub, you dare to compete with me for a female?" The wolf cub didn't listen to his words. He said he was here to find Vincent. Hearing this, Qingqing quickly shook her head. Her acting was first class. She said she hadn't seen anything. In such heavy rain, how could anyone come out? Upon hearing this, the wolf cub informed Qingqing that Vincent had gone mad and had rushed out to bite many people. He warned her to be careful. It turned out that the wolf pack was sent by the Wolf King to hunt down Vincent. Seeing that they couldn't beat the snake and beast duo, the wolf cub could only retreat with his tail between his legs. Qingqing was also worried if Vincent had really gone mad. The leopard was about to drag Vincent back to the tribe, but seeing how badly he was injured, Qingqing wanted to let him stay for the night. Hearing this, Parker was dumbfounded and extremely unwilling. Snake took the opportunity to embrace Qingqing and return to the room to rest, leaving the little milk leopard alone to grieve. Finally, Qingqing didn't forget to remind Parker to burn more firewood to keep Vincent warm. At this point, Parker's heart was shattered, and he was on the verge of tears. But after a while, Vincent woke up. As soon as Qingqing came out of the bedroom, she bumped into a naked Vincent. "Don't come any closer." Seeing this, the leopard quickly rushed up to block Vincent's steps. Qingqing also shyly covered her eyes. Vincent told them not to misunderstand. He just wanted to express his gratitude. Qingqing immediately felt relieved. She then informed him that the wolf beast had come looking for him yesterday and said he had gone mad. Vincent's face turned pale. He claimed that the Wolf King wanted to kill him, but Parker couldn't believe it. He thought Vincent was lying. Yesterday, the Wolf King had praised Vincent, so there was no reason to kill him. However, Qingqing completely believed Vincent's words, because he was an honest person who didn't even know how to flirt, blushing at the sight of girls. Hearing this, Parker could only laugh, saying he might have guessed wrong. Qingqing asked Vincent what he would do next. His poison hadn't fully healed yet. The tiger's eyes gradually turned cold. "It's not so easy to kill me. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet." After saying this, he transformed into his original form and turned to leave. Qingqing quietly watched his departing figure, feeling inexplicably sad. She felt he was very lonely and helpless, out of place with many people. Vincent suddenly stopped in his tracks. He sensed the person he liked was behind him, silently watching him. But he didn't dare to confess boldly like the wolf cub. The little tiger, poisoned severely, still stood strong in the storm, letting the wind and rain beat down, not knowing how to express his love for someone. And the girl he liked, watching his departing figure, felt very conflicted inside. The little leopard thought Qingqing was too nice to that tiger, and it would cause misunderstandings. Qingqing pushed the leopard away and scolded him. "Your brain only thinks about love and romance. What if the Wolf King also plays dirty with your family? You'd be finished." Parker hugged Qingqing tightly, refusing to let go. He said he would notify his family to be prepared. Then he tried to give Qingqing a kiss, but she blocked it with her hand and pried open his mouth. She asked Parker why his teeth were so white and what the females here used to brush their teeth. He was still troubled about brushing his teeth because he had run out of toothpaste. After hearing this, Parker said his mother's teeth were even whiter. She used a rare prickly fruit to clean her teeth. After saying this, he ran out in the heavy rain to ask his mother for some prickly fruit. Qingqing wanted to stop him, fearing he'd catch a cold, but the leopard's feet were so fast he disappeared in a flash. As soon as the leopard left, footsteps of another male were heard outside the door. He was about to push the door open and enter. Qingqing's face turned pale with fright. She hadn't painted spots on her face. If other males saw how beautiful she was, the consequences would be unimaginable. She grabbed a wooden stick and swung hard, but hit nothing. The person hadn't actually entered. She quietly peeked her head out the door. It turned out to be the wolf cub, Xiao. He handed her a package of fruit, but Qingqing refused it on the spot. She said she could never accept him, especially since the Wolf King was hunting Vincent. Unexpectedly, the wolf cub persisted, threatening to throw it away if she didn't accept, and saying he would continue to send more. But Snake wouldn't tolerate his bad behavior. He flashed out in an instant. In just 0.01 seconds, both of them disappeared without a trace, leaving Qingqing standing there dumbfounded. The next second, the wolf cub was thrown directly into the river. He struggled desperately, howling continuously. At this moment, Snake's face was cold, accompanied by a murderous aura. With a flick of his tail, he tightly wrapped the wolf cub, ready to send him to meet his ancestors. At this critical moment, Ching suddenly arrived and stopped Snake, asking him to spare the wolf cub and not to hurt people so easily. Snake looked at Ching, his face suddenly turning gloomy. However, Ching stared at him with determination in her eyes. Snake could only obey, throwing the wolf cub onto the shore, sparing his little life. The wolf cub lay on the ground, shivering. It took him a long time to slowly recover. His whole body was shaking. He looked at by Ching with reluctance and helplessness. But Ching turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Finally, the wolf cub could only leave trembling. When Ching returned home, Parker had already brought back the prickly fruit for cleaning teeth. After using it, her teeth were indeed as white as snow. Seeing this, Snake mentioned he had also seen this fruit before. To please Ching, he went out in the heavy rain to find prickly fruit without a second thought. Ching couldn't stop him, even if she wanted to. At this moment, Parker hugged Ching, overjoyed. Finally, they could have time alone. He even said he wanted to cuddle and sleep with Ching. But the girl's period hadn't ended yet. The little leopard cub couldn't wait to carry her to the bed, wanting to cuddle and have cubs. Bai Ching strongly objected, saying she was still bleeding and couldn't do that kind of thing. The leopard was very frustrated. He could only give up, blaming everything on Snake and himself. Back then, if they hadn't given Ching medicine to prevent having Snake's cubs, the child would have been born by now. Ching quietly remained silent for a moment, then said she wasn't pregnant at all. But Parker thought it was impossible. How could she bleed if she wasn't pregnant? Ching reminded him again, saying she had her period every month. Hearing this, the leopard burst into laughter, thinking Ching was talking in her sleep. The females here only have it once a year. If it came once a month, wouldn't that mean having many cubs in a year? Then, she would become the tribe's dedicated cub-making machine. These words scared Ching, making her break out in a cold sweat and tremble all over. She didn't want to be like Peppa Pig. She tightly grabbed Parker's arm, her eyes welling up with tears, crying that she didn't want to become a tool just for giving birth. The leopard held her tightly in his arms, saying, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. When she realized it was Snake's voice, Ching became excited. She quickly rushed to open the door. At this moment, she was crying tears of joy. Seeing Ching crying with tears streaming down her face, Snake immediately became angry. "Did that stupid leopard bully you?" He was about to rush over and beat up Parker, but Ching stopped him, saying it had nothing to do with Parker. Parker tactfully walked out the door, saying he would keep watch for them. Ching told Snake about her monthly period, but Snake responded calmly, "Wouldn't that mean having many cubs?" Ching felt that he didn't care about having cubs at all. Don't all beastmen like having many cubs? Could it be that he doesn't like children? Snake saw through her thoughts and expressed that he only liked her as a person, not caring about having cubs at all. But Ching was still worried. If other males found out she had her period every month, it would be terrible. Snake hugged her, gently comforting her. "Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. I won't let any male get close to you." Then he leaned close to Ching's ear and sniffed. He said he could no longer smell blood on her. Ching turned her head towards Snake, about to say that her body hadn't fully recovered yet. Before she could finish speaking, Snake silenced her with a kiss. He gently laid her down on the ground. At this moment, Ching looked nervous and at a loss. Snake looked at her pretty face. His eyes were a bit hazy. "Your expression is too cute. Let's express our feelings together." After saying that, he hugged Ching tightly, making her tremble. At this critical moment, the leopard suddenly burst in. He rushed over quickly. Stinky Snake let go of Ching. Before he could get close, Snake's tail whipped him, sending him flying several meters. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. His hands shook with anger. "You beast! Ching's body hasn't recovered yet, and you're forcing yourself on her." Then he roared at Snake. "You bastard! Get away from her!" Snake froze. He asked Ching what was wrong with her body. After Ching's explanation, he learned that she had caught a cold in the forest last time. It happened to be during her period, which hurt her body. Even if she had a baby now, it wouldn't be healthy. Snake was stunned. Suddenly he realized. He hurriedly stepped back several steps. The leopard rushed over and hugged Ching. He kept talking about Ching's injury while blaming Snake, saying it was all his fault. Curtis lowered his head guiltily. Ching, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The girl suddenly laid an egg, scaring him so much that he panicked and shouted for help. It turned out the egg was laid by the little bird she was raising. Just as she reached out to take the egg, the little bird pecked her hand. Seeing this, the leopard rushed over, wanting to cook the little bird. You dare peck my Ching, I'll eat you. Unexpectedly, Ching pushed him away the next second. He fell face first on the ground. She pointed to the floor, which was covered in the little bird's droppings. It stinks. Ching also felt it was too dirty. This couldn't go on long term. Suddenly, she thought of an idea. Why not build a birdhouse in the yard for it? She immediately called the leopard to go out and build the birdhouse together. But as soon as they stepped out the door, they bumped into the wolf cub. Parker immediately pulled Ching back. It's you again? Kid, are you itching for a beating? Shio took out a package of food, saying he personally made milk buns for Ching. Parker impatiently told him to scram, saying they didn't want his things. Ching was also helpless. She told the wolf cub to leave quickly, saying if Snake saw him, he would really beat him up. Shio ignored Parker completely and turned to Ching. Are you worried about me? By now, Parker was furious. He clenched his fists. You stinky wolf cub, how dare you ignore me and talk to Ching? You're asking for a beating. He immediately threw a punch at Shio, but missed. The wolf cub tossed the food to Ching, declaring he would come again tomorrow. The leopard's eyes were full of rage. He couldn't swallow this insult. He immediately chased after him. The two raced like lightning. At this moment, Shio suddenly slowed down on purpose. It turned out he had deliberately lured Parker out. Once they left Snake's territory, the leopard was no match for him. Suddenly, he made a quick turn and stopped abruptly. The two stared at each other in the storm. The atmosphere became tense. A battle was about to break out. The leopard made the first move, charging at the wolf cub. Little wolf cub, I'll beat you flat. Unfortunately, his coolness lasted no more than 3 seconds. He was kicked hard by Shio, immediately coughing up blood. He fell heavily to the ground. His fighting power was pathetically weak. Then the wolf cub took advantage of the leopard's weakness, quickly rushing towards Parker. He tightly gripped his neck, pinning him to the ground and furiously rubbing him. After a long time, the leopard was finally defeated miserably. He limped back home. Ching was very surprised to see him in that state. The leopard burst into tears upon seeing Ching. He pitifully complained to her that the wolf cub was too unfair, specifically kicking his belly. He even pointed at his swollen belly to show Ching. Ching felt a bit sorry for him, so she let him lie down and rubbed his belly. Parker finally beamed with joy. Although he lost the fight, he was still delighted in his heart. A few days later, the weather finally cleared up. Ching unexpectedly found a small crayfish at her doorstep. At the thought of crayfish, tears of joy streamed down her face. She immediately ran into the house. She quickly took out an eyeliner pen and drew spots on her face. She informed Snake and Leopard that she wanted to go out for a walk and catch some crayfish. At the thought of having spicy crayfish to eat, Ching was so happy she almost drooled. The two were also excited upon hearing this and said they wanted to go along. But then she felt troubled. The eyeliner had run out. Snake gently stroked her head, saying, "If there's none, then don't draw it. Are you not going out just because your face doesn't have spots?" Ching waved her hand. She still didn't dare to go out, fearing that other males would see her stunning beauty. The consequences would be unimaginable. Snake held her chin, saying she didn't need to be afraid with him around. She couldn't stay hidden forever. Suddenly his face turned gloomy. "If you like another male, I'll make him disappear in the next second." Ching immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Parker was also a bit shocked. He then quickly told Ching to go catch crayfish, breaking the tense atmosphere. Ching secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as they arrived at the riverside, they saw many crayfish crawling around. Ching was so excited she danced with joy. She told Parker to quickly bring over the basket. Parker watched as crayfish after crayfish was put into the basket. His expression suddenly froze. The next second, he burst into loud crying. Ching was completely bewildered. It turned out this kind of basket was specifically used for carrying babies. Parker wanted to pour out the crayfish, but Ching stopped him, telling him to fill it with crayfish and empty it when they got home. At this moment, a few thin people suddenly appeared in the distance. Coincidentally, it was that muscular man Tony again. Ching turned around to greet him. The muscular man's heart immediately started pounding. He was drooling all over the place. Oh my God, she's too beautiful. My heart is about to explode again. But then his nightmare began again. Snake suddenly opened his huge bloody mouth and lunged at him. He was so scared that he wet his pants again, because the girl was so beautiful. Men always came to chat her up, but the next second, they were immediately finished. Snake would open his huge bloody mouth at them, scaring them so much they trembled. They ran away faster than rabbits. Ching shook her head at the sight. What a guy with a thief's heart, but no guts. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the distance. Turning to look, it was actually the interstellar woman Rosa. Closely following her was actually the tiger Vincent. This surprised Ching. Had Vincent become Rosa's male? Their eyes suddenly met. The atmosphere gradually became tense. What surprised Rosa was that the spots on Ching's face had disappeared. Little did she know, those spots were drawn on by Ching herself before. Rosa was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. No wonder Parker didn't choose me. He actually found such a beautiful one-night stand outside. I won't let you off. Ching's scalp tingled from being stared at with that expression that looked like it wanted to eat her. She noticed that Ching didn't have the leopard's beast markings, so she began to sow discord with the little leopard. Looks like your female hasn't accepted you. Does she not like you? Is it just your one-sided love? These words made Parker grind his teeth in anger. He fiercely retorted, so what? Even if I stay single for life, I'd rather that than choose you. But the more Rosa was rebuked, the more excited she became. She even said if she were Ching, she would have let Snake drive the leopard away long ago. Parker finally couldn't out-argue Rosa's sharp tongue. He was rendered speechless. At this moment, Ching couldn't bear it anymore. She stated that Parker's beast markings were in her heart. The little milk leopard instantly teared up. He looked at Ching lovingly, feeling like his devotion had finally paid off. Everyone cast envious and jealous glances at them. Then she gently pulled Snake and leopard away. Rosa, watching the three leave, was about to explode with anger. At this time, a small follower beside her told her to calm down, saying he would avenge her. Only then did Rosa show a cold smile. Then I'll wait for your good news. The small follower's lips curled, revealing a sinister smile. On their way back, the three of them suddenly discovered that their pet bird cat had run out. Ching immediately called Parker to catch it, not letting it run away. The leopard let out a roar and quickly rushed forward. He quietly hid in the bushes, planning to catch the little bird cat when it was off guard. But the next second, Rosa's small follower suddenly ambushed Parker. It turned out this was all a trap he had set. Fortunately, the leopard dodged in time. Otherwise, his head would have been kicked open. Suddenly, two beastmen appeared before his eyes. They charged towards Parker with murderous intent. One of them leaped and grabbed his neck. He raised his fist, about to smash Parker's head. But unfortunately, the leopard easily dodged the punch. Instead, Parker grabbed the attacker's neck tightly. He bit down hard. Instantly, bright red tomato juice gushed out. The attacker died on the spot. Rosa heard a wail, and her heart tightened. The beast markings on her arm slowly disappeared. Clearly, it was her mate who had died. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and her face contorted. She turned to settle scores with by Ching. She also asked Vincent to come along. After all, he was a powerful four-marked beast. But Vincent didn't pay attention to her. Unexpectedly, Rosa threatened him using Sven, who was also from the tiger tribe and his father's authority. Vincent could only reluctantly follow along. However, if by Ching were to be harmed, even the Jade Emperor wouldn't be able to help. Rosa was secretly pleased, inwardly mocking Vincent as a useless coward. At this time, Snake and Ching also rushed to the scene, seeing a very lively situation ahead. Snake informed Ching that it seemed a Beastman had died up ahead. Upon closer inspection, they saw it was a tiger that had died. They saw people surrounding Parker, who was up in a tree. They were yelling at him to come down. The leopard was overjoyed to see Ching. He leaped down from the tree. Ching worriedly asked Parker what happened, how catching a little bird resulted in a tiger's death. Before Parker could answer, Rosa hurriedly arrived. Looking at her dead mate, she suddenly turned pale and asked her small follower who did it. The small follower pointed at Parker, claiming he did it. Rosa's face suddenly darkened. She thought losing a mate was no big deal, but she couldn't lose face. She immediately ordered, "Beat that leopard for me." The crowd then angrily attacked Parker. The leopard wasn't to be outdone. His eyes filled with killing intent. "You want to beat me? It won't be that easy." Seeing this, Ching nudged Snake's hand, asking him to help Parker. Without a word, Snake flashed forward. With just one look, he scared everyone into retreating, their bodies trembling. Rosa gritted her teeth in anger. She immediately called for her colleague, the slim Vincent, to step in. Vincent slowly approached. At this moment, Rosa secretly gloated. "Let's see how you fight me now," by Ching. Unexpectedly, Vincent stopped halfway. Instead, he turned and targeted Rosa. Rosa's face darkened. She was panic-stricken. Her angry hands trembled uncontrollably. She cursed at Vincent, saying he should take a look at himself in the mirror. Even if he helped by Ching, she wouldn't be interested in him. Vincent ignored her words like they were farts. His tone was sharp. "If you dare harm her, I'll be the first to finish you off." The girl, just after a period, took the initiative. She asked to cuddle with Snake and make snake eggs. As soon as she said this, her face turned bright red. Her hands were shaking. She covered her face shyly, not daring to look at Snake. It was so embarrassing. At this moment, Snake was moved to tears. Ching quickly went to comfort him, saying he wasn't a 3-year-old kid anymore. Why was he still crying? This made him cry even harder, with snot and tears. He asked Ching what she had just said to him, wanting her to repeat it. Ching held his hand, her tone somewhat shy. "I said, let's have babies." But Snake pulled his hand away from Ching, his face full of disbelief. He didn't want her to see him crying so much. Ching grabbed his hand back and pressed it to her face. "I'm speaking from my heart. I want to have your babies." Snake finally beamed with a happy smile. He gently pulled her into his arms. The two couldn't help but start kissing. They finally merged into one, saying "I love you" to each other. Upon learning this, the little milk leopard was heartbroken. He even made turtle soup for Ching to nourish her body. Ching saw the leopard crying pitifully and felt sorry for him. She accepted his feeding. Seeing this, Snake snatched the bowl from Parker's hand and told him to go fetch water. He would feed the leopard. Watching them flirt, he became angry. "Damn stinky Snake. How dare you do that kind of thing with Ching while I was away?" After Ching had eaten and drunk her fill, Snake turned to go hunting to provide her with more nutrition. Parker saw Ching's reluctant expression. He thought to himself, does she really like that snake so much? Then he shook his head, trying not to think about it anymore. He moved closer to Ching and grinned. "When you're better, let's have babies too." Afraid that Ching wouldn't agree, the little milk leopard instantly turned into a pitiful sight. With tears in his eyes, he waited for a response. Ching saw his pitiful look. She couldn't bear to refuse and said she would pair with him after she had snake's eggs. Parker was immediately stunned, his eyes somewhat dazed. Disappointed, he slowly stood up. He turned and walked towards the door. The moment he stepped out, his whole body was trembling. The next second, he suddenly jumped up excitedly, happy like a child. He ran out quickly, wanting to tell everyone in the tribe about this good news. But halfway there, he suddenly stopped. He just remembered that Ching was alone at home. If other males kidnapped her, the consequences would be unthinkable. He immediately turned back to run home. Suddenly, a Beastman ambushed him midway, slashing Parker's body fiercely. 3 deep, bloody gashes appeared on his back. Turning his head, he saw it was Rose's little follower, Bard. Bard's face showed a sinister expression as he licked his hand covered in tomato juice. Seeing he was outnumbered, Parker could only turn tail and run as fast as he could. After chasing for hundreds of meters, the pursuers were still relentless. The leopard was running out of breath, and with his severe injuries, he was now dizzy and lightheaded. Running further would mean certain death. Unexpectedly, Bard caught up and taunted, "Stupid leopard, in such a hurry to see you're by Ching? She doesn't even like you. Why don't you give her to me?" These words thoroughly enraged the leopard. He wanted to tear Bard to pieces. "Shut your filthy mouth. I'm gonna beat you up." The tension between them suddenly escalated. Although Parker knew he might die if he fought now, for by Ching's sake, he was willing to risk it all. He suddenly charged at Bard, and they started fighting. Severely injured, he was quickly beaten down. At this life-or-death moment, Vincent suddenly appeared, leaping towards them and sending both flying with a powerful blow. Bard fell to the ground, trembling. Parker lay on the ground, a bloody mess. Suddenly, everything went black. The girl had agreed to have cubs with the little milk leopard. He happily ran home to tell his mother. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed. His life was in danger. Fortunately, Vincent saved him and brought him back. Ching, worried he might die, asked Vincent what happened. After Vincent's explanation, she learned he was attacked by Rosa's people. Ching's face gradually darkened. That scheming woman was truly vicious. Vincent felt his males were too few and offered to be his protector. Ching was about to refuse, but before she could speak, Snake accepted Vincent's request. She looked at the two powerful four-striped beasts in surprise. They actually reached an agreement. Since Snake needed to go hunting, and the leopard was severely injured, having a strong beastman for protection was ideal. Ching also nodded in agreement. Looking at the leopard lying motionless on the ground, Ching gritted her teeth in anger. Rosa had gone too far. Did she really have to kill Parker? Suddenly, she thought of the veterinarian Ha Wu in Camel Hump Valley. She immediately pounced on Curtis, asking him to turn into a snake, to take her to find the vet. This action made Snake blush shyly. Ching was stunned seeing his coy expression. She waved her little fists frantically. This is no time for that. Be serious. Let's go save Parker quickly. So Snake carried Ching towards Camel Hump Valley, instructing Vincent to stay behind and look after Parker. The little leopard must hang on. Wait for me to come back. After a long time, they finally found a veterinarian. After the vet's treatment, Parker finally managed to save his leopard life. When he saw by Ching again, Harvey's face turned red, his heart pounding. He thought she was getting prettier, and her freckles were gone. How nice it would be if I could be her male. At this moment, Ching finally secretly sighed in relief. She asked the vet for some medicine to treat his external wounds. Harvey readily agreed and turned to go get the medicine for him. At this time, Snake was also going out to hunt. He told Vincent to stay behind and look after Ching. After Snake left, Ching asked Vincent about their tiger tribe. Vincent informed her that Rosa and his father, the Tiger King, along with the Wolf King and Ape King, were secretly colluding to take him down. Because of Parker's relationship with Ching, the leopards might be implicated. Ching began to worry a bit. She asked Vincent why a four-striped beast couldn't be the Tiger King. Vincent was stunned for a moment, then said if Ching wanted, he could be any king except the Turtle King. Ching quickly shook her head and explained that wasn't what she meant. She wanted Vincent to better protect himself, even though he was very capable. 2 days later, Parker still hadn't woken up. Ching lay on him with tears in her eyes, hoping he would wake up soon. She recalled the beautiful memories of being with Parker. Suddenly, she couldn't control herself and started crying loudly. She didn't even have the mood to eat the fragrant roasted meat. Her mind was constantly thinking about when the little milk bun would wake up. Snake saw her worried face and felt very distressed. He frowned deeply. Parker really deserved a beating, making Ching lose weight from worry. The more Snake thought about it, the angrier he got. His tail slowly rose uncontrollably. The next second, he slammed it heavily towards Parker. Ching was instantly stunned. Vincent was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the little milk bun saw stars all over the sky and miraculously woke up. Where am I? Why are there so many stars in broad daylight? Everyone was speechless. They didn't expect Parker to be awakened by a hit. They thought he was going to die, but he was just asleep. The little milk leopard had been in a coma, barely alive. Unexpectedly, he was awakened by Snake's tail slap. He tightly embraced Ching. Ching suddenly noticed something was off about his face. Parker felt his scalp tingling under her stare. Did he become disfigured? It turned out he had upgraded to a stronger three-striped beast. Parker was overjoyed, fighting to the death for by Ching. That battle with Bard had made him stronger. Snake, unprecedentedly, asked Parker if he needed help for revenge. The leopard was now full of confidence. I'm already a three-striped beast. Do you think I still need it? Ching looked at the confident and spirited Parker. Her eyes were a bit dreamy. This Parker was incredibly handsome. It was the first time she had seen him so confident. Snake snorted coldly and turned to leave. He didn't forget to warn Parker not to get himself killed. But the next second, Parker turned into a childish leopard again. He stuck out his tongue at Snake. Chrome-mouthed Snake, can you not curse me? Seeing this, Ching quickly tried to smooth things over. She said Snake still cared about him. Otherwise, why would he want to help him get revenge? We're family. Hearing this, the leopard silently lowered his head. He's just afraid I'll die, and there'll be no one to work with him to take care of the daughter. Seeing Vincent also at home, the leopard glared at him angrily. Curtis, this tyrant snake, actually let Vincent into the house. Looking at how he was caring for Ching, he must have ulterior motives. So Parker stared at Vincent intently, not leaving his side. He asked why he saved him, if he had any ill intentions towards Ching. Vincent calmly replied, "You're Ching's mate. If you died, she would be sad." Seeing Vincent care so much about her, Ching felt a bit guilty, not knowing how to repay him. Thinking that Vincent was framed and had nowhere to go, she let him stay. But Vincent refused, saying he would leave once Parker's wounds healed. Ching had no choice but to agree. A few days later, Parker's injuries had fully healed. As soon as he was better, he rushed to go out. He told Ching he was going hunting. In fact, he was going to seek revenge on Bard. "Little wolf cub, just you wait." At this time, Rosa was unexpectedly pregnant with Bard's cub. Bard was leading everyone to find prey for him. Suddenly, they spotted a deer in the distance. Just as he was overjoyed, Parker deliberately sneezed loudly. The little deer heard the sound and ran away. Bard was furious and shouted, "Which stupid fool did that?" Everyone shook their heads, saying they hadn't made any noise. Parker laughed heartily in the tree. "That stupid fool is you, Bard." Bard gritted his teeth in anger. The clown was himself. The leopard leaped down, appearing in front of everyone. The transformed Parker was full of fighting spirit. "Long time no see, little man Bard." By now, Bard was in a cold sweat. "3 stripes? You've actually upgraded?" Everyone else was also scared and kept backing away. Bard was still pretending to be calm. He said he wanted to fight Parker one-on-one. No one else was allowed to interfere. Then he recklessly charged forward. "Little leopard, I'm going to take your life today." What a loud boast. The next second, he was lying on the ground, hit hard in the stomach by Parker. His pupils suddenly dilated. He fell to his knees immediately. Seeing everyone rushing over, Parker knew it was better to run than face certain defeat, so he fled. The woman was pregnant with someone else's cub, but the leopard was so happy he was dancing. He turned to go hunting to provide nutrition for it. He immediately ran out the door, secretly rejoicing that after Ching laid the snake eggs, it would be his turn. Unexpectedly, Parker was a big blabbermouth and told everyone in the tribe about Ching's pregnancy. He even attracted the cunning Monkey King and Wolf King. Ching hurriedly came out to check. The moment Ching walked out, the Monkey King's eyes lit up, revealing a lecherous smile. He said this was the most beautiful female he had ever seen. Even mermaids from the mermaid tribe couldn't compare. Ching felt a bit dazed hearing this, thinking the old man was flattering her too much. It turned out the Monkey King was also a veterinarian, claiming he came to check on Ching's health. Just as he was about to reach out to check her pulse, suddenly a mysterious force hit his forehead, scaring him into a cold sweat. Seeing his terrified expression, Ching quickly asked if there was any problem with the baby in her belly. The old man laughed awkwardly, telling her not to worry, just marveling at the baby's incredible vitality. He also said Ching had strong fertility and could choose several males. This angered the snake and leopard duo, who looked like they wanted to eat him alive. Curtis rudely scolded, "You old fool, you can leave now." However, the Monkey King ignored his words and even suggested other males bring food every day. Curtis was furious, his whole body emanating a terrifying aura, accompanied by an angry roar. It shook the Monkey King to trembling, nearly falling apart his old bones. The Wolf King, seeing the situation was not good, wanted to rush in, but was loudly stopped by the Monkey King, telling him to stay at the door and not come closer. Then he left with his tail between his legs. Halfway down the road, he suddenly fell to his knees. He violently coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Seeing he was so severely injured, the Wolf King wanted to return to settle scores with Snake, but was stopped again, saying the Wolf King was no match for Snake. His face gradually became serious. This was the strongest Beastman he had ever seen in Beast City. The Wolf King was also shocked. Could that snake be even stronger than the Tiger King? Wang Zhe said even the Tiger King was no match. Unless the two kings joined forces, it would be best to win over by Ching. Otherwise, they could only nip it in the bud and eliminate them all. A month later, Bai Ching's belly was visibly swollen. The leopard was still arguing about who Ching would sleep with tonight. Snake suddenly insisted that Ching sleep with him. The leopard couldn't beat him, so he could only angrily question why. Snake informed Parker that Ching was about to give birth. The leopard was instantly overjoyed. He immediately got up to boil water. That night, Ching Ching's stomach hurt so much she was howling, constantly calling for Snake and Leopard. Snake quickly came over and took her into his arms. The leopard was also anxious like an ant on a hot pan, thinking she had already given birth. He hurriedly came over to ask how many were born. Ching Ching was in a cold sweat from the pain. In a weak voice, she said, "Silly leopard, I just woke up. Suddenly my stomach hurts a lot. Did you think giving birth was as easy as wetting the bed?" Then she asked Parker to find a veterinarian for her. Hearing that a vet was needed, the leopard's tears flowed uncontrollably, thinking she was having a difficult labor. Only then did Ching Ching realize that here, vets were only called for females having difficult births. The leopard gradually relaxed, so it wasn't a difficult birth. He thought that scared the life out of this leopard. Suddenly, Ching Ching started screaming loudly. Snake and Leopard were both worried and excited. Ching Ching was finally giving birth. 19 snow-white eggs safely arrived. The leopard looked enviously at the eggs in Snake's hands. His heart was full of anticipation, wondering when he could have his own leopard cubs with Ching Ching. Ching Ching looked at the egg she had laid, feeling very strange and surprised. "Are these really my children?" She gently poked one with her finger and could actually sense a small hand poking back from inside. Moreover, these eggs could move. Perhaps they were calling for their mother inside. Ching Ching finally accepted it. These were all her children. 3 little leopard cubs surrounded the girl, wanting to nurse. She quickly covered her chest and kept backing away. Parker glanced at where she was covering. The next second, he was violently slammed against the wall. "Bad leopard, you can't. Where are you looking? You pervert." Parker covered his red and swollen leopard face, pitifully crying that he didn't mean to. At this moment, a mocking voice came from afar. "Isn't that the ugly one stolen by the snake beast?" Ching Ching turned to look, puzzled by the sound. It turned out to be Parker's pursuer, Eudora, again. She was mockingly saying that if Parker had been her male, he would have had a litter of cubs by now. The mouse was furious upon seeing Eudora. Ching Ching also noticed Parker's disgust towards this woman. But when Eudora saw Ching Ching, she was seething with hatred. How did this ugly one become so beautiful? Parker immediately counterattacked, stating that he liked Ching Ching not for having cubs, unlike some people who were ugly themselves but called others ugly. Eudora was shaking with anger, cursing Parker for not taking her seriously. She then turned and fled, not forgetting to shout, "Just you wait. Let's see how long you can be smug." Seeing her behavior, even the people in the tribe couldn't stand it. They criticized her, saying, "You just had a litter of cubs, and your tail is already up in the sky with arrogance." At this moment, Vincent suddenly appeared. Seeing by Ching Ching, whom he had been thinking about, Vincent's tiger face immediately turned red with excitement. He immediately went up, wanting to hug her. The tall and imposing Vincent scared the nearby females, making them tremble and sweat. They ran away with their cubs. Ching Ching walked up and greeted him. This made Vincent's heart bloom with joy. He stuttered, "Long time no see." Seeing this, Parker quickly rushed over and pulled Ching Ching into his arms. Jealously, he asked Vincent if he had time to help look after Ching Ching, because he needed to go hunting. Vincent agreed without hesitation. This was the opportunity he had been dreaming of. He was secretly overjoyed. "I can finally protect Ching Ching again." Today, hail suddenly started falling from the sky. Ching Ching had just stepped out the door. Suddenly, a huge chunk of ice fell down. It was heading straight for her head. Luckily, Parker pulled her back in time. He held her tightly in his arms. Otherwise, her head would have been cracked open. Ching Ching was stunned, looking completely at a loss. Vincent also quickly rushed over upon hearing the commotion. He secretly sighed in relief when he saw Ching Ching was unharmed. But his expression suddenly became serious again. He asked Curtis where that snake was, not protecting Ching Ching, but fooling around somewhere. Ching Ching quickly waved her hands. She explained that Snake had to hibernate and incubate eggs during the cold season, not fooling around. Hearing this, Vincent didn't pursue the matter further. He clenched his fists and secretly vowed to protect by Ching Ching with his life. Just after the hail, heavy snow suddenly fell the next day. Ching Ching was jumping around happily like a child. Parker took her to the place where the king was to get some warming jam. By coincidence, they ran into Ching Ching's suitor. Xiao and Parker glared at each other. Parker was about to carry Qingqing inside, but Xiao stopped him. It turned out only females were allowed inside. Qingqing was a bit worried, fearing she might be devoured alive by wolf cubs if she entered the wolf's den. After repeated assurances of her safety, she was told there were many females inside, not just her. Parker also said not to worry, he would keep watch outside. If anything happened, she should call for him. Only then did Qingqing tremblingly follow Xiao inside. Unexpectedly, her nemesis Rosa was also inside. She mocked Qingqing, berating her for stealing her man and being shameless. Qingqing didn't let her off easy either. She angrily retorted, "Wasn't it you who drove Vincent away? He can be with whoever he likes. What's it?" At these words, Rosa's minions bared their teeth at Qingqing and started to attack. Seeing this, Xiao was instantly enraged. He gave the wolf cubs a fierce glare. The cubs were immediately terrified, clinging to Rosa's legs and trembling. Rosa, however, looked at Xiao with contempt, telling him not to waste his efforts, saying by Qingqing would never be interested in him. She mocked Qingqing for accepting all sorts of riffraff around her, calling her shameless. Suddenly, she threw a bowl of hot soup at Bai Qingqing. Fortunately, Xiao shielded her in time, holding her in his arms. The scalding soup splashed onto nearby females. They howled in pain. Xiao's back was also red and swollen, but he didn't care. He only worried if Bai Qingqing was alright. Qingqing was very angry and was about to curse. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Parker had kicked the door open, shattering it. He rushed in roaring, "Who dares to bully my Qingqing? I'll smash them." He immediately came over to ask what happened. Learning it was Rosa who threw scalding water at his beloved woman, Parker's eyes flashed with rage, nearly biting off a few teeth in anger. He was about to teach the hateful Rosa a lesson, but he was stopped by the king. Otherwise, Rosa would have been beaten beyond recognition. The tension between them instantly escalated. The little milk leopard picked up the girl's lace handkerchief and sniffed it hard. Then he covered her smelly feet. He hesitated to speak, his eyes somewhat dreamy. He was already eager to have cubs with Bai Qingqing. Qingqing lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Feeling that the leopard had indeed sacrificed a lot for her, she agreed to his request. Parker's little heart was about to explode with excitement. He picked up Bai Qingqing right in front of Vincent. He even told Vincent to boil water for Qingqing's bath. Vincent responded with a reluctant okay, feeling both anxious and envious. At this moment, the leopard's dream finally came true. His suffering had paid off. He merged tightly with Qingqing. The next morning when she woke up, Qingqing found leopard markings on her body. She immediately had a bad feeling. If Snake discovered this, he would beat the leopard until his bottom bloomed. Suddenly, Vincent's voice came from outside the door. Frightened, Qingqing hurriedly covered her chest with a blanket, wondering if he had heard everything that happened with Parker last night. Covering her blushing face, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Qingqing asked Vincent if he had heard any sounds last night. To her surprise, Vincent's brain was as dumb as the leopard's. He said he hadn't heard anything, only going to sleep after they had stopped making noise. Hearing this, Qingqing couldn't help but spit in his face. Wasn't this a case of protesting too much? Fortunately, Parker rushed in, breaking the awkward scene. He was holding the body of Little Bird Fur. Vincent informed them that Little Bird Fur had been bitten to death by Rosa's cubs. Learning that Rosa was behind this again, Qingqing was so angry, she smashed the table. Parker was also angered and wanted to duel with Rosa's male. Qingqing was confused. Little Bird Fur was killed by Rosa's cubs. Why duel with her male? Couldn't they just ask for compensation? This comment instantly made both the tiger and leopard freeze, with speechless expressions. Parker asked Qingqing where she learned such brutal words. They either drive them away or duel. There's no talk of compensation for killing. But Qingqing didn't want Parker to fight again. She was also worried he might lose to Rosa's male, but she couldn't swallow this anger. Clenching her fists, she trembled with hatred. This grievance absolutely couldn't be left unresolved. She immediately burst into loud tears, determined to make Rosa compensate for her little bird cat. Seeing this, Parker quickly came forward to comfort her, saying he would go find them for compensation right away. He then turned to leave and find Rosa, instructing Vincent to take good care of Qingqing. Unexpectedly, as soon as he found Rosa, he was mocked. She asked if Bai Qingqing was a starving ghost, reincarnated just to bite him to death. Can't even afford the meat of a little bird. What a pitiful creature. Then she threw Little Bird Fur's corpse back to Parker, telling him to take the little bird and leave quickly. Parker's face gradually turned cold. He wanted to beat them up badly, but remembering Qingqing's words, he didn't want to fight and hurt people again. He could only swallow his anger. He returned home dejectedly, carrying Little Bird Fur. Qingqing immediately bounced over to greet him. Seeing Parker's unhappy expression, she asked if Rosa refused to compensate. Afraid of worrying Qingqing, the leopard immediately smiled and gently stroked her little head, saying Rosa had agreed to compensate. Qingqing had already seen through everything, so she didn't ask further. Early the next morning, Qingqing dug a trap in front of the bird coop. It turned out she had raised another little bird. Knowing Rosa would instruct her cubs to bite it to death again, she set up a trap to catch the wolf cubs. Sure enough, at night, the wolf cubs came to attack the little bird again. The next second, they heard the wolf cubs' screams. Parker immediately went out to check. He returned to inform Qingqing that Rosa's wolf cubs had fallen into the trap. They both burst into laughter, finally feeling some relief. But Qingqing was still worried the wolf cubs might be hurt and asked Parker to release them first. Parker, having endured so much from Rosa, couldn't let her cubs off easily. It was already merciful not to cook them. He then comforted Qingqing, saying he knew what to do and the wolf cubs would be fine. Qingqing could only sigh helplessly and let him handle it. But in the middle of the night, they were suddenly awakened by a series of roars. Feeling something big must have happened outside, she quietly went out to check. The scene before her eyes made her break out in a cold sweat. She saw pairs of fierce eyes staring at her intently. Her body trembled as she stepped back several steps, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Parker came out in time to support her. It turned out Rosa and her group had come looking for their cubs. They glared fiercely at Bai Qingqing, roaring at her loudly. They even said they would have the king sell her off. But Qingqing wasn't one to be intimidated. She angrily retorted that their cubs tried to steal others' little birds and fell into the pit themselves. Who could they blame? Hearing this, the female bystanders also expressed extreme disgust towards Rosa, pointing and criticizing. Rosa was instantly infuriated, left speechless by the rebuke. Her whole body trembled as she threatened that she wouldn't let Bai Qingqing off easily. The tiger and leopard immediately stood protectively in front of Qingqing, itching to give Rosa a beating. Qingqing wasn't to be outdone either. She pushed past the tiger and leopard to confront Rosa. With a cold smile on her face, she challenged, "Bring it on if you dare. We'll see who won't let who off easily. You steal others' little birds and still think you're in the right." At this moment, everyone looked at Rosa with contempt. With so many mates, she couldn't even provide food for her cubs and had to steal from others. Rosa could only turn and flee in embarrassment. But a few days later, her cubs came again to kill Qingqing's little bird. Seeing the successive deaths of her little birds, Qingqing's eyes instantly welled up with tears. At this moment, Curtis suddenly appeared. He snatched up the wolf cub and opened his huge, bloody mouth. With one bite, it was crunchy. The taste was truly sour and refreshing. Everyone was instantly shocked into stunned silence. Qingqing froze on the spot. Snake even burped. Everyone watched with their mouths agape. Qingqing wanted him to spit out the wolf cub, but Curtis explained that snakes don't regurgitate. This made Qingqing cry anxiously. The wolf cub could probably only come out of snakes, but now Curtis stroked her little face. He softly comforted her, saying he'd take care of everything. Told her not to worry. Who told them to dare bully his female? Qingqing cried even louder. Hearing that Snake had swallowed Rosa's cub, what could they use to return it? As soon as she finished speaking, a roar was heard. Rosa had already come to their door. She angrily shouted for them to hand over her cub. Snake's face darkened. Qingqing was very worried. She thought he should have a way to deal with it. Unexpectedly, Snake casually threw out a sentence. "I swallowed the wolf cub. What do you want to do?" Qingqing, standing nearby, was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. Rosa had frozen in place. She couldn't believe this fact. Her whole body was shaking. Her male charged towards Curtis with murderous intent. He raised his fist, wanting to smash Snake's head. Unfortunately, his coolness lasted no more than 3 seconds. He was grabbed by the neck. With a crack, he was sent to meet his great-grandmother. Seeing this, Rosa was overcome with anger and wanted to rush up for revenge. This was the first time she cried for her male. only because the one who died was him, the strongest among all her males. While her other male actually blamed Vincent, asking if he was just going to stand by and watch his own female being bullied. At the mention of Rosa, Vincent became angry instead. He said he had long been driven out of the tiger tribe by Rosa, but he hadn't stood idly by. He had been standing by Ching Ching's side. Seeing the wolf beast left speechless after being rebuked, Rosa finally came to her senses. She told her male to quickly go find her father, along with the Beast King and Wolf King. She roared that they would cut by Ching Ching and the others into pieces. Snake had swallowed the woman's cub in one gulp. All the Beast Kings rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the reinforcements, Rosa cried even louder. She quickly went to her father, crying and complaining that Curtis had swallowed her cub alive. She demanded revenge. The Martial King was shocked. He asked the Beast King to uphold justice for them, but the Beast King seemed a bit intimidated by the powerful Curtis. Snake impatiently told them to stop the nonsense. If they wanted war, they should just bring it on. At this moment, Rosa took the opportunity to fan the flames. She said all this was by Ching Ching's fault. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have attracted stray beasts. She even asked the Beast King to sell her off. At this point, both sides became tense. Snake roared angrily, saying if they wanted to fight, then fight. Damn it, they talk too much. The Martial King again requested the Beast King to order an attack. The Beast King pondered for a moment. He stated that Curtis was a stray beast, and this was by Ching Ching's territory. This matter was not under his jurisdiction. Hearing this, Rosa was instantly dumbfounded. She rushed forward to argue with the Beast King. That despicable snake beast ate my cub. Are we just going to let it go like this? The Beast King could only sigh. He told her to keep a better eye on her cubs in the future. Rosa's father was also helpless, who told him he was just the Beast King's lackey. At this moment, Rosa was already frantically grabbing her head and hitting it, crying with snot and tears. Suddenly her face turned cold and terrifying. She was so angry her whole body was shaking. Pointing at Bai Ching Ching, she roared that she must make her pay, blood for blood. Then she turned and left. After everyone had gone, Curtis informed Ching Ching that the snake eggs had hatched into baby snakes. At this moment, he was both excited and thrilled. He quickly ran back home to see his children. But when he saw those baby snakes, he was so scared his legs went weak and he trembled. But then he thought these snake babies were all his children. He shouldn't be afraid. So he slowly approached them, wanted to hug them. The little snake babies looked at Bai Ching Ching in confusion. They thought he was trying to catch them. They suddenly opened their huge mouths, instantly bristling. Bai Ching Ching was so scared he kept backing away. He stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, Snake caught him in time. Curtis flicked out his long tongue. Frowning, he angrily rebuked the snake babies in snake language. This is your mother. You scared him. I'll spank your bottoms. The snake babies instantly became docile, obediently surrendering. Ching Ching was a bit sad. She asked Snake why they didn't recognize their own mother. Curtis quickly comforted her, saying the snake babies had just hatched. Once they got familiar with her scent, they would naturally recognize her as their mother. Only then did Ching Ching reluctantly breathe a sigh of relief. After spending some time together, the snake babies finally accepted him as their mother. Vincent looked at their happy family. He felt inexplicably sad. He thought it was time for him to leave. He was just Ching Ching's protective beast. There was no reason for him to stay any longer. But when he said goodbye to Bai Ching Ching, his heart felt indescribably painful. Ching Ching was also a bit reluctant to part, but Vincent wasn't her mate. She couldn't let him stay forever. Vincent, heartbroken, spoke with a trembling voice. He only hoped to take away the animal skin Ching Ching had made for him. Bai Ching Ching nodded frantically, agreeing to his request. At this moment, Vincent finally squeezed out a sad smile. Ching Ching silently lowered her head, not knowing how to repay him for this period of care. The days had just settled down for a few days when the snake and leopard duo started arguing again. The reason was that the leopard wanted to take Ching Ching to Beast City to get seeds, while Snake wanted her to stay and help feed the baby snakes. The two instantly became confrontational again. Ching Ching stood in the middle, on the verge of tears, not knowing how to choose, but thinking that if they had seeds, they wouldn't have to worry about not having rice to eat. Jing Jing could only entrust that smelly and tough tyrant snake, saying he would come back quickly after getting the seeds, while Curtis said he wanted to bring the baby snakes along. Jing Jing thought it might be dangerous to bring the baby snakes, so she asked Snake to stay and look after them. After saying that, she left holding Parker's hand. Snake felt extremely lost. His hand, gripping the basket, was trembling. At this moment, a baby snake poked out its little head, calling Daddy. Curtis immediately flung the basket away. The baby snakes' heads were buzzing from the impact. The little snakes were so scared they fled in all directions, calling for their mother. But just after dropping the basket, he regretted it. He picked it up and held it to his chest like a treasure. Fortunately, it wasn't broken. This was woven by Ching herself. At this time, Parker and Ching were collecting seeds. Seeing that these seeds were actually wheat, Ching was overjoyed. Suddenly, she heard a baby crying behind her. Looking back, she saw a baby breastfeeding. Ching sighed that the females here were too uninhibited. So she told Parker she wanted to go out for some fresh air. But just as they reached the door, they ran into a male tiger beast from the tiger tribe. He walked past them looking fierce and menacing. Ching felt a strong sense of pressure, but didn't know danger was about to strike. The tiger beast suddenly turned around. He tightly covered her mouth. The girl was tightly choked by the neck. He wanted to suffocate her. Despite her desperate struggles, it was useless. At this critical moment between life and death, the snake pattern on her foot suddenly emitted a golden light. It immediately transformed, locking around the tiger beast's neck. Accompanied by a cracking sound, it sent him to meet his maker. This was the power bestowed by Snake. The tiger beast instantly fell to the ground dead. I actually killed someone. Bai Ching had killed for the first time in her life. She was trembling all over with fear. At this moment, a group of beast men rushed up from behind. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Bai Ching was surrounded, with no way to escape. Since death was certain either way, she might as well make a last-ditch effort. Gritting her teeth, she broke through the crowd and ran towards the city wall. She recklessly jumped down from 100 meters high. When she landed, she was miraculously unharmed. This time it was the power bestowed by Parker. But this also caused her some after effects. Her whole body went limp and she fell to her knees. At this moment, beast men wielding spears charged towards her. They wanted to take advantage of her weakness and finish her off. As the spear was about to pierce through her, Ching closed her eyes tightly, only able to await her fate. Am I really going to die? Maybe it's for the best. Perhaps after death, I can return to the human world. But heaven didn't want her to leave this strange world. The wolf cub Shio appeared just in time to save her. He dragged her onto his back and quickly retreated. But the pursuers were relentless, determined to take Bai Ching's life. Meanwhile, Parker also sensed that Ching was in danger. When he found her, he discovered she was being hunted by a group of beastmen. The tiger beast chased them for over 1,000 miles. By now, Shio was gasping for breath, exhausted. If they kept running like this, he would surely die. At this critical moment, a cry came from the sky. It was the black eagle Muir. He quickly swooped down. Using his claws to grab the two, he flew away swiftly. The tigers could only howl in frustration. At this time, Snake arrived, hearing the commotion. Everyone scattered in fear. Mua also handed Bai Ching over to him. Seeing this, the leopard also hurriedly ran over. Pointing at Shio, lying on the ground, barely alive, he assumed he had kidnapped Bai Ching. Ching quickly explained that Shio had saved her. She pointed at the tiger beasts in the distance. Hearing it was those tigers who wanted to kill her, the tiger beast trembled in fear. Curtis's face immediately darkened, accompanied by a murderous aura. The eagle handed Ching to Parker to take care of. He suddenly charged towards the tiger beasts, scaring them into fleeing for their lives. Ching asked Parker to put her down. Looking at Shio, who was severely injured for her sake, she felt extremely guilty. Just as she was about to reach out to check Shio's injuries, she was stopped by Chi, who said there was poison on his wounds. She couldn't touch him. At this moment, Shio was barely breathing. His eyes revealed reluctance and attachment to Ching. Knowing this was the last time he'd see the person he loved most. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tears welled up in Ching's eyes. She immediately said to take him to find a beast doctor. However, Shio stopped her, indicating it was too late. The poison had spread throughout his body, even if they got the antidote. Before he could finish, Ching interrupted him. Tears were streaming down her face uncontrollably. She insisted she would find the antidote to save him. She immediately ordered Parker to go find the king for the antidote. Muir then said he could fly faster, telling Parker to stay and take care of Ching while he went to search for the antidote. After a long while, the antidote was finally brought back. As Qingqing was applying the medicine to him, Xiao, with his last breath, told by Qingqing a huge secret. He said all of this was orchestrated by Rosa, who wanted to kill Qingqing. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing froze. Does this woman not rest until she sees me dead? At this moment, Xiao's breathing suddenly became rapid, his body shaking uncontrollably. Using all his strength, he uttered his last 3 words, "I love you." As soon as he finished speaking, the poison took effect. With a cry of agony, Xiao finally closed his eyes forever. His only wish was to meet Bai Qingqing again in the next life. By now, Qingqing was in tears, feeling extremely guilty. She cried, asking why good people don't live long while the wicked live for 1,000 years. Seeing Qingqing cry so heartbrokenly, and knowing Xiao died to save her, Curtis's face gradually turned cold. Some people indeed needed to be dealt with, so he single-handedly stormed into the Tiger Tribe's castle. He even killed the Tiger King with his own hands, but couldn't find Rosa anywhere. Surprisingly, Rosa had already been imprisoned in the dungeon by the Yuan King. It turned out the mastermind behind everything was the Yuan King. Rosa was just his pawn. He had incited her to kill Bai Qingqing. Rosa then begged her father, the Tiger King, to intervene. As a result, her father died at Curtis's hands. This was all part of the Yuan King's trap. Not only did he use Curtis to eliminate the Tiger King, but he also wanted to exterminate Bai Qingqing and her group. At this moment, Rosa recalled Vincent's words about the Yuan King wanting to kill him. She had thought it was a joke at the time, but it was all true. Suddenly realizing, "You old bastard, you're so evil. You want to have Wanshou City all to yourself." By now, Rosa had awakened to the truth. She was nothing but a puppet being manipulated. She regretted treating Bai Qingqing that way. She regretted driving Vincent out of the Tiger Tribe. But there's no medicine for regret. It was all too late. The Yuan King ordered his subordinates to cut off Rosa's and the other prisoners' tongues and sell them to poor areas. Hearing this, Rosa instantly collapsed to her knees, her heart turning to ashes. Then screams of agony echoed through the dungeon. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing had learned the cause of Xiao's poisoning. It was due to the Yuan King's arrow poison technique. He was definitely involved in this matter. So, without hesitation, she lit a torch. Not wanting this poisonous tree to harm anyone else, she set fire to the tree. At this moment, the Yuan King suddenly appeared. The scene before him shocked him. He wondered if Bai Qingqing knew this was a poisonous tree. Seeing the old Yuan King finally show his face, Bai Qingqing smiled, as if she had seen through everything. "What, are you surprised? Growing such a poisonous tree. Who were you trying to harm?" At this moment, the old man panicked and tried desperately to defend himself. Qingqing, seeing his hypocritical behavior, couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Looking at the nearly burned-out poisonous tree, she asked if they should break off a branch and let the Yuan King taste what it's like. This almost scared the old man to death. Fortunately, the Wolf King brought Rosa out just in time, which helped divert attention from him. By now, Rosa's tongue had been cut off and her body was covered in wounds. She wanted to expose the Yuan King, but couldn't make a sound. The Yuan King, in front of everyone, pinned all the crimes on Rosa. But Qingqing had already seen through his schemes. With Curtis and Vincent by her side, she wasn't afraid to confront the Yuan King. "Rosa couldn't kill me. I'm afraid the most disappointed person is you, Yuan King." The old man was somewhat panicked. He didn't expect Bai Qingqing to be so clever. He had no idea that Qingqing was human, with intelligence many times higher than theirs. At this point, the old man was still trying to defend himself. He blamed the poisoning and framing of Xiao, the attempt on Bai Qingqing's life, and all the crimes on Rosa. He even claimed he had no reason to want to kill Bai Qingqing. Qingqing fearlessly retorted, "If he dies, Curtis will definitely go to war with the Tiger Tribe. Wanshou City will lose several four-striped beasts. Wouldn't that bring you one step closer to having Wanshou City all to yourself, Yuan King?" The old man was left speechless, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to step forward to argue, Curtis immediately moved to protect Qingqing. With clenched fists and eyes full of rage, he was about to finish off the old man and send him to hell. But Qingqing stopped him, telling him not to be rash. When Xiao refused to betray the Yuan King even in death, there must be a reason, because Wanshou City needs a leader with spiritual power. The old man laughed triumphantly, stating that trying to kill him would be opposing the entire Wanshou City. Qingqing pointed at the Yuan King and shouted, declaring that once a suitable leader for Wanshou City was found, it would be the Yuan King's time to die. The two sides had completely fallen out. At this moment, the old man still spoke shamelessly, telling Ching to go home quickly, focus on having and raising cubs, and that he was in charge of Wanshou City. Ching snorted coldly. Then let's wait and see. With that, she turned and left. After the Tiger King's death, Tiger City had fallen into chaos. Ching asked Vincent curiously why these tiger beasts were fighting. Vincent explained that they were competing. After the old Tiger King's death, a new Tiger King must ascend to the throne. Ching believed Vincent was the strongest in the tiger tribe and wondered why he wasn't competing. Hearing this, Vincent immediately got excited. With a roar, he rushed in. In no time, he defeated all the small fry and became the new Tiger King. A few days passed. Ching was changing clothes. The snake saw everything and was very surprised. Ching noticed the snake's expression was a bit off. She looked at the leopard beast mark on her chest and seemed to understand everything. Suddenly panicked, she immediately shouted for Parker to run quickly. Before the leopard could escape, the snake had already appeared in front of him, full of killing intent. He opened his bloody mouth and roared. With a fierce swing of his tail, he sent Parker flying. Fortunately, the leopard managed to jump out the window and escape in time. The snake also chased after him through the window. Ching watched in terror, fearing that Parker would be killed by Curtis. She quickly got dressed and chased after them. Just as Parker was about to be swallowed alive by Curtis, Ching shouted, "Stop! Don't leave me alone!" Only then did the snake obediently come to her side. Parker finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran away. It turned out that only the beast mark of a liked male or female would appear on one's chest. Curtis became jealous and started causing trouble for Parker. But Ching explained that she also liked Snake, and the reason his mark wasn't on her chest was because he had already forcibly placed his snake mark on her foot earlier. Curtis was suddenly stunned. He couldn't believe it all. He had heard that snake beasts couldn't be liked by females. Moreover, Ching was so beautiful. Those pursuing her were the most excellent males. How could she possibly like a stray beast? But Ching poured out her heart to him, saying Snake was so good to her. Every time she was in danger, he would appear. Gradually, she fell in love with him. Snake immediately hugged Curtis tightly from behind, expressing that he truly liked him. Snake finally understood his feelings. He held him tightly in his arms. Ching looked at Curtis seriously, telling him not to fight with Parker anymore. They should unite to take down the bad old man, the Yuan King. Curtis's eyes showed disdain for the Yuan King. He said if Ching wanted to play, he'd play along with her. Ching was speechless. This guy made it seem like taking down the Yuan King was as simple as stepping on an ant. The females here only had their period once a year, but Bai Ching had hers every month. This troubled her greatly. The leopard would caringly nuzzle her face. Snake also rubbed against her forehead, telling her to rest well. At this moment, the leopard was overjoyed. He shouted that he was finally going to be a father. Even Vincent came rushing over upon hearing the news. He invited her to move to the Tiger Tribe Castle, worried that the Yuan King might harm her. Ching immediately shook her head and refused. She said with Curtis and Parker around, she should be safe. However, Curtis agreed to move to the Tiger Castle. He said he sometimes goes hunting and he couldn't trust that stupid leopard. Later, they arrived at the Tiger Tribe Castle. At this time, a tiger beast brought 2 bags of seeds. The leopard happily carried the seeds, ready to plant them in the field. Ching wanted to go along, even though she was on her period. But Parker told her to rest well at home. Bai Ching could only use her ultimate move, acting cute and coquettish. Who could resist that? He had to agree to her request. Ching was so happy, she danced with joy. Snake, feeling sulky, said he wanted to go too. He directly dumped all the baby snakes out of the basket. Seeing this, Ching's jaw dropped. "What kind of father are you?" She immediately bent down to comfort the little snakes, checking if they were hurt. She criticized Curtis for being an unfit father, but he said this was normal for snake beasts. He claimed that when he was that small, he already had his own territory. Ching turned to look at Curtis, that cold-blooded animal. The snake tribe's way of raising children was really simple and brutal. She could only reluctantly accept this way of raising children. Human children should be raised by humans. It would be terrible if he raised them wrong. At this moment, the males were working hard tilling the land. Suddenly, a few small birds flew in from afar. Ching worried these birds would steal the seeds. Parker told her not to worry, saying he had a solution. Then the silly leopard just sat down at the edge of the field. Ching was confused and asked Parker if he was planning to sit there until the seeds sprouted. By then, he might sprout before the seeds did. The leopard nodded firmly, vowing to live and die with the seeds. Ching was stunned, realizing he was serious. No wonder Parker had said before that many males died because of farming. Ching smiled and said she had a solution. The leopard looked skeptical, thinking she was joking. But not long after, she had made a bird net using tree bark. Everyone praised Ching's ingenuity, saying she was not only beautiful, but also smart. They said they'd be willing to live 10 years less if they could be her mate. A few days later, the sky suddenly poured down heavy rain. Fortunately, Bai Ching had already instructed Vincent to have people dig ditches in the field to drain water. Otherwise, all the rice would have been ruined. This heavy rain swallowed up all the tribes near Wanshou City. The Beast people fled to the Tiger tribe castle nearest to Wanshou City. Ching was puzzled why so many foreign Beast people suddenly flooded into the castle. After Vincent's explanation, she learned that many tribes had been submerged by floods, so they were temporarily sheltering them. Ching also saw many familiar faces. The Beast Dr. Harvey slowly walked towards her. Every time he saw Bai Ching, he would blush. Just as she was about to go over and say hello, suddenly a thin person rushed out, urgently asking Harvey to save someone. It turned out that the patient was Bai Ching's nemesis, Eudora. This shrew, even while sick, didn't forget to curse her male, saying she was freezing to death and demanding he immediately find dry clothes. The male, hearing this, tightly hugged Eudora to warm her up. But unexpectedly, his kindness was met with ingratitude, and she slapped him hard. Then she stomped on him furiously and shouted loudly, "What kind of place is this? Such a big castle, and not even a dry piece of clothing." Vincent suddenly gave her a death glare, accompanied by an angry roar. "Keep making noise, and I'll throw you out. How dare you cause trouble in my territory?" Eudora instantly turned into a shrinking turtle, shaking all over and wetting herself in fear. The girl finally agreed to have cubs with the little milk leopard. The leopard was overjoyed. At the same time, it also provoked Snake's jealousy, who wanted to beat Parker until he vomited. Early the next morning, Snake burst through the door. The scene before him made his face darken. He saw Parker and Ching in the same bed. Suddenly overcome with jealousy, he told him to quickly get out and go hunting. The little milk leopard could only scamper out obediently. Snake brought Ching water to wash her face and said that food would be ready soon. He'd bring it to her right away. At this time, Eudora came to cause trouble again. She wanted to go to the best place in the Tiger Castle, but she was stopped by the guards. They said the upper area was the Tiger King's private territory. Outsiders were forbidden to enter. However, Eudora was a shrew. She stubbornly insisted on going up. The guard warned her again, saying if she kept making trouble, they'd throw her out. Eudora snorted coldly, having no choice but to give up. But when she saw Bai Ching was actually up there, she immediately threw a tantrum, angrily cursing why Bai Ching could go up but she couldn't. Seeing this, Ching walked right past her without even glancing at her. Eudora was so jealous, she gritted her teeth in hatred. She turned and mocked Bai Ching, saying she would accept any cat or dog just to live in a good place. She also said Vincent had a bad temper and was ugly, yet Ching could accept even him. It was truly a disgrace to females. Bai Ching became angry. How dare she badmouth Vincent in his own territory? Wasn't she afraid of being thrown out to feed the tigers? At this moment, Eudora was still pretending to be calm, but inside, she was actually panicking. She said she was a female. What could they do to her? Ching stuck out her tongue at her, saying indeed they couldn't do much. At most, they could make her sleep in the woodshed with rats. After all, she wouldn't die from starving for a few days. Hearing this, Eudora couldn't keep up the act anymore. She trembled in fear, cold sweat streaming down. She then fled with her tail between her legs, saying by Ching, "You just wait." At this time, Vincent had someone bring food to Ching. Looking at the delicious meal with both meat and vegetables before her, Ching beamed with joy and thanked the Tiger Beast. Hearing that thank you, the Tiger Beast was stunned. His little heart went thump-thump, suddenly exploding. Bai Ching quickly told him to go busy himself. not to lose himself at the sight of a beauty. After the tiger beast left, she finally sighed in relief. My damn charm, I hope there won't be any more suitors. Otherwise, the house will be turned upside down. Ching brought food for the 3 little milk leopards. They looked at the meat in the bowl, tears uncontrollably flowing from their mouths. Just as they were about to eat, their mother stopped them, saying, "All of you stop. If you eat Ching's food, what will she eat?" Ching said she was already full and even took a piece of meat to feed them. She also handed a piece of vegetable to the little leopard's mother, which made her awkward on the spot. Beast people are carnivores. How could they eat vegetables? Seeing she wouldn't eat, Ching ate it with relish, saying it was heavenly delicious and she should try it. Seeing Ching eating with such enjoyment, she hesitated for a moment. Finally, she couldn't resist and took a bite. The next second, she shook violently, wanting to spit it out but couldn't. She found it so unpalatable it was hard to swallow. Ching yawned. She was about to go back to rest, but Fui asked her to stay and sleep. The leopards also didn't want her to leave. Ching glared at Fui, feeling this woman must be hiding something from her. So she asked what was really going on. The little leopards were clinging to her, not letting her leave. "Was that your doing?" Fui laughed awkwardly, saying she wanted the little leopards to be Ching's mates. Hearing this, Ching was speechless. She said it was too absurd. She was over a decade older than them. By the time they grew up, she'd be an old auntie, so it was impossible. However, Fui said an old auntie was better than having no partner. Being able to mate with Ching would already be a blessing, right? The little leopard cubs howled in unison, strongly agreeing. Ching instantly turned to stone, frozen in place. This little girl was already almost 100 years old, but looked like an 18-year-old flower, because she had eaten the crystal stone from inside a giant beast. But she hadn't been able to eat crystal for a long time. If she couldn't eat it again, she would gradually age. However, the Ape King, that bad old man, had ulterior motives towards her, just because the girl's appearance looked too beautiful. Meanwhile, Bai Ching was squatting by the field watching Vincent harvest rice. She saw him pick up a bundle of rice and grip it in his hand. Then he quickly brushed it at a speed as fast as lightning. The wind blew Bai Ching's face, causing her hair to suddenly stand on end. It made her body unbearably itchy, and she kept scratching. Vincent was very worried and hurriedly asked what was going on. Ching was also at a loss. Her body was suddenly covered in red rashes. Seeing this, Parker ran over in a panic. He picked up Ching and immediately went to find a beast doctor. The beast doctor was also startled when he saw her. It was just a small allergy, but they acted like she was about to die. He immediately put garlic in a bowl, crushed it, and was about to spread it on Ching's body. Ching was suddenly stunned, with a bad premonition. The beast doctor said garlic could disinfect, so he needed to put it on her face. Ching was so scared she cried loudly, clinging to the leopard. She didn't want to smell like garlic. She called for Vincent to come save her quickly. Vincent felt heartbroken seeing her in such pain. He was about to reach out and pull her away. But after careful consideration for Ching's health, he ultimately held back. By now, Ching was covered in garlic, crying with snot and tears. Then she ran away angrily. After everyone left, she quietly peeked out her little head. Seeing no one around, she plunged into the water, washing off all the garlic thoroughly. After cleaning up, she ran back to find Snake. But as soon as Curtis saw her, he immediately ran into the house. Ching chased after him, asking why Snake ran away upon seeing her. Curtis remained silent, only helping to lick Ching's wounds. Ching told him not to worry, it was just a skin allergy and not serious. She also wondered curiously why Snake hadn't transformed into human form. As soon as she finished speaking, Snake's body suddenly burst, accompanied by cracking sounds. Ching gently stroked the cracked parts on his body, asking with concern what had happened to him. In an instant, Snake suddenly opened his huge, blood-red mouth. A loud roar scared Ching, making her stumble backward, trembling. She almost fell on her bottom. Then he wrapped her up with his snake tail and pushed her directly out the door. With a bang, he shut himself in the room. It turned out Snake was about to shed his skin. Afraid of hurting Bai Ching, he told her not to come in. Knowing the truth, Ching was very surprised. She told Snake to take his time, saying she would always wait outside. And so, she waited from day to night, but there was still no sound from inside the room. Ching was afraid something had happened to Snake and couldn't help shouting into the room. The next second, a hand suddenly grabbed her, pulling her into an embrace. Looking at the transformed Curtis, Bai Qingqing almost didn't recognize him. She blinked, drooling, and became infatuated. "How did your face change? Oh my God, you're so damn handsome." Snake asked why she was staring at him like that without even blinking. Then he nuzzled against Qingqing's face, making her heart pound. Then they started kissing passionately. The snake beast was just too handsome. Bai Qingqing was drooling at the sight. She jumped up and gave Snake a big kiss. Seeing this, the leopard became jealous, sourly asking Qingqing to kiss him too. Qingqing laughed awkwardly, telling him not to make a fuss. She would be embarrassed with so many people watching. At this moment, the leopard noticed the garlic on Qingqing was gone. He said he would have to apply garlic on her again later. Qingqing quickly sought help from Curtis. Only then did Parker notice Curtis's face was different. He thought to himself, how did this stinky snake become more and more handsome? Did he eat a crystal stone to please Bai Qingqing? He secretly vowed to hunt down a giant beast, obtain a crystal stone, and become more handsome than Curtis. Snake saw through the leopard's thoughts and teased, "Want to surpass my looks? You can probably only achieve that in your dreams." The leopard angrily retorted, telling Snake not to be smug. One day, he would outshine him. Qingqing was tired of watching them argue. She asked Vincent to grind wild millet into powder and call all the females in Wanshou City over. Vincent was very puzzled, asking Qingqing if she had something in mind. Qingqing was full of fighting spirit. She declared it was time to teach that bad old Yuan king a lesson. Then she told Parker to start a fire. She wanted to make noodle soup with wild millet for those females to taste. The females also came, drawn by the smell. They asked why they were called here. Qingqing explained that she had ground wild millet into powder and then cooked it in a noodle soup, so she called them to try it. Hearing this, everyone pointed and commented, saying it must taste bad when cooked this way. But Qingqing didn't mind, saying, "Just you wait and see." Then she asked Parker to bring a bowl of cooked millet. The aroma immediately filled the air. The females looked at the millet soup noodles in the bowl. Tears couldn't stop flowing from their mouths. This aroma spread throughout Wanshou City, making everyone incredulous. "Oh my God, this smell is too fragrant. Is it really made from wild millet?" Qingqing gave Vincent a look, hinting that he could start. Vincent understood immediately. With a wave of his hand, he told everyone to line up. Each person could only get one bowl. Everyone immediately swarmed to line up and receive their share. After eating, they even licked the bowls clean. The females felt like they were in heaven after eating. The taste was simply divine. Qingqing was secretly delighted. As long as she could capture the females' stomachs, they would surely listen to her in the future. Let's see how that bad old Yuan king can compete with me. As for the Yuan king, he also took a bowl of millet soup noodles made by Bai Qingqing. It turned out he was taking it for the female he was pursuing. Surprisingly, the female the Yuan king was pursuing looked many times younger than him. One might mistakenly think the Yuan king was an old ox eating tender grass. In fact, she was already almost 100 years old, even older than the Yuan king. But because she had eaten a crystal stone, she looked like she was 18. The woman irritably took the bowl from the old man's hand. At first, she thought it would taste bad, so she only took a small sip. But the next second, she started wolfing it down, like a starving ghost reincarnated, without any ladle-like manner. After finishing, she suddenly smashed the bowl to pieces. She scolded the old man, saying his words were like farts. He promised to dominate Wanshou City and give her crystal stones, but now she hadn't seen a single one. If he couldn't get the crystal stones, "You old bastard will never be my mate." The Yuan king confidently stated that he would definitely succeed. A few days later, Parker and others went to pick grapes in the wild. Qingqing was eating with relish. Suddenly, Parker's hand reached for her little face. His eyes looked at by Qingqing somewhat dreamily. It made her face instantly turn red, with steam coming out of her head. She said the leopard was so shameless. Vincent was still watching beside them. However, Parker didn't care. He said that last time Qingqing didn't get pregnant, maybe because Curtis was there, he was too nervous. So this time, they shouldn't go back. Hearing this, Vincent got up to keep watch for them outside. Then Parker carried Qingqing into the small woods. After returning to Wanshou City, Qingqing thought about what happened with Parker in the small woods. She got angry, her little face blushing with embarrassment. She was speechless and ignored Parker when he called her. Turning to look at Parker, she coldly snorted, "I don't want to talk to you now. It's so embarrassing." She tossed her head and walked away angrily. A wisp of her fragrant hair hit Parker's face. It made his little heart suddenly go thump-thump, instantly exploding. Have I really become a love-brained idiot beast? At this moment, Qingqing was already lying on Snake's body, crying. However, Curtis somehow noticed something unusual about her. He immediately pushed Bai Qingqing away, asking what she did with Parker outside today. Learning that they went into the small woods, Snake's face instantly turned gloomy. He was shaking with anger all over. He angrily cursed that stupid leopard for being incredibly foolish. A mere third-class beast dared to do such things in the wild. Weren't they afraid of accidents happening? Qingqing was grabbed painfully by Curtis. She said with Vincent's protection, nothing would happen. Parker heard Qingqing's cries and quickly rushed over. He scolded Curtis to stop immediately. Hearing this, he said it was all his fault for forcing Qingqing. If Curtis wanted to hit someone, he should hit him instead. These words enraged Curtis. Stupid leopard, you're asking for death. Sure enough, the leopard ended up with panda eyes. If not dead, he lost half his life. Qingqing was also fed up with Parker's stupidity. She told him not to speak, but he insisted on taking responsibility onto himself. The little milk leopard was teary-eyed and pitiful. He said he just wanted to have his own little leopard cubs with Qingqing. Seeing Curtis's snake babies so big, he was very envious. Bai Qingqing sighed helplessly. She said haste makes waste, and they would have their own leopard cubs in the future. The little milk leopard wanted to have cubs with Qingqing. As a result, he was beaten up by the snake. He immediately turned into a national treasure. Leopard eyes instantly became panda eyes. The snake angrily ran to soak in water outside, leaving the leopard to work miserably by himself. Qingqing found the snake and played in the water with him. The poor little leopard was very angry seeing this. He angrily accused Qingqing of favoritism. Why didn't this stinky snake have to work and could play in the water here? Qingqing hurriedly explained. Curtis had been running outside all day and discovered major news. The river water was blocked from flowing towards the tribe. This would cause a drought. The consequences would be severe. After hearing this, the leopard could only pitifully pick rice grains, peeling them one by one. It was ridiculously slow. It took several minutes to peel just one grain. He even had the nerve to happily sing a love song. After finishing, he carefully put them in a small bowl. Qingqing was speechless seeing this. The beasts here were incredibly stupid, so she smiled and told Parker that she could peel a big bowl in less than a minute. After saying that, she immediately brought a mortar. Parker looked very worried, fearing she would crush the rice. But in less than a minute, Qingqing had turned a bowl of rice grains into white rice. The leopard's face was full of shock and curiosity. This was way too fast, so he happily ran back to tell everyone about this method. Meanwhile, Wanshou City was in chaos due to the river's flow being cut off. Everyone was calling for the Yuan King, that big bluffer, to show his magic and find a way to save them from this drought. At this moment, the Yuan King was extremely nervous, sweating profusely. He had no magic at all. It was all bluffing. He closed his eyes tightly, pretending to be using his powers. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and blurted out 2 words, "Drink blood." Everyone was shocked after hearing this. They had stopped drinking raw blood hundreds of years ago. Now the Yuan King was saying drinking blood could solve the problem. Jing Jing was also surprised. She didn't expect this old man to be so clever. Drinking animal blood could indeed absorb some water, but even elementary school students knew this common sense. However, the beasts here had such low IQ that they were easily fooled by the Yuan King. As the weather became drier, the river was nearly dried up. This caused Bai Qingqing to go a month without bathing. Her whole body had gone sour. This made her teary-eyed and very uncomfortable. Snake kept comforting her, saying when Parker returns there would be water to bathe. Just as he finished speaking, Parker rushed in carrying a bucket of water. Qingqing was suddenly overjoyed. Finally, there was water to bathe. What followed made her want to cry. This wasn't water at all. It was clearly just a bunch of sticky mud. Qingqing felt like dying at this moment. She almost wanted to shave her head bald to cool off. The poor leopard sighed helplessly. This mud was what he had risked his life to get. Any later, and he wouldn't even have been able to get mud. Parker suggested letting the mud settle. Then Qingqing could drink it. Bathing during the rainy season was impossible. Qingqing lowered her head in deep thought. If she drank all this water, what would Parker and the others do? At this moment, she suddenly thought of an idea. She asked Curtis to find a place surrounded by mountains on all sides. There should be a heart-shaped clearing and dark clouds in the mountains. Snake turned to leave immediately, about to go search. Suddenly a head popped out unexpectedly, saying to let him go. Curtis frowned tightly and turned his head sharply. He swung his snake tail fiercely towards Moore. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, it would have made a loud sound. Seeing this, Ching hurriedly stepped forward to stop it, telling Snake to calm down. Then she asked Moore why he appeared here. Moore replied that he had been lying up there the whole time. Hearing this, the two were speechless, their faces turning black. So this bird had already built a nest up there. The black eagle ignored their expressions and volunteered to go find the place Ching described. With that, he was about to take off. Ching nodded in agreement. He immediately flew up into the sky. Soon Moore found a place surrounded by mountains on all sides. Ching called Vincent to lead everyone to the foot of the mountain. With a wave of her hand, she instructed everyone to prepare to roar at the sky. In an instant, a series of deafening roars erupted. The huge sound waves echoed across the entire mountain ridge. Bai Ching's ears were nearly deafened. At this moment, the males were still roaring with all their might. Ching clasped her hands tightly, praying for the rain to come successfully. Suddenly, a raindrop fell on her tender little face. Heaven rewards those who persevere. Finally, it started pouring rain. Everyone danced and cheered joyfully. A smile finally appeared on Ching's face. Without water to wash her hair, it was about to get moldy. Vincent and the others were very curious, asking Ching how she came up with this method. Jing thought carefully. These beast people were so stupid. How could she explain it so they would understand? So she pulled out a small blade of grass from the ground. Everyone was suddenly stunned, looking confused, not understanding what she meant. Then she flicked the grass, and droplets of water instantly fell off. At this moment, they finally understood. The huge roar shook the dark clouds. When the clouds collide, it would cause heavy rain. After explaining, Ching happily ran to enjoy the rain. Unexpectedly, she caught a cold right after coming back. Curled up in the blanket, she looked like a little worm. She slowly moved towards Snake. She lay directly on Snake's body and nuzzled. That feeling was so nice, cool, and refreshing. It made her feel very comfortable. Snake's face immediately turned red. He turned his head away, asking, Ching, what are you doing? Bai Ching suddenly froze, stopping her nuzzling. She then roared at Snake, I'm a sick person. What do you think I'm doing? I just feel comfortable lying on your cool body. Where is your mind wandering? The girl hadn't bathed for 3 years, causing her whole body to stink. She looked at the mud in the bucket on the verge of tears. Do I have to bathe with this mud? This was all the Ape King's doing. That old bastard wanted to monopolize the longevity city. He took advantage of the dry season to drain all the water from the river. Jing's face gradually darkened. She wanted to eliminate the Ape King, this menace, immediately. But she worried that if they crushed the Ape King now, it would cause chaos among the people. However, Parker said that Vincent's prestige had already surpassed the Ape King's, so killing him wouldn't cause a big riot. Hearing this, Snake immediately got up to settle scores with the bad old man. But Bai Ching stopped him. To ensure safety, it would be best to wait for Vincent to go together. Curtis nodded, agreeing to her request. At this time, the Ape King had already fled to the Wolf King's castle, demanding the Wolf King to hand over all the crystals to him. But the Wolf King firmly refused, questioning him on what grounds. The old man was already panicked and confused, tightly grasping the Wolf King and trembling violently. He suddenly roared with all his might, Bai Ching wants to kill me. Quickly hand over the crystals. This way, I can become a 3-striped beast. The Wolf King was very surprised. Just to become a 3-striped beast, you want to use up all the crystals? He directly shook off the Ape King's hand. He said he would go find the Leopard King for help and told him to wait again. The old man became anxious immediately. He understood the Wolf King was definitely taking the crystals and running away. So he pretended to agree, but had already harbored murderous intentions. The Wolf King had just turned to leave, but the next second his pupils suddenly dilated. Accompanied by a scream of agony, the Wolf King was completely finished, dying on the spot. However, everyone thought Curtis was responsible for the Wolf King's death, and they all shouted for him to pay with his life. Snake looked disdainful, accompanied by a murderous aura. So what if I killed him? Who wants to avenge him? Ching and the others were instantly speechless. Curtis, this fool, wasn't this indirectly admitting to it? At this moment, Ching pulled Vincent to examine the Wolf King's corpse. She understood that Snake must have been framed by the Ape King. Vincent, being led by his beloved, immediately blushed. He was filled with happiness. But the jealous Curtis was grinding his teeth in anger. So he quickly followed behind them. He rushed forward and directly separated the two, embracing them. Ching turned back and gave Vincent a sharp glare. Vincent's face was filled with reluctance. His clenched fists were trembling. Soon they arrived at the Wolf King's castle. They saw a female kneeling beside the Wolf King's corpse, crying inconsolably. Curtis glanced at the lion's head. Then he coldly snorted, "I didn't expect the beast person I bit to still have an intact corpse, to still have a complete body." As soon as he said this, everyone bared their teeth at him. Ching also gave him a side-eye, telling him not to talk nonsense. No one took him for a mute. Suddenly, a cry came from the sky. They saw the black eagle Muir leap down from the air. He shouted at everyone. The Wolf King was definitely not killed by Curtis. Then he pointed at the scars on his body. This is what a snake beast bite looks like. It's completely different from the Wolf King's wounds. Then he winked at Bai Ching, saying if Curtis hadn't left him the antidote, he would have kicked the bucket long ago. At this moment, Ching thought Muir was incredibly cool. She thanked him for clearing Snake's name. Snake saw through Ching's thoughts. Curtis frowned, thinking that the bite he gave him back then had become a bargaining chip for him to please Ching. He should have bitten him to death back then. But everyone still couldn't believe it, thinking Muir was talking nonsense. At this, Muir directly raised his hand and swore to the sky, guaranteeing on the honor of the Eagle tribe that he hadn't spoken a single false word. Only then did everyone calm down. They discussed that the Eagle tribe values honor the most, so it shouldn't be false. But everyone was still puzzled. If the snake beast didn't kill the Wolf King, could it be that some other wandering beast had entered the Beast City? Just as everyone was confused, the Wolf King's female stood up and said that on the day the Wolf King died, the Ape King had come to see him. Hearing this, Jing was suddenly dumbfounded. She thought this must have been done by that old bastard Ape King. Meanwhile, after killing the Wolf King, the Ape King had actually run to meet with the female he was pursuing. He couldn't stop letting out a sleazy laugh. "I succeeded." Hearing the word succeeded, the woman hurriedly turned her head to look at the lecherous old man. She saw that the Ape King had already upgraded to a 3-striped beast. The woman immediately beamed with joy. Becoming a 3-striped beast meant he could slaughter giant beasts and obtain green crystals to preserve his youth forever. She eagerly urged the old man to go find green crystals right away. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't agree directly, but asked her to help him with something first. The woman was stunned. "What do you want me to do?" The Ape King's face gradually turned sinister. "I want you to get close to Bai Ching and obtain something from her. She's definitely not a beast female. I want to expose her identity. She was the most beautiful mermaid princess, but she married an 80-year-old bachelor because she wanted to obtain green crystals from the old man to stay young forever. But the old man asked her to frame Bai Ching in exchange for the chance to get green crystals. She could only reluctantly agree. After all, she didn't like this old bastard anyway. Instead, she was interested in Vincent by Ching's side. She was confident that if she could make the males around Ching fall for her, she would have a chance to get close to Bai Ching. Hearing this, the old man became anxious. Vincent had already fallen for Bai Ching. He couldn't possibly like any other female. But Chin didn't care. "With the charm of my otherworldly beauty, no male can resist, except for that freak of a snake beast. I will make all these handsome beasts fall at my feet, whether it's Vincent or Curtis." In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the market. With the sound of bells on her feet, males who saw such a heavenly beautiful female couldn't help but drool. And Chin, amidst the chorus of beautiful lady, almost lost herself. She waved her hand and walked towards the Tiger King's castle. But as soon as she reached the castle gate, she was stopped. Even if she was beautiful beyond compare, it didn't matter. But this didn't stump her, so she used her beauty tactics. "You handsome little tiger beast, can you bear to let a weak woman like me stand out here? I'm the Ape King's partner, here to mediate the conflict between them and the Tiger King." Hearing this coquettish voice, the little tiger beast's heart couldn't stop pounding wildly. He immediately ran back to report, wagging his tail. Even Vincent, upon seeing such an ice beauty, couldn't help but tremble inside. Chin explained to Vincent on the castle, "The Ape King's actions are all his fault. That old bastard was just jealous because at a gathering, I secretly glanced at you." As she spoke, she removed her veil. Because I like you." Vincent's heart skipped a beat. If he hadn't already fallen for Bai Ching, he might have already fallen at this woman's feet. He slowly walked towards the woman, saying Ching was taking an afternoon nap. Then he passed by her without changing his expression, saying he would go inform Bai Ching. Seeing Vincent's indifferent expression, Chin secretly sneered. "Still pretending to be pure with me. Who knows how happy you are inside? Bai Ching wants to compete with me for males? Not a chance." When Ching learned that the the Ape King's partner came to find her, she was surprised. What trick is this bad old man up to now? When Qin appeared before Bai Qingqing, she was amazed. Blue hair, green eyes, a typical Western beauty. This is too much. At this moment, Qingqing hadn't recovered yet. Sister, what did you say just now? You're the Ape King's partner? Coming to her senses, she was suddenly dumbfounded. Did I hear wrong? Such a beautiful sister is actually that old bastard's partner? It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Qingqing held her head, unable to accept this fact. She was also very embarrassed, feeling like she was being mocked. At this time, she noticed Vincent's gaze towards Bai Qingqing was unusual. This gaze was full of admiration. If that's the case, my looks are on par with Bai Qingqing's. If she makes the first move, it might be hard to snatch Vincent away. Before she could react, Qingqing had already stepped forward to greet her. May I ask what brings you here? Qin finally came to her senses and began introducing herself. She also said that the Ape King had indeed gone too far and hoped Qingqing could forgive him. Qingqing was amused by her words. She said she could forgive him, but only if he could bring Xiufu back to life. The woman was immediately enraged. This was clearly an impossible demand. The noisy shouting attracted Snake. Who's yelling over there? It's so noisy. Qingqing smiled, seeing Snake. Qingqing immediately ran towards him with a smile. But Qin's face darkened, looking very displeased. As Bai Qingqing passed by, she suddenly reached out and yanked her hair. Qingqing felt a sharp pain on her scalp. Seeing this, Vincent immediately grabbed Qin's hand and glared at her angrily. What did she do to Bai Qingqing? The grip made her hand hurt so much she broke out in a cold sweat. Another rough male. Not worth it. I don't like males anyway. Then she held up a strand of hair and explained. She was just helping Bai Qingqing remove a hair from her shoulder. She snorted coldly, turned to look at Bai Qingqing, and suddenly froze in place. Her pupils dilated, her whole body trembling. My God, it's him. Snake suddenly opened his huge mouth and roared at her. Frightened, she ran away. Snake asked Qingqing, didn't you want to know what mere people look like? That woman is from the mermaid tribe. Bai Qingqing was shocked. No wonder she's so beautiful. Too bad she's stuck with that pile of cow dung, the Yuan King. She's the world's only mermaid princess. But she chose an old geezer as her partner. Female merpeople only give birth to new female mermaids when their life is nearing its end. Therefore, to prolong the mermaid princess's life, male merpeople would go to great lengths to find green crystals. 10 years ago, the mermaid princess was waiting for her male to return, but a snake beast came instead. She curiously looked at Snake outside the cage. Is this a beast person from another race? Perhaps he can take me to play on land. Snake swam up to her. His finger lightly traced the cage. The bubble-made cage door suddenly burst open. From then on, the mermaid gained freedom and begged Snake to take her to land. Snake wasn't moved by the mermaid's beauty. Aren't you afraid of me? The mermaid princess put on an innocent expression, saying Snake was so handsome. Why should she be afraid? So Snake took her swimming towards the shore. As soon as they reached land, the mermaid's little feet were almost scalded. She started scolding Snake. What's going on? The ground is so hot. You let me step on it? You didn't even carry me. However, Snake didn't indulge her princess syndrome. If you keep complaining, I'll throw you back into the sea. The mermaid immediately turned into a pitiful creature, changing her face faster than turning a page. She hugged Snake, saying she didn't mean it and wouldn't lose her temper again, begging him not to send her back. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger, wanting to stab Snake's kidney. It should taste good stir-fried. Unexpectedly, she couldn't stab the kidney, and the dagger broke instead. Snake grabbed her hand, really wanting to elbow her. She trembled all over in fear. Snake initially wanted to throw the mermaid back into the sea, but she begged desperately, struggling constantly. He threw her to the ground and had to give up. Without looking back, he turned and left, leaving the mermaid there sulking. Damn violent brute. What a freak, she thought. Am I not pretty enough? But all males say I'm the most beautiful. Why did he treat me like that? Could there be females more beautiful than me on land? I must go see for myself. At that moment, she heard praises from behind. Turning around, she saw it was the old geezer Yuan King. Seeing the mermaid, he immediately got a nosebleed. His heart pounded wildly, about to burst. The mermaid felt much better seeing this. This is the normal reaction males should have when they see me. Then she reached out her hand, asking him to help her up. The old man froze instantly. His face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Could it be that heaven is really dropping a pie on me? Is my luck and love finally coming? He wiped his hands on his butt, afraid of dirtying the mermaid. 10 years later, the old man became the evil Yuan king. He gathered all the beast people of Wanshou City, wanting to expose Bai Qingqing's true identity. He said Qingqing wasn't a beast person at all, but a monster. Then he waved his hand and said, "Just watch carefully." Suddenly, a mist appeared. He must have used some kind of magic. It showed the human world. Images of Bai Qingqing and her friends appeared. The beast people were shocked, their minds going blank. "Oh my God, what place is this? So many beautiful females." At this moment, Bai Qingqing was terrified and at a loss. She was surrounded by beast people, all asking her what that place was. Such a scene scared Qingqing to tears. She kept apologizing to Parker and others, saying she didn't mean to hide it. Parker comforted her with a smile, saying he would always stand by her side. "Even if you're not a beast person, you'll always be my female." Snake's expression was very determined. He declared that as long as he was there, he would protect Qingqing with his life. At this time, Yuan King started causing trouble again. He said since Bai Qingqing came, there had been floods and droughts, killing countless strongmen. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hands and shouted to the sky. He showed a scene of destruction. Yuan King's face was twisted with anger. "This is our future. It's all caused by Bai Qingqing." The beast people panicked and started cursing Bai Qingqing as a monster. Qingqing was shaking all over, scared by the old man's words. Did I really bring these disasters? Curtis saw the situation was not good. If this continued, Qingqing would be in danger. He swung his tail and hit Yuan King hard. The old man fell to the ground immediately. Almost dying, he still incited the crowd to kill Bai Qingqing, or else disaster would come. The beast people charged forward with bared teeth and claws, all wanting to take Bai Qingqing's life. Vincent and Parker protected her with their lives, but there were too many opponents to resist. At the critical moment, Black Eagle Moore appeared just in time. Vincent lifted Qingqing high and handed her to Moore. He quickly took Bai Qingqing. Grabbing her, he leaped into the sky. Seeing this, how could the eagle beasts on the ground let him go? They immediately flew up, chasing relentlessly. Qingqing, afraid of implicating Moore, told him to put her down. However, he refused to give up, holding her even tighter. At this moment, an eagle beast caught up. It struck Moore hard. The injured Moore instantly fell from the sky. With a splash, they fell directly into the river. At this point, Black Eagle was barely alive. Qingqing dragged him, swimming desperately upstream. Finally, they made it to the surface. This showed the importance of knowing how to swim. Qingqing used all her strength to support Moore and hide in a cave behind a waterfall. She shook his body frantically, fearing he might never wake up. But the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. He grabbed Qingqing's hand, thinking it was an enemy about to hurt him. Seeing Moore safe and sound, Qingqing cried tears of joy, sobbing uncontrollably. Moore was delighted to see Qingqing crying for him, so he comforted her, saying he was fine. He was about to take Qingqing away from here, when suddenly a wild wolf appeared. A wild tiger rushed towards them, but Black Eagle still grinned at Qingqing, saying he could beat 100 of these little tigers. Qingqing didn't believe him. This boast was too much. He just gave the tiger a fierce glare. Without even moving, the fierce tiger instantly turned into a docile one. It ran away in a flash, scared out of its wits. Meanwhile, Snake and Leopard were packing up to chase after Qingqing. Snake teleported, leaving Parker and the others behind. Parker and Vincent followed closely. To find Bai Qingqing quickly, Curtis abandoned the snake babies halfway. You're already much stronger than other snake beasts. If you can't survive, it's your own fault for being useless. After saying this, he turned and left. The snake babies watched their father's departing figure, each on the verge of tears, feeling pitiful. Mua was taking Qingqing back to his hometown. On the way, Qingqing only ate a piece of roasted meat. She suddenly discovered she was pregnant. She was certain this time she was carrying leopard cubs. Parker would be overjoyed when he found out, but Moore seemed happier than anyone. It wasn't even his cubs, yet he showered Qingqing with affection. He not only shielded her from wind and rain with his body, but also made a hammock using a woven net. He took her soaring freely in the sky. A few days later, they finally arrived at Moore's hometown. The scenery here was absolutely picturesque. After several days of travel, Qingqing fell asleep in the bird's nest. Moore gazed at her beautiful face. He couldn't resist and secretly gave her a quick kiss. His heart suddenly started racing uncontrollably. He immediately ran out to calm down. Otherwise, it would be unthinkable. That day, they came to the riverside to drink water. Muya suddenly hooked by Qingqing tightly. Ching was scared and confused, shouting what he was trying to do. However, Muir just held her quietly. Then he started confessing, saying he could give up everything. He only wished to protect Jing forever by her side. Jing sighed helplessly and fell into deep thought. Then she pushed Muir away, firmly rejecting his goodwill. At this moment, Curtis finally arrived, following the scent. The shadow beast chasing Ching also arrived one after another. Muir quickly took by Ching and fled towards the peacock tribe ahead. Ching didn't want to reveal her beauty, fearing other males would see her. So she asked Muir to disguise her. Muir found some local fruit juice. He directly smeared it on her face. Ching instantly became silly looking. The beauty turned into a village girl in seconds. Just as they entered the peacock's territory, they were stopped by a peacock. The peacock then transformed into a handsome green-haired man. With an angry shout, he told them to get out, saying they had invaded their territory. At this point, Ching and the others were surrounded by the peacock group. When the green-haired beauty saw Ching's ugly appearance, he became even more furious, saying if they didn't want to die, they shouldn't come in. This was a beast world with more males than females. The males here were handsome and good-looking, while the females were less than satisfactory, with squinty eyes and upturned noses, and big bellies. Bai Ching, to escape the pursuit, had entered this peacock tribe. For safety, she disguised herself as an ugly clown, to avoid other males having any ideas about her. But this ugly appearance almost got her kicked out by the peacock beasts. Fortunately, she was allowed to stay because she was pregnant, but she was constantly targeted by the peacock woman Bella. Not only did Bella make Ching crack pine nuts for her, but she also had to peel them one by one for her to eat. Bella ate with relish, saying she wasn't full yet and told her to continue cracking. Hearing this, Ching wanted to slap her. Pine nuts were the peacock's staple food. This would ruin her hands. So Ching thought of roasting meat for her to eat. Unexpectedly, Bella was ungrateful, saying the meat tasted terrible. Ching claimed her roasted meat was very delicious and said she could try it. But she was rejected again. She could only continue being bullied with tears in her eyes. Bella even said if she slacked off, she would be beaten lame. At this moment, Muir was carrying a fake by Ching made of straw, planning to use the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain to deceive everyone. Then he handed the fake Ching to Snake. Snake's face immediately turned cold. He scolded Muir, saying he was a bastard. "Where did you hide Ching?" The Black Eagle told him not to get excited. Ching was in a very safe place. Going to find her now would only be more dangerous. The urgent task now was to defeat all the beast people chasing Ching first, to eliminate future troubles. After saying this, he turned to bring food to Bai Ching, but the food had barely warmed up in his hands when it was discovered by the peacock woman, who threatened him to hand over the food. Ching said she could share a little for him to taste, but Bella became greedy and wanted to take it all for herself. Just as Ching was about to share some of the roasted meat with him, it was snatched away by Greenhair, who said, "Hand it over, ugly duckling." Ching helplessly shrugged. Living under someone else's roof felt really uncomfortable. Greenhair smiled smugly and handed Ching's food to Bella to eat. Ching could only hide in a corner and cry. This was her food for the whole day. It was really infuriating. Bella wolfed down the roasted meat, while Ching could only pitifully nibble on pine nuts. She had to crack them one by one, otherwise she would go hungry. At this moment, Greenhair brought two small cute animals for Ching to eat, saying it was to return her food in animal skin. "These two little things are so cute. I can't bring myself to eat them. You'd better take them away." Seeing Ching's refusal, Greenhair said she was a fool pretending to be noble. She deserved to starve to death. After saying this, he reached out his dirty hand. He lifted Ching's chin and felt something was off about her face. This left Ching confused. Could it be that Greenhair had discovered her disguise? Just as Greenhair was about to wipe off the freckles on Ching's face, she pushed him away and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, her clothes were accidentally torn off the next second. Greenhair was even secretly laughing. Ching was so embarrassed she screamed. That day, the two were roasting meat together. They were chatting and laughing. Suddenly, A head peeked out from behind, secretly observing their every move. It turned out to be the peacock woman Bella. She was grinding her teeth in anger. Betraying me, huh? Little green hair, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when you get back. Sure enough, as soon as he returned, he was kicked out by the peacock woman. Get out of here. Go find that ugly duckling of yours. I don't want to see you anymore. Little green hair looked pitiful, begging Bella to forgive him. But the peacock woman not only didn't forgive him, she also said she would abandon green hair and not mate with him. She told him to go find that ugly female by Jingjing. Hearing this, green hair instinctively turned his head towards Qingqing. Suddenly his face turned fierce, blaming everything on her. Qingqing sensed trouble and ran away. But it was such a small world. She kept running into the two of them everywhere. They even called Qingqing to hand over the peeled pine nuts to them. Qingqing could only scurry back to get them. Bella noticed the number of pine nuts was incorrect. She slapped the pine nuts out of his hand. She angrily scolded Green Hair for being a liar. She said, "You claim you don't like Bai Qingqing. Did you give her those pine nuts?" Green Hair hurriedly denied it. He said he didn't give them and claimed other males had given them to her. Luckily, Qingqing came to his rescue. Otherwise, Green Hair would have to kneel on durian again when he got back. But Bella demanded Qingqing hand over the roasted meat, or else she'd get beaten. Qingqing couldn't take it anymore. She firmly refused. "I won't give it to you. What can you do to me?" Green Hair threatened to kick her out of the tribe if she didn't give it. At this moment, Jingjing's eyes were already filled with tears. Looking pitiful, she could only agree to their demands. Otherwise, she'd die if she left the tribe. With tears in her eyes, she turned to go get the roasted meat. Green Hair suddenly called out to her. He said if she felt wronged, she should find a peacock male as a partner. That way she wouldn't have to work for anyone. Qingqing politely declined, saying she'd leave as soon as she gave birth to her baby. Their every move was being watched by the peacock tribe leader. A call immediately summoned Green Hair back, who knew he'd be violently beaten as soon as he stepped through the door. Green Hair was completely bewildered, getting beaten for no reason. It turned out the leader discovered Green Hair was bullying by Qingqing, so he lashed out. The leader saw that Qingqing had strong fertility and told Green Hair to pursue her. But Green Hair thought Qingqing was too ugly and not worthy of him. He also said that since he was so handsome, his partner must be the most beautiful in the tribe. After hearing this, the leader wanted to punch this narcissist twice more. He ordered him to keep by Qingqing, or he'd beat him to a pulp. The girl just farted. The males all gathered around, sniffing the scent. The females here lived like gods. No matter how ugly you are, there will be people lining up to chase you. Bai Qingqing had turned herself into a clown girl, but there were still males bringing gifts to court her. Seeing this, Bella was furious. How could males like someone so ugly? She threatened Bai Qingqing to hand over the roasted meat, or she'd beat her to a pulp. Qingqing was forced to cry. She could only obediently hand the meat to Bella. Unexpectedly, Bella slapped it away. She said she wanted to eat tender chick meat, as ordinary meat wasn't suitable for a delicate female like her. Bella's mouth was like a stone in a latrine, both stinky and hard. She mocked Qingqing as a lowly female, only fit to eat this kind of tough, roasted meat. Qingqing's face gradually darkened. She clenched her fists tightly. The next second, she exploded with the force of 10,000 horses. She blurted out, "I've seen shameless people, but never someone as shameless as you. If there was internet here, you'd already be an internet celebrity." Bella was completely confused. She asked what an internet celebrity was and if it was edible. Qingqing couldn't be bothered with her. She turned and left. Meanwhile, Snake was suddenly surrounded and attacked by a group of eagle beasts. Snake just gave a cold laugh. He didn't take those little creatures seriously at all. "You guys are tired of living and want to die, huh?" He violently swung his tail, sending them flying in all directions. Then he opened his huge mouth and fought them to the death. The eagle beasts were knocked to the ground one by one, instantly killed. At this moment, Whittier was secretly hiding behind a rock. He was carrying a bucket of gasoline. It turned out he wanted to burn Cordis to death. Only this way could he stay by Qingqing's side forever. Snake also sensed the situation wasn't good. He needed to end the fight quickly. Everyone found the fake by Qingqing in the snake cave. Damn, we've all been tricked by that snake beast. They tried to escape, but were blocked by Snake. There was no way out. The next second, his body suddenly emitted a powerful shockwave, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. The battle ended completely. All the eagle beasts were dead. By this time, the fire had spread throughout the forest. It surrounded Snake, leaving him no way to escape. He suddenly broke off a large tree. A huge branch rolled down. It happened to wrap around Snake. As the fire consumed it, it was uncertain if he could survive. The fire grew larger and suddenly exploded. On the other side, Ching suddenly hit her hand. Her fingers immediately swelled up red. She felt something big had happened. A sudden pain stabbed her chest. Tears flowed uncontrollably. The snake pattern on her foot also emitted a faint light. At this critical moment, Bella, that idiot, dared to come and provoke her. This angered by Ching. If the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm Hello Kitty? Then she threw pine nuts at her one by one. She cried out in pain, so she called Green Hair to avenge her. Green Hair immediately looked fierce. He grabbed Ching's head and threw her into the water. Then he pulled her out and told her to apologize to Bella. Unexpectedly, Ching would rather die than apologize. Suddenly, she twisted her hands back and locked Green Hair's neck. Then she threw him into the river, letting him taste the river water too. Green Hair was instantly stunned, very surprised. He was utterly embarrassed. I was actually thrown into the river by a female. If this gets out, it'll be laughable. He turned to look at by Ching, as if discovering a new world. The spots on Ching's face had been washed off. Green Hair's face instantly turned red. His little heart couldn't stop pounding wildly. The next second, Ching suddenly lost strength and fell backwards. Fortunately, Green Hair caught her in time. Otherwise, she would have drunk her fill of river water. It turned out Green Hair was attracted to beauty. Seeing Bai Ching suddenly become so pretty, he started to be attentive. He gently wiped the tears from her face. His eyes suddenly became dreamy. My goodness, this is too beautiful. Even the teardrops were so beautifully dreamlike. Seeing the tears, he remembered that Bai Ching was crying. The usually fierce Green Hair instantly transformed into a gentle, fawning peacock. He hurriedly apologized to Ching, but Ching was ungrateful. If I were still an ugly clown, you'd probably wish me dead. Now that I've become pretty, you come to show concern. You're a complete scumbag. Saying this, she shook off his disgusting paws and told him to stay away from her. At this moment, Ching was very confused. She meant to use Curtis's power, but instead used Parker's power to throw Green Hair into the water. Could something have really happened to Curtis? The girl was pushed into the water just because she was ugly. But her ugliness was all pretense. She was afraid others would have bad intentions. In fact, she was breathtakingly beautiful. The river water washed away the spots on her face. The ugly duckling instantly turned into a swan. Green Hair saw Ching's true face. He suddenly realized and regretted his actions. The arrogant little peacock became a clingy little bird. However, Ching was very disgusted with him. She slapped away his bird hands. Who knew Green Hair was such a sycophant? His face was thicker than a city wall. He picked up Ching and walked towards the shore, making her struggle desperately and shake all over. But Green Hair still wouldn't let go. Seeing this, the peacock girl was furious. She yelled at Green Hair, "Did water get into your brain? How dare you hug another female?" But Green Hair ignored her and kept showing concern for Bai Ching. Bella was instantly enraged. "Stinky Green Hair, just wait till you get home and kneel on durians." After saying that, she turned and left. Before leaving, she even farted. How infuriating. When everyone saw Ching's face, they couldn't help but scream, "Oh my God, she's so beautiful." No wonder Green Hair suddenly became so nice to her. For safety, Whittier drew spots on her face again. Otherwise, who knows how many males would come to court her. Just as he finished drawing the spots, little Green Hair appeared again. He handed Ching a bowl of pine nuts to win her favor. Seeing this, Whittier gave him 2 punches. It made him hit a big tree, almost knocking him out. "How did you treat Ching before? Now that you know she's pretty, you come to curry favor. I think you're like the big drum in a band, kid." Then he leaped up and gave Green Hair a hard slap. Colorful peacock feathers slowly fell. Little Green Hair almost became a bald bird. However, Ching was excited. Great, she could finally collect some beautiful feathers. But on second thought, she gave up. If jealous Curtis and Parker saw it, it would be game over. So she ran forward to break up the fight. Seeing the two fighting happily with no intention of stopping, She turned and glanced at the roasted meat behind her. She decided to eat while watching the fight. You like fighting, right? Then fight slowly. I was worried I'd have nothing to watch. In the end, would Ear won a complete victory. Green Hair was miserable, beaten into a bald bird. Ching Ching sighed. Is this still the handsome Green Hair? How did he become a bald uncle? At this moment, there was a sudden earthquake from the direction of Wanshou City. Peacocks flew around in chaos. Ching Ching was scared and trembling. Tears kept flowing down her cheeks. Am I really a disaster magnet? Will the disaster come here? It's all my fault for harming them. Wood Ear held Ching Ching in his arms, comforting her. It's okay. Don't be afraid when I'm here. Meanwhile, Wanshou City had become a pile of ruins. Beast people were fleeing in all directions. The Leopard King questioned the Primal King. Didn't you say everything would be fine if we drove by Ching Ching away? If I find out you wronged by Ching Ching, I'll definitely beat you up. At this moment, the old man stubbornly defended himself, insisting that eliminating by Ching Ching was the only way to stop the disaster. The old man's female felt it wasn't safe to stay here and wanted to return to the sea to be his mermaid princess. But she was stopped by the old man. The mermaid was so angry, she gritted her teeth. Then she picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it hard on his bald head. This bootlicker was so devoted. Even with his skull cracked open, he still spoke humbly. In the end, he could only send her back to the sea. Little Green Hair, who was also beaten bald, was now secretly peeking at by Ching Ching from outside the door. But Wood Ear shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll pluck all your green feathers and make you completely bald." Frightened, he quickly withdrew his head, afraid of becoming a bald freak. But he still didn't give up, following by Ching Ching like a leech. He even said he was just passing by and happened to peel pine nuts for Ching Ching to eat. What a coincidence! The shrew Bella suddenly appeared. She was wearing the clothes she had snatched from Ching Ching. She told Green Hair to go back and kneel on durians, or she would abandon him. Unexpectedly, Green Hair just snorted coldly. You want me to go back with you, you old tigress? Keep dreaming. Now I only have by Ching Ching in my heart. You'd better return the clothes to her. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Bella immediately became furious. She cursed Green Hair as a scumbag bird, saying she would never return the clothes even if he killed her, unless exchanged for a blue-tailed fox. Otherwise, she'd rather burn the clothes. Hearing this, Green Hair's face became ferocious. Blue-tailed foxes aren't hard to catch, but their farts can kill an elephant. Meanwhile, Parker finally caught up to the peacock tribe. The peacocks shouted angrily at the sight. The little leopard cub was so scared he slammed on the brakes. Otherwise, his head would have been pecked open. Wood Ear learned that Parker had arrived. To keep Ching Ching, he found Green Hair. He said the leopard was by Ching Ching's favorite. They must keep him out. Otherwise, Ching Ching would be taken away. He also agreed to let Green Hair pursue by Ching Ching, competing fairly. He promised not to hit him again. Green Hair was overjoyed. Wood Ear was still the boss. Then he led the peacocks to block Parker's way. The leopard saw that the leader was actually a skinny bald man. Little Green Hair almost laughed out loud, looking disdainful. So he tried to force his way through. But his coolness lasted less than 3 seconds. The peacock group started pecking and scratching him. Outnumbered, he quickly fled. These stinky peacocks must want Ching Ching all to themselves. Wait till I find Curtis. You'll be in for it. The leopard wanted to see his wife, but was pecked by the peacock beasts. He could only pitifully lie outside waiting. At this time, Ching Ching was in labor. The little leopard cub was in so much pain, tears flowing and sweating profusely. You can see how hard it is to give birth. So you must listen to your mother to be happy. Accompanied by a painful cry, a cute little leopard cub was finally born. Ching Ching barely had time to be happy for a few seconds, when the next moment her belly suddenly hurt sharply again. Several cute little leopard cubs all landed. Looking quietly at the adorable leopard cubs, a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Tears couldn't stop flowing. The babies all looked like Parker. Silly leopard, where are you? At this point, Jing Jing had already fainted. Early the next morning, she was directly scared to pee, thinking that Wood Ear had delivered the babies for her yesterday. She was utterly embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack to crawl into. Jing Jing looked at the 3 cute little leopard cubs with a worried face. Without milk to feed them, they would surely starve to death. Wood-Ear comforted her caringly, saying he had a solution. But he ended up catching a female leopard. He told Ching-Ching to bring the cubs over to nurse. After a while, he brought the little leopard cubs. Then he placed them next to the mother leopard. The little cubs finally didn't have to starve anymore. They started eating heartily. But the mother leopard seemed very unwilling. She kept rolling on the ground. Just as Ching-Ching reached out to take the cubs, she was scratched hard by a paw. Her arm was left with several deep, bloody scratches. But she still endured it with a forced smile, gently cradling the little cubs in her hands. As long as the babies were okay, that's all that mattered. Wood-Ear angrily pinned down the leopard, tightly gripping its neck. "How dare you hurt Ching-Ching? You're asking for a beating." Seeing this, Ching-Ching quickly told him to stop. If the mother leopard died, the cubs would have no milk to drink. Wood-Ear finally realized and quickly let go. The little cubs could finally eat peacefully until they were full. After eating their fill, they rewarded Wood-Ear with a pile of poop. Ching-Ching was almost shocked speechless, but Wood-Ear just laughed. Ching-Ching quickly apologized and asked him to give her the cubs. But Wood-Ear said it was fine. As long as Ching-Ching didn't mind, he could take care of them as if they were his own cubs. Ching-Ching felt a bit dazed at this moment. She felt Wood-Ear was truly a good person. He didn't mind even with poop on his hands, and these weren't even his cubs. She recalled all the ways Wood-Ear had taken care of her. He was simply a big, warm-hearted man. Wood-Ear gazed deeply at by Ching-Ching, his face full of worry. He had already told Green Hair to stop preventing Parker from coming in. He thought Ching-Ching probably wouldn't pay attention to him anymore in the future. He was about to get up and leave, but Ching-Ching called out to stop him. Wood-Ear was delighted, feeling something good was about to happen. Sure enough, Ching-Ching made a huge decision. She was so nervous her speech became stuttered. "We might be able to mate, but only if Curtis and Parker accept it." Hearing this, Wood-Ear froze on the spot. His hands were shaking with excitement. The bowls and chopsticks fell with a clang. Wood-Ear was stunned, unable to believe his ears. After coming to his senses, he excitedly rushed towards Ching-Ching. He held her tightly in his arms. Then he said sweet words, "I really love you. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Unstoppable." Then he turned and left, saying he'd give Ching-Ching a surprise. It turned out he was going to find Parker to bring him to see by Ching-Ching. But he was ambushed by Parker. With a bite, he snapped his wing. It made a crunching sound. Wood-Ear fought back fiercely, scratching the leopard's face. The best strategy was to flee quickly, otherwise his life would be in danger. Big Brother ignored him and rushed to find Ching-Ching. The two who hadn't seen each other for a long time were overjoyed. The leopard was so happy that tears streamed down his face. With a howl, he pounced on Ching. Ching tackled the leopard, excited to the point of taking off. They exchanged warm greetings. At this moment, he noticed something moving under the blanket. He thought someone was hiding there. Angrily, he lifted the blanket, but what met his eyes were 3 adorable little leopard cubs. Parker suddenly froze like a wooden chicken. The silly leopard turned to stone instantly. These were his offspring. Born just yesterday, Parker was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. "Great, I've finally become a father." Ching-Ching wanted to laugh, seeing his dumbfounded expression. But then she noticed something was off about his face. So she asked why his face was injured. Parker explained he had just fought with Wood-Ear. Ching-Ching was confused why they would fight without any grudge. Parker turned his head and snorted coldly. "It's good enough I didn't bite him to death. He told those peacock beasts to keep me out, not letting me see you." Ching-Ching's mind was instantly in chaos. Wood-Ear was usually so good to her. How could he do such a treacherous thing? She shook her head frantically, still in disbelief. Wood-Ear couldn't possibly be a hypocrite, until Parker said Wood-Ear wanted to burn Curtis to death. Ching-Ching felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She immediately told Parker to take her to find Snake. They came to the cave where Curtis had previously lived. Wood-Ear was secretly watching their every move. The cave inside and out had been burned to ruins. Ching-Ching was so angry she gritted her teeth, thinking Snake had been burned to death by Wood-Ear. Suddenly overcome with grief, she nearly fell. However, Wood-Ear was still fantasizing about his beautiful future with Ching-Ching. He deluded himself that when Ching-Ching's anger subsided, she would return to be his mate. But he didn't know Ching-Ching had already learned of his actions. She couldn't help but shout angrily, "That despicable Wood-Ear. I want to beat him up now." Hearing this, Whittier was struck as if by lightning. His whole body was shaking, tears streaming uncontrollably. He hoped he had misheard. He hoped to hear, "I want to hug him," instead of "I want to kill him." At this moment, all his beautiful dreams had shattered. Whittier, his heart as dead as ashes, slowly fell. It can only be said that he loved someone in the wrong way. Lying in the cold water, letting the storm beat him. Hopefully he won't be so foolish in the future. The girl was squatting by the sea to pee. The next second made her scream suddenly. A big bubble appeared in the sea. Suddenly, a merman jumped out of the water. She was so scared she wet herself on the spot. "Oh my goodness, how can this turtle beast be so handsome?" The merman grinned. "You're the turtle. I'm a drop-dead gorgeous merman." After saying that, he picked up Ching Ching and darted into the sea. Then he threw her into a bubble. She landed on her bottom on the bubble and was firmly trapped inside. Confused and at a loss, she shook frantically. Suddenly losing gravity, she fell instantly. She started spinning in circles with 3 little leopard cubs. In a flash, they rolled to the middle of the sea. The little merman chased closely behind. Just as he was about to jump into the sea, the leopard pounced fiercely. But unfortunately, he missed. The cunning merman jumped into the water. But the leopard still wouldn't give up. He continued to chase. He risked his leopard life and plunged into the sea. He engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the merman. "You little turtle, you dare try to steal my Ching Ching. I'll stew you in a turtle soup." Hearing this, the merman became furious with embarrassment. "Stop calling me a turtle. I'm not a tortoise. I'm a drop-dead gorgeous merman." Dad dove underwater and gave Parker a hard punch. The stormy waves made the bubble spin wildly in circles. Ching Ching and the 3 little leopard cubs were already dizzy from spinning. Seeing this, Parker hurriedly swam towards Ching Ching. However, halfway there he ran out of strength and slowly sank. At this moment, the merman revealed a sinister smile. With a flick of his tail, he sent the bubble flying. Then he smacked Parker hundreds of meters away. When the bubble stopped spinning, it had drifted to the middle of the vast sea. The merman whistled, feeling smug. Ching Ching was in tears. Anxiously, she looked at Parker in the distance, still struggling desperately to save her. With tears in her eyes, she thought, "Parker, please be okay." But Parker had completely lost strength and was slowly sinking. The merman happily brought Ching Ching back to his clan, but he saw Ching Ching trying hard to scratch the bubble. This made him confused. "What are you doing?" "I'm a salmon. The bubbles I blow aren't so easily broken." Ching Ching angrily clenched her little fists. "So what if you're a salmon?" "I'm a little crayfish." As soon as she said that, she suddenly froze. Looking closely, this salmon was quite beautiful. It would probably make delicious sashimi. The merman blushed at Ching Ching's stare. "This female is drooling while looking at me. She must like me." Little did he know, Ching Ching was drooling because she wanted to make sashimi out of him. At this moment, the merman suddenly took a deep breath. He shouted loudly, "I brought Ching back." Ching Ching suddenly realized, so he wasn't a salmon after all, and definitely not a turtle, but a male merman. No wonder he was so beautiful. His looks were as stunning as the mermaid princess. Ching Ching vaguely heard the merman call her Ching earlier, so he mistook me for the mermaid princess. That's why he captured me. Ching Ching frantically shouted that it was a mistake, claiming she wasn't Ching. The merman was stunned at first after hearing this. Then he said it was impossible. No one could be this beautiful except Ching. After Ching Ching's vigorous explanation, the merman fell into deep thought. Could this female really not be Ching? He looked at by Ching Ching, his face full of disappointment. Then he slowly pushed her upwards. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. Seeing the scene before her, Ching Ching was completely dumbfounded. She saw thousands of male mermen staring at her. They were all drooling while looking at Ching Ching. Ching Ching was so scared, she almost pooped herself. The entire Wanshou city only had tens of thousands of beastmen. Here there must be at least hundreds of thousands. If she stayed here, she might not even have scraps left. She'd better find a way to escape quickly. The merman Blue Cat was about to send Ching Ching ashore. Who knew a merman leader would suddenly appear? He glared at by Ching Ching with a ferocious look. Ching Ching was about to explain that she wasn't the person they were looking for. Unexpectedly, the leader interrupted her. "Take Ching back to the nest." Ching Ching exploded with anger instantly. "I'm not Ching. Why won't you let me go?" The girl was captured by mermen just for peeing at the seaside. So don't pee in public. Otherwise, you'll be the next one to be caught. Ching Ching was taken into the sea. It turned out to be just a case of mistaken identity. They mistook Ching Ching for the mermaid princess. Ching was about to push her ashore. but was stopped by the merman leader. He insisted that Ching was the mermaid princess. The mermen all rushed up to surround her. They drooled at the sight of the heavenly beautiful Ching. Ching was so scared she wet herself completely. Thousands upon thousands of mermen might gnaw me to bits. At the critical moment, the leader shouted angrily at the fish crowd, "Everyone be quiet. She is our one and only beautiful mermaid princess. Whoever dares to disrespect the princess, I'll kill them." Only then did the mermen stop in their tracks, not daring to move. Ching was about to explain that she wasn't a mermaid princess. But before she could speak, she was stopped by the merman leader. "If you don't want to die, shut up. If they find out you're not a mermaid, they'll eat you alive." At this moment, the 3 little leopard cubs were trembling in fear. To save her life, Ching could only temporarily agree. Otherwise, she and the little leopards would become the merman's dinner. The merman leader pushed her back into the nest and made Blue Cat the first choice to be Ching's mate. Blue Cat froze instantly. He was so excited his fish gall almost burst. He quickly caught up. Bai Ching was so happy, she cried tears of joy, leaving pearl-like tears. Ching was also shocked. Merman's tears were actually crystal clear pearls. She then turned her head and told him to get lost. If it weren't for Blue Cat, she wouldn't be here. It turned out the leader already knew Ching wasn't the mermaid princess Chin. But if he let her go, he wouldn't be able to save face. Because Chin had already been taken to land by a snake, and she had become mates with an old geezer. The merman leader was still in the dark about this. Ching was about to tell him Chin was in Wanshou City. But on second thought, she gave up. What if he came back for revenge? She might really be chopped to pieces. At this time, Blue Cat brought a fish for Ching to eat raw. She snorted coldly, saying she doesn't eat raw food, unless you make yourself into sashimi for me to eat. She originally wanted to annoy Blue Cat. Unexpectedly, he laughed heartily. "You're so funny. If you want, I'm willing to chop myself up for you to eat." Ching pushed away the fish in Blue Cat's hand. She begged him to find Parker to cook food and pass a message. Otherwise, she would go on a hunger strike. Little Blue had no choice but to obediently go find Parker, who knew as soon as he reached the surface, he was attacked by a group of peacocks. They pecked him so hard he cried out for his parents. What the hell? Since when did peacocks eat mermen? He then informed them that Bai Ching sent him to find Parker. Hearing this, the leopard immediately told the peacocks to stop. Otherwise, Blue Cat's fish head would be pecked to pieces. Parker told him to hand over Ching, or else he would be made into fish soup. But Blue Cat ignored his words, looking Parker up and down. So this is the male Chin found on land. Looks like a dumb old man. Not as handsome as me either. He then snorted coldly and handed the small fish to Parker, saying Ching doesn't eat raw food, so he should cook it. He also said she's now the female of the merman tribe, and she and the little leopard Curtis are doing well. Hearing this, Parker's face turned black with anger. At the same time, his face was full of question marks. How did the leopard cub's names change to Curtis? Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ching, that girl is so mischievous. Is she signaling to me that Curtis is in the sea? He then took the fish from Blue Cat's hand, saying he'd go cook it for Ching right away. Soon, little Blue Cat brought back the fish soup Parker had made. Ching's mouth watered at the smell. She gulped it down in one go. After eating, she fed the little leopard cub's milk. Little Blue Cat suddenly appeared, startling her. She hurriedly turned around and told him to get out quickly. However, little Blue Cat grinned and quickly apologized. He curiously asked Ching why she let the little leopards bite her chest. Ching explained that this is how mammals feed their young. Blue Cat was amazed. Ching was speechless. She wanted him to take her up to find Parker. If he agreed, she'd give him a surprise. This made little Blue Cat's heart bloom with joy. He thought the surprise was her giving birth to his babies. He immediately went wagging his tail to get the leader's approval. That day, Green Hair informed Parker. He saw an old man carrying a female coming this way. Parker was suddenly stunned. He asked Green Hair what they looked like. After Green Hair's description, Parker was certain it was Ching's enemy, Qin Yao, returning to the sea. Oh no, Ching was in danger. The girl had been captured by the mermen and taken back to the sea. They mistook her for the mermaid princess. But when the real mermaid princess Qin returned, she wanted her dead. Qin was gnashing her teeth in hatred, telling the merman leader to kill Bai Ching. She also falsely accused Ching's mate Curtis of kidnapping her. In fact, she had shamelessly insisted on following the snake. Now she was tricking others into avenging her. The merman leader's face gradually turned grim and terrifying. Seeing this, the mermaid princess's heart trembled. The leader ordered someone to take her back to the nest. He then turned around, about to leave, but Qin called out to him, asking where he was going. "I'm going to kill that snake beast." After saying that, he left. Qin shouted, reminding him not to forget to kill by Qingqing. At this moment, Little Blue Cat had hidden Qingqing away. He suddenly turned into a little crybaby. He pitifully complained to Bai Qingqing, "If I help you, Qin won't want me anymore. Then won't I be single for the rest of my life?" Qingqing was at her wit's end. She was afraid Little Blue Cat would cling to her forever. So she promised that if Qin didn't want him, she'd help him find a mate. Only then did Little Blue Cat's anxious heart settle down. He was so happy he could explode on the spot. The next second made him cry. Wah wah. They saw tens of thousands of mere people surrounding them. The merman leader brought the fish army to take Qingqing's life. Blue Cat immediately stood protectively in front of her. "To kill her, you'll have to step over my dead body first." The leader quickly rushed towards Blue Cat. "You stinky saltwater fish think you can stop me? Hand over by Qingqing now." Little Blue Cat swam away in a flash, faster than a rabbit. The leader chased closely behind, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. Blue Cat used all his strength to push Qingqing away. Then he turned to engage in a life-or-death battle with the merman leader. Qingqing watched Blue Cat fighting to the death for her, feeling touched. But how could he be a match for the merman leader? He was defeated in no time. At this moment, the merman group charged towards Qingqing with murderous intent. A finger sliced through the bubble. The next second, it burst violently. Seawater gushed into Qingqing's mouth. Her chest felt a sharp pain, and she had difficulty breathing. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. Am I really going to die this time? At that moment, the snake pattern on her foot suddenly emitted a golden light. Curtis suddenly appeared behind her. The merman leader suddenly had a change of heart and went to save by Qingqing. He helped her gradually regain her breath, saving her life. This surprised Blue Cat. So the leader isn't that bad after all. He immediately shouted for him to run. They saw the snake open its huge mouth and lunge towards him. It smashed his umbrella with one hit. A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out. Considering he had just saved Qingqing, the snake didn't deliver a fatal blow. Then he coiled around Qingqing and swam towards the shore. Little Blue Cat, reluctant to part, followed them upstream. After reaching the shore, Qingqing finally regained consciousness. The leopard was the first to rush forward, showing concern. The snake pushed him behind with one hand and embraced Qingqing tightly. She looked at the snake she hadn't seen for a long time with a beaming smile. But suddenly she noticed that the beast mark on his neck had disappeared. She asked Curtis what had happened. He touched his neck, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Qingqing felt very sorry for him, thinking his power had been burned away. The snake gently stroked her little head, telling her not to worry. It turned out that Curtis had broken through to become a Wuwen beast, so he no longer had a beast mark. Only then did Qingqing breathe a sigh of relief. She was also happy for him. She was excited inside, feeling so fortunate to have met a male like Curtis, who was both strong and handsome. Parker, however, was envious. A 4-striped beast was already impressive, but a 5-striped beast was unimaginable. Snake saw how happy Qingqing was, so he picked her up and went out to do some radio calisthenics. But just as they reached the door, they saw a salted fish flipping over. Looking at that fish, it seemed oddly familiar. It turned out to be the merman. Little Blue Hare saw Qingqing and grinned from ear to ear. Qingqing was also surprised. This fish actually stuck around and wouldn't leave. Snake frowned immediately upon seeing this. Seeing his love rival with fair skin, beautiful appearance, and no legs, he suddenly became extremely jealous. The crisis index skyrocketed instantly. He hadn't eaten yet. It wouldn't be bad to grill this fish and eat it. Fortunately, Qingqing strongly dissuaded him. Otherwise, the merman would have become grilled fish. In this world, the males were handsome and good-looking, while the females looked like a mess. Squinty eyes, big bellies, and extremely narcissistic. She asked the mermaid in the river, hey, little fish in the river, do you think I'm beautiful?" The merman Little Blue Cat really wanted to give her a bucket. In his mind, he imagined her as an ugly big fish mouth. He turned to her with a look of disdain. "Are you insulting my aesthetic sense? Even if I stay single for life, I wouldn't want a female like you." Bella's little heart was struck as if by lightning. Instantly enraged, she shouted, "Shut your stinking fish mouth. I'm the recognized most beautiful female in our tribe. Everyone sighed upon hearing this. Who the hell gave her such confidence? Ching, however, thought Blue Hair was too picky. She really worried he might stay single for life. At this moment, they were heading towards their new habitat. The peacock Little Green Hair also wanted to follow, but he was stopped by Curtis. Don't come along, or I'll pluck all your feathers and turn you into Baldy Strong. Green Hair could only watch them leave, feeling incredibly dejected. He thought that Snake was so fierce. Becoming Ching's partner might be harder than ascending to heaven. But for the person he liked, he mustered up courage, gritted his teeth, and quickly caught up with her footsteps. Seeing this, the peacock girl Bella's heart twitched. What magic did by Ching use? Why did all the handsome males like her? The merman Little Blue Cat also followed closely behind. Suddenly, with a thud, he fell to the ground. He was almost dried into merman jerky, but the leopard told him not to play dead. Why leave the good ocean to come suffer on land? Then he turned and left, not giving him a second glance, leaving Little Blue Cat crying Wawa on the spot. He immediately got up and hurriedly chased after them. Ching, you promised to help me find a beautiful female. You can't leave me behind. Ching could only let him follow for now. She also said they'd find a place with a river to rest. Blue Hair was so happy he danced with joy. The snake and leopard couldn't help but curse. The merman encountering water was like meeting his mother. He laughed happily. He kept swimming in the river, splashing about. Curtis looked at him more and more like a stinking fish. He suddenly showed a fierce look. Why not just grill this stinking fish and eat it? Fortunately, Ching strongly prevented it. Otherwise, the merman would have become salted fish, unable to flip over again. At this time, the three little leopard cubs dared to scratch the snake's body. Unable to eat grilled fish, Curtis was a bit irritated. Just then, several little leopards came to satisfy his craving. Such tender little leopards would be perfect as snacks. He then stuck out his tongue to call them over. But on second thought, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Damn, what was I thinking? These are Ching's cubs. Then one leopard cub let out a roar and rushed to Ching. It kept whining, wanted to drink milk. The other two also smelled the milk. They all ran over in a flash. Seeing this, Snake immediately frowned. He thought the little leopards were biting by. Ching also rushed over in an instant. She picked one up with one hand. Biting your own mother? How about I bite you too? The little leopard trembled in fear, looking pitiful. It immediately started crying loudly, with his stinky snake stepfather around. It's too hard to have a good meal. Curtis examined the leopard cub carefully. He was about to spank its bottom, but he found it had no teeth. That's why its bottom was spared. Ching told him to give the little leopard back to her. She explained this was how mammals feed their young. It wasn't biting her. Snake finally understood. It was he who didn't understand. At this moment, the two were being lovey-dovey. Blue Cat saw this and stared blankly. If only I could be so sweet with Ching too. Suddenly, a boom interrupted the couple's moment. It turned out Parker had returned from hunting. Seeing the two being intimate, he actually got jealous. Ching hurriedly went to comfort him. She said they were all family and should love each other. But Snake told Ching to have another litter of baby snakes. The leopard gave him an angry glare. The three immediately fell into a deadlock again. Ching asked Curtis how the snake babies were doing. However, he casually said, I lost them. Ching was so angry, she frantically waved her little fists at him. These snake babies secretly drank pee-pee. The snake father angrily threw them all away. The snake mother was so angry she screamed. She frantically waved her little fists, punching the snake. She questioned how he could do such a thing. The baby snakes would be heartbroken. However, Curtis said they could have another litter of snake beasts. They just needed to be independent from a young age. Ching directly refused his request. She said they'd discuss it after they settled down. The leopard secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, Ching didn't agree. The snake regretted abandoning the snake babies. It made Ching angry at him. Just then, it suddenly started pouring rain. They all took shelter in a cave, but the little blue-haired merman was outside in the rain. This made Ching feel dejected. If she had known, she wouldn't have agreed to help him find a female. There were no tribes here anyway. Blue Hair heard this and said it was better not to find one. This way you can be my female. Snake suddenly extended his tail. Blue Hair was confused. The next second, he was flung away. Ching was dumbfounded. How could you hit him too? were not even possible. The leopard covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. That stinky salted fish deserved it. Then Snake rushed out of the cave, his face full of killing intent. If you think about Ching Ching again, I'll burst your fish gall. After saying that, he turned to go hunting. The little fish was so scared he hopped backwards. At this moment, Ching Ching invited Little Blue Cat into the cave. She was afraid he might be attacked by wild beasts if left alone outside. Little Blue Cat thought carefully. In the end, he gave up. Being attacked by wild beasts was better than being swallowed alive by a snake. He wagged his tail and said, "It's fine. I like the rain. I can protect you from out here." At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the cave. Could it really be wild beasts? Suddenly, a green head popped up at the cave entrance. It turned out to be the green-haired peacock. He had been secretly following them all along. Bai Ching Ching said in a panic, "I just saw several wild beasts coming this way." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of rumbling sounds was heard. A group of fierce-looking beasts was seen slowly approaching them. They were dragging a little girl on their backs. The girl's hands were tightly bound. She couldn't move. The wind and rain were eroding her body. They came to the cave entrance. Each of them had a fierce look on their face. Parker and the others were ready for battle. The beast group roared and pounced on them. Parker didn't back down. He leaped up. Blue hair and green hair protected Ching Ching at the cave entrance. Parker and one of the fierce beasts stared each other down, while the other beasts nearby were yawning, leisurely licking their toes. Damn it, these beasts were all level 3 beasts. They didn't take Parker seriously at all. They were incredibly arrogant. Ching Ching heard the commotion outside the cave. She couldn't help but call out, "Parker, please be safe." This sweet voice, however, brought deadly peril. The beasts all turned to look at the source of the sound. This was bad. They absolutely couldn't let them see Ching Ching's peerless beauty. Otherwise, she would surely be kidnapped by the beasts. Parker took the initiative. He fiercely bit the wolf beast's neck. Little Blue Cat, with the hand speed of being single for 18 years, slashed at the beast's neck. The beast instantly flew several meters and died on the spot. This speed was as fast as lightning. After finishing, he didn't forget to lick his fingers. "Damn, I actually dirted my delicate hands." Green Hair turned and shouted, "Watch out," to him. But before he could react, a male beast suddenly crashed into him. Accompanied by a loud crash, Little Blue Cat was hit and disoriented. His whole body was covered in wounds, coughing nonstop. At this moment, the male beast swung its bare paw, just as it was about to smash his fish head. At the critical moment, Ching Ching rushed forward. "Big stupid bear, stop right there." Bear 2 froze upon seeing the beauty. He smiled lecherously and slowly walked towards Ching Ching. Ching Ching trembled in fear, begging him to spare Little Blue Cat. Bear 2 drooled at the sight of Ching Ching. He involuntarily reached out his salty bear paw. In a second, Parker locked his jaws on the bear's throat. He bit down hard on its neck. With a thud, Bear 2 instantly fell to the ground. Parker immediately shielded Ching Ching. The remaining beasts were now enraged with shame. They all attacked Parker at once. At this moment, Ching Ching was terrified, her whole body shaking. Just then, a tiger beast walked in. He turned his head and looked at Bai Ching Ching. To protect Ching Ching, Blue Hair shouted at the tiger beast, "Hey, hey, hey, stupid tiger, come at me if you dare. What's so great about targeting a girl?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was almost flattened by the tiger beast. The tiger opened its bloody maw, about to bite off his fish head. However, Ching Ching rushed forward again to shield Blue Hair. The beast suddenly stopped its attack. Ching Ching closed her eyes tightly and begged it to spare them. Blue Hair, noticing the silence, secretly opened one eye, thinking it was finally over. Unexpectedly, the tiger beast bit down hard on his hand. Ching Ching suddenly screamed in pain. Parker was stunned when he heard the scream. The wolf beast took the opportunity to bite his butt. He instantly howled in pain. Ching Ching's tears flowed uncontrollably. For everyone's safety, Ching Ching actually proposed to go with the beasts. The fierce tiger slowly released his hand. But what happened next they couldn't handle. Curtis returned from hunting, his body filled with rage. The group of beasts was intimidated by this powerful force. Seeing Ching Ching's tearful eyes and her bitten hand, Curtis suddenly became enraged. His sharp fangs could no longer be controlled. Followed by a series of howls, all the beasts fell and died. The girl had been taken back by a group of beasts to be their wife. She would rather die than go, and her hand had been bitten. The next second, they realized their mistake. Curtis was seen swinging his snake tail, beating all the beasts. He also rescued the little girl who had been taken by the beasts. Mark quickly untied him. Ching went up to show concern and asked what had happened. The girl suddenly showed a terrified expression. She pushed by Ching away with her bruised hands, causing her to fall on her bottom, almost bruising it. The snake and leopard were very surprised. They quickly went forward to support her. Parker was instantly enraged. He grabbed the girl's trembling hand. Then he pinned her down. "How dare you push my Ching? I'll spank you until your bottom blooms." However, he was stopped by Ching. Parker asked her why. "Silly leopard, look at your actions. No naughty behavior." Parker shook his head, looking confused, not knowing what was wrong. At this moment, he finally came to his senses. He instinctively kept backing away. With an innocent expression, he was about to explain to Bai Ching, but Ching couldn't be bothered with him. She turned to put clothes on the girl. Parker cried pitifully, afraid that Ching would ignore him. Ching discovered that the girl actually had no mate's beast mark. After Parker's explanation, they learned. It turned out that her mates had all been killed by beasts, so the beast mark disappeared along with them. One can imagine what cruel torture the girl had endured. Parker punched a rock, feeling very guilty. He thought if Curtis hadn't arrived in time, Ching's fate might have been unimaginable. Little Blue Cat beside him was very speechless. What's wrong with this leopard suddenly? Just as he wanted to pee, he was scared back by him. Ching worried he might get depressed, so she thought of a childish method. She then kept tickling his armpit, making him laugh helplessly. The leopard was already laughing to tears, begging for mercy. Seeing he no longer had the previous depressed feeling, Ching finally let him go. But the mischievous leopard actually used her own method against her. He tickled Ching, making her laugh out loud. Accidentally, she tackled Parker down. The leopard's eyes suddenly became a bit dreamy. Ching, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. I will absolutely protect you well in the future." These flirtatious words made Ching's hair stand on end. She felt both embarrassed and shy. Suddenly, there was a bang. It interrupted the two's intimate moment. It turned out Curtis had returned from hunting. Seeing the two being lovey-dovey, he immediately became jealous. "Very good. Get up and go roast the meat." Parker also refused to back down. The two instantly became confrontational. "It's just a wooing beast. What's so great about that?" He was about to rush up and give Curtis a good beating. "Watch me beat you up." However, he spoke the toughest words but got the hardest slap. Curtis only used one glance. Parker instantly became submissive, obediently running off to cook. The little blue cat beside them sighed, while Ching, looking at his back, fell into deep thought. "This guy is like this all because of me, right?" After the meal was ready, Ching brought the girl out to eat. When she saw Curtis and these handsome beastmen, her eyes instantly lit up. My God, they're so damn handsome. But then remembering the scenes of being tortured by those beasts, she instinctively felt scared and kept backing away. Not wearing underwear and relieving herself anywhere, she happened to be seen by others. The next second, she suddenly became deranged. It turned out she had suffered cruel abuse before, which led to her mental confusion. The leopard could only carry her to find a tribe. The fur on his head was grabbed in confusion. Luckily, he had enough fur. Otherwise, he would have become a bald leopard. Then he'd have to go to the temple to chant Amitabha. As for Little Blue Cat, even if he dried up like a fish, he would still follow. At this moment, a peacock head suddenly popped out. Blue Cat angrily told him not to follow unless he carried him. Several days later, they finally found a tribe. Suddenly, a roar came from ahead. They saw several tiger beasts blocking their way. "This tree I planted, this road I paved. If you want to pass, leave the little beauty in your hands." What the tiger beasts didn't expect was they were actually here to deliver a female. The tigers hesitated for a moment. Then they sniffed the girl's little bottom. The girl was so scared she let out a loud fart. That sour smell infuriated the tigers. They suddenly pounced towards them. Snake hugged Ching and easily dodged. Parker leaped onto a tree and scathed. But the girl in his hands was in a bad situation. She was actually caught by the tiger beast. The tiger beast hugged the girl and kept comforting her. "Peppa, I'm George. Don't you recognize me?" At this moment, Ching sighed in relief. It turned out this was the girl's tribe. She even told the tiger beast to treat their saviors well. Unexpectedly, the the tiger beast mistakenly thought they had kidnapped the girl. I'll treat you well with my fists. Then a group of tiger beasts approached them menacingly. Curtis immediately stood in front of Ching Ching. I think you little tigers are tired of living. Ching Ching was scared that Curtis would go on another killing spree. She cursed the tiger beasts for not recognizing kindness. We rescued Peppa from wild beasts, yet you repay kindness with enmity. Several little leopard cubs meowed, also feeling indignant for their mother. Knowing the truth, the tiger beasts quickly apologized to Ching Ching. Just as they were about to leave, the tiger beasts asked them to stay. Ching Ching turned back and thanked them with a smile. She happened to need a place to stay. The little tiger saw Ching Ching's beautiful face. His tiger face turned red, and he started drooling. Then they settled Ching Ching and her group in a treehouse. Ching Ching, exhausted, lay down on a haystack inside. The little leopard cubs were also crying from hunger. Suddenly, one bit Ching Ching's chest. It immediately cried out in pain. It turned out the little leopard cub had grown teeth and needed to be weaned. It had even drawn blood from Ching Ching. At this moment, Curtis suddenly tore off his little clothes. With a slurp, he sucked clean the blood on Ching Ching's chest. After finishing, he didn't forget to smack his lips. The leopard on the side was so angry, he stomped his feet. That damn stinky snake beat him to it again. Then he pounced towards by Ching Ching with a howl. He also wanted to lick her wound, saying it would heal faster this way. Unexpectedly, Ching Ching gave him a Hong Kong foot and told him to get lost. No being naughty. The poor leopard didn't get any advantage, but instead got a mouthful of shoe sole poop. Snake threw the little cubs to Parker, telling him to go hunting for the leopard cubs to eat. After the leopard left, Snake had some naughty ideas. Taking advantage of Ching Ching's inattention, he gave her a kiss. Then he pounced on her. Parker returned from hunting and cried his fill. Early the next morning, the merman little blue cat finally caught up to the tribe. He complained to Ching Ching that if she hadn't come, he would have been kidnapped by the females here. Oh, my curse charm! As soon as females see my handsome face, they're completely mesmerized. Ching Ching couldn't help but laugh, saying that wasn't it great? He could choose any wife he liked. However, Little Blue Cat was a hardcore looks-obsessed person. He said those females were black and ugly. Then he used his killer language to flirt with Ching Ching. Why don't you let me be your male? As soon as he finished speaking, Parker punched him hard. Luckily, he ran fast. Otherwise, there would have been chopped chili fish head to eat. At this moment, someone suddenly called out by Ching Ching's name. It turned out to be a beautiful young lady, Jasmine, the daughter of the 5 tribes leader. She had come to befriend Ching Ching. Jasmine took her to play by the lake. Suddenly, a fish head popped out of the water, nearly scaring the 2 girls to death. The merman's entrance was indeed unique. It had to be fast, and he had to look cool while doing it. Jasmine became infatuated upon seeing Little Blue Hair. She quickly pounced on him, asking Blue Hair to be her male. But Little Blue Hair was ungrateful, splashing water in Jasmine's face. I've already told you I'm by Ching Ching's male. Stop hanging around me all the time. However, Jasmine exposed his lie. By Ching Ching doesn't have your beast mark at all. Little Blue Cat quickly asked Ching Ching to say he was her mate. Ching Ching hesitantly said, no, he's not. Little Blue Cat got angry and turned to leave. He dove into the water and was never seen again. This was a fruit that could devour people without leaving bones. Once eaten by mistake, one would disappear without a trace. Fortunately, Parker stopped her in time. Otherwise, Bai Ching Ching would have certainly died. This tree had fertile soil and beautiful fruits. There were animal remains under the tree. It must be highly poisonous. However, Bai Ching Ching picked up the poisonous fruit. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from afar. It startled Ching Ching. She almost tore off Parker's tail. He howled in pain. Annie, my tail is about to break off. Ching Ching patted his little, but apologizing repeatedly. She pointed towards the forest, saying there was a beast. It turned out to be just a small tiger without a beast mark. They secretly sighed in relief. It was just an unweaned tiger cub. He shyly confessed his feelings to Ching Ching. Parker was so angry, he wanted to swallow him alive. His eyes flashed with anger. Get lost if you don't want to die. The little tiger was scared and quickly ran away. But after a while, he sneakily came back to peek at Bai Ching Ching. He couldn't help but stick out his head. He said he wanted to help Ching Ching pick some prickly fruits. Ching Ching directly declined. She even gave him a captivating smile. The little tiger's face immediately turned red, his little heart pounding wildly. He frantically threw prickly fruits at Ching Ching. Seeing this, Parker became furious again. The fruit in his hand was instantly crushed to powder. he suddenly leaped. He beat the little tiger until he was knocked senseless. He grabbed him by the neck, grabbed his little butt, then lifted him high in the air. He threw him far, far away. Ching burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Suddenly, a pungent odor emerged. It sent chills down their spines. Oh no, there's a fierce beast. Ching felt dizzy from the black smoke. A large scorpion lunged at them menacingly. The leopard quickly shielded Ching. The scorpion beast suddenly spewed out a cloud of poison. Ching trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. She collapsed instantly, nearly losing her life. The scorpion tried to take advantage of her weakness. It viciously clamped down with its pincers. At this critical moment, Parker rushed forward. He bit the scorpion's rear end. He bit off its tail completely, then stomped it into a pulp. Afterwards, Parker gave Ching several slaps. This finally woke her up, her face stinging. When she came to her senses, she scolded Parker harshly. Parker hurriedly explained he was saving her, otherwise her head would have been smashed open. He carried Ching and quickly ran home. Back home, the snake strangled him, blaming him for letting Ching enter a dangerous area. Then he asked Parker to pour out the prickly fruits they brought back. When the fruits were poured out, he was instantly attracted by the bright red poisonous fruits. His face twisted in anger, and he stuck out his long tongue. Before Parker could react, the snake's tail had already struck his leopard face. With a loud smack, he was thrown out of the tree hollow. Ching was stunned and asked the snake why he hit Parker again. Curtis, with a gloomy face, said this stupid leopard deserved it for daring to give you poisonous fruits. Ching hurriedly explained that she brought them back herself, not knowing they were poisonous. Just as she finished explaining, Parker climbed back up. But the next second, Curtis threw a poisonous fruit at him, knocking him away again. He told him to go bury the poisonous fruits. Then he warned Ching that eating these fruits would certainly lead to death. He then kissed her forehead, saying it's good she didn't eat them, otherwise she'd be dead. He was the most handsome merman in the ocean. Because countless girls pursued him, wanting to meet him by chance, he simply hid in a smelly lake. But to lure him out, Bai Ching actually brought several barrels of oil to the lakeside. Then she poured the oil into the lake where the merman was. The oil completely sealed the lake's surface, blocking out the sunlight. Before long, he would surely come out. But the girl pursuing the merman asked Bai Ching to leave first. She wanted to wait alone for her encounter with the merman. Ching agreed to the girl's request. Just as she turned to leave, suddenly bubbles started appearing on the water surface, making gurgling sounds. The merman emerged from the water in an incredibly handsome pose. He even licked the oil stains on his face. Nice, it's actually oil. Not only did it dirty my body, but if left for long, even the aquatic life will die together. The girl was overjoyed to see the blue-haired merman come out. In her excitement, she accidentally blurted out, Bai Ching's method really worked. Neither salted fish nor merman can hide anywhere. Upon hearing Bai Ching, the merman's face instantly darkened. Bai Ching went to all this trouble just to make me meet you? The girl explained everything to Little Blue Cat. Ching nearly went mad hearing this. It seems you can guard against fire and theft, but not against a best friend. At this moment, Little Blue Cat's whole body emanated a murderous aura. He slowly swam towards the girl on the shore. However, the girl was already blinded by love. She thought Little Blue Cat had accepted her and was going to give her a loving hug. But as soon as Blue Cat came up, he grabbed her hand. He frantically dragged her into the lake. With a splash, Bai Ching was almost scared into laughter. She quickly got up to see what happened, only to find not a single person on the lake's surface. At this moment, a large python suddenly darted over. It quickly plunged into the lake. This scared Bai Ching so much she almost lost her breath. Fortunately, the leopard appeared in time to comfort her. Otherwise, she would have cried. The leopard informed her that there was a strong killing intent in the lake. Hearing this, Ching's jaw dropped. Could it be that Blue Cat wanted to kill Lily? With a splash, Curtis emerged from the water carrying a barely breathing Lily, while Little Blue Cat was tightly wrapped by the snake's tail. Curtis rescued Lily to the shore. Bai Ching quickly slapped her a few times. Lily suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of dirty water, finally regaining her life. Then she threw herself into Ching's arms, crying loudly. "I'll never believe in that bullshit love again." Curtis really couldn't stand Little Blue Cat's actions. "You stinking salted fish. If you had killed that female, we wouldn't be able to stay in their tribe." After saying this, he swung his snake tail, tightly squeezing his neck. Unfortunately, Bai Ching stopped him in time. Otherwise, they would have had fish head soup tonight. Little Blue Cat glared angrily at Bai Ching, blaming her for meddling in matchmaking. "Don't you know, I only have you in my heart." Ching covered her mouth, apologizing nonstop. Then she grabbed Lily's hand, admitting her mistake and begging for her forgiveness. But Lily shook off her hand. With tears in her eyes, she ran away frantically. Tears scattered throughout the forest, not knowing what love is, only calling for life and death devotion. Meanwhile, Bai Ching was also paying for her mistake. She wanted to scoop out all the oil from the lake surface. Otherwise, the aquatic life would struggle to survive. She found a bundle of wooden sticks. Then she connected the sticks together to herd all the oil into one place. Then she scooped up the oil spoonful by spoonful. After scooping for several hours, Ching was covered in sweat. She scooped from day to night. Little Blue Cat's anger had subsided by half. He told Bai Ching and the others to go back and sleep, not to bother him here. After saying this, he dove into the water. Ching felt extremely guilty. After returning home, she still felt very regretful and scared. The snake gently comforted her, saying he was preparing to hibernate and wanted to find another mate for her. Bai Ching hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. "Having you and Parker is already enough trouble. If another one comes, it'll be chaos." After saying this, she buried her face in the snake's embrace, feeling ashamed. Unexpectedly, Parker suddenly popped up. He also mentioned finding another mate for Ching. He even suggested that silly, patternless little tiger beast, saying he's not bad. Ching's face turned black upon hearing this. The next second, she kicked the leopard out of the tree hole with a bang. The next day, Bai Ching went to apologize to Lily, but Lily refused to forgive her. She said the merman Little Blue Cat was too scary. She gave up completely and would no longer be a love-struck fool. Bai Ching slapped herself hard several times. She said she would introduce Lily to a handsome man even more attractive than Little Blue Cat. Lily finally couldn't resist the temptation of a handsome guy. She chose to forgive her. Afterwards, Ching went to the lakeside to apologize to Little Blue Cat, promising never to play matchmaker for him again. Hearing the word matchmaker, Little Blue Cat was startled and kept backing away. He thought she was going to tie him up with a red string and send him to a girl's house. Ching quickly explained, saying she wouldn't try to pair him with other females anymore. Little Blue Cat finally relaxed and immediately swam in front of Ching, staring at her. His eyes had a hint of dreaminess. Suddenly, with a splash, he pulled Ching into the lake. The girl defecated into the lake, trying to force the merman to come out and meet her. The merman cried from the stench. In anger, he pulled Bai Ching into the water. Ching was trembling with fear, very scared. It turned out the merman was just taking Bai Ching back to his home. After returning to the merman's cave, Little Blue Cat took out a night pearl. He wanted to use this priceless pearl to seduce Bai Ching, as long as Ching agreed to be his mate and then give birth to a litter of merman babies for him. He would give this night pearl that could make people beautiful to Bai Ching. As he said this, he suddenly moved close to Ching, his eyes constantly emitting alluring sparks. Ching was afraid of losing control. She quickly pushed him away, otherwise the consequences would be unthinkable. Even he himself didn't expect it. In just that moment, he was almost captivated by Little Blue Cat's beauty. He quickly turned his head away, not looking at him. This guy is truly exceptionally beautiful. No wonder so many fangirls are head over heels for him. At this moment, Little Blue Cat suddenly pinned Bai Ching against the wall. Then he began to confess, "I love you, but you love him. Yet I'm willing to always protect you, like a fool." Ching got goosebumps hearing these sweet words. "Your flirtatious words are impressive, but it's a waste to use them on me." After saying this, she slapped away his salty fish hand. She turned to leave. Blue Cat's little heart couldn't take it anymore. His face was full of disappointment, very sad. When Parker learned that Ching had been kidnapped, he was furious, shouting, "Stinky fish beast, I'll tear you to pieces." At this time, Little Blue Cat had already sent Ching back up. Seeing this, Parker joined with the little leopard cub to roar at Little Blue Cat, wanting to tear him apart. He suddenly leaped up, pouncing towards him. The stinky salty fish merman saw the situation was not good and quickly retreated. But Parker was firmly pulled back by Ching Ching. She said nothing bad had happened to her, and she wouldn't go to the lakeside again. Time flew by, and winter came, with heavy snow falling. Ching Ching was shivering, wrapped in grass skin. Snake wanted to measure her body to make new clothes. They didn't know until they measured. She had turned into a barrel waist. It was simply too terrible. Snake poked her big belly, saying she had gotten fat. Ching Ching reflexively shouted, "Pervert Snake," accompanied by a loud slap. Curtis's little snake hand had swollen like a pig's trotter. But Parker even added fuel to the fire, saying Ching Ching not only got fat, her slim waist had also turned into an elephant's waist. Ching Ching couldn't bear it anymore. She gave several big slaps to both Snake and Leopard, saying this is called plump, not fat. At this moment, the snow was falling heavier. Ching Ching had also put on thick clothes. Snake suddenly hugged her from behind, afraid she would catch a cold. Unexpectedly, they involuntarily started kissing. Parker saw this and was furious. He couldn't fight them. He could only curl up in the corner with the little leopard cub, feeling sad alone. Ching Ching then realized that Parker and the little leopard cub were still nearby. So she pulled Curtis outside the tree hole to watch the snow. With a thud, the little leopard cub fell from the tree. Ching Ching quickly picked him up to comfort him. Unexpectedly, he cried even harder, with snot and tears everywhere. But as soon as he saw Curtis, he immediately stopped crying, afraid that Snake would spank his bottom. This little guy is so cute. He looks delicious. They took several little leopard cubs to play in the desert. Parker excitedly dug holes to bury poop. It seems the desert is a luxury toilet for Beastmen. At this time, 3 little leopard cubs were ready to go. They worked together to dig the hole, making Ching Ching laugh. Like father, like son indeed. Even the poop wanted to join in. After finishing, they scampered towards their mother, constantly clamoring for milk. Seeing this, Parker was furious, telling them to go play elsewhere. How old are you to still want milk? Want your butts to bloom? Ching Ching immediately stopped Parker. Look, you've scared the cubs so much they've wet themselves. To cheer up the leopard cubs, Ching Ching started playing games with them. She buried one little leopard cub in the sand, leaving only its little head exposed. Then she picked up another leopard cub and buried it in the sand too. The last one got jealous, clamoring to play too. Then it slapped the leopard buried in the sand. Unexpectedly, it got bitten back, crying out in pain. Ching Ching quickly stepped forward to break it up, saying each cub would get a turn. Finally, she buried all 3 little leopard cubs. Now the little leopard cubs were having a great time. Snake swung his tail to block one leopard cub, making it stumble and fall flat on its face. Seeing them playing so happily, Ching Ching told Snake and Leopard to dig a hole for her too. The two looked at each other instinctively. After realizing, they immediately stepped back, thinking she wanted to bury them. Ching Ching quickly explained. She asked them to dig a hole to bury herself, not them. Hearing this, Snake coiled Ching Ching up high, then buried her deep in the sand, unable to move. Stinky Snake, I just asked you to dig a hole, not bury me so deep. Seeing Ching Ching's funny appearance, they couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. Snake and Leopard also sensed something was wrong. They quickly pulled Ching Ching out of the sand, then retrieved the 3 little leopard cubs. Afterwards, they handed them to Ching Ching and told her to leave first. The next second, a scorpion suddenly darted out. Curtis knocked it away with a swing of his tail. At this moment, dozens of scorpion beasts suddenly appeared. Surrounding them, the scorpion swarm charged up menacingly. Curtis handed Ching Ching to Parker, telling them to leave first. Then he angrily pounced towards the scorpion swarm. He tore the little scorpions to pieces one by one. At this time, a scorpion was lunging towards Ching Ching and the others. Seeing this, Parker told Ching Ching to hide far away. He would beat back the scorpion beast. Then he transformed and charged fiercely. In no time, the snake and leopard duo had beaten all the scorpion beasts. Then they quickly returned to the tribe. When the Crab King learned that all his minions were wiped out, he became furious at Bai Ching Ching. Just you wait. Bai Ching Ching was taking a bath. She was again harassed by the shameless snake. He coiled around Ching Ching and lifted her high out of the bathtub. Then he pulled her into his arms. Finally, they cuddled together. The poor little leopard was still heating water for them. Hearing the moaning sounds from the tree hollow, he became furious. "That damn snake is taking advantage of Ching Ching again. I'll beat you flat." After the snake left, the leopard immediately went to find Bai Ching Ching. He started licking her face wildly, saying he was helping Ching Ching wash her face. But the next second, he was flattened by the snake. A swing of the snake's tail sent him flying out of the tree hollow. This surprised Ching Ching. She asked the snake if he shouldn't be hibernating at this time. The snake said cuddling could extend his hibernation period. After saying this, he pretended to faint in Ching Ching's arms. Ching Ching panicked like an ant on a hot pan. The next second, he grinned. Bai Ching Ching was so angry, she punished the snake with 200 spanks. Then she called Parker outside the tree hollow to catch her. She jumped from the tree into the leopard's arms. The next day, Bai Ching Ching came to the lakeside. She found Little Blue Hair almost frozen into dried fish. Wanted to look cool, he didn't even wear clothes. He shyly asked Ching Ching for a warm hug. Ching Ching exclaimed that Little Blue Hair was so shameless. The lake's surface was frozen. How to deal with the lack of oxygen in the water? Little Blue Hair said with lack of oxygen in the water, he couldn't eat or sleep well. At this moment, Bai Ching Ching suddenly thought of an idea. Exercise can prevent water from freezing, so as long as the water keeps moving, it'll be fine. She asked Parker and the snake to find bamboo and wood. Then they built a water windmill in the lake. Little Blue Hair looked at the windmill in confusion. Bai Ching Ching explained that this windmill could help him breathe. Then she asked the snake to start turning the windmill. Curtis swung his tail and pulled hard. The windmill started turning immediately. With a splash, Ching Ching danced happily. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. A beast was slowly approaching her. Ching Ching was so startled she jumped up. It turned out to be the little tiger Winston found by Ching Ching. She was overjoyed. He was about to reach out to caress her little cheeks, but he quickly withdrew his hand, hurriedly saying sorry. Seeing this, Ching Ching shyly covered her face and turned her head away. "Can you put on a bee skin skirt before talking?" Winston only then realized he wasn't wearing any underwear. He quickly transformed back into a little tiger. Parker saw this and became a bit panicked, because Winston was going to beat him until he cried for his parents. He suddenly pounced towards him. Parker transformed and ran away at full speed. Winston charged up, chasing relentlessly. Bai Ching Ching was about to step forward to stop them, but as soon as she took a step, her foot got frozen. The snake quickly went to support her. Back in the cave, Ching Ching immediately took off her shoes. Her little feet were already red and swollen from the cold. The snake saw this and felt heartbroken. He immediately grabbed her smelly little feet and vigorously blew on her feet to warm them. Seeing Ching Ching was still shivering, the snake picked up a little leopard cub. He placed it on Ching Ching's feet. Instantly, a warm flow spread from her feet to her whole body. The little leopard cub nuzzled back and forth on the smelly feet. The other two cubs also ran over to warm their mother. Suddenly, with a bang, Parker rushed into the cave covered in wounds. It turned out he had been beaten up by Winston, because earlier when searching for Bai Ching Ching, Parker had given him wrong directions, causing Winston to be unable to find her. The little leopard was chased and bitten on the butt by the tiger, because he wanted to prevent the tiger from being with Bai Ching Ching. But he was beaten up by the tiger. Crying, he chased him all the way to his home. Seeing that both the snake and Bai Ching Ching were there, he immediately stopped, thinking he wasn't Bai Ching Ching's mate. Entering the cave without permission might anger Curtis. If a fight broke out, he might not be a match for him. Thinking this, he was about to turn and leave when Curtis unexpectedly asked him to stay. The leopard loudly shouted an objection. The next second, he was flattened by Curtis with one slap. He could only pitifully complain to Bai Ching Ching, but Ching Ching told him to get along well with Winston. The leopard buried his head in Ching Ching's arms, sobbing loudly. He cried so much that Ching Ching's feet swelled up. Seeing this, Parker sympathetically licked her smelly feet, making Ching Ching laugh from the tickling. Winston was about to come forward to help warm Ching Ching's little feet, but was stopped by Parker's angry shout. He then obediently lay down on Ching Ching's feet. Winston was asked to boil some hot water. He was about to go out when Ching Ching called him back. She asked him how he found this place. Winston's expression became serious. He said on the way he encountered rootless beasts abandoned by females. They like to go around snatching females. He heard they were capturing a beautiful female. Unexpectedly, that female turned out to be you. Ching Ching was so scared she wanted to move. Curtis said there's no need to be afraid. We'll take them down one by one. They just settled down, no need to move. Winston wondered why Curtis's bee stripes were gone. The snake proudly said he had broken through to become a martial pattern beast. Winston was a bit shocked. Some rootless beasts also have no beast stripes. It seems their strength can't be underestimated. There should also be beastmen with 4 stripes or more. At this moment, Parker covered Ching Ching's feet with a blanket, then rubbed it back and forth on his legs. He almost burned Ching Ching's feet. Reflexively, she slapped the leopard's face. Parker hurriedly apologized to Ching Ching. The little leopard cubs also gathered around to plead for their father. They were also meowing, asking for milk. Mark excitedly brought a bowl, also wanted to eat. Unexpectedly, he was kicked out of the tree hole. How old are you to still want milk? Isn't this asking for a beating? The snake was secretly laughing on the side. This stupid leopard really deserved it. He gently stroked Ching Ching's head, saying he was going into hibernation, telling her not to run around. After saying that, he quickly darted up the tree. At this time, Lily came to find Bai Ching Ching. It turned out she came for Winston's matter. She asked Bai Ching Ching if she was mated with Winston. Ching Ching said she wasn't. Hearing this, Lily's face immediately turned sour. Ching Ching puzzledly asked why she had that expression. It turned out Lily's father wanted her to mate with Winston. Ching Ching immediately became unhappy, thinking Lily disliked Winston. Lily hurriedly explained that she didn't dislike him. If Bai Ching Ching didn't want him, she would accept. Winston involuntarily shouted, "At most I'll close my eyes when kissing." Bai Ching Ching immediately covered his mouth. She made a shushing gesture, shouting so loudly, "Aren't you embarrassed?" Winston is not only strong, but also hardworking, brave, and considerate. Even if you agree, he might not accept you. Hearing this, Lily became interested and was eager to learn more about Winston. Meanwhile, Winston was organizing and deploying the Beastmen, arranging to counter the surrounding scorpion beasts, telling everyone not to panic. He had set traps. As soon as the scorpion tribe comes to invade, they would be completely eliminated. Hearing this, the Beastmen were filled with fighting spirit. They all cheered for the Tiger King's prowess. At this moment, Winston bounced back into the cave. Parker's eyes lit up at the sight. He immediately pounced on Bai Ching Ching, deliberately making beautiful singing sounds. The noise annoyed Winston, who was scratching his heart out. Bai Ching Ching, I will definitely make you accept the little leopard. He pounced on the girl while she wasn't paying attention, eager to have leopard cubs, but was pushed away by Bai Ching Ching. She then pinched his leopard mouth. Sticky Parker, making such a big fuss. You deliberately wanted Winston to hear, didn't you? Ching Ching angrily told him to get out immediately, but Parker blocked her cherry-like small mouth with a kiss. Not caring about anything else, he kissed her. The little tiger heard these whimpering sounds and felt his heart itch. The next day, he jumped down to find Bai Ching Ching, saying he heard strange noises last night and couldn't sleep all night. Ching Ching blushed and hid to one side. Embarrassed, she wanted to jump out of the tree hole. Winston hurriedly came forward. That's too dangerous. Let me carry you down. Ching Ching looked at the warm-hearted and handsome little tiger. Her heart couldn't stop pounding wildly. She didn't expect to be so infatuated, but still accepted Winston's kindness. Then she held his big hand. In the blink of an eye, they were at the bottom of the tree. Ching Ching laughed happily and invited Winston to eat meat together. Seeing this, Parker bared his teeth fiercely. Stinky tiger, if you dare come, I'll bite your butt. Winston's face turned black. He said he'd rather die than eat anything made by a leopard. He saw the food in the pot and worried Ching Ching wouldn't be full. He turned to go find food for her, just like a loyal and obedient little puppy. But in Bai Ching Ching's eyes, he was a charming big hunk. Parker was overcome with jealousy. He hugged Bai Ching Ching tightly. What's so good about that stinky tiger? As a result, he was slapped away by Ching Ching. She scolded the little leopard for being shameless last night and deserving a beating. Parker was so scared he immediately started coaxing and tricking. He pitifully said he was wrong and asked for punishment, offering to be spanked 100 times. However, Ching Ching couldn't be bothered with him and turned to find the handsome fish. Little Blue Cat was excited to see Ching Ching. It turned out the water wheel was frozen and couldn't turn. This caused the water surface to freeze, and the handsome fish lacked oxygen in the water. Bai Ching Ching immediately lit a fire to boil water, then poured it on the water wheel to defrost it. The little merman was so cold, he warmed himself by the fire on shore, nearly turning himself into grilled fish. After returning home, Ching Ching's little hands had swollen into fat pig hands. Parker complained that it was all because of that stinky salty fish. He wanted to go beat him up, but was stopped by Ching Ching. Suddenly there was a loud bang. A bag of things fell from the sky. It turned out to be food brought back by Winston. The bag was full of colorful potatoes. Ching Ching was both surprised and happy. She didn't expect to find potatoes in this beast city. Winston looked at by Ching Ching. His eyes were a bit hazy as he said, "These are called stone fruits. I know you like vegetables, so I brought them back." Parker saw that something was off between the two of them. He felt things were going badly. If this continued, his wife would be snatched away by someone else again. So he kicked away the potatoes Winston brought back. He claimed these fruits must be poisonous. Ching Ching explained that potatoes can be eaten when cooked. Only raw ones are poisonous. They can even be made into delicious potato chips and fries. The Beastmen were incredulous. They didn't know these stone fruits could be eaten like that. Ching Ching wanted to know where potatoes grew in the beast world. Without a word, Winston picked her up. He immediately headed towards where the stone fruits grew. On the way, Winston's foot got tangled in a vine. He stumbled, and Ching Ching fell off the tiger's back. Her feet sank deep into the snow. At this moment, Winston's big, but was right in front of her. At the critical moment, the little tiger unexpectedly let out a loud fart. Realizing what happened, he quickly turned around and retreated. Ching Ching closed her eyes tightly, exclaiming that it stung her eyes. Winston's tiger face turned bright red instantly. He was so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. To ease Winston's embarrassment, Ching Ching said she didn't see or smell anything. Hearing this, the little tiger felt like dying. This was like protesting too much. His face was now redder than a monkey's butt. He then picked Ching Ching up from the snow. Ching Ching, also blushing, suggested they quickly go find the potatoes. To her surprise, the potatoes here grew under trees. After returning, they immediately started making potato dishes. Ching Ching instructed the little tiger to chop the potatoes and put them in water. Unexpectedly, he threw the knife, which ended up stabbing the little leopard's head. He then used his hands to smash the potatoes to bits. The leopard was so angry, he wanted to chop him up. They made the potatoes into starch. Then they asked the leopard to bring a colander. They poured the starch into the colander to make noodles. Slurping it up, it was delicious. Ching Ching danced with joy. Now they could survive even without rice. She then planted a kiss on the leopard's face. This scene made the little tiger beside them envious. Then Ching Ching walked up to him. His little face turned bright red. His heart was pounding wildly. Is she gonna kiss me too? The girl suddenly planted a kiss on the little leopard's face. The little tiger's eyes widened. He pursed his lips in envy. Seeing this, the girl walked up to him with her long legs. That charming face, those cherry lips. The little tiger's heart was racing. He kept swallowing. Is she gonna kiss me too? Come on, baby. But she just said thank you to him. The little tiger's dream was shattered. He wanted to dig a hole and crawl in. He felt so foolish. He's not Ching Ching's mate. How could she possibly kiss him on her own initiative? Meanwhile, Parker was still savoring the feeling of being kissed, unable to snap out of it. He overcooked the noodles, turning them into a mushy mess. Ching Ching saw this and scolded him loudly. This leopard is so stupid. They've been together for so long, and he's still so innocent. At this moment, a strange sound came from nearby. They turned to look but saw nothing. Parker told Ching Ching to stay put. Then he went to investigate. Several little leopard cubs smelled something strange. Thinking it was meat, they bit Ching Ching's hand. She cried out in pain. Parker looked back. Just then, a scorpion beast sprang out from the snow. It immediately lunged at Ching Ching. Parker flashed over and shielded her in his arms. More and more scorpion beasts appeared. Parker stood in front of Ching Ching, telling her to go back to the tree first. Then he transformed into a leopard and charged at the scorpion swarm. Ching Ching ran while calling for help. Several scorpion beasts caught up. They blocked Ching Ching's path, intending to do something nefarious. Their eyes gleamed with evil intent. So this is that female? She's indeed bubbling with beauty. After saying this, they rushed towards Ching Ching, wanting to kidnap her. Parker chased closely behind, but the scorpion beasts were one step ahead. Ching Ching and the little leopard cubs trembled in fear. Just as the scorpion beast was about to act, unexpectedly, it was sent flying the next second. It turned out to be Tiger Tattoo, who came to the rescue. He tore the scorpion beast to pieces with a sizzling sound. The scorpion swarm, enraged and humiliated, pounced fiercely. Tattoo told Parker to take Ching Ching and leave first. He would cover their retreat. He roared at the scorpion swarm. Don't even think about hurting the person I like, unless you step over my dead body. Ching Ching was deeply moved hearing Tattoo's words. She told him to be extremely careful. Not long after, Parker and the others returned to the tree. But as soon as they arrived, a group of scorpion beasts sprang out. Parker quickly carried Ching Ching up to the tree hollow. Then he brought her to Curtis's side. But the snake was in hibernation and couldn't wake up. Parker instructed Ching Ching not to come out no matter what happens. As he spoke, a scorpion tail suddenly attacked. The scorpion swarm kept launching attacks on the tree hollow. Ching Ching wanted to help, worried that Parker couldn't handle it. However, the leopard was still grinning, lying that he was a tough leopard, and dealing with these scorpion beasts was as easy as crushing ants. After saying this, he burst out to fight. He stomped several small scorpions to death, but he had boasted a bit too much. Another scorpion beast was crawling towards the tree hollow. The bragging leopard was already surrounded by the scorpion swarm. Seeing that Ching Ching was about to be in danger, at the critical moment, Vincent leaped up. He bit the scorpion's leg fiercely. He pinned the scorpion beast to the ground and rubbed it furiously. He also ordered the tigers in the tribe to come to the rescue. The great battle was about to begin. The tearing roars made the little leopard cubs cry loudly. Ching Ching quickly comforted them, saying, "Don't be afraid. It's Daddy fighting the bad beasts. If you keep crying, Mommy will spank you." The little leopard cubs immediately stopped crying and froze. At this moment, the scorpion beasts were being slaughtered. Through the joint efforts of the tiger and leopard, everyone's unity finally led to victory. Victory! Victory! The tiger and leopard were exhausted. The scorpion swarm was completely defeated. Bai Ching Ching cried tears of joy. She was almost captured by the scorpion beasts to be their chief's wife. After Vincent and Parker's bloody battle, they finally eliminated all the scorpion beasts. The little leopard cubs excitedly rubbed against their mother's feet. Parker thought Ching Ching was crying out of fear, just as he was about to comfort her. Unexpectedly, Bai Ching Ching threw herself into his arms. "I'm not crying out of fear, but out of happiness." Parker picked her up, saying, "Let's go down to the tree hollow to sleep." Then he quickly jumped down. The three little leopard cubs left above had blank expressions. Damn stinky dad, he forgot about his sons after getting a wife. The chief learned that the scorpion beast came for Bai Ching Ching. Fearing they might attack the tribe again, he asked the Tiger King to tell Bai Ching Ching and her group to leave. But how could Vincent drive away the person he loved most? He waved his hand in displeasure. "You can drive them away, but you'll have no more connection with me in the future." He vowed to always protect Bai Ching Ching, saying, "Wherever she goes, I'll go." The chief panicked. Without the Tiger King, the tribe would fall apart like loose sand, easily crushed. He said that as long as Vincent stays, they won't drive Bai Ching Ching and her group away. Hearing this, the tiger group became restless. They didn't want them to stay. Seeing this, Parker was so angry he wanted to rush over and fight them. The chief gestured for the tigers to be quiet. He had decided not to drive Bai Ching Ching and her group away. Only then did Vincent agree to stay in the tribe. But Ching Ching didn't want to be a burden to them, so she wanted to do something for them. She eagerly went to fetch water to cook for them, but Parker pulled her back. "There are many tigers by the waterhole. It's dangerous for you to go." But Ching Ching didn't think so. She felt nothing would happen. "Living here means we have to interact with them. At most, they'll just complain a bit." Love-struck Parker couldn't argue with Bai Ching Ching. He could only agree to fetch water himself. After all, there was still the little blue-haired merman in the waterhole. But as soon as he arrived at the water's edge, suddenly a group of tigresses surrounded him, cursing at him. Among them was her good friend Jasmine. He stupidly greeted Jasmine. At this moment, a tigress angrily cursed at Bai Ching Ching. "If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have died." Ching Ching was surprised. She thought everyone was fine yesterday. She wanted to explain, but was attacked by the group of tigresses. "Stop pretending." The troublemakers lived up to being tigresses. They picked up stones and started throwing them, yelling for Bai Ching Ching to get out of the tribe. Ching Ching cried out in pain from the stones, not knowing what to do. At the critical moment, a huge wave came. The tigresses instantly became drenched tigers. It was the handsome merman, saving the beauty. Get lost if you don't want to die. But the tigresses were stubborn and didn't fear the hot water. They accused Bai Ching Ching of calling the merman to attack them and threatened to report to the chief. The handsome merman was furious. He wanted to eat the tigresses as fish bait. Fortunately, Bai Ching Ching stopped him in time. Otherwise, the tigresses would have become the merman's meal. Ching Ching even handed them towels and apologized. However, they were ungrateful, saying Bai Qingqing was acting high and mighty. Then they pushed her down and threatened that this wasn't over. Then they dragged Jasmine away in a hurry. At this moment, thick smoke was rising from the tribe's direction. Qingqing felt something was terribly wrong, thinking the scorpion tribe had invaded again. She ran towards the tribe at full speed. She saw Vincent and others trying hard to put out a fire. It turned out a little tiger wanted to learn how to cook, because his mate only liked to eat the food Bai Qingqing made. I also wanted to come and learn how to cook, but I accidentally knocked over the oil pot, which caused the fire. Qingqing was surprised. This little tiger didn't blame himself. He even came to learn cooking despite causing trouble for the tribe. A warm feeling filled her heart. She felt somewhat comforted. At this moment, Qingqing noticed Vincent's face was smudged like a little calico cat. So she wanted to do something for Vincent. She made him a brand new leather skirt. The leopard smelled Qingqing's scent on the leather skirt. Just as he was about to reach out and touch the fabric, Vincent slapped his hand away. "Don't touch it. This was made for me by Qingqing." Parker roared loudly in jealousy. Bai Qingqing covered her face in embarrassment. She forgot to tell Vincent not to say she made it. Looks like Parker is going to be jealous again. But Vincent kept showing off in front of Parker. "I actually have the first leather skirt made by Qingqing herself. This makes me happier than getting all the beast food." The leopard couldn't stand it anymore. He angrily pounced on Vincent. He wanted to strip the leather skirt off Vincent's body. Qingqing called for Parker to stop. She said she'd make him a new leather skirt too. But the leopard whined, saying he wanted the first one Qingqing made. Bai Qingqing wouldn't indulge him. "Get in here quickly to be measured. If you don't want it, forget it." At this moment, a tiger beast came running in a panic. He said they found tunnels dug by scorpion beasts at the edge of the tribe. "Wake up! Wake up!" Curtis finally ended his hibernation. Qingqing was overjoyed. She didn't expect the snake to be even more handsome after hibernation. She couldn't help but rush over for a hug. Curtis patted her head, telling her not to make a fuss. Then Qingqing used her ultimate move, acting cute. The snake blushed and his heart raced. He pounced and gave her a big kiss. Parker stomped his feet in anger nearby. The little leopard cubs mocked him, saying he's useless and that Curtis Daddy is more capable. Hearing this, Parker's face turned black. The next second he exploded. "Whose cubs are you anyway?" The leopard cubs' bottoms were almost spanked raw. With a thud, they fell face first. The snake casually grabbed a little leopard cub. He held it up to his face and joked, "This little thing must be delicious to eat." The little leopard cub angrily gave him a swat. Unexpectedly, Curtis wasn't angry. Instead, he advised the cub to eat more meat so he'd have the strength to fight back. At this time, Qingqing brought Curtis a new leather skirt. The snake held the skirt, beaming with joy. However, before he could rejoice for a few seconds, Parker poured cold water on his excitement. He mocked that this was a leftover skirt made by Qingqing. He and Vincent already had one each. Curtis's face gradually darkened upon hearing this. Qingqing angrily threw a dirty rag in his face. "Stupid leopard, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Parker whimpered and cried, feeling wronged. The little leopard cubs wanted to avenge their leopard dad, so they started tearing at Curtis's new leather skirt. The next second, they got their heads knocked with several punches. The next day, Qingqing took the leopard cubs to pee by the lake. Suddenly, a handsome fishman appeared. The little leopard cubs roared at him loudly, baring their teeth. Seeing this, the fish dove into the water. Then he started blowing big bubbles, luring the leopard cubs to play in the water. Qingqing said they were afraid of water and wouldn't let them go in. However, before she could react, the little leopard cubs all dashed into the bubbles in a flash. They roared excitedly, having a great time. At this moment, Tiger King Vincent returned from hunting with others. He ordered everyone to clean the prey and prepare for dinner. Little Blue Cat suddenly panicked. The lake water became murky from the prey. The little merman crouched on the shore, secretly saddened. In a fit of anger, he swung his fish tail vigorously. His tail immediately turned into 1.8-meter-long legs. Qingqing saw this scene and spat out that Little Blue Cat's flashy move mesmerized the females. At this time, the tiger tribe elder rushed over in a hurry. Angrily, he told Vincent to drive Bai Qingqing out of the tribe. Qingqing was dumbfounded and at a loss. It turned out the scorpion beasts had poisoned their food for revenge. Everyone blamed this incident on Bai Qingqing. They all shouted for her to get out of the tribe. A female tiger suddenly rushed up, wanting to teach Bai Qingqing a lesson. Snake's one glance scared her witless. The tribe leader roared that these beasts came because of Bai Qingqing. He questioned the Tiger King if he would let the whole tribe perish just for one person. At this moment, the beast people started fanning the flames, shouting to expel by Ching Ching. Ching Ching didn't want to implicate the tribe and agreed to leave. But Vincent didn't want his beloved to be hurt. He suddenly transformed into his beast form. With a roar, he shouted, "Shut up, all of you! I will give a tiger tribe an explanation. Even if we drive by Ching Ching out, those evil beasts will come to snatch other females." So Vincent ordered Curtis to protect the entire tribe. He went alone to fight the scorpion tribe leader. At this, the whole crowd was in disbelief. They questioned how Curtis, just a wandering beast, could protect the tribe. Little did they know that the snake was the strongest in the entire beast world. He could easily handle the tattooed beasts. Seeing this, little Kala, who had doubted him, quickly tried to stop him, fearing the little tiger beast would be finished off. Only then did Curtis let him go. Everyone was utterly shocked. This snake beast had instantly taken down one of the strongest in the group. No one dared to question Curtis's abilities anymore. After Vincent arranged everything, he told Ching Ching to wait for his return. Then he turned and left, heading towards the dangerous Salt City. After traveling day and night, he finally reached his destination, to find and defeat the Scorpion tribe leader. He had to defeat the city lord, who was top tier in swordsmanship at the middle and low levels. Only through the city lord could he find the Scorpion tribe leader. So he immediately went to the arena. At that moment, a male beast was defeated on the arena, and the wolf beast won. The crowd below was noisy, but no one dared to go on stage. Seeing this, Vincent immediately stepped up to challenge. Seeing it was a four-striped beast, the male beast panicked. But having won several times, he was reluctant to forfeit. So according to the rules, he found 10 three-striped beasts to challenge. More than a dozen fierce beasts surrounded Vincent. The male beast gave his companions a look. Before he could react to the planned sneak attack, Vincent had already launched his offensive. With a ripping sound, the male beast instantly perished. In the blink of an eye, all the fierce beasts were sent to drink Mang Po's soup. Is there anyone else tired of living who wants to come up and challenge me? Just to warm up my teeth. At this moment, the whole place fell silent. No one dared to move. Vincent also successfully met the city lord. Crab Beast King by Ching Ching had been repeatedly violated by crab beasts. In a fit of rage, Vincent went to challenge the Crab King. He forced him to hand over the culprit, that bastard Scorpion tribe leader. Otherwise, he would smash his scorpion head. The Crab King was very disdainful and smiled eerily. He suddenly pulled off his own antennae. "You little tiger are too arrogant. If you can defeat me, I'll hand over the Scorpion tribe leader." Vincent, also a four-striped beast, showed no fear. The Scorpion King, not playing fair, launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, Vincent was prepared and narrowly escaped. For by Ching Ching, he gave it his all. The two fierce beasts fought from day to night. Vincent bit the Scorpion King's neck. The outcome hung in the balance. Unexpectedly, he fell victim to another trick by the Scorpion King. At this moment, he was poisoned and shivering. "Though you're strong, no one survives my scorpion venom. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the Scorpion tribe leader." Seeing his unyielding determination, the Scorpion King agreed to bring the leader over. "I just fear you'll die before then." Shortly after, Vincent's scorpion poison suddenly flared up. Images of being with by Ching Ching flashed in his mind. "Brother Vincent, let's be mates." Just as he imagined kissing scenes with Ching Ching, the Scorpion King slapped him awake. Vincent suddenly opened his eyes. He saw the crab tribe leader appear before him. Without a word, he pounced. He fiercely bit the crab beast leader's neck. With a crack, he sent him to drink Mang Po's soup. The Crab King was shocked. "Anyone poisoned by my venom never survives 3 days. How is this tiger still so energetic?" Seeing the Scorpion tribe leader dead, Vincent knew Ching Ching would be safe now. He then turned and leapt away, making a quick escape. Meanwhile, Ching Ching was playing among flowers. Suddenly, a white tail darted out. It was Vincent, severely poisoned. After the poison took effect, his mind was full of fantasies about by Ching Ching. Unexpectedly, Ching Ching really came to his side, but Vincent still thought it was all an illusion. He suddenly pounced on Ching Ching. He mischievously bit her arm. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. Seeing Ching Ching covered in injuries he caused, he was filled with remorse. Only then did he realize he had wronged by Ching Ching. As a result, a beast mark tattoo appeared on Ching Ching's body. The little tiger knelt on the ground, begging, "I didn't mean to. It was because of the Crab King's poison that I hallucinated. I only hope to protect you for life. Please don't remove the beast mark." Bai Qingqing also believed he definitely didn't mean it. During their long time together, she had already been moved by Vincent. She just didn't know how to explain to the snake and leopard. She had agreed to only mate with those two. Now with Vincent added, it was like slapping her own face. Seeing her expression, Vincent felt very distressed. He asked Qingqing to remove his beast mark, saying he wasn't worthy to be her mate. Hearing this, Qingqing had no intention of ending the relationship. You've covered me in injuries, and now you want to leave? Dream on. You'll stay by my side for life to make it up to me. The little tiger excitedly grasped Qingqing's hand. He embraced her, moved to tears. Then they returned to the tribe. Parker learned about Vincent and Qingqing's incident in the flower field. Enraged and embarrassed, he rushed to tear Vincent apart. The tiger and leopard immediately started fighting. Fortunately, Qingqing stopped them in time. If you keep fighting, I'll hit you. Help me clean my wounds first. The leopard immediately came forward to support her. Vincent ran to fetch water. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared at the doorway. Curtis saw Qingqing injured and was furious. Who did this? They're together. The little tiger finally got together with Bai Qingqing, becoming mates. When the snake learned of this, he was burning with jealousy. The little leopard also started beating the little tiger. Although beaten black and blue, he didn't fight back. Curtis in the tree hollow was full of murderous intent. He wanted to go out and beat Vincent, but was stopped by Qingqing. She cried out in pain and hugged him tightly. Then, Parker applied green herbal medicine all over Qingqing's body. It dyed her clothes green. Seeing this, the snake said he would go to Wanshou City to get clothes. Bai Qingqing shook her head. It's too far. Forget it. At this moment, Vincent unexpectedly climbed to the tree hollow entrance, offering to go to Wanshou City for clothes. Looking at Vincent beaten to a pulp, Qingqing scolded Parker. You stinky leopard. You hit too hard. Curtis would never do that. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Curtis's tail began to rise uncontrollably. Qingqing sensed trouble and hurriedly pressed down the snake's tail. She ordered Vincent not to go and to stay at home. At these words, the snake and leopard were instantly stunned. The snake glared at the little tiger, clearly displeased. He swung his tail and slapped Vincent out of the tree hollow. Then, Parker warned, don't think we'll accept you in this family just because you're mated with Qingqing. I'm the boss here. Unexpectedly, before he finished, he was flung out by a snake tail. A few days later, Qingqing came to the lake to fetch water. The little merman saw her and danced with joy. But when he saw the beast mark on Qingqing's arm, his expression suddenly changed. You've even gotten a tattoo and made it. Qingqing didn't hide it and admitted to it. The little blue cat thought to himself, if that ugly tiger can do it, maybe I can too. He suddenly leaped in front of Qingqing. I want to be your mate too. Bai Qingqing backed away in fright. I'll find you someone prettier. However, the little blue cat persisted and pounced on her. He excitedly grabbed Qingqing's arm tightly, loudly demanding to know why. Gripping Bai Qingqing so hard it hurt. Curtis says you're a useless fish. You can't go on land to hunt, so you can't be chosen as a mate. These words struck the little merman's heart like a bolt from the blue. He gradually loosened his grip on Qingqing's arm, head lowered, his face full of anger. His eyes showed a look that could devour someone alive. Frightened, Bai Qingqing quickly stood up, fearing she might be eaten. Unexpectedly, the little merman just roared angrily. I can go on land to hunt. After saying this, he turned and left to prove himself. Qingqing could only sigh helplessly. If he could adapt better to land, it would be easier for him to find a mate in the future. When she returned, Parker and the others had already roasted delicious meat. Several little leopard cubs were fighting over it. The leopard father scolded them and pulled out a knife. The little cubs instantly quieted down, not daring to make a sound. They meowed once, pretending to be well-behaved. Everyone else was eating big fish and meat, but Vincent could only gnaw on a bone. Just as he reached for a leg, Parker snatched the meat away. Seeing this, Qingqing wanted to cut him a good piece of meat. However, Parker grabbed it away again. He threw it to the little cubs, telling them to finish every bite. As a result, the cubs nearly burst their little bellies. The leopard mother saw this and frowned. Angrily, she punched the leopard father's head several times. This broke Parker's defenses, and he cried pitifully. Don't you like me the most anymore? Because only the most liked by females have the right to choose food first. You give that stinky tiger the good food. Do you like him the most now? As he spoke, Parker cried more heartbrokenly. Ching felt a bit sorry seeing this. She rubbed his head, constantly comforting him, saying she just wanted everyone to eat casually like before. She even raised her hand and swore she was telling the truth. The little leopard showed a smug expression, thinking as long as Ching likes me the most, it's fine. So he generously told Vincent to eat as he pleased. That night, Ching was calculating her period days. Parker curiously asked what she was doing. Ching accidentally let it slip. Learning she was about to have her period, the leopard jolted up suddenly. Eyes full of love, he pounced over with his leopard mouth puckered. At this moment, a snake tail suddenly wrapped around Ching's waist, lifting her high up, making the leopard pounce into empty air. Then the snake tail attacked the leopard, almost smashing the leopard's head open. Parker secretly felt smug, having narrowly escaped. He turned and leaped, making a quick getaway. Then the snake embraced Ching tightly. Ching shyly looked at the handsome snake. Before she could react, Curtis planted a kiss on her. The girl had her 10th period this month. The little leopard excitedly howled, eager to have another litter of cubs with Ching. Unexpectedly, a snake tail wrapped around Ching. Parker pounced into empty air, pouting his lips. Damn, that stinky snake again, ruining my plans. At this moment, the snake tail suddenly attacked him, making the little leopard jump up and down like dancing. He easily dodged with a backflip, smirking smugly. You predictable snake, I've seen through this attack pattern long ago. Seeing he couldn't win, he quickly fled. Ching was speechless. Parker, that reckless fool, is such a loser. She told the snake to put her down. Noticing Curtis's gaze was a bit improper. Could it be that before she could think it through, the snake would seal her cherry lips? The leopard suddenly appeared, seeing this scene, crying pitifully, "Damn snake beast, it should be my turn tomorrow." Ching was entangled by the snake and leopard for half a month, leaving her body sore all over. Suddenly, a female tiger beast named Jasmine appeared behind her. She envied that Ching had several litters last year and had her period several times this month. Hearing this, Ching panicked. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing her trying to deny it, Jasmine said everyone in the tribe knows. She was shocked, almost fainting. This was a female beast person, unattainable. But Ching was exasperated. She insisted she didn't have her period, nor did she get intimate with Curtis and others. So she used her ultimate move, tickling, coercing Jasmine not to spread rumors everywhere. At this moment, a roar came from not far away. It should be Vincent and others returning from collecting salt from the sea. Hearing this, Parker picked up Ching and ran off. The jealous Single Wong followed closely behind. A group of fierce beast people gathered at the scene. Ching and others hesitated to approach. Because of the incident with the Xie clan he caused, everyone harbored resentment towards him. Vincent noticed Ching behind him. He immediately rushed over excitedly. Taking her hand to see the beast, it was rare sea salt. He noticed people's attitudes towards him had changed because he helped everyone find salt. The beast people were all grateful to him. At the same time, Ching was also beaming with joy. It turns out helping others really does bring happiness. At this moment, the merman Little Blue Cat returned from hunting. Ching greeted him enthusiastically, but Little Blue Cat had a gloomy expression. The merman tribe could only refine 1 jar of salt a year, yet they brought back a large jar in just a few days. He held up his pinky finger. He scoffed, saying there was so much sand in it. It's far inferior to the salt refined by their fish tribe. Faced with his mockery, everyone wanted to turn the beautiful merman into grilled fish. Scared out of his wits, he turned tail and ran. He hadn't gone far when Ching suddenly called out to him, "How did you get hurt? Your back is covered in blood." Little Blue Cat grinned secretly, pleased that Ching still cared about him. He explained it was animal blood. Ching was shocked. Mere people could actually hunt on land too. Meanwhile, various fierce beasts were frantically dividing up the salt. Seeing this scene, the little merman was quite envious. He said he would bring better salt for Ching. At this time, the beast people were happily dividing the salt. Ching, bold as a leopard, actually dared to step forward and stop them. She said there were too many impurities in the salt and it needed to be dissolved in water and filtered before eating. The beast people were dumbfounded when they heard this. They unanimously opposed Ching's method. If the salt dissolved in water, how could they eat it? Seeing these narrow-minded beasts wouldn't listen to reason, she casually grabbed a handful of sea salt from the jar. In her eyes, there were too many impurities to pick out. If females ate it, they would not only get diarrhea, but might also affect their periods. Only Tiger King Vincent trusted her unconditionally. He asked what tools she needed to filter the salt. Ching looked at the little tiger gratefully, her heart fluttering for a few seconds. Then she turned and called the leopard to return to the tree hollow with her. The two sneakily went back to get snake skin to filter the salt. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find it. They didn't know Curtis had already hidden it. The little leopard sniffed around and searched all over the snake's body. He discovered the snake's skin was already pressed under Curtis's body. Ching used all her strength to push the snake's butt, but he still didn't budge. The leopard suggested they could dig a hole under the tree and then take out the clothes. The snake heard this and gave him a death glare. It scared the little leopard so much he instantly peed himself. He obediently squatted to the side and shut his mouth. Ching lay on the snake's body, acting coy and cute. "Good husband, please be merciful and move your body." The snake was confused. What the hell is a good husband? Ching's little face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. She explained it meant good partner. The snake suddenly rose up. In his memory, snake beasts were always feared by everyone. Only by Ching had never despised him. He took Ching's small hand, vowing to do anything for her. So he obediently handed over the clothes made from his shed skin. Ching was so happy, she rewarded him with a kiss. Parker on the side went, "Pe. Why didn't he give it earlier? What a scheming snake." He wanted to peel off the snake beast's skin. The snake was startled and opened its bloody mouth at him. Bai Ching was scared and trembling, backing away in panic. She stumbled and fell on her bottom. When Curtis realized it was his beloved who wanted to peel his skin, he hissed. He licked the back of her injured hand. His sharp eyes turned, his expression somewhat complex. Then he transformed into human form, looking sulky, to explain to her. It turned out, Bai Ching wanted to use the snake's skin to filter out impurities. Who knew the proud snake was so stubborn and refused to give it? Since the hard approach didn't work, she tried the soft approach, pouncing on him hungrily and giving him a kiss. With a fawning face, she coyly called him husband. Hearing such ambiguous words, she suddenly sat up. Bai Ching pouted, feeling embarrassed. But this trick indeed worked. The snake lovingly kissed her fingertips, obediently handing over his shed skin. Afterwards, the beast people used the snake skin to filter out some animal carcasses. Everyone worked together, dividing the tasks. Bai Ching used her modern knowledge and diligent hands, bringing light to this dark and thorny beast city. In an instant, a fragrant smell broke his nostalgic thoughts. He turned to look. It was his 3 children, their mouths holding a strange animal. The third child stood aside, confidently licking his claws, thinking his catch was unique. Even Bai Ching thought the animal was colorful and eye-catching. The only drawback was its unbearable stench, enough to kill someone. The little tigress Jasmine burst into laughter, saying the silly third child had caught a blue-tailed fox. After speaking, she ran home happily. Watching her disappearing figure, Ching was confused, wondering what was wrong with a blue-tailed fox. Until Papa Tiger appeared with a boom. He scolded the third child angrily, baring his teeth, quickly pulling Bai Ching behind him to prevent her from being poisoned by the blue-tailed fox's toxic gas. Ake informed that blue-tailed foxes release stinky farts when frightened. Once exposed, the smell lasts for a month. He was furious and punished the disobedient little leopard cub, sentenced him to stay on the roof for a month to reflect, not allowed to come down. The little milk leopard cried pitifully, sobbing nonstop. Bai Ching gently stroked the chubby little leopard face, saying she wouldn't despise him, and a month would pass quickly. The little one blinked his teary big eyes, full of gratitude. The leopard mom was instantly melted by her own cub, repeatedly assuring she wouldn't despise him. The little milk leopard cried with joy, pouncing into mom's arms. In an instant, Ching was dizzy from the stinky leopard cub's smell. She had to reluctantly peel the little milk leopard off her body. "You'd better sleep on the roof, or Mom will be suffocated." The little one whimpered, begging Mom for one more hug. The other 2 leopard cubs couldn't hold back their laughter. The foul-smelling third cub raised his claws. The leopard cubs started fighting with a clatter. The blue-tailed fox's stench wouldn't stick to silver-starred fur. Parker decided to use it to make clothes for Ching. Seeing this, the leopard cubs also wanted to make clothes from their catches. Parker smelled that they were also covered in stench. He angrily ordered them all to go to the roof. The cunning third cub pouted, secretly pleased. At night, the leopard quietly crept to Ching's side. eagerly expressing his desire to sleep with her. Ching giggled, wrapping herself up tightly, rubbing her belly, hoping for her period to come quickly. Parker saw this and sighed, telling her to rest well. Ching suddenly sat up, extremely frustrated. They didn't want her to have more cubs, yet kept pestering her. The leopard patted his chest sincerely, indicating it was an expression of love. This sudden confession made Ching's little face flush red. She agreed to his request, but wanted to let Vincent sleep inside too. The little tiger was overjoyed, feeling sweet inside. But the little leopard had a dark expression, wanting to beat Vincent up. Bai Ching used her silver tongue, speaking sweetly, finally convincing both the snake and leopard. From then on, the 3 beasts and 1 human lived a shameless life. A few days later, with a gentle breeze and perfect sunshine, the beast people all received their share of dried clean salt. The Tiger King suggested using part of the salt to trade with other tribes. For females and males, the beast people were ecstatic. They cheered joyfully, finally having a chance to find mates. Looking at these hormone-filled males, Bai Ching's lips curled up, genuinely happy for them. However, some were happy while others were sad. Jasmine regretted rejecting several males earlier. When young and strong males used salt to exchange for females, he felt deep remorse. Jing comforted him not to be discouraged. When Vincent expands the tribe, there will be more quality males for him to choose from. Jasmine's heart blossomed, turning sorrow into joy. This was too tempting. He planned to choose 1 eagle beast and 2 violent beasts. He wanted them all, not letting a single one escape. The female beast was love-struck, forcibly having cubs with Bai Ching. In the end, the 2 came together and became mates. The little leopard saw the 2 being lovey-dovey. In anger, he took it out on his own cubs. The little milk leopard bounced away angrily, letting out a loud fart. Parker's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. He threw all the leopard cubs out of the tree hollow. They fell one by one, their bottoms hurting as they cried out. The leopard mom was stunned at the sight. She immediately went to check if the cubs were all right. Seeing them safe and playing in the water, she let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were fine. Fei Ji gave Parker a big punch on the arm. Seeing his wife angry, the leopard quickly tried to comfort her. Ching turned her back, pretending not to see. He shamelessly approached her. Hearing that male cubs shouldn't be spoiled too much, Vincent wanted to intervene, but was warned off by the leopard's glare. Ching let out a sigh and gave up reluctantly. The noisy commotion woke Curtis up. Bai Ching asked why he was going out on a rainy day. The snake lovingly rubbed her head, saying he was going to find a thorn fruit tree. Ching then remembered thorn fruits were good for cleaning teeth. She was a bit delighted that Curtis still remembered. She told him not to be out too long and to be careful. With that, the snake quickly slithered out. To please Ching, the leopard made fragrant noodles. Bai Ching ate 10 bowls in one go. She slurped happily, her little belly becoming round and plump. She wanted to cry, losing hope of losing weight. Since it was like this, she decided to eat meat at every meal. Without eating enough, where would she get the energy to lose weight? Parker joked that if she kept eating, she'd have a barrel waist. As he spoke, he reached out and poked her little belly. Ching was startled and blushed. The leopard, like a lovesick teenager, was secretly pleased. But in 3 seconds, he was given a big wall slam. Ching glared at Parker with puffed cheeks. She tossed and turned, burrowing into the blanket, completely ignoring him. The little leopard looked pitiful, but his hands were still mischievous. As a result, he was kicked right in the vital spot. Vincent came up and accidentally witnessed this scene. Parker was embarrassed and angry, giving him a side eye. "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" The little tiger turned his head away, pretending not to hear. However, the clingy leopard still didn't give up. He lay on top of Ching, nuzzling her and begging to sleep together. After a while, Curtis returned, looking dejected. Ching could tell he definitely hadn't found the thorn fruit tree. She went to comfort him, saying they could use seaweed to clean teeth if there were no thorn fruits. Unexpectedly, this had the opposite effect. The snake's face grew even gloomier. He suddenly stood up abruptly, startling everyone. He declared he would go to Wansho City to find thorn fruits for Ching. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands wrapped around his snake waist. The snake's little heart instantly started pounding wildly. Ching began to act coy and cute. She kept saying to wait until after the rainy season to go. It was too far, and she'd worry. The snake couldn't resist his charming wife and agreed. The little leopard cried out that Ching Ching was biased, sobbing. The handsome fish hiding behind the tree heard all this. He happily returned to the sea to find small silver fish to clean Ching Ching's teeth. At this moment, a cackling sound came from the sky. They saw the green-feathered peacock transform. The handsome man smiled and greeted by Ching Ching. He looked at the green-feathered one not wearing a leather skirt and was speechless. Embarrassed, he turned his head away, unable to look directly. Meanwhile, the little female tiger Jasmine was picking flowers. She heard the sound and looked towards Bai Ching Ching's direction. She saw a handsome and dashing peacock beast come into view. The love-struck girl swallowed hard, exclaiming how handsome he was. She immediately rushed over, wanting to pounce on the little green peacock. But in her excitement, she tripped over a stone. She flew through the air, rolling on the ground like a snowball. With a bang, she crashed into a tree trunk. The green peacock looked at the clumsy, infatuated girl with a black face. My cursed charm, why does it always attract these unwanted admirers? He was the peacock beast that could enchant people to death. Both men and women were captivated by him. Only Bai Ching Ching, who accidentally entered this beast world, was unmoved. The infatuated little female fox couldn't control herself and pounced towards the peacock beast. She accidentally fell flat on her face. Rolling like a snowball, she crashed into a tree trunk. The beast people rushed over without hesitation to help. Faced with so many wild beasts, the little female fox was at a loss. She frantically waved her little fists, shouting for the beast people to go away. When she saw Ching Ching, it was like seeing a lifeline. She cried pitifully, saying it hurt and wanting a hug. However, upon seeing the green-feathered one, she became infatuated again and forgot about the pain. The little green-feathered one outwardly showed disdain and contempt. But inwardly, he was giving a thumbs up, feeling extremely pleased. He secretly thought this little infatuated girl was quite obedient. Although far inferior to Ching Ching, she was much better than other females. The little leopard, puffing up angrily, wanted to drive the green-feathered one out. But Vincent told him to stay to deal with the crab legs. The little green-feathered one was fantasizing about having little peacocks with Bai Ching Ching. Vincent scolded him to get down from the tree. The narcissistic peacock beast leapt down, not forgetting to show off. He asked the Tiger King if he could live in the tree hole next to Ching Ching's. Vincent's face darkened. He turned and left, telling the green-feathered one not to daydream and to choose a tree to build a nest. The little peacock looked pitiful and somewhat disappointed. On the other side, the infatuated little female fox drooled at the thought of the green-feathered one. Ching Ching was speechless. She advised her not to be too lustful, saying the little green-feathered one was a player. He flirts around and then leaves without a care. The little female tiger was shocked. However, being love-brained, she declared that she was so beautiful and charming. She would have that peacock beast wrapped around her finger. In her excitement, she hurt her little hand. At this moment, the little green-feathered one suddenly appeared. Seeing two beautiful females, his heart blossomed with joy. He pounced like a hungry wolf, almost unable to stop. Ignoring Jasmine's attentiveness to Bai Ching Ching on the side, the little female tiger shyly greeted him. However, she was met with a cold response. The green-feathered one eagerly approached his moon goddess. Seeing this, Ching Ching instinctively stepped back several paces, afraid that Jasmine might misunderstand her relationship with the little green-feathered one. She decisively turned and left, giving them space to be alone. A few days later, the tribe held a bonfire gathering. Bai Ching Ching changed into new clothes, looking dazzling. The little leopard cub stared at his mother, his eyes almost popping out. The male swallowed hard, exclaiming how beautiful she was. The tiger and leopard, two wife-protecting maniacs, glared fiercely at these beasts. The beast people were scared into a cold sweat, forcing smiles. They ran away, faster than rabbits. The leopard cubs joyfully howled. They rushed towards their mother's soft face, nuzzling and cuddling. At this moment, a female called out to Bai Ching Ching. She turned her head to look. It was an old acquaintance, a beast person who had fled from Wanshou City. Ching Ching asked why she didn't bring her wolf cubs. These words tore open the woman's badly scarred wounds. She felt dizzy and her body trembled involuntarily. Even her speech was choked up. They all died. Ching Ching covered her mouth mouth in disbelief. It turned out the earthquake in Wanshou City had crushed all her cubs to death. Qingqing felt extremely ashamed and deeply apologetic. She then invited the two to eat barbecue. The heavy atmosphere dissipated. They happily waited to eat meat. The mischievous leopard cub came to his mother's bottom and sniffed. Looking at her new clothes, he felt they were familiar. It turned out Mom was wearing the skin he had shed. He was overjoyed and started spinning in circles. The leopard mom couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, what happened next made him want to cry. Parker only fed him one bite of meat. The next second, he started vomiting uncontrollably. The tiger and leopard asked concernedly if he was all right. They suspected someone had poisoned the food. Qingqing said there was nothing wrong with the food. It was just that she felt nauseous and couldn't swallow. Then the female next to her also started vomiting. Her mate looked at everyone's puzzled gazes. He explained that his wife was just pregnant. Could it be that by Qingqing was also pregnant? The two silly husbands were so happy they could hardly speak coherently. Only Qingqing looked worried. It had been 3 months since weaning, and she still hadn't had her period. It seemed she was really pregnant. Bai Qingqing had been eating insects as food. As a result, she got pregnant and couldn't stop vomiting. The tiger and leopard were overjoyed. Only Qingqing was deeply worried. Moreover, she had been intimate with all three, the snake, tiger, and leopard during this time. It was unknown whose cub she was carrying. She broke down and cried out in anguish. The snake sensed Qingqing's resonance. He moved so fast, leaving sparks and lightning, that his shadow couldn't even be seen. In the blink of an eye, he was by his wife's side. The three handsome beasts argued, each claiming it was his cub. However, Qingqing looked worried and just wanted to go home. Curtis's eyes were full of concern. He gently picked her up and returned home. The little tiger wondered why Qingqing was so fertile. The females here only had their period once a year. They could only get pregnant once a year. But Bai Qingqing had just given birth to cubs 2 months ago. Now she got pregnant just by eating an insect. Qingqing worried that Winston would think of her as a monster. Among her 3 mates, only Winston didn't know her secret, so she decided to tell him about it. The little tiger listened attentively, like a curious kitten. Bai Qingqing explained that she had her periods several times a month, and she could get pregnant all year round. The little tiger's jaw dropped in disbelief. After confessing, Qingqing felt relieved, but she still feared Winston would think of her as a freak. Unexpectedly, the little tiger got more excited as he listened. He declared he wanted to have 100 cubs to expand their species. Qingqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. This caused everyone present to laugh along. The little leopard was certain it was his cub. The snake scoffed at his daydream. "It must be my snake," he said. The snake and leopard cubs started arguing again. Bai Qingqing wondered why Winston wasn't concerned about the child. Did he not want children? However, the little tiger's eyes betrayed him. This guy definitely cared more than anyone else. The snake and leopard saw Qingqing cuddling with Winston. They immediately paused their fight and united against the outsider. So they pushed the little tiger out to hunt. But they didn't expect Qingqing to want to go along. It turned out she just wanted to go out and enjoy the moonlight. Curtis agreed with an "mm." He then picked up by Qingqing before Parker could. Their eyes met, full of affection. The little leopard's teeth ached with jealousy as he cried. The 3 little leopard cubs howled, wanted to go too. Then they immersed themselves in the moonlight. The little leopard cubs excitedly wagged their tails. They wanted to touch the baby in Mommy's belly, but they were pulled away by their leopard dad. They whined and called out more happily. Qingqing asked what the leopard cubs were saying. Parker explained they said, "There's a little leopard cub in Mommy's belly." The snake's face was full of murderous intent when he heard this. The little milk leopards were so scared they held in the fart they were about to release. They quickly changed their words, saying there was a little snake in Qingqing's belly. Parker angrily threw the disloyal cubs out, cursing them as spineless, stinky kids. As he spoke, a glint flashed in his eyes. Winston was seen returning with a wild pig on his shoulder. The leopard rushed to snatch the food with lightning speed. It turned out he wanted to personally roast the pig for Qingqing. Bai Qingqing looked at all this as if she were dreaming. The family's happy laughter and joy. A harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, a strange sound was heard. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front. Under everyone's intimidation, it darted out. It turned out to be the most handsome fish tiger leopard from the ocean. Everyone pursed their lips with black lines on their faces. Only Bai Qingqing welcomed him happily and asked the merman, what was the round thing in his hand? This is a luminous pearl that glows. Poke it with your finger, and immediately a group of small fish come out. The foodie slightly widened her eyes and pursed her lips. Grinning mischievously, she gestured if they could be roasted to eat. The little merman was speechless. These are fish that clean dirt. Inedible, she recalled that there were such cleaning fish in modern times too. But thinking that these fish would also clean smelly feet, she instinctively spat. I can't believe I was thinking of roasting them to eat just now. The merman blue cat couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then he wanted to pull Qingqing back to the water hole to have little handsome fish babies. Alio was rejected again. Bai Qingqing said she could introduce him to a prettier female. The little blue-haired one turned a deaf ear and left angrily. The handsome fish tried to drag the girl underwater to have fish babies. Just as he was struggling desperately, a red tail suddenly appeared. He thought it was a red mermaid and quietly reached out to catch it. He actually managed to grab it. The next second, a big snake lifted him into the air with a splash. The handsome fish was almost scared to death. It turned out to be the strongest beastman, Curtis. Seeing this, the little merman took out a crystal ball to apologize. With a gentle swipe of his finger, a group of cleaning fish gushed out. Bai Qingqing was delighted. At this moment, a small fish swam over slowly, wanted to help clean his body. The snake gathered these cleaning fish together. The little fish swarmed over, nibbling on Qingqing's smelly feet, making her feel tingly. Feeling great, the little blue cat couldn't help but cover his mouth and giggle. Your coquettish little expression is too exaggerated. Parker came over holding the cleaning fish, wanting to help clean Qingqing's teeth. The snake became extremely jealous and furious. He knocked over the little fish in his hand. The girl could only bury her mouth in the water to lure these cleaning fish. The fish began to swim into her mouth with a gurgling sound. The little blue cat looked at his moon goddess, his eyes misty. He was amused by Qingqing's funny expression. Curtis noticed the handsome fish's sneaky expression. Qingqing's teeth were spotlessly white after cleaning. The snake's heart raced, and he drooled at the sight. Sticky fish beast, watch how I make you furious. Unexpectedly, he stole the girl's first kiss of the day with a smack. After succeeding, he licked his lips and showed off to the little blue cat. Qingqing's little face immediately turned red with embarrassment. You rogue snake, there are outsiders here. The single little merman turned his head, fuming. He rolled his eyes and glared fiercely at Curtis. With a haughty face, he pursed his lips. Seeing the situation wasn't right, Qingqing quickly ran ashore. She ran while chattering nonstop. Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of her. Bang! The two collided head-on. It turned out to be her third husband, Vincent. The little tiger had actually found human edible vegetables. Wow, there's even spinach here. Saying this, she started eating it raw with loud chomps. Vincent informed her that he had found a place to build a castle. He lifted her up high in his arms. I'll take you there now. The two gazed at each other lovingly, their eyes meeting. Unexpectedly, they were encountered by the little leopard on the way. Seeing the two being intimate and in such an ambiguous position, he suddenly burned with jealousy. He spread his arms to block their path. Seeing this, Vincent was fearless. Calmly and slowly, he put Parker down gently. He raised his fist and charged over. At this moment, the two were still being lovey-dovey. They didn't take the little leopard seriously at all. The tiger's sharp eyes flashed. With lightning-fast speed, he grabbed the opponent. Then he pinned him to the ground and rubbed furiously. Parker was beaten so badly, he transformed back to his original form. Seeing this, Qingqing hurriedly came forward to break up the fight. Several little leopard cubs came running, rushing to help. The leopard dad let out a roar and bit the tiger's shoulder. Seeing the leopard cubs whose teeth hadn't even fully grown, he stopped attacking upon hearing them. Parker let out an angry roar, ordering the stinky kids not to meddle. The little ones immediately deflated. They all rolled off the tiger's body. They scampered to their mother's side for comfort. Unexpectedly, they were met with a series of thumps. You three stinky kids, don't bite your own family, understand? The little leopard cubs nodded, crying pitifully. On the other side, the tiger and leopard were still fighting to the death. The battle was about to erupt. Seeing this, Qingqing shouted to stop them. I'm hungry. She rubbed her round little belly as she said this. The little leopard immediately whooshed up to the tree hollow to find food. The girl covered her mouth and giggled. You little thing, I know how to handle you. So So Parker started to make a fire and cook. After fighting with Vincent, he realized he was the weakest in this family. Afraid that Ching Ching would think he was useless, he grinned and said he'd grill some meat for his wife to eat. The girl felt both sorry and angry. "You're so injured. How can you cook?" She then pushed him to go lie down. "I'll do it myself." Parker felt a sharp pain. Ching Ching quickly withdrew her hand. Looking at the battered leopard, she felt full of guilt. She moved behind him and said she'd give him a back rub. The little leopard's eyes flashed. He immediately lay down on the ground, sticking his little butt up. "I'm ready. You can rub now." Ching Ching suddenly felt she had been tricked. Ching Ching took a bite of the little turtle. Her little belly immediately swelled up. She was pregnant. The snake lovingly rubbed her head. "It's a little female beast." "Oh my gosh! Will the female baby be born as a human?" After getting a definite answer, she was so happy she could fly. "That's great. Finally, I can have a baby who can talk to me." At this moment, Parker brought a bowl of turtle soup. Ching Ching just smelled it, and she almost threw up her stomach. The snake told Parker to throw the soup away to feed the dogs. The girl said she only wanted to eat fish. Hearing this, the little leopard had a jolt. "She likes fish so much, it must be my cub." He immediately ran off happily to make fish. After a while, the hot fish soup was finally ready. However, it looked a bit strange. Parker tested it himself. He picked up a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. One second he was chomping away with relish. The next second, it was like swallowing needles hard to get down. Ching Ching's little hand trembled slightly, not daring to use her chopsticks. But her little tummy protested with growls. Seeing this, the leopard wanted to grill some meat for her to eat. The stubborn foodie pouted. "I don't care, I want fish, only fish." The snake instructed Parker to take good care of Ching Ching. Then he went to the deep mountains to find ingredients. Chef Leopard still didn't give up and continued to make fish. The ground was full of fish, but none of them had the taste Ching Ching wanted. The little leopard was on the verge of tears, blaming himself for being incapable. That night, the little tiger quietly came to Ching Ching's side. "I heard you ate hundreds of fish today." The girl nodded shyly. The little tiger secretly rejoiced. "It must be my cub." As soon as he said this, he was met with the leopard's opposition. He quickly rushed forward and pushed him away. Vincent bared his teeth, claiming that Ching Ching was carrying a leopard. The two beastmen started fighting again over a single word. However, the most arrogant one often gets beaten. Parker said the one who talks the toughest gets beaten the hardest. He was beaten so badly, he was pooping but still laughing, because fighting against the strong was greatly beneficial to him. The more he encountered experts, the greater his chances of survival. This day was like any other. Ching Ching was playing with the little cubs. A little one couldn't hold it and needed to poop. Embarrassed, he turned and ran away. The leopard mom couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suddenly, a cawing sound came from the sky. Looking up, it was the green-feathered peacock beast. The girl couldn't help but be infatuated. Seeing this, the little green-feathered one was overjoyed, his heart racing. "Ching Ching has finally noticed my beautiful figure." But in his excitement, he crashed into a tree trunk. With a whoosh, he fell headfirst into the bushes. It was almost laughable. He fell so hard he was crawling out face first, striding on his long legs of 18 years of singledom towards Ching Ching. "They say you're pregnant again. Is it true?" he said, sneakily staring at her round little belly. The girl nodded, saying it was a female cub. The little peacock's jaw dropped. He thought back. If only he had been nicer to Ching Ching back then, this female baby might have been his. She took out some food from her pocket. Ching Ching instinctively stepped back. She immediately refused her kindness. At this moment, the infatuated little female tiger came with flowers in her hands. She stared at the food in the little green-feathered one's hand, swallowing. "You really found the flame fruit?" Jing Jing thought it was a fruit that could breathe fire. The little female tiger was excited. This fruit can promote the sensitive period for females when eaten. Hearing this, her little face turned red with embarrassment. She asked the peacock beast if she could have one to try. The little green-feathered one was indifferent. He turned and handed it to his beloved. This flirtatious expression made Ching Ching's scalp tingle. The little female tiger's heart shattered, as if struck by lightning. She watched helplessly as the man she admired was being attentive to another woman. Humbly, she begged the little green-feathered one to give her one again. However, she was met with a ruthless rejection. Tears uncontrollably wet her eyes. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Her whole body trembled. The fresh flowers in her hand scattered on the ground. Shedding tears of heartbreak, she turned and left. Ching Ching felt deeply sorry for her. She glared angrily at the peacock beast for not being gentlemanly. Fuming, she decisively rejected his kindness. The little green-feathered one became extremely anxious. He immediately scurried over to give it to the little hedgehog Jasmine. Jing Jing sighed deeply, hoping Jasmine wouldn't ignore her because of this. At this moment, Vincent suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was carrying a huge fat-headed fish on his shoulder. The girl's eyes widened like a little greedy cat. Oh my goodness, how long will it take to eat such a big fish? Then they went to the lakeside to process the big fish. The little tiger's hands moved as fast as lightning, chopping away. Jing Jing wondered how to eat such a big fish. Suddenly, she had an idea. Why don't we make fish balls to eat? She then asked Parker to help. The wife-doting little leopard immediately sprang into action. He worked together with Vincent, dividing the tasks. As expected of the Tiger King, he looked incredibly handsome when cooking seriously. That muscular body, those 18-pack abs. Bai Qingqing's gaze became dreamy, her heart pounding wildly. She licked her lips and swallowed hard. The little leopard saw this scene and felt extremely sour. He tried to divert Qingqing's attention with delicious food. You know what, this trick really worked. He immediately scurried over to Parker's side. He tried a bite. The taste was heavenly delicious. He gave Parker 2 thumbs up. The little leopard let out a long breath, secretly pleased. The girl wanted to have 99 cubs with the leopard. Unexpectedly, the big spotted leopard was sleeping like a little Peppa Pig, so she tugged on his leopard ears and blew a puff of air. The little leopard instantly woke up, his hair standing on end. Then with a loud bang, he transformed into human form, twisting and turning shyly. You don't know, males' ears can't be pinched. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar came from outside. A group of single beastmen had gathered in the tribe. Parker carried Qingqing on his shoulders to join the excitement. They saw a group of male beastmen returning, carrying several females. These females were all exchanged for food. With this, the tribe had fewer single beasts. Suddenly, a large snake coiled around Bai Qingqing's waist. He seemed to enjoy it. The next second, she was lifted high. In a flash, she was coiled into the big snake's arms. Seeing it was her big husband, the girl was overjoyed. Excitedly, she caressed that incredibly handsome face. The two couldn't help but smooch each other, just as they were immersed in the nourishment of love. The leopard suddenly appeared, breaking this ambiguous atmosphere. Curtis coldly glanced at Parker, ignoring him. He kissed even more deeply. The little leopard couldn't fight back. He could only swallow this bitter pill. The snake became increasingly presumptuous. Parker was burning with jealousy. His upper and lower teeth were fighting each other. In the blink of an eye, evening came. Vincent prepared food for the exchanged females. They looked at Bai Qingqing as if seeing a disaster star, because these females all came from Wanshou City. Until they tasted the delicious feast, they all praised Qingqing endlessly. Suddenly, a fish had popped out of the lake's surface nearby, peeping at every move on the shore. Quietly swimming to the shore, it poked Qingqing's little butt. She turned around abruptly, scared into letting out a loud fart. The handsome fish made a shushing gesture, signaling not to make a fuss. He stretched out those salty fish hands asking for food. Bai Qingqing, fearing he'd starve into a stinky salty fish, passed him a bowl of soup. The little merman was overjoyed, singing a love song. The next second, his face suddenly changed. He saw the little tiger glaring at him fiercely. With a clang, the food in his hand fell. He bared his teeth, preparing for battle. The two were instantly at daggers drawn. The girl warned the little blue-haired not to enter the tiger's mouth. The handsome fish looked fierce on the surface, but inside, he was actually panicking. Fortunately, Qingqing stopped Vincent. The little merman sighed in relief, glad to have kept his life. Meanwhile, the male beastmen were holding a martial arts competition for marriage. The winner could take away a female. The struggle was bloody and intense. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing couldn't bear to watch, so she asked Parker to accompany her for a walk. Vincent was a bit worried, so he quietly followed behind. Along the way, the playful leopard started playing hide and seek. Qingqing looked around, but couldn't see anyone. The leopard was secretly pleased. Grinning, he swung his tail, poking his wife's little belly. "Damn stinky leopard, get down here," she said, grabbing the leopard's tail and pulling it down. In an instant, Parker's whole body felt hot, his face turning red. He quickly retracted his tail, frantically howling and running around wildly. After a while, he finally calmed down. At this time, Ching came bouncing over. The leopard's mouth curved upward, revealing a mischievous smile. You came looking for it yourself. Then he planted a kiss on her. What do you mean came looking for it? Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was blocked again. The little leopard used too much force, making him breathless. He immediately pushed him away. Stinky leopard, you can't be naughty. This is the middle of nowhere. The burning leopard didn't care about anything else. He pinned his wife against a tree. His expression was extremely flattering, claiming that intimacy helps with fertility. The girl angrily said it was nonsense. The little leopard pouted reluctantly, saying it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Vincent behind us. Unexpectedly, the little tiger was hiding behind, and he even agreed with Parker's words. The love-struck leopard was extremely excited, eagerly hugging his wife to the tree hollow to have cubs. Vincent was fully focused on guarding below. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the jungle. He turned his head and roared angrily, "Come out if you dare. Want to steal females from our tribe? Unless you step over my dead body." The girl was having cubs with the leopard. Unexpectedly, a pack of evil wolves invaded the tribe. They wanted to snatch away the females here. Bai Ching told Parker to go help. Then he jumped down from the tree hollow, hugging the little leopard cubs and cuddling next to the snake. A leopard cub shyly climbed onto the snake's body, standing tall and proud, protecting Mom behind him. Ching was full of pride. She told the cubs to quickly come down. The little ones even started playing slide. Unexpectedly, Curtis suddenly stood up. The little cub stumbled and fell on its back, legs flailing in the air. Ching hurriedly hugged the cubs in her arms, afraid that the snake might swallow them whole. Curtis was seen moving around behind them. Then he coiled them all into his embrace, falling into a relaxed, deep sleep. Despite the fierce fighting outside, the brutal sounds of battle made by Ching restless. She poked her little head out of the hole to investigate. She saw a wild beast forcibly abducting a female. Filled with righteous indignation, she shouted for them to stop. Parker rushed over at the sound and punched the wolf beast flying. A wolf beast discovered by Ching. It immediately climbed up to the tree hollow, intending to grab her. A painful howl was heard. The wolf beast was tightly gripped by the neck by Curtis. Then he sent it to meet its maker, throwing it out of the tree hollow to feed the ants. The girl was still in shock, feeling a wave of fear. The snake lifted her up high, saying, "I'm here. I won't let you." Ching told him to go help. Curtis said to strengthen the tribe, they need to go through trials. Meanwhile, the little tigress Peggy sat slumped on the ground, screaming in pain. Her round belly was in unbearable pain. With a push, she gave birth to several tiger cubs. Just as they were immersed in joy, a wolf beast was sneaking up to ambush them. "Watch out for the hungry wolf." The couple heard Ching's warning. Seeing this, the hungry wolf quickly launched a fierce attack. But unexpectedly, its plan backfired. It was directly punched and sent flying. It fled, rolling and crawling away in shame. At this moment, they huddled tightly together. Bai Ching was moved to tears. She felt it was too dangerous to continue like this. Curtis, that big lazy snake, certainly couldn't be relied upon. So she led the females to the water hole. She picked up a large stone and threw it into the water, calling for the handsome fish. The little blue cat immediately surfaced. Before he could figure out what was happening, the wolf beasts behind were gradually closing in. She begged the handsome fish to let these females hide in the water. The little blue cat was more than willing. However, the females hesitated, afraid of drowning in the water. Ching reassured the Beastmen. Such a handsome fish would surely protect everyone. Receiving the compliment, the little blue cat was thrilled. At this moment, a pack of hungry wolves pounced. Fortunately, Parker arrived just in time. He transformed into his beast form to block their path. The wolf beast stood frozen, not daring to act rashly. On the other side, the handsome fish was blowing bubbles, letting everyone hide inside the bubbles. The little blue cat told Ching to go in first, but she told the little merman to quickly blow bubbles. There were still over 40 females. Let them go down first. The blue cat could only reluctantly comply. The females hid in the bubbles one by one. The wolf pack couldn't hold back and engage Parker. Tiger King Vincent also rushed over. A small Karami tried to sneak attack from behind. Before he could act, he was sent to drink Meng Po's soup. To buy time for Ching, Vincent roared to the sky while saving people. The male Beastmen heard the Tiger King's signal. They rushed to the lakeside to assist without delay. The wolf beasts saw the opposing Beastmen growing in number. They immediately summoned more companions. Packs of hungry wolves came surging in waves. The Tiger King blocked their path. Those who want to die, come forward. Unexpectedly, the cunning wolf beasts attacked from 3 directions. In the blink of an eye, they reached the lakeside. The handsome fish saw the situation was not good. He immediately rushed ashore to stop them. He absolutely couldn't let Ching get hurt. Unexpectedly, these hungry wolves attacked the water wheel. Without the water wheel providing oxygen, the survival rate of the females in the water would greatly decrease. Another group of wolf beasts was approaching Jasmine. Smelling the female scent, the hungry wolves were extremely excited. They wanted to devour the little tigress alive. At this critical moment, a fierce tiger burst out. With one bite, it tore the wolf beast to shreds. The hungry wolves were beaten back step by step. With the leader's command, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Taking this chance, the team leader went to rescue Jasmine. On the way, he met the peacock beast. The little tiger cub was overjoyed. He waved and went to the water hole himself. The little green-haired one also noticed. He said he'd return after delivering the female in his arms. As soon as the green-haired one left, a wolf beast sprang out. It pounced on Jasmine, wanting to forcibly mate with her. The little tigress refused to submit and was bitten. Little but threw it hard to the ground. The elder angrily shouted at the wolf beast to stay away from Jasmine, but he was surrounded by the wolf pack. Jasmine was also caught by another wolf beast. The white tiger saw the situation was not good. He quickly rushed forward to save them. Jasmine fell face first like a tiger eating dirt. Was this being rescued? The tigers and wolves fought fiercely. The little tigress wondered where such a brave male came from. That brave tiger beast. If you defeat the evil wolves, I'll be your mate. Hearing this, the fierce tiger's fighting power exploded. In no time, the wolf beast was dead. Then he excitedly walked slowly towards Jasmine. How could it be you? At the crucial moment, the peacock beast appeared. The little tigress happily waved at him. The little green-haired one grabbed her. With a leap, he headed towards the water hole. The white tiger looked at the peacock beast with displeasure. The little green-haired one also found the other very annoying. The wolf beast kidnapped girls to go back and have 100 cubs. Bai Ching led the females to hide in the water hole. It was dark in the water, making them anxious. Seeing this, Ching came up with a plan. She told the handsome fish to bring the light pearls. The little blue cat told him to hide in the bubble first. After a while, he brought back shiny light pearl sticks, then distributed them to everyone. In an instant, the water was filled with light. However, one problem after another arose. The mischievous little leopard cub jumped up and down. The bubbles rolled back and forth. Ching was thrown head over heels. Her head was buzzing. She almost crashed into another bubble right after. The strong shockwave made both sides fall with their feet in the air. Luckily, the handsome fish stabilized it in time, and the bubble finally stopped rolling. Meanwhile, the wolf beast pack was heading towards the water hole. To stop these evil wolves, Vincent used Ching's clothes to lure them up a tree. The wolf pack smelled the female's scent and fell for it. As soon as they entered the tree hollow, they were pounded heavily, then thrown to the bottom of the tree dead. Another wolf beast went up to investigate. As soon as it reached the entrance, it was thrown out, seeing the sun. The leader, furious, bared his teeth. Who's playing tricks? Get out here. He then gathered all the wolf beasts to attack together. The pack of evil wolves angrily stormed into the tree hollow. Unexpectedly, they were beaten and thrown out one after another. They fell to the ground, all dead. The wolf beast leader could no longer act arrogantly, panicking greatly. He fled with the surviving companions. Vincent rubbed his shoulder. He coldly smiled. These fools are truly no match. On the other side, the handsome fish was repairing the damaged water wheel. The mischievous leopard cub nuzzled against Mama's little butt. Bai Ching suddenly felt dizzy. She tapped the bubble to summon the little blue cat. I think I'm seeing stars. I can't breathe. The blue cat immediately pushed her to the surface. After emerging from the water, she felt much better. She turned her head towards the shore. She saw beastmen corpses everywhere. Is the war finally over? Looking around, she saw Parker licking his smelly feet. "The leopard is fine," she was delighted. She happily went to him. The little leopard transformed into human form and quickly put on beast skin. Ching Ching's face immediately turned red, and she looked away. The leopard blinked mischievously with a naughty smile. The girl hurriedly covered her chest. "Why are you smiling like that? Don't misunderstand. The wolf beast pack has been driven away by Vincent. I'm just happy about that." Ching Ching pouted. "You little rascal, you're good at pretending." Just as the two were being lovey-dovey, the handsome fish suddenly popped up. He stated that the females underwater needed sufficient oxygen. Could that stupid leopard install the water wheel? Parker immediately flared up. "You stinky fish are the stupid one. Is this how you ask for help? I saved the females from your tribe. Who's asking whom for a favor?" Parker was so angry, he wanted to bite the little blue hare to death. Ching Ching advised him not to be impulsive. For the safety of the tribe, just help install it, okay? Once his wife spoke, he could only obediently comply. After returning home, they smelled an unfamiliar scent. Parker transformed into beast form and rubbed back and forth on the ground. He rubbed inside and then continued outside. Ching Ching mumbled and kept backing away. "You're not sleeping with me tonight." The little leopard looked utterly wronged. He grumbled. "It's all Curtis's fault for letting the wolf beast sin." "It stinks," he said, approaching his wife with ulterior motives. Bai Ching Ching quickly waved her hands in refusal. The leopard pouted disappointedly. The girl felt bad and quickly went to comfort him. "I'll sleep with you after you're clean." Parker was overjoyed. He ran off to wash himself. The next day, the males came to the waterhole. They lifted a large rock and threw it into the water. The handsome fish suddenly burst out of the water. Indignantly, he threw the rock towards the tiger beast on the shore. The little tiger apologized repeatedly, begging the little blue cat to release the females from the water. The little blue cat snorted coldly. Yawning and puffing up angrily, he sank to the bottom of the water. He woke up those females. Seeing the fierce-looking handsome fish, everyone was a bit timid and hesitant. They didn't dare to make a sound. Hey, are you on mute? Can't you hear me? Come over quickly." Jasmine reluctantly took the lead. Trembling, she crawled into the bubble, afraid that the merman might eat her if he wasn't happy. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Eventually, all the females safely reached the shore. A girl was captured by evil wolves to bear cubs. Luckily, a white tiger heroically saved her. The girl became even more terrified. It turned out the tiger beast was her abandoned mate. She immediately ran away. The white tiger Carl chased after her. Jasmine, afraid of revenge, stopped in her tracks. She didn't expect Carl to become so brave. He had actually evolved into a two-striped beast. Carl discovered that Jasmine had no male beast stripes on her body. Excitedly, he grabbed her arm, overjoyed. The girl winced in pain and pouted. "Let's talk properly." Carl was secretly pleased, feeling there was still hope. The two walked side by side into the small forest. By chance, they were seen by the peacock beast. The little green-haired one felt sour and unhappy. Jasmine and Carl sat down for a long talk. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You suddenly becoming serious. It's a bit strange. If I had been like this back then, would you not have abandoned me?" The girl, full of guilt, couldn't look him in the eye. She lowered her head, lost in thought. The little tiger pounced on Jasmine, wanting to have cubs on the spot. "We're not mates anymore. We should keep our distance." Carl finally realized he was too excited. He immediately sat up straight and apologized. "I heard you don't have a sensitive period. Some males don't want to pursue you. But I don't care about that. I don't ask you to bear my cubs. I just want to be by your side." Hearing this, the girl's eyes welled up with tears. Tears of emotion wet her cheeks. Sobbing, she turned and ran away. Watching his moonlight's retreating figure, the little tiger beast's expression was conflicted. Do I no longer have a chance? Early the next morning, Jing Jing had just woken up when she felt a snake. The cool feeling must be Curtis. She immediately lay on the snake's body, cuddling and nuzzling. By chance, the leopard witnessed this scene. He immediately pulled her off the snake's body, thoughtfully helping his wife fan herself. "Don't lie on that stinky snake. If you're hot, I'll fan you." He told Ching Ching to go wash up at the waterhole first. A tiger beast approached from the lake. He handed over a string of fruits. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. It turned out the fruit was for Jasmine. He was asked to deliver it. Bai Ching Ching immediately ran to find the little female tiger. As soon as she arrived, she heard crying sounds. She immediately called her down. "Silly girl, don't cry. A handsome little tiger beast sent you a gift," she said, taking out the string of fruits. Jasmine's sorrow turned to joy. She then handed Qingqing one, munching happily, feeling sweet inside. I'll be with that little tiger in the future. However, the next second she fell for someone else. It was because she saw the charming peacock beast. Her eyes immediately sparkled, and she started drooling. On the other side, Vincent brought back dozens of tiger beasts to strengthen the tribe. The Beastmen cheered excitedly. The noisy clamor woke up Curtis. He couldn't help but smile. He stretched with a yawn. With a flick of his tail, he wrapped around Qingqing's waist. He flashed behind her, cuddling and nuzzling. Like a greedy snake, he draped himself over his wife's fragrant shoulders. Taking advantage of her unpreparedness, he kissed her. The two couldn't help but smooch. Vincent was settling the newly joined Beastmen. After finishing, he immediately went to find by Qingqing. As soon as they met, he poked her round belly. Little did he know the baby in her belly was his. Qingqing gently wiped his sweat. Seeing this, the domineering snake pulled her into his arms. He turned and walked towards the tree hollow's exit. With a flick of his tail, he wrapped around the upper branch. In a flash, they flew into the air. They arrived at the top of the tree. He closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look down. Unconsciously, he hugged the snake's waist tightly. His uneasy hands caressed the snake's body back and forth. The cool feeling was truly refreshing. At this moment, Vincent climbed up from the lower level of the tree hollow. He thoughtfully laid out a cool mat for Qingqing. Curtis said he was going out to hunt. Actually, he was going to find a safe place to shed his skin. Be careful. Come back early. As soon as he finished speaking, the snake approached. He planted a kiss on those cherry-like lips. After succeeding, he ran away in a flash. Qingqing covered her blushing face. This improper rascal snake. After Curtis left, the atmosphere became incredibly subtle. Although she had been with Vincent for many days, she still felt a bit reserved. The little tiger took the initiative. He put his arm around her shoulder. I will definitely protect you well. The girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. He really was an adorable, silly tiger. The atmosphere between them gradually became ambiguous. Just as they were about to kiss and hug, Parker brought the leopard cubs out. Like a child who never grew up, he nuzzled against Qingqing's chest, acting cute and begging for hugs. Then he quickly changed into human form. Vincent immediately pulled Qingqing into his arms. Vincent rolled his eyes, very unhappy. He changed into beast form, pitifully lying on the other side. The little leopard was secretly delighted. Their family was happy together. Only the little tiger looked pitiful. Until Qingqing called him to eat fish together at night. The little tiger's sorrow turned to joy. Qingqing still loves me. The little leopard caught a mermaid. Bai Qingqing was excited, but it turned out to be a piranha. In anger, he broke open the fish's belly. Golden fish roe gushed out. Qingqing was overjoyed, clapping her hands. She picked up the fish roe, about to eat it raw. Tears couldn't stop flowing from the corners of her mouth. At this moment, a fish head suddenly popped out of the water. It turned out to be the handsome merman. He roared angrily at the two on the shore. "You're too cruel. How could you eat fish?" Yuzu's father quickly swam ashore to stop them. Bai Qingqing looked exasperated. "You care so much about fish roe. Why don't you care about the gutted big fish?" The little blue-haired one puffed up his cheeks with hands on his hips. "Because that's food." Jing shrugged, with a look of disdain. "Won't the fish fry grow up to be food too?" Hearing this, the handsome fish felt it made sense. But thinking that he also came from fish roe, he angrily blamed Jing, they're destroying lives. He declared he'd rather die than eat his own kind. But he couldn't escape the true fragrance principle. He ended up eating more happily than anyone else. Parker called him shameless. Angrily, he chopped up the other half of the fish too. The playful leopard cubs smelled the fish aroma. They rushed towards the big fish with their short legs, fast as lightning. One of them braked suddenly and crashed into the fish head, instantly dizzy and seeing stars. The little leopard cub wanted to swallow the fish head whole. The leopard mother scolded them to stop. The little ones retreated pitifully. Suddenly, they found a pile of fish poop nearby. Like dogs that can't change their habit of eating poop, they ate it with relish. Seeing this, Qingqing wanted to spank them. "Eating fish poop will make females dislike you when you grow up, and your eating manners are so crude." So she taught the leopard cubs how to eat properly to win females' hearts. To prevent them from becoming old bachelors when they grow up, the little leopard cubs learned very seriously. After a while, Parker made another pot of fish. The handsome fish was full of anticipation. The little leopard smiled mischievously. The moment the lid was opened, the little blue-haired one froze in place. The leopards had eaten all the fish roe and meat. The little merman fell to his knees, crying heartbrokenly. Ching was helpless. These naughty leopards were too mischievous. Then she called Vincent to come and taste the food together. The feast was about to begin. The fish and leopard ate like starving ghosts reincarnated. They could eat more than Peppa Pig and George. The little blue cat was crying over the cooked fish roe a second ago. Now he treated his previous words like farts. He ate with great enjoyment, feeling ecstatic. He never thought fish roe could be so delicious. Suddenly, a chill came from behind. It turned out Curtis had returned from hunting. The little leopards howled excitedly. Ching saw the wild boar in his hand and was delighted. "Great, we have pork to eat again." The snake's sharp eyes glanced at the handsome fish. He suddenly tore the wild boar pepper in half. The little blue cat was so scared he wet himself, trembling. He ran away faster than a turtle. Ching was dumbfounded. Luckily, it wasn't that person being torn apart. The fish beast then approached the snake from behind, inviting him to eat fish together. The snake was gloomy and remained silent. Ching pouted. Was Curtis jealous? After a while, the little blue-haired one returned. He was carrying a large pot. Parker transformed into a chef. He started making sashimi with great skill. He gave the snake and tiger each a big bowl full of food. Only the little blue-haired one got just a few slices of fish. Such unfair treatment. You'll anger this stinky salted fish to death. The little merman didn't mind at all, eating more happily than anyone. Parker could only smile bitterly. What a fish-brained fellow. At this time, Vincent brought over a jar of grape wine. Ching couldn't open it even with all her strength. The confident leopard said to let him try. With just a light touch of his paw, it opened. Instantly, the wine's aroma filled the air. Everyone was intoxicated by the scent. Even the little leopard cubs were captivated. They clamored to drink the grape wine. Seeing this, the leopard father angrily slammed the table and pulled the cubs away. Ching picked them up lovingly. She acted cute and asked Parker to let the cubs have a little. With that slightly coquettish tone, how could the tough leopard man resist? He obediently poured a bowl of wine for the cubs. Looking at these adorable little ones, Ching couldn't help but tear up. In her mind, she recalled scenes of snake babies secretly drinking wine before. These little leopard cubs secretly drank urine. The leopard father angrily slammed the table, furiously throwing the cubs to the ground. The leopard mother said they were drinking grape wine. She acted cute, asking Parker to let the cubs have a little. Parker couldn't resist that slightly coquettish tone. He obediently brought a bowl of wine for the little ones. Just as Ching was about to drink, the snake snatched it away. He wanted to test if the wine was poisonous. Only after confirming it was safe did he let his wife drink. Meanwhile, the peacock beast was secretly hiding behind Jasmine. He suddenly leaned in to sniff her body. He sniffed up and down, unable to get enough. It turned out the little tiger had entered her sensitive period. That scent made the little peacock infatuated. He couldn't control his beast urges. He pinned the little tiger against a tree. "Let me be your male," he said. Jasmine, who valued looks, eagerly agreed. The two couldn't help but cling together. At the crucial moment, the peacock beast stopped kissing. He pushed away and stepped back repeatedly. He suddenly remembered the two tiger beasts from a few days ago. They had fought fiercely to win Jasmine's heart. One of them had even been abandoned by him. So the little green-haired one refused to mate with Jasmine. The little female tiger held back tears, vowing to make the little peacock regret it. She stomped her foot and left. The surrounding males also smelled Jasmine's sensitive period scent. The excited males followed the scent in droves. At this time, she was secretly wiping away tears. Suddenly, a tiger beast rushed up from behind. Without a word, he embraced her. It turned out to be Jasmine's former suitor. Now she agreed to mate with him without hesitation. She immediately pulled the little tiger beast home to have cubs. The tiger cub was so excited his legs stiffened into an O shape. On the way back, they encountered a group of beastmen. Carl, who had been abandoned by Jasmine before, was at the forefront. He was about to approach and confess. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was sent flying 100 meters. He was beaten so hard he defecated. Why has this guy become so weak? Just kill me. Even if I die, I won't give up pursuing you. As soon as Jasmine finished speaking, she was pinned to the ground and rubbed. Jasmine was somewhat moved and quickly stopped it. She accepted Carl as her second husband. The little tiger was so excited he laughed his tiger teeth off. He wanted to make that narcissistic peacock beast regret it deeply. He couldn't wait to have cubs with the two tiger beasts on the spot. From then on, the three of them lived a shameless life. Finally, Carl revealed a sinister smile. That night, the leopard wanted to help his wife bathe. But when he reached out his paw, he was pushed away. Ching Ching fiercely scolded him to get out. Parker could only reluctantly turn and leave. As soon as he stepped out the door, he snuck back in with the snake to peek. That evil gaze frightened Ching Ching, making her hurriedly cover her chest. She quickly soaked in the water to wash up. Just as she was about to put on her clothes after finishing, a snake tail suddenly attacked, wrapping around her waist. Parker, seeing this, was furious. He wanted to tear this rogue snake to pieces. This action made the snake even more brazen. Right in front of the leopard, he wanted to have snake babies with Ching Ching. Ching Ching was so scared her face froze. She said she was pregnant and couldn't fool around. Curtis claimed more intimacy would make the baby stronger. Nonsense, he would faint if he got too excited. The leopard was burning with rage, but didn't dare to act. The snake couldn't care less about him and held her tightly. Ching Ching half-heartedly resisted. She said they could only be intimate after the baby was born, but she couldn't resist the strong rogue snake. Parker watched helplessly as they cuddled, on the verge of tears. Like a deflated balloon, he obediently stood guard outside. A few days later, Carl sweet-talked Jasmine into leaving the tribe. The love-struck girl ultimately couldn't resist the player's sweet words. Carl then took her to a desolate place. One moment the girl was excited, the next moment she was anxious. Carl ran out of the tribe like a madman. Although he desperately shouted to stop, the white tiger ignored him completely. After leaving the tribe, he threw Jasmine to the ground. The little tiger was trembling with fear. What do you want to do? Carl revealed his true face, full of hatred. Jasmine finally understood. Everything before was fake. From the beginning, Carl had a plan for revenge. The tiger in heat bit the girl's neck, forcibly trying to have 99 cubs with her. At the critical moment, another tiger beast appeared. Jasmine saw him as a lifeline. "Let go of my female, or I'll take your tiger life," he said as he launched an attack. The two fierce beasts fought fiercely. The girl's mate was no match for the white tiger and was pinned to the ground. The more Jasmine worried and cared for the white tiger, the more cruel Carl became. He bit off the other's skin in one bite, still grieving but helpless. He struggled to get up, not wanting to wait for death. With his battered body, he went back to get help. Seeing this, the white tiger pounced on him. He pinned him down with his sharp tiger claws. The evil smile on his mouth was chilling. He frantically licked Jasmine's wounds. The heart-wrenching pain made the girl scream at the top of her lungs. The miserable wailing excited the white tiger even more. He frantically tore at the animal skin she was wearing. Then he picked her up and spun her around. He ran wildly. He desperately called for help, shouting until his voice was hoarse. The tragic howls echoed throughout the tribe. People found the dying tiger beast. Vincent and the peacock beast followed the sound. "I heard you little peacock have quite some strength." The sudden compliment left the little green-feathered one confused. Suddenly, Vincent jumped onto his back. The peacock beast lost his balance, stumbling but helpless. Whimpering, "You fat tiger should lose some weight." At this time, Jasmine was taken to the Crab King's territory. To revenge being abandoned, Carl again forcibly tried to have cubs with her. Afterwards, he even called several Beastmen to join. The girl curled up on the ground, trembling. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have abandoned you back then." Hearing this, Carl became even more furious. He grabbed Jasmine's hair and lifted her up. She cried until her voice was hoarse, begging pitifully. But it only brought more severe beatings. He tightly gripped her neck. "I was just married when you abandoned me. Do you know how much pain I endured?" Saying this, he slammed the girl hard onto the ground. Then he kicked a piece of rotten raw meat to her. She endured the pain and threw the smelly meat aside. "If you want to die, then don't eat." At this moment, roars came from outside. It turned out to be Vincent who had arrived. Jasmine seized the chance to call for help. Carl hurriedly covered her mouth. "Shout again, and I'll eat you." Then he turned to go out and distract Vincent. "Are you looking for me, respected Tiger King?" After saying this, he ran like the wind into the Crab King's castle. Vincent immediately chased after him. Suddenly feeling something was wrong, he stopped pursuing. Seeing that the other hadn't fallen for it, Carl actually spoke rudely to provoke him. I didn't expect the mighty Tiger King to be such a coward. However, before he finished speaking, his neck was grabbed. Hand over Jasmine, or I'll send you to drink the soup of oblivion. Carl laughed maniacally. He claimed Jasmine had already been devoured by a group of beasts. Seeing he wouldn't budge, Vincent suddenly pinned him to the ground and rubbed him against it. Unexpectedly, Carl was stubborn. Even when beaten half to death, they still couldn't pry open that crow's mouth of his. Vincent roared in anger. With one bite, he disabled Carl's arm. When I find Jasmine, it will be your death day. After saying this, he left. Meanwhile, Ching was treating Jasmine's mate's wounds. The little tiger beast endured the pain, wanting to go save his wife. Bai Ching quickly stopped him. With your little strength, you'd just be going to your death. Do you want Jasmine to come back heartbroken? The king will definitely rescue your wife. Hearing this, the little tiger beast finally agreed to rest and heal. However, half a month passed with still no news of Jasmine. Bai Ching sighed deeply. Parker was fully focused on helping her trim her toenails. Suddenly, she lifted those smelly feet. Ching lost balance, flailing her arms and leaning backward. She fell on her, but almost splitting it open. You stinky leopard, what are you trying to do? Parker apologized repeatedly. Looking pitiful, he nuzzled his wife's cheek with his big mouth, comforting her to be happy so the baby in her belly would be healthy. Ching grimaced, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. To make his wife happy, he used his own snake skin to make clothes for Ching. He just happened to want to make a dress. The snake stroked his handsome double chin. Suddenly, he had an idea. I'll cut a few holes on both sides of your waist and tie the abdomen area with thin straps. Ching imagined the dress Curtis described. That's way too revealing. She waved her hands to decline. The snake had a mischievous smile. Hugging his wife's waist, he said he was just joking. He immediately took up needle and thread to make the dress. To get revenge for being teased, she asked Curtis to embroider a flower on the dress. The snake yelped, pretending to prick his finger. He whimpered with a pitiful face. Ching felt very sorry for him and told him to stop. The next second, the snake grinned. Silly, I was just tricking you. Bai Ching's plan backfired. The two played around, full of happiness. The snake beast shed the skin from his body to make clothes for Bai Ching. He immediately set to work. After a while, he actually made a dress. Ching couldn't help but praise. Besides giving birth, is there anything you can't do? I can also help you change clothes. As he said this, the snake started to take off her top. The girl shyly declined. So the naughty snake started changing clothes himself. Unexpectedly, he got his head stuck while putting it on. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. Finally, with the snake's help, she managed to put on the beautiful snakeskin dress. Meanwhile, after Vincent disabled Carl's arm, he actually hid in a grave to heal his wounds. Coincidentally, Vincent and the peacock beast tracked him there. Seeing the situation was dire, Carl quickly fled. He dragged his battered body back to the stone. He immediately went to Jasmine's side. The girl trembled all over upon seeing him, as if seeing a ghost. Jasmine, who hadn't eaten for days, was tortured beyond recognition. Although this was the result Carl wanted to see, he couldn't feel happy. He even felt a bit heartbroken. No, I'm here for revenge. I absolutely can't fall in love with this heartless woman again. The Beastmen nearby noticed Carl's unusual behavior. They realized he must be seriously injured. They wanted to take advantage of his weakness to kill him and take Jasmine. Gal sensé de danger. These beasts were capable of anything. Moreover, Jasmine was so beautiful. It was unthinkable if she fell into their hands. So he tried to leave with Jasmine. Several beast men saw this and tried to stop them. Carl suddenly burst into rage, asking if they wanted to die. Everyone was intimidated by his powerful aura. They waved their hands, saying it was a misunderstanding. Pretending to care, they put a hand on his shoulder. The next moment, they suddenly tore open the wound on his shoulder. Then they laughed maniacally. He really was seriously injured. Bad, they found out. Immediately, a group of beast men rushed over. They launched a fierce attack on him. Carl was no match for so many opponents. He was completely defenseless. He threw Jasmine out of the cave, telling her to run quickly. The group of beasts, already desperate with lust, pounced on her. They wanted to mate with her on the spot. At the critical moment, the peacock beast arrived just in time. He rescued Jasmine from the beast's hands. Meanwhile, Vincent went to settle scores with Carl. Suddenly, a tiger's paw flew out unexpectedly. It turned out that Carl, in order to save Jasmine, had been completely devoured by the beasts. Once you take a wrong step in life, it's impossible to make up for it. This might have been the best outcome for him. After learning that Jasmine had been rescued, Vincent turned and left. On the other side, the little green-haired one dragged Jasmine day and night. He used all his strength to rush back. Heaven rewards those who persevere. They finally arrived safely at Baloo. Jasmine's mate was overjoyed at the sight. He kept following the peacock beast, howling to the sky. The little green-haired one looked over at the sound, then quickly descended. He handed Jasmine over to her mate. The little tiger beast hugged his wife, crying tears of joy. The leopard informed by Ching of this news. He immediately brought a bowl of meat soup to visit. He found the entrance to Jasmine's tree hollow, surrounded by peacock beasts. They were sitting leisurely on the tree trunk. Ching asked him why he didn't go in. "I'm not her male. Should I go in and steal her nest? Isn't it said that when a male saves a female, he can ask to be her mate?" The little green-haired one stammered. I like you, not her." Hearing this, Parker immediately burned with jealousy. Frightened, the little peacock hid behind the tree, looking pitiful. Ching scolded the leopard not to scare him silly. After drinking the meat soup, Jasmine finally woke up. She hugged the little tiger beast tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. The young couple embraced, crying their hearts out. Ching was moved to tears on the side. She comforted them that everything was over. It was all Carl's fault. "Carl, he's already dead." Boss hugged Ching and jumped down the tree to die together. Heart-wrenching screams for help echoed through the entire forest. He was so scared that he wet his diaper several times. However, Parker was grinning, saying, "I was just kidding." A moment later, they finally landed safely. Ching angrily tore at that leopard face. The little leopard covered his swollen face, crying. The mischievous Ching stuck her tongue out at him. "See if you dare to die together again." The wife-doting Parker could only obediently surrender. Then they returned to the treehouse. The virtuous wife, Curtis, made a whole box of clothes from his snake shed. The girl held the new clothes with joy, nuzzling and cuddling her husband's back. Then she lay on the cool snake belly. The snake took the opportunity to pick her up. He lovingly rubbed her head, smiling intimately. "Why don't you give me 100 babies as a thank you?" As he spoke, the two kissed passionately. A few days later, Vincent finally arrived safely. He also brought back a group of eagle beasts to join the tribe. At the same time, Ching and Parker came to the waterhole. They jumped into the water all at once, splashing water onto the leopard on the shore. The little leopard excitedly pounced towards his wife, diving head first into the water. He didn't surface for a long time. Ching anxiously looked around, worried he might have drowned. Little did she know the mischievous leopard was lifting her skirt underwater. Ching thought a big fish had swum under her skirt. The next second, Parker suddenly emerged from under her skirt, exclaiming how comfortable his wife's belly was. Then he hugged her round belly, nuzzling and cuddling it. Afterwards, he dove into the water again for a moment, then suddenly popped up with a dead fish. He was holding cleaner fish in his hands. With just a gentle poke of his paw, the little fish swarmed around them, frantically eating the dirt off their bodies. Ching quietly lifted her smelly feet for them to clean. Unexpectedly, the fish turned and swam away, repelled by the smell. "They bit a hole. Are my feet really that smelly?" she thought. These little fish all turned and swam towards Parker. The little leopard had an idea and pounced towards his wife. Surprisingly, the cleaner fish followed. At this time, the handsome fish returned from hunting. When he saw Ching, it was as if he'd seen a rare treasure. He eagerly swam over. With a face full of confidence, he thought, "I can now hunt on land too. Am I qualified to be Ching's mate now? Don't even think about it. Keep dreaming." The domineering Parker transformed into beast form and attacked. The handsome fish refused to back down and retaliated. The two beastmen fought fiercely in the water. The powerful shockwaves hit Ching in the face. She patted her water-swollen, wrinkled little hands. "Stop fighting. If you don't, I'll cry." The two snorted and finally settled down. The leopard trotted over to comfort his wife. At this moment, Vincent suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the handsome fish quickly slipped into the water. The little tiger saw Ching and grinned from ear to ear. His tiger tail wagged excitedly like a rattle drum. The girl couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you. Your tail is about to break off." The little tiger was so embarrassed he ran ran hundreds of miles on the spot. His toes could curl enough to make a 3-bedroom apartment. Then he trotted back again. Panting heavily, he almost ran out of tiger life. Ching linked arms with the tiger and leopard. The two happily returned home. As soon as they got home, Vincent was about to go to work again. But Ching grabbed him and wouldn't let him go. The sun is so hot. It'll turn you from a white tiger into a black tiger. You'd better go out to work at night instead. Actually, Vincent understood it wasn't as hot at night, but no one understood his little inner struggle, because at night, he could sleep beside Ching. Meanwhile, the peacock beast dropped a string of fruits from the sky. It hit Jasmine squarely on the head. He cursed angrily. "Who's the blind one?" Looking up, it turned out to be his former idol, the drop-dead, gorgeous little peacock. The little tiger's anger instantly dissipated. "Are these fruits for me?" The little green-feathered one still played hard to get. "They were for Bai Ching. Since they hit you, I'll give them to you as an apology." Jasmine picked up the fruits from the ground. He recalled his past nightmare. After experiencing life and death, he no longer felt that initial flutter for the peacock beast, so he declined the other's kindness. The little green-feathered one was surprised. "Me, so handsome I could drop pants, actually got rejected? Are these fruits not tasty enough?" Jasmine said he could help deliver them to Bai Ching. Then he left with the fruits. Shortly after, he found Ching. The two best friends couldn't help but smile at each other. They picked up the fruits and ate them with relish. "Are those fruits from the little peacock really that delicious?" Hearing this, he spat out the fruit he had just eaten. "Are you sure these fruits were for me?" Jasmine nodded, obviously a bit disappointed. Only Ching understood the little scheme. She gave Jasmine's wooden head a couple of knocks. "Silly, those fruits were specially for you from the little peacock." At this moment, a roar came from nearby. Vincent immediately went to investigate. It turned out the tribe had brought back another batch of females. Among them was also a male leopard. He actually smiled at Bai Ching. Ching was confused. Is this guy's brain damaged? The next moment, he pounced over. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, Dr. Harvey. A skinny, crazed beast in heat pounced towards the two girls. The next moment, he transformed into human form, looking incredibly handsome. It turned out to be just a false alarm. The skinny one was actually their old acquaintance, the veterinarian Harvey. This guy wasn't even wearing pants. How shameless. Ching told Parker to quickly get him a leather skirt. With the little skirt on, he looked incredibly handsome. The love-struck boy tugged at Ching's skirt, grinning from ear to ear. "This skinny guy is quite handsome. Is he your suitor?" As soon as she finished speaking, Harvey walked towards them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He unexpectedly approached Jasmine and sniffed her little bottom. The girl hurriedly covered her bottom, looking confused. "What are you trying to do, you pervert? I just smelled that your scent was off. You should be pregnant." Everyone was shocked. Jasmine said it was impossible. "My sensitive period passed 2 months ago. If I were pregnant, my belly would be big by now." "Then there's only one possibility. You're carrying a female cub." Jasmine could hardly believe her ears. She let out a cold sneer. The lingering nightmare resurfaced in her mind. Damn, this cub could very likely be Carl's. Unable to accept this fact, she turned and left. Ching was puzzled. Why wasn't she happy about carrying a female cub? The next moment, she suddenly realized, could this cub be Carl's? At this time, the vet also noticed something off about Ching's belly. Learning that she was pregnant for months without feeling any movement, Harvey felt uneasy, so he pressed his ear to her belly to listen for any problems. After diagnosis, he said the cub was very weak. The couple broke out in a cold sweat. They asked what they should do. "Don't worry, I'll go gather some herbs that are good for the fetus." Then he went to look for herbs with Parker. Just as they returned to the treehouse, Ching fainted in Vincent's arms. The little tiger comforted her that the baby would be fine. Suddenly, a snake tail descended from above. It coiled around by Ching and lifted her up. In a flash, she was in the snake's arms. He gently kissed her eyebrow. "Don't cry. Everything will be all right." She hugged the snake demon tightly, tears in her eyes. At this moment, a leopard's call came from outside the cave. Parker and the others had finally returned with the herbs. Curtis's expressionless face gradually darkened. If Ching keeps being so sad this time, it's not worth it. So they began to brew the medicine. Parker started making noodles. He thoughtfully fed them to his wife. Bai Ching caught sight of Vincent behind her from the corner of her eye, so she asked the vet if he could detoxify some poison. Harvey was stunned for a moment about the poison. It turned out that Vincent had been intimate with her after being poisoned, so he was worried the baby might be a tiger cub. The vet claimed there was a plant that could detoxify the poison. The little tiger immediately offered to go look for it together. Parker told him to stay and take care of Ching Ching. He nodded guiltily, promising the little leopard to help wipe the tears from his wife's eyes. Then he showed his big white teeth. "Wait till I come back. I'll give you meat to eat every day." Ching Ching finally smiled. Her tear-stained face finally showed a smile. After Parker and the others left, Curtis, that clumsy fellow, suddenly appeared. Vincent silently walked to the side to guard his beloved. Ching Ching gulped down the medicine in one go. Like a pug, she stuck out her tongue, exclaiming how bitter it was. The curious snake insisted on trying it. He spat it out immediately, spitting wildly. He pouted, bitter to the point of tears, feeling sorry for his wife for a few seconds. Early the next morning, Parker finally returned with the herbs. He eagerly opened the medicine bag. Inside were bright green mung beans. Bai Ching Ching's brain froze for a moment. Aren't these just mung beans? But mung beans do have a cooling and detoxifying effect. Harvey marveled. A female actually knows these things. Bai Ching Ching grinned. I just know a little. These are common knowledge that everyone knows. As soon as she said this, she finally realized that except for herself, everyone else here was a beastman. So she changed the subject, telling Harvey to rest in his tree hole. At these words, both the snake and leopard suddenly showed fierce expressions. The little beast's legs immediately went weak, trembling. Ching Ching then realized she had said something wrong. Harvey was so scared he could barely speak. I can sleep anywhere, it's fine. He understood his own limitations. If he accepted Bai Ching Ching's invitation, he might not see tomorrow's sun. The perverted skinny guy liked to smell girls' stinky feet. This was his bizarre method of diagnosis. With one sniff, he could tell the girl was carrying a human-form female cub. He said the cub was very weak and in danger. So he took out a bag of miraculous medicine. Unexpectedly, it was just green mung beans. Aren't these just mung beans? Can they really cure illness? For the sake of the cub in her belly, he could only try it as a last resort. He instructed the leopard to cook the mung beans. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out. The little leopard couldn't wait to taste it. Bai Ching Ching slapped his hand away. The leopard pouted, looking pitiful. The mung beans weren't fully cooked yet. Eating them would cause poisoning. Parker curled up into a ball, silent. He immediately used his trump card, acting cute and coy. He called out hubby in a coquettish voice. Hugging Parker, he broke into a smile. He was overjoyed, cautiously opening the pot lid, afraid his wife might be unhappy. Ching Ching looked apologetic, saying she wouldn't scold him anymore. A long-lost fragrance wafted over. The thoughtful leopard even blew on it to cool it for his wife. He took a sip with great anticipation. This taste was even more delicious than modern mung bean soup. Using it only as medicine would be a waste. Parker saw through his thoughts and promised to bring back more mung beans. Ching Ching, full in content, started hiccuping like a good baby. Come on, move a bit. As soon as she said that, there was movement in her belly. She was overjoyed and quickly called Parker over. The leopard gently caressed the round little belly, feeling the baby's movements with all his heart. The girl cried tears of joy. Finally, there was movement. She suddenly thought of a name for the baby. We hope he'll be safe and healthy. Let's name him Anin. Parker nodded, saying the name sounded nice. Then we'll call you Bayan from now on. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the baby kicked hard against his mother's belly, as if protesting that the name was too old-fashioned. So she ate 10 bowls of mung bean porridge. The baby in her belly finally settled down. Ching Ching let out a long sigh. It seemed this little one liked mung beans. From then on, she ate mung beans every day. After eating them for a week, she was sick of them. 2 weeks later, seeing mung beans was like seeing excrement. I don't want to eat mung beans. I want meat. At this time, the handsome fish dragged his battered body over. Jing Jing asked what happened and why the handsome fish looked like grilled fish. The little blue cat was embarrassed and speechless. You're still joking at a time like this. I was driven out of my territory by a group of crocodiles. There were too many of them. I couldn't even enter the water. Are the crocodiles alligators? That's right. Once I find a mate and have 100 mere people, I'll drive those alligators back to where they came from. Bai Jing Jing suggested he move to another river, but all the nearby areas were occupied by alligators. The leopard bared his teeth in anger. He rashly declared he would go deal with those bullies. Ching Ching urged him not to be impulsive. Alligators were too dangerous. Vincent was the Tiger King. They could ask him to go check it out together. After Parker and Vincent left, he instructed the little leopards to find the veterinarian Harvey. Unexpectedly, the little leopard cubs tripped over a smelly foot. They stumbled and crashed into a pile. The little blue cat said superficial wounds didn't need a vet. Ching Ching sighed, saying he was almost like grilled fish. Still acting tough, the handsome fish rubbed his head, secretly overjoyed, thinking Bai Ching still cared about him. But the next second, she pushed away his fishy hand. Casually saying rest well, she turned and left. The little blue cat went from joy to sorrow, his hopes dashed. After returning, Bai Ching quietly climbed up to the tree hollow, afraid of disturbing Curtis's hibernation. But before she was halfway up, she fell on her bottom. Seeing this, the cubs wanted to drag their mother up. Suddenly, they got a knock on their heads. Who was it? Which careless person? It turned out to be the mischievous snake Curtis. He picked up his wife, holding her tightly in his arms. Your hair is as messy as a chicken's nest. He took out a comb from his bag, gently helping her fix her hair. The wife-doting snake's grooming made her hair beautifully shiny. She couldn't help but drool at the sight of herself. Then he picked her up, wanting to kiss, hug, lift her up, and make babies. So the two of them started smooching again. By coincidence, the leopard suddenly returned. The scene before him was unbearable. As if he had drunk a vat of vinegar, he burned with jealousy. The little leopard cubs were lying at the tree hollow entrance, watching. The leopard dad angrily pulled them all down, the girl and the python cuddling to make snake eggs. In an instant, a strong wind blew. The biting cold wind made him shiver. The little leopard immediately brought hot water. The howling cold wind in the darkness made him uneasy. At the crucial moment, Vincent brought a light orb. The three little perverts stared at Ching Ching along the light with intense heat. Fortunately, Curtis was still in front, blocking the view. Unexpectedly, the snake turned to walk out. Now she was fully exposed in front of Vincent. He noticed the little tiger's lustful gaze. The little leopard suddenly came close to her, clamoring to help her take a bath. Vincent also eagerly came over to join the fun. He declared he wanted to sleep with Ching Ching. The girl frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. After all, they had become mates out of necessity. The little tiger's face was full of disappointment. It turned out this was all Curtis's idea. The cold weather made him sneeze. In this environment, he couldn't hug Ching Ching to sleep anymore. So he called Vincent up. He couldn't let the little leopard have her all to himself. At this moment, the tiger and leopard were fighting over sleeping with Ching Ching. At the crucial moment, the little tiger happened to have something to do outside. The leopard's eyes flashed, secretly overjoyed. The next second, the flamboyant leopard pounced on her. You're mine tonight, the little leopard howled, transforming into a fierce wolf. He actually started tickling his wife's armpits, then moved on to the main event of cuddling and making babies. Unexpectedly, Vincent suddenly returned, ruining their good time. Parker was instantly furious. What perfect timing he had. Ching Ching invited him to come sleep together. The little tiger swallowed hard, his cheeks flushed. He shyly approached, bashfully lying down next to his sweetheart. Whoosh! The blanket covering him suddenly disappeared. It was a mischievous leopard playing tricks. The little tiger shivered from the cold. Seeing this, Ching Ching tugged the blanket to cover him. For the first time, he felt Vincent's warmth so clearly. Early the next morning, while Ching Ching was still asleep, Vincent secretly touched her little belly. Just as he was absorbed in the moment, she suddenly stretched. Turning to her side, she hugged him. The little tiger got so excited he transformed into his beast form. His little heart was about to explode. His whole body stiffened, unable to move. The girl thought she was hugging the little leopard, but when she opened her eyes, she was shocked. How could it be a tiger? And she was stuck, unable to break free. Hearing the commotion, the little tiger slowly woke up. Ching Ching laughed awkwardly in greeting. With a bang, Vincent immediately changed back to human form. Their bodies drew closer and closer, their gazes intertwined lovingly. After realizing the situation, they quickly separated. Ching Ching hurriedly burrowed under the blanket, feeling flustered. This was way too embarrassing. The little tiger scratched his head, not knowing what to do. So awkward he could curl his toes and dig out a villa. The girl giggled stupidly, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Unexpectedly, it became even more awkward. Fortunately, several little leopard cubs rushed in. The leopard mom quickly called them under the blanket. The little ones were shivering from the cold. Ching Ching gave them a good rubbing. The leopard cubs felt their mother's warmth and meowed. So he decided to build a nest for the cubs. A while later, Parker prepared a table of delicious food. Vincent saw Ching Ching and the leopard being lovey-dovey. He pouted, full of melancholy. He turned to leave to avoid being an eyesore. Just as he reached the cave entrance, Ching called him over to eat. The little tiger's heart instantly blossomed, turning sorrow into joy. He eagerly went forward and covered her hand. I'm just going to build a nest for the leopards. I'll be back soon. However, some were happy while others were worried. The little leopard grumbled, spilling the vinegar jar. You've been interacting a lot with that tiger lately. Interaction is fine, but not more than with me. All right. Ching couldn't argue and nodded in agreement. The mischievous leopard was overjoyed, ruffling his wife's hair into a mess. He then pinned her down and tickled her armpits. The leopard almost laughed himself silly. The gasping man ran around howling. Finally, he whimpered and obediently surrendered. On the other side, a female ran into the tribe, panting heavily. Suddenly, she fainted on the ground. Several eagle beasts carried her back and notified the Tiger King. Vincent was curious where this female came from. Could someone be trying to get revenge on us by deliberately releasing a tiger female into our territory? The eagle beasts who saved the female were excited. They begged the Tiger King to let them marry on the spot. However, the more Vincent looked at this female, the more familiar she seemed. He then lifted her double chin. When he saw that face, his scar dropped in shock. It was actually his old acquaintance Rosa. The woman had been wrongly accused and had her tongue cut off, unable to speak. She babbled and tightly hugged Vincent's leg. The Tiger King instantly bristled, quickly trying to send this scheming woman away. But she held onto his leg tightly, not letting go. She even shamelessly kissed his leg hair. Vincent cried out in disgust. He grabbed the woman's hair and kicked her flying with one foot. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Jingting. The tigress had her tongue cut off by the Ape King. Then she escaped into the Tiger King's territory, wanting to forcibly have cubs with Tiger King Vincent. The little tiger kicked the gorilla woman flying with one foot. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Ching. Vincent was afraid his wife would misunderstand. He ordered someone to throw the scheming woman out of the tribe. In an instant, a storm broke out. The eagle beast carried the tigress back again, begging the Tiger King to temporarily take her in, otherwise he would die. Vincent couldn't bear it and let the scheming woman stay. After returning to the tree hollow, Ching asked him why he drove away that female. She's not suitable to stay here, because she's a scheming woman. Rosa heard this and everyone was shocked, especially Parker, who was furious. He had almost been forced to marry Rosa before. Ching had nearly died at her hands. The little leopard praised Vincent for driving her away, to prevent the leopard cubs from being eaten by that tigress. At the thought of food, the leopard's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of the rainy season, he went out to catch a big crocodile. After the rain stopped, they started preparing a crocodile feast. Ching's mouth watered, thinking it was wild boar pepper meat. Eager to try it, she said, "It's so delicious. What meat is this? How's the taste of longevity meat?" Tui. Learning it was crocodile meat, she immediately spat it out. The leopard burst out laughing. "What kind of divine eating method is this? It's all leaking out of your mouth." Meanwhile, the scheming woman Rosa finally woke up. The single dogging show was excited. He wanted to mate with the tigress on the spot, but remembering that she liked the Tiger King, Vincent gave up this unrealistic idea. Seeing this, the scheming woman's lips curled into an evil smirk. Then the eagle beast took her to find the Tiger King. Seeing the perverted Vincent, the tigress pounced on him. Pointing at Ching nearby, she barked incoherently, thinking of all the past humiliations and nearly being fed to crocodiles by that old geezer Ape King. She wanted to tear Ching apart alive. Making ES sounds, she gestured for Vincent to mate with her. "Keep dreaming. I'm already mated with Ching," he said, holding his wife in his arms. The tigress's heart shattered, refusing to believe this reality. She charged forward, wanting to tear her rival apart. Seeing this, Vincent gave her a big slap that left her dazed. He ordered Ingsho to drag the scheming woman away, informing the group leader, no males are allowed to mate with her, or they'll be expelled from the tribe. Ingsho had planned to be with Rosa. Hearing the Tiger King's words, he instantly deflated. He immediately carried the tigress away. Vincent comforted his wife, asking if she was scared. "Rosa didn't scare me. You're the one who scared me." After saying that, Vincent gave her a princess carried back home. Shortly after, they safely arrived. Parker widened his eyes and got jealous again. Grumpily, he handed his wife a bowl of mung bean soup. Ching gulped it down in one go. She acted cute, hitting for another bowl. The leopard couldn't resist this sweet attack and finally gave in. Eventually, they returned to the tree hollow. The snake woke up with his hair in a twist. Thoughtful Ching helped him untangle it. She called Vincent to come help too. Curtis gave Vincent a death glare. Scared, the little tiger ran away with his tail between his legs. The snake was secretly pleased. This tiger beast was much more sensible than that stupid leopard. A few days later, the tribe was invaded. A group of crocodiles frantically slapped their way into their treehouse. The powerful shockwave shook them. Swaying east and west, the snake rushed back after hearing the commotion. "You dare to cause trouble on my doorstep? Looking for death." With a flick of his tail, he tightly squeezed the crocodile's neck. "Anyone who threatens Ching must die." At this time, a female was running to find her mate. Vincent shouted danger and carried her back. The little tigress cried and threw a tantrum, insisting on finding her husband. So Ching told Parker to go find her mate. The couple finally reunited, hugging tightly. Curtis learned there was another male in her cave, and his face darkened. With a flick of his tail, he threw the male out. The little tigress tried to pull her mate back. The snake's sharp eyes flashed. "No other males are allowed here. Only you can stay." However, the little tiger insisted on following his mate. Early the next morning, the crocodiles attacked again. The vet Harvey was blocked from escaping. Parker roared angrily, pinning the crocodile to the ground and biting it, sending it to meet its maker. Then he brought the vet back to examine Ching. Ching worried if Curtis would also kick Harvey out. For his wife's health, Curtis could only endure. After examining Ching, the vet went to check the crocodiles. He found that the smell on them was very similar to Rose's. It turned out that these crocodiles were all attracted by this new spirit. The woman had eaten the crocodile king's wife. She wanted to use this to take revenge on by Ching. A group of crocodiles came to attack the tribe. Vincent hid all the females in a cave. Parker immediately smashed a big crocodile. He stewed it into fragrant meat. The vet Harvey brought a bowl to the nervous woman Rosa. He found that the smell on this woman was very strange. At this time, a group of crocodiles rushed into the cave. Parker grabbed a wooden bucket and was unstoppable. The heads of these four-legged beasts were buzzing. However, strangely, more and more crocodiles kept coming. Vincent felt something was amiss, so he questioned Rosa if she had anything to do with it. The tigress shook her head frantically, refusing to admit it. Secretly, she was delighted, because she was in a highly sensitive period, and she had eaten the crocodile king's female. That wanton smell on her body could drive male crocodiles completely crazy. Vincent saw that the new female refused to admit it, so he called the vet to look for evidence. They found that the smell on the female crocodile was exactly the same as Rose's. He was furious and immediately returned to the cave. At this point, the new female still tried to quibble, but facts speak louder than words. Vincent suddenly burst into anger. "I gave you a chance, but you're as stubborn as a mule." With that, he dragged her out. They came to a cliff crawling with crocodiles. Then he lifted her high above his head. Without mercy, he threw her off the cliff. A group of desperate crocodiles swarmed over. They mistook Rosa for a wanton female crocodile. The crocodile king couldn't wait to have 100 babies with her on the spot. Accompanied by a piercing wail, the tigress's pupils dilated, dying with her eyes open, until she was dragged away by the crocodiles and completely devoured. People should be kind. They absolutely can't do such things that lead to their own demise. It turned out the mastermind was that old bastard Yuan Wang. Curtis instructed Vincent to take good care of Jing. He was going to settle scores with that old bastard. The little leopard secretly rejoiced. That domineering snake was finally gone. That ugly tiger could be ignored. I can finally have Ching all to myself. Unexpectedly, Curtis called him to go along. The little leopard pouted and protested angrily, but he couldn't beat the snake. The snake dragged him away. In the end, only Vincent and Ching were left to sleep. Knowing that from now on, she would only sleep with the little tiger every day, the girl's face turned sharp, redder than a monkey's butt. The two were so awkward they could dig through the earth with their toes. Fortunately, the leopard cubs rushed out to break this awkward atmosphere. Vincent breathed a sigh of relief. He took this chance to go make some food. In no time, he had prepared delicious meat. The warm-hearted little tiger finished feeding. Jing then continued, feeding others' cubs. He thought it would be nice if Ching could give birth to a litter of tiger cubs for him too. The leopard saw through his little thoughts. They scratched him while howling, and even used tiger skin as clothes, playing merrily. After eating and drinking, Vincent picked up his wife to sleep. The two lying on the bed attracted the leopard's mischief. They clamored for milk. Vincent was eager to have tiger cubs with Ching. He shooed away the little leopards. The two finally got to cuddle and hug together. Meanwhile, the snake and leopard invaded the Ape King's territory. Curtis ordered to surround the entire tribe. At this moment, the Ape King's wife was still leisurely grooming the few hairs on her head. The old bastard burst in frantically. He dragged his mermaid wife, 80 years younger than him, fleeing in panic. But the next moment they were blocked at the door by Curtis. "Old bastard, your time has come." The bad old man broke out in a cold sweat. His treacherous eyes suddenly turned. The king of hell suddenly transformed into the charming and alluring by Jing Jing. "Little snake, come here quickly." This flirtatious move almost made Curtis fall for it. He thought, isn't Jing Jing pregnant? But why is her belly flatter than an airport? After realizing, he twisted off its arm in one move. The bad old man was exposed, coughing up a mouthful of old blood. At this time, the mermaid leader rushed in. The mermaid princess saw him as a lifesaver. She abandoned the old bastard and threw herself into someone else's arms. Before leaving, she even planted a kiss on that wrinkled old face. Unexpectedly, the mermaid leader picked up Yuan Wang's wife and quickly fled. The bad old man once again used illusions to confuse Curtis. He threw himself into his arms, acting flirtatiously. Who could resist this move? Luckily, Parker discovered this scene. "It's you, this old thing, causing trouble again." With that, he launched an attack on Yuan Wang. But he was no match for the old bastard. The opponent was knocked down. Then he barked frantically at Curtis. "Hey, hey, hey! Domineering snake, the source of Ching Ching's troubles is behind you." Hearing this, the snake suddenly trembled. That anger in his heart counteracted Yuan Wang's illusion. Yuan Wang spat out a mouthful of old blood. Parker seized the opportunity to pounce on him. The old bastard was very disdainful, trying to resist. Unexpectedly, Parker bit his neck off in one bite. The Bai Ching Ching in Curtis's arms also disappeared. In this world, if a woman is pregnant, she must cuddle with her husband every day. Otherwise, the baby in her belly will die in the womb. The little tiger got his wish, smooching with Bai Ching Ching. After finishing, the round belly finally had a reaction. This is too magical. Would the effect be better with a biological father? "Baby, you're not deliberately creating opportunities for your own father, are you?" Then she kissed Vincent on the mouth again. "You old six, you actually stole a kiss from me." "No, I have to kiss you back," he said, then smooched her. Ching Ching, not to be outdone, pulled the little tiger into the blanket. "This is you seducing me, you know." Dad started cuddling and hugging to make babies again. Meanwhile, the snake and leopard brought back over 100 beastmen to join the tribe. Among them was a snake cub mixed in. Parker turned his head and discovered him. "Isn't this Ching Ching's snake cub? He's grown so big." The snake daddy glared with sharp eyes. "Considering you're still in cub state, I'll pretend I didn't see you this time. Don't appear in front of me again in the future." The little snake was so scared he peed himself and ran away. Curtis warned Parker not to tell Bai Ching Ching about this. The daredevil leopard actually said it depends on his mood. His coolness lasted less than 3 seconds before he was beaten senseless. Shortly after, they returned to the treehouse. Parker smelled something off about Ching Ching. Learning that she had already cuddled and hugged with Vincent, his tears gushed out like a fountain. Curtis smirked slyly. Looks like it was successful. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Ching Ching looked out and was shocked, her jaw dropping. Over 100 female Vincents had just joined the tribe. They were being assigned mates. Hearing they could freely choose their desired partners, the females were delighted. "If you choose me, tiger males can immediately move into comfortable nests. If not chosen, you'll have to wait for your original mates to build them themselves." Hearing this, the wolf beasts bared their teeth in protest. They glared fiercely at Vincent, wanting to rebel. The Tiger King simply disdained these clowns, those who disobey orders. The wolf pack surrounded him menacingly. A wolf beast who overestimated himself launched a sneak attack. Vincent effortlessly grabbed its neck. He threw the wolf beast away like a rotten egg. Seeing it was too weak, the wolf pack retreated step by step, completely subdued. At this time, the males began dueling to choose mates, but the females had their eyes on the little green peacock. However, the little peacock couldn't let go of Jasmine. He pretended to pass by and brought her a string of fruits. "I saw you were so pitiful. Want some fruit? You can't even find a mate." Saying this, he casually tossed the fruit to her. The little tigress took a bite and nearly lost her teeth from the sourness. The sassy little peacock squawked, "If it's sour, just throw it away. I won't bring you any more. I just like sour things. The sourer the better." The little green feather thought Jasmine still couldn't forget him. Your broken-eared mate is useless. You should find another handsome and capable one like me. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit and left gasping for air. Damn it, I want to find a male who's more capable than you, narcissist. Then you can wait slowly. Hearing this, the little green feather was so angry his head smoked. He turned and flew away without looking back. 2 days later, Parker spilled the beans about seeing the snake cub. Ching Ching was both surprised and delighted. She begged the leopard to help find the snake cub. The wife-doting maniac gladly agreed. He received a kiss from his little wife as a reward. Parker instantly became energized. He would go out to search for the snake cub, even in a storm. The little snake heard the call and darted out. The leopard immediately rushed overexcitedly. He was just about to reach out his hand to grab it. Unexpectedly, the snake cub turned and dove into a tree hole. Parker used all his strength to try to pull it out. The next second, with a ripping sound, the snake's skin suddenly tore open. Oh no, I've torn it apart. The little snake cub went limp and fainted. The leopard was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Hey, you absolutely can't die. It's your mom who asked me to find you. Saying this, he rubbed the snake's head with a stick. The snake cub suddenly woke up, scaring Parker into falling on his butt. Damn, I almost tore Ching Ching's snake cub apart. He pretended to cough to ease the awkwardness. He said he could take the little snake to see its mother. Be careful in the wild. The crocodiles here are dangerous. I think you leopards are more dangerous. Parker waved his hand guiltily and quickly slipped away. He told Ching Ching the good news about finding the snake cub. The snake mother was overjoyed. She rewarded Parker by allowing him to snuggle in her blanket. Their conversation woke up Curtis. He was instantly filled with rage, wanting to swallow the leopard alive. Parker tiptoed away quickly to save his life. Then the snake came to Ching Ching. This time, let the snake cub meet you once. If they can't leave you, don't force me to kill them. The girl was wrapped by a small snake cub. However, she was still laughing happily. It turned out the snake cub was her child. Seeing them hugging so intimately, he felt sour and uncomfortable. This perverted little stinky snake is just like Curtis. Before he finished speaking, the snake cub rushed towards him. The two fought angrily, tangled together. Bai Ching Ching shouted angrily, "Both of you stop it!" Hearing the boss speak, they stopped fighting. The little snake excitedly pounced towards its mother. It wrapped its tail around her plump waist. Parker instantly burned with jealousy, but Ching Ching told him to quickly make a fire and cook. The leopard could only swallow this bitterness pitifully. The little snake wrapped around its mother tighter and tighter. Parker was so angry he ground his teeth. After cooking, Ching Ching personally fed the little snake cub. Thinking of the other missing snake cubs, her eyes welled up with tears. Parker saw it was getting late and urged them to go back. The little snake wanted to bite his little butt off. Fortunately, the snake mother stopped this rude behavior in time. Mom doesn't want you to be in danger. We'll come see you next time. Mother and child embraced reluctantly, crying. She wanted to bring the snake cub back to the tribe, but feared Curtis would beat it. You need to grow up well, then you won't be afraid of your father beating you, she said, kissing the snake's head. Parker didn't want to see them being lovey-dovey anymore. He picked up his wife and left with big strides. The little snake cub cried heartbreakingly. The snake mother was in tears, heartbroken. Stop crying, or I won't dare bring you out next time. Hearing Parker's words, the crying stopped abruptly. In a blink, they arrived at the waterhole. The handsome fish saw by Ching Ching and suddenly darted out. His little eyes were extremely fawning. He used sweet words to coax Ching Ching into the water to have fish babies with him. Parker was burning with rage at the sight. Do you want me to tear that stinky fish mouth of yours? The little blue cat sensed trouble. He quickly fled. Time flew by, and Bai Ching Ching reached her due date. The snake still wanted to kiss, hug, and lift her up. The next moment, his stomach suddenly hurt intensely. Could it be time for delivery? Curtis immediately prepared for the delivery, but he realized that he, as a man, didn't know how to deliver a baby. Just as he turned to find a vet, Ching Ching grabbed him. It's useless to call the vet now. Let's wait a bit longer. At this time, Parker arrived after hearing the news. Bai Ching Ching was in unbearable pain, but couldn't give birth. The leopard still had the mood to joke that she gave birth to air. His wife couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then she felt dizzy and drowsy. Curtis told Parker to quickly find the vet. Shortly after, the vet Harvey arrived just in time. Vincent received the news and followed closely. After diagnosis, Bai Ching Ching still had about 10 days before delivery. The little tiger was surprised. He was also happy, calculating that the baby was most likely his. he was instantly filled with fighting spirit. He built a house for his wife and child day and night. All the beastmen in the tribe were tortured into having panda eyes. After unremitting efforts, he finally built the Castle of Love. On the other side, Ching's stomach hurt unbearably. The little tiger heard his wife's wails. He immediately flashed to her side. Bai Ching mumbled with her little mouth, half dead. Parker couldn't control his emotions, telling the vet to think of a way quickly. Harvey tremblingly said there's no way to stop the pain for this birth. The snake, tiger, and leopard were stunned. The leopard suddenly lost control of his emotions. He threatened the vet with death to ensure Ching's safety. Harvey was also helpless. Some females even couldn't bear to drink abortion medicine. That's why females were so rare and precious. At this time, Bai Ching was in unbearable pain. She bit her tongue, accompanied by a scream. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Curtis put his hand in her mouth. "Don't bite yourself. Bite me if you need to." Ching cried out in pain and pushed his hand away. "Silly, I'm not in pain." The snake kissed his wife's forehead. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. "It's my teeth that hurt. Your snake skin is too hard." At the crucial moment, Harvey handed over a piece of beast cloth. "Your skin has scales. It's too hard and will break her teeth." Jing held on. The big white teeth breathed a sigh of relief. She endured the pain and bit the beast cloth. Her 3 husbands kept encouraging her to keep going. That little expression was even uglier than crying. The girl was in tears, exhausting all her strength. Hearing this, if it really doesn't work, they'll do a C-section. Wu Bao and the other firmly refused. Only Curtis agreed to this method. "As long as you won't be in pain, I'll do anything. Afterwards, I'll accompany you to drink the soup of oblivion." The leopard angrily pounced on Curtis. "I won't let you cut open Ching's belly." Vincent, fearing he might hurt by Ching, hurriedly stopped him. Unexpectedly, he was rewarded with a big slap. "Get out of here, all of you. It's because of you that Ching is like this." At this time, the vet lifted the leather skirt, preparing to deliver. "Stop arguing. The baby is coming out. It's born, it's born." Bai Ching finally gave birth to a human-shaped porcelain baby, but she was on the verge of death. Due to difficult labor, she left a pool of blood. Everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The vet hurriedly brought hemostatic herbs. Everyone desperately tried to save her, but the situation was still not optimistic. The vet shook his head helplessly. In this situation, females usually don't survive. The 3 wife-doting maniacs felt their hearts turn to ashes. Parker asked if it were a male in such a weak state, would there be a definite answer on survival? He turned grief into joy, saying Ching's body was stronger than most males. If males can survive, she definitely can too. Harvey pondered for a moment. He instructed everyone to keep Bai Ching warm. If she can make it through tonight, a miracle might happen. The little tiger was heartbroken and wanted to come forward to help. Unexpectedly, the leopard angrily shouted, "Get out of here! You've caused Ching to be like this. You don't deserve to be here." Vincent couldn't argue back, feeling extremely guilty. He wanted to hold his lover's hand for a lifetime without separation, but Parker wouldn't let him have his way. He mercilessly threw him out of the tree hollow. The deafening roar made the little one cry loudly. The noise made Curtis's face contort with impatience. He gently patted that soft, chubby face with his snake tail. Then he kissed his wife's forehead. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of little C's eye." Meanwhile, Vincent looked at the castle he had built for his wife and child with his own hands. He couldn't help but burst into tears. Ching, you must live." The snake and leopard stayed up all night watching over Bai Ching, but she still hadn't woken up. Parker held her cold hands, praying for her to wake up soon. The next second, she let out a breath. The snake and leopard were overjoyed. Perhaps their love had awakened the girl. But as soon as she woke up, she was almost bitten to death by the leopard. Seeing this, the snake quickly pulled him away. Bai Ching was eager to see. Parker immediately handed the baby to her. Looking at the baby in her arms, she felt mixed emotions. Why does this child look both ugly and beautiful? Of course it's ugly. It's Vincent's female cub. Hearing Parker's words, Ching was both surprised and delighted. Just then, Vincent appeared. "Why is your face swollen like a pig's head?" The leopard snorted coldly and grinned. "I beat him in a Peppa Pig. Who told him to cause you such pain?" Ching scolded Parker, saying he couldn't always bully Vincent in the future. If he fights back, you probably won't even recognize your own mother after being beaten. The little tiger was overjoyed to be defended by his moonlight. Holding his own child, his hands were shaking with excitement. I'm finally going to be a father. He wanted to rub those chubby little cheeks, but the little one tightly grasped his hand. Vincent's eyes welled up with tears. Crying with joy, he said, "Anin is so beautiful, looking exactly like her mother." "How is it alike?" "It's all wrinkled, looking like a little old lady." Vincent smiled cunningly. "Wait until she grows up a bit more, then you'll see." At this moment, the baby suddenly started crying loudly. The tiger dad was at a loss. Ching quickly took the tiger baby. It turned out she was just hungry and wanted milk. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tiger mom couldn't help but laugh. These silly dads. Vincent informed Ching that the castle was ready, and they could move in any time. Bai Ching was delighted, saying they'd move in after the postpartum confinement. The snake was confused about what postpartum confinement was, and if it could be sat on. "What does postpartum confinement look like? I'll go find it right now." Hearing everyone's words, Ching almost laughed her period out. She explained that postpartum confinement is a 1-month period. She also explained the precautions for postpartum confinement one by one. The 3 wife-doting beasts carefully took notes. After a while, they were full of enthusiasm, claiming they had learned everything. With the careful care of the snake, tiger, and leopard, the month quickly came to an end. They thought a human-formed baby would be easier to care for. However, things didn't go as planned. The little one cried, fussed, and peed constantly. Waves of foul odor assaulted their noses. Parker, being a doting father, took care of it himself. After cleaning up, the baby finally stopped crying. But strangely, although the little one was awake, no matter how much they tried to open its eyes, they wouldn't open. Ching felt something was terribly wrong. She quickly called for the veterinarian. Away explained that human-formed female cubs have more delicate bodies. The eyes would open naturally at the right time. Ching's worried heart finally relaxed. A few days later, the baby finally opened its eyes. Those watery, big Maybelline eyes were so beautiful it was breathtaking. Bai Ching had given birth to a human-formed female cub, but the baby was wrinkled like a little old lady. However, the moment she opened her eyes, it was absolutely stunning. Everyone was dumbfounded and overjoyed. Ching couldn't help but exclaim that Anin would definitely be the most beautiful female in the beast world when she grows up. So she asked Parker to call the veterinarian to examine the baby. But Vincent strongly objected. "Anin is so beautiful, we absolutely can't let other males see her." Parker surprisingly agreed with Vincent's words. "That's right, no one can see her. If anyone comes, I'll break their legs." Even Curtis joined forces with the tiger and leopard rivals. The 3 formed a fatherly protection alliance. "You guys are too much. Harvey is a veterinarian. What if something's wrong with Anin?" The 3 pouted and reluctantly compromised. When the vet came, they warned him not to touch or look unnecessarily. Otherwise, they'd beat him into a pig's head. A few days later, Ching, who hadn't been out for almost a month, felt stifled. Day after day of restrictions, she'd had enough. So she used her trump card of acting cute and coquettish. Using a flirtatious voice, she begged Vincent to let her go out. Thinking she was the queen of husband manipulation, she expected him to give in. But unexpectedly, she was met with a ruthless refusal. She pouted and grumbled. Suddenly, a bright idea struck her. "The Lion Castle is more spacious. Let's move there now." Unfortunately, Vincent was stubborn and refused to agree. Bai Ching instantly exploded. In the modern world, she had many forms of entertainment to pass the time. But in the beast world, there was nothing. Besides eating and sleeping, she was going crazy. The leopard eagerly helped him pack his things. Wanting to go out, she was again stopped by the little tiger. Ching said not taking proper postpartum care would lead to health problems. "The females here don't need postpartum confinement. If you don't believe me, go ask the vet Harvey." Parker said there's no need to ask. He had his own way. He then walked out of the cave and shouted loudly for Harvey. "Can Ching go out now?" Harvey was so startled by the piercing shout that he wet his diaper. He claimed that going out for fresh air would help with recovery. "Husband," Harvey said, "it's okay. Please agree with me." Vincent couldn't resist his wife's coquettish plea and gladly agreed. He was overjoyed, holding Parker's hand and dancing. On the way, they passed a pond and met the handsome fish. Seeing Bai Ching, his eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to see the little Anin. Parker claimed the wind was too strong. not allowed to see, so the little blue-haired fish blew a big bubble. He said he could put the baby in the bubble. After Ching agreed, the little leopard reluctantly took the baby, then put her in the bubble. However, the handsome fish kept staring at by Ching and giggling foolishly. Parker suddenly burned with jealousy. He grabbed the little blue fish's head and said, "Stinky, salty fish, you wanted to see," and then saying this while forcibly pressing him to the bubble. The handsome fish's eyes lit up, suddenly stunned. Goodness, how could there be such a beautiful creature in the world? Seeing this, Bai Ching became worried. Even the picky, handsome fish reacted like this upon seeing it. Other beastmen would surely be more exaggerated. In the future, they'd have to keep the baby well protected at home. If an inn is spoiled too much and becomes uncontrollable, it would be terrible if she turns into a second Luosha. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Lion Castle. Ching was amazed by the large courtyard where she could plant flowers and raise fish. And the interior layout was very similar to modern style. She was moved to tears. She praised Vincent for being such a good husband. The two couldn't help but embrace each other. The little leopard got jealous and kept coughing, complaining that he did all the work by himself. Ching told him to be quiet as the snake was hibernating. Then she planted a kiss on the little one's soft cheek. And it is such a good baby. After eating and pooping, she falls into a deep sleep. The next moment, the baby's mouth quivered and it broke out in a cold sweat. Then it started crying painfully and loudly. With a splutter, it spit out all the milk it had just drunk. The father came upon hearing the sound, asking what happened. The baby threw up milk. "Quickly go get Harvey." Vincent rushed out like lightning. He looked up at the full moon in the sky and suddenly stopped. Could it be that on this full moon night, my scorpion venom was passed to an inn? The girl gave birth to a human-shaped tiger cub. The little one suddenly spewed milk from its mouth. It burst into loud cries, milk streaming down its face. After the vet's diagnosis, he showed no symptoms of catching a cold or fever. Newborn cubs are too delicate and often die for unknown reasons. Bai Ching suddenly froze, as if plunged into an ice cave. Parker lost control of his emotions. He grabbed Harvey, saying, "Aren't you the best vet? Hurry up and think of something." Harvey said the beast doctor's skills were limited. They could only leave it to fate. The mother's whole body trembled, her eyes full of tears. Hearing that Nin might be unfamiliar with the place, moving back to the tree hole might help her recover. If it was unfamiliarity, she would have cried earlier. But Nin was sleeping more soundly than Peppa Pig. Hearing this, she cried heartbreakingly, "Who can save my baby?" The father mumbled, gritting his back teeth. Then he held the baby, wanted to try going back to the tree hole. "I've spent more time within it. Let me go." Vincent looked at his child and pondered for a moment. So he handed her to the leopard. Parker carried in and returned to the tree hole with the vet, gently facing the moon, praying for the baby's safety. Vincent suddenly fell to his knees. The girl was completely bewildered. It said that scorpion venom can be passed to cubs. It seems to be true. Bai Ching was suddenly stunned. She shook him frantically, unable to believe all this. Tears gushed out uncontrollably like a spring. Vincent held her tightly, constantly comforting them. Sleepless, they waited until dawn the next second. Harvey rushed in like lightning. His little heart was about to explode, gasping for breath. Ching was eager to know Anin's condition. And she died. She froze instantly. Her heart shattered. Anin was dead. In an instant, her whole body went limp and fell backward, heartbroken, as if plunged into an ice cave. "I've lost my most precious." Fortunately, Vincent pulled her back from the gates of hell in time. "You still have me. You still have Parker and Curtis. And the lovely leopard cubs. We will always be with you." Heart-wrenching cries shook the stone castle to its foundations. She cried until her voice was hoarse, then fainted. Harvey quickly came forward to explain, "I just said and fell asleep." Hearing this, Vincent's sorrow turned to joy. He scolded Harvey, saying his clumsy tongue almost made Ching pass out. The vet scratched his head and laughed helplessly. "I must have misspoken when Bai Ching was shaking me." At this time, Ching was still unaware, crying and wailing. Seeing this, Vincent gently patted her chest, saying it's all right. And it was just sleeping. She finally realized, with wide eyes, she excitedly asked about Anin's condition. After getting a definite answer, she stopped crying. Her anxious heart was finally put at ease. "This is the first time I've seen someone cry so much." Before Harvey could finish, he was grabbed by the neck. Jingting used Lin Sin's strength to pin him against the wall. Harvey broke out in a cold sweat, wetting his diaper again. Bai Jingting's face gradually darkened. "Don't tell tell anyone about this. If anyone knows I misunderstood that he died, he'll definitely be sad." Harvey nodded, promising to keep his mouth shut. Ching Ching suddenly reacted, wanting to go get the baby. The vet ran off, saying he'd go inform Parker. Vincent held his wife's hand tightly, reassuring her. "The scorpion venom gets weaker each time, and we'll definitely get through this. Worst case, we'll go find the Scorpion King for the antidote." The girl saw hope and wanted to go now. But the Scorpion King is cunning and won't easily give the antidote. Moreover, the Scorpion tribe is huge. Our tribe can't beat them with its current size. Then what should we do? Wait until the small rainy season. I'll go get the antidote myself. As they spoke, hurried footsteps were heard outside. It was Parker bringing back little Inen. Seeing Inen was fine, Ching Ching immediately felt relieved. The next day, she wanted to go out for some fresh air. But Parker flicked her forehead. Her head buzzed, and she saw stars. "You stinky leopard, you made my forehead swell." Before she could retaliate, he gave her a quick kiss. "It's windy outside. Stay in the bedroom for postpartum care. No going out." Parker instructed the leopard cubs to watch over their mother. The little milk leopards surrounded their mother, meowing and not letting her leave. Ching Ching pouted angrily. "Don't think you can trap me like this." The leopard cubs stood guard resolutely outside the door. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. The sight of milk made them drool. The leopard mom transformed into a cunning vixen. The cubs finally couldn't resist the temptation of milk. Like starving ghosts reincarnated, they rushed to devour it. After licking it clean, they whined to their mom. Her scheme succeeded. With a smirk, she asked, "Want more?" The little one's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The leopard mom seized the chance, pretending to feel dizzy and needing fresh air. The cubs eagerly lifted the door curtain for her to go out. For a mouthful of milk, they completely forgot Parker's instructions. Ching Ching told them to stay home and watch their sister. Then she sneaked out to the backyard. She happened to catch the tiger and leopard digging a hole. Their comical movements made her laugh out loud. Parker and the others looked up at the sound. They spotted by Ching Ching behind the big tree. She was relieved, thinking she hadn't been discovered. However, as she turned around, she bumped right into Vincent. The perverted peacock beast wanted to capture the girl to have little peacocks with her. The snake, tiger, and leopard wanted to pluck his feathers and swallow him whole. In a fit of rage, they beat him into a bald bird. Seeing his plan fail, he immediately shifted his target. He set his sights on the little female tiger, Jasmine. He went to her house to force her to be his mate. Jasmine firmly refused, but her father agreed to this marriage. "He saved your life. He has the right to ask to be your mate." The little female tiger angrily chewed on a potato, looking disgusted. The crazy little peacock shook his feathers smugly. Jasmine suddenly crushed the potato. Furious, she thought the annoying little green feather deserved a beating. She threw it, making the peacock beast cackle. "If you dare transform." "Green freak, are you sure? I'm afraid you'll be head over heels for me." That sneaky little look made Jasmine uneasy. The next second, the little green feather turned into a skinny, naked human. He presented himself in front of the little female tiger. Jasmine couldn't bear to look. "Ugh, disgusting." The little peacock had a smug grin. He said his bee skin skirt was broken, so he couldn't wear it. He wanted the little hedgehog to make him a new skin skirt. Jasmine's eyes immediately flashed with anger. She slapped him in the face with a stinky leather skirt. The little green-haired one's eyes stung from the smell, full of disgust. That skinny little body. When he put it on, it was loose and baggy. The girl mocked him for being as thin as a rail. The peacock beast charged forward. "Want to bet I can give you 100 babies right now?" Jasmine was dumbfounded, scared enough to start her period. She hit the pervert with a big potato. The little peacock's face was bruised. The little green-haired one quickly counterattacked, grabbing her arm. "Enough. You already have a bad reputation for abandoning your mate. If I leave too, no male will want you anymore." Jasmine glared at him fiercely, indicating she didn't care. Even if no one wanted her, she wouldn't settle for the little green-haired one. "You're not even worthy to tie my shoes. Get out of here now." The little peacock turned pale. Good grief. He claimed to be the heartthrob of the beast world. He had never been so humiliated before. Now he was stumped by this little hedgehog. He resorted to being shameless, lying in Jasmine's arms, cuddling. Even if beaten to a pulp, he refused to leave. Meanwhile, the little tiger cub was crying for milk. Seeing this, Parker's eyes widened, brightening up. He picked up his wife, clamoring that he wanted to eat too. "I'll give you a whole arm to eat." Hearing this, the little leopard immediately deflated. At this moment, Ching Ching took out a stone necklace. the little leopards happened to sneak in. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the necklace. The curious leopards whined, wanting to wear it. The leopard mom put the necklace on the eldest's neck. This caused extreme fighting between the second and third. They almost choked the eldest. Angrily, he threw it down, causing them to tumble. The necklace flew into the air. The second jumped up trying to catch the necklace. Unexpectedly, the third, that little rascal, bit his stinky foot. The necklace fell right in front of Parker. The little milk leopards looked pitiful, still wanting to play. The leopard dad roared, "Stop fighting. Let him play with it first." The little baby stared at the stone necklace, eyes sparkling. She puckered her little mouth, swaying until dizzy. Seeing this, Ching let Linden hold it to play. The little one snatched the necklace. Suddenly, she burst into tears, crying her eyes out. No matter how they tried to comfort her, it was useless. Instead, she cried even louder. Could it be the scorpion venom acting up again? It's not even a full moon night. Parker seemed to have figured out what was wrong. So he told Ching to try hiding the necklace. And look, Mommy is hiding the necklace. Saying this, she covered the necklace completely. The little one indeed stopped crying. As soon as the necklace was shown, she burst into tears again. When hidden, the crying stopped abruptly. It seems the necklace was really the cause of trouble. A few days later, Ching was caught by a big lion. He wanted to forcefully mate with her and have cubs. "Who are you, you pervert?" It turned out the lion beast had mistaken her identity. The girl pushed him away forcefully. "My name is Bai Ching. I'm not Chris who you're talking about." He looked at his own attire, full of confusion. "It's winter now. Why am I wearing summer clothes?" The lion beast suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. Suddenly, a group of beastmen rushed from behind. He immediately picked up by Ching and ran. "Chris, I'll definitely make you give birth to a litter of strong cubs." Saying this, he couldn't wait to have cubs with Ching right there. The girl covered her eyes, could only resign to fate. At the crucial moment, that group of beasts caught up. It turned out to be a group of scorpion beasts. Both sides started fighting fiercely. A handsome and charming eagle beast snatched by Ching away. Grinning with his eagle beak, he said with an evil smile, "You're mine." At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Anin's crying echoed in his mind. The next moment, he suddenly woke up. It turned out all of this was a dream. Will these dreams reflect in reality? Let's wait and see. The little couple kissed for 2 hours. The little tiger kissed until he broke out in a cold sweat. The girl gently wiped it off for him. The third husband, Parker, got extremely jealous. Angrily, he dragged his wife away. On the way, Ching's smelly little feet sank into the snow. The little milk leopards sensed their mother was in danger and rushed over. The girl was overjoyed. She instructed the cubs to bring some tree bark and vines. The eldest jumped onto a tree and frantically gnawed at the bark. Unexpectedly, his teeth got stuck and he couldn't come down. He sobbed pitifully in his mother's arms. When he heard Mom say she'd feed him, his crying stopped abruptly. Then Bai Ching tied the bark to her feet. This way, she wouldn't sink into the snow. The little ones clamored to try it too. The leopard mom instructed Parker to go and peel some more tree bark. The leopard immediately trotted off, prancing through the snow. Rip, rip, he easily peeled off the bark. Then he tore off some vines as well. Ching rubbed the leopard's head, praising him repeatedly. "I'm a smart, bald, strong man." Hearing this, Leopard Parker acted coquettishly, swaying his tail. His little eyes stared at his wife, extremely fawning. The girl looked at the swaying leopard tail. She zoned out and couldn't resist grabbing it. Parker immediately blushed, his whole body heating up. Bai Ching even put the tail on her face, nuzzling it. The little leopard bit his lip, acting coy. He was being incredibly flirtatious. Seeing this scene, the girl felt uneasy. Oh no, could this be Parker's sensitive spot? The leopard mistakenly thought his wife wanted to be intimate and moved closer. "I understand what you mean. Ching wants to have another litter of cubs with me." Saying this, he pounced on his wife to mate and have cubs. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, he was hit with a series of punches. "Have your big head. In this freezing weather? Are you trying to freeze me to death? Moreover, it's in front of the children." Parker covered his head, looking pitiful. "Then why did you grab my tail?" Ching jolted and quickly let go. She then told the leopard cubs to step on the tree bark, ready to set off. The little ones jumped on with a woof. Before they could steady themselves, they were forcibly dragged away. They passed through the snake beast's territory. Ching kept calling for the little snake. Then Parker discovered a stone cave. He instructed the leopard cubs to take care of their mother. Then he went into the cave alone to investigate. He found a spot on the ground with the little snake scent. There's a strong smell of blood underground. could the little snake be hiding inside? He immediately ran towards the ground. The next second, a slender white hand suddenly stretched out. Parker instinctively leaped backward. Who's there? Ching heard the commotion inside and became anxious. Did something happen to Parker? In the blink of an eye, that little hand disappeared without a trace. The leopard quietly approached. He discovered there was actually a snake underneath. He immediately jumped down. He grabbed the little snake in one swift motion. The girl heard the noise and ran in. She thought Parker was holding a small female. The snake glanced at him while flicking out its long tongue. Bai Ching was startled and quickly retreated, until the little snake turned its head and grinned at him. Only then did he realize that it was his own offspring. The little snake struggled desperately, telling Parker to let go. It bared its venomous fangs, trying to bite the little leopard. But its coolness lasted no more than 3 seconds before being smacked repeatedly by the other. Then it slipped into the burrow. Ching wondered how the snake cub had turned into human form. A 2-year-old snake should still be in beast form. Now it already looked like an immature youth. The leopard told her not to worry. The little snake might have eaten a crystal from inside a giant beast, giving it the ability to transform early. Hearing this, she was surprised. Her worried little face gradually broke into a smile. This way, I can talk to the little snake. The neglected little leopard cubs nearby looked dejected. They howled chaotically at their mother. Ching asked Parker what they were howling about. We don't seem to have told the cubs about the little snake. He tapped his head, suddenly realizing. Cubs, that one just now is your brother, the snake cub born to Mom and Father Curtis. The little leopard cubs were stunned. I actually have a flamboyant brother to fight over inheritance with. So they ran to the burrow entrance and barked wildly. At this time, the little snake underground was shedding its skin. Suddenly, it popped its head out unexpectedly. It scared the little milk leopards so much they wet their diapers. Then the little snake slowly crawled out. What a beautiful boy. Is this really my child? It transformed. It transformed. The 2-year-old snake had actually turned into human form, and it was completely naked, bare bottom and all. That little face was simply stunningly handsome. The snake mom quickly covered it with clothes. The jealous little leopard cubs howled at it. Unexpectedly, they were spanked by the little snake's tail. The other 2 old six rushed forward fiercely to help, but they were grabbed by their stinky mouths that hadn't been brushed for years. Then they were all thrown into the pit. To divert the girl's attention, the little snake called Guagua kept praising how well she made the clothes. Its little mouth is sweet as honey. Until the little milk leopard snarled and roared angrily. Only then did Bai Ching notice the leopard cubs in the pit. Did the little snake just bully the leopard cubs? So she called the little ones to come to her side. She instructed the little snake to get along with the little leopards and asked him how he suddenly turned into a handsome human form. The little snake acted mysterious and chuckled. He claimed that he had eaten a ball, and that ball was bigger than an elephant. The girl chuckled. You can really blow your own horn. The little snake tried to steal a kiss from the girl, but was blocked by the leopard's head. The snake mom didn't mind and wanted to give the little snake a name. The little snake tapped his head, thinking carefully about his pure white venomous fangs. He said he hadn't decided yet. The next moment, Anin's crying was heard from the tribe. Ching called the little snake to return to the tribe together. He happily agreed with joy, but at the thought of Curtis, he trembled with fear. Shaking his head, he started to back out. Curtis is hibernating. He won't notice you. He will definitely kill me. Saying this, the little snake reluctantly took off his outer clothes. Then he draped them over his mother, extremely reluctant, with a face full of sadness. Ching gave him a peck on the forehead to comfort him. Then the little snake took out his snake skin and offered it to the girl. However, it was refused. This can't be given away casually. You can give it to your mate when you grow up. Saying this, she draped the outer clothes back on the little snake. Before the mother and son could be surprised, Ching was carried away by Parker. The little snake watched his mother's departing figure with reluctance. Lonely, he was feeling melancholy on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the stone castle. Bai Ching was shivering from the cold. The little tiger, holding Anin, came rushing at the sound. The baby was crying and demanding milk. The girl was about to feed him, but her hands were frozen stiff and she couldn't use them. Vincent quickly covered her hands, feeling very distressed. He embraced her, cuddling to warm up. In an instant, the tiger's tail was wagging like a rattle drum. The girl giggled mischievously, evil thoughts arising. She took the chance to grab the tiger's tail, squeezing and stroking it. The little tiger immediately felt numb all over, his face flushed. Jingding looked at Vincent's expression with some surprise. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. This introvert was so fun to tease, so she kept teasing the little tiger flirtatiously. The next moment, the fierce tiger couldn't control his animal instincts and pounced on her. Jingting understood that if they continued playing, something would definitely happen. She wanted to use the excuse of drinking milk to brush it off, but was unexpectedly blocked by his cherry-like little mouth. Then he pinned her down, and they started smooching. Just as the two were cuddling and kissing, an who had eaten and drunk his fill, suddenly burped. The young couple abruptly stopped, ceasing their kissing, hugging, and baby-making. The girl pouted, feeling embarrassed. The little tiger didn't care and wanted to continue with Ching Ching. Panicking, she quickly turned to take care of the baby. The little one stared at his parents in confusion, whimpering. It turned out Vincent's tiger mouth was swollen from kissing. At the crucial moment, the leopard kicked the door open. He caught sight of the two in an intimate position. Instantly burning with jealousy, he rushed in to teach the little tiger a lesson. The agile Vincent caught the falling cup. He said he was just doing what mates should do. The two rivals started arguing again over a disagreement. The girl was on the verge of tears. They were all mates, but why did she feel the shame of being caught cheating? She covered her blushing face, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The little leopard was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Parker's face looked terrible. It seemed he needed some coaxing. She lavishly praised the food the leopard made. This trick was often used, but it really worked. At this time, Vincent had put him to sleep and declared he was going out to work. Parker angrily told him it'd be better if he didn't come back. The two immediately became tense again, but fortunately Ching Ching intervened in time. The little tiger snorted coldly and turned to leave. After Vincent left, the leopard took out several clay figures. They were neatly arranged. The family quietly looked at this scene, filled with endless emotion. He had already given birth to 23 lives since coming to this world. Even he found it terrifying to think about. Before he could come to his senses, Parker hugged his waist and said, "Have my child next." The father heartlessly abandoned his own children. When the young snakes grew up, he even wanted to kill them. It was because snake beasts inherit their father's memories. Once they live with their mother, they would fall in love with their own mother like their father did. That's why Curtis drove the little snakes away. The snake mother, kept in the dark, still secretly met with the little snakes. She lavished her motherly love without restraint, behaving intimately. Little did she know, she was planting a time bomb for herself. Watching his mother's departing figure, the little snake developed a desire to snatch his mother away from his father. As the cold season was coming to an end, the leopard had created a weapon with extreme destructive power. Excited, he kept circling around the girl, showing off his unique weapon's courage. He almost scratched her face. Luckily, Vincent stopped him in time. He pinned the leopard against the wall. "Do you know what you're doing? You're wearing iron claws now." Parker suddenly realized and regretfully sobbed. He threw away the weapon and cried as he pounced towards Ching Ching, still bouncing around, indicating he was fine. The leopard explained the weapon structure to him. Curious by nature, he took the iron claws. His little hand trembled and touched the mechanism. With a swish, the sharp claws suddenly sprang out. He was extremely excited, shouting that he wanted to go out and play with the iron claws, wanted to try out the new weapon's power. The whole family got ready to leave. The little leopard cubs also clamored to go along. The next moment, there was a sudden earthquake. It turned out to be the commotion caused by Curtis waking up from hibernation. The girl joyfully threw herself into the snake's arms. They said, "I missed you," to each other. The two, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, embraced tightly. They almost wanted to have cubs right there on the bed. Parker gritted his teeth, filled with jealousy. He clenched his back teeth, controlling his anger. But the next scene could make the leopard explode with anger. The snake actually asked Ching Ching to feed him water with her little mouth. In front of so many people, the girl was extremely embarrassed. She quickly handed the cup to Curtis. "You drink it quickly." The rogue snake went chomp. Parker, wearing the iron claws, angrily spun around in place. The friction sound of the iron claws made the girl's ears buzz. She hurriedly reminded the leopard not to hurt himself. Receiving his wife's concern, the leopard scratched his head and grinned happily. Suddenly, he sneezed unexpectedly. The iron claws slipped onto his fur. In an instant, leopard fur scattered all over the ground like flower petals. The girl immediately came forward to help check. She pouted, feeling it wasn't good. She gestured with her hand to indicate a large bald spot. The non-mainstream leopard instantly became a bald leopard. The little leopard went limp all over and fell down crying. "Let me die for a while. I'm too ugly to face people now." Ching Ching said it could still be saved. She acted cute and claimed she'd be a puppy if she lied. Parker could only hope for the best and believe her. The girl transformed into Tony the hairdresser to help trim the leopard's hair. Afraid of cutting off Parker's head, she called Vincent to pick it up. The little tiger took the iron paw and gladly agreed. "I'll do it." Curtis cracked his knuckles upon hearing this. The three of them grimaced, terrified, fearing that if the snake got upset, he might just chop off the leopard's head. Parker trembled, praying to heaven to bless Tony the hairdresser. Bai Ching Ching directed how to cut from the side. By now, Parker was so scared he was peeing. "To Tony Masters, why don't we just forget about it?" Before he could finish speaking, Curtis pressed him down. "If you move again, I'll shave you bald like Strong." Saying this, he cut off the fur on the leopard's neck with one swipe. The non-mainstream hairstyle instantly turned into a bowl cut. The girl, against her conscience, exclaimed how handsome it was. From super handsome to super weird. However, he still acted vain about it, enjoying it immensely. Ching Ching took out a mirror to let him see his own state. But to avoid hurting Parker's feelings, she could only tell a white lie praising how cool the hairstyle was. Then the whole family happily went out to play. The leopard's head looked more and more like a pot lid from behind, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Parker confusedly asked what everyone was laughing at. "Nothing, we're just praising how good your new hairstyle looks." The leopard was overjoyed at the praise. The noisy commotion attracted hungry wolves. Vincent sensed the danger. At this moment, the starving wolf pack pounced. Parker was the first to face them, with a disdainful look, not caring who he was hunting. Dad swung the iron claws at the vicious wolves. His movements were clean, swift, and fluid. He alone could hold off the entire wolf pack. But Curtis, who had hibernated for months, was desperate with hunger. "Let go of those vicious wolves. Let me handle them." He then handed it in to Bai Ching Ching. He immediately transformed into beast form, ready for a feast. With one swing of his snake tail, he could wrap up several wolf beasts. Parker, not to be outdone, killed them all without mercy. The wolf pack retreated in defeat, running for their lives. As long as the snake and leopard worked together, they could eat wolf meat to their heart's content. The snake ate dozens of wolf beasts until he was hiccuping. Vincent suddenly covered Ching Ching's ears and told her to cover In's ears too. Then he let out a long roar to the sky, startling the little one, who stared wide-eyed. It turned out the tiger was signaling to the people of the tribe. So much food couldn't go to waste. By now, In was starving. Even in the icy snow, Ching Ching had to breastfeed him. Curtis, seeing this, called her to come to his arms. The snake and tiger immediately became tense. The girl was chased by several small wild snakes, trying to bite her bottom. Luckily, she managed to hide in a cave in time. It turned out he had come to find his children, the little snakes. In an instant, strong winds blew and lightning flashed. So she instructed the little leopard cubs to collect firewood. The bone-chilling cold wind made them shiver. The delicate In couldn't stop crying loudly, wailing and waving his little hands. He flung away the flint used for starting the fire. Bai Ching Ching blamed herself for bringing In out. The piercing cries attracted a snake. She was suddenly startled, thinking it might be a wild beast. But then the snake swiftly transformed into a handsome young man. It turned out this snake was her child. The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief and greeted the little snake. The little snake stood frozen, surprised that his mother dared to come see him alone. Bai Ching Ching was confused by the lack of response, worried she might have mistaken the snake. After a while, the little snake came to his senses and waved at his mother. The girl handed him a new leather skirt. The little snake accidentally saw her breastfeeding and was filled with curiosity. Bai Ching Ching quickly lifted In up, feeling extremely embarrassed. The little snake grabbed his mother's injured hand, feeling distressed. Due to his anxiety, he squeezed it, causing the girl pain. The little leopard cubs fiercely wanted to teach the little snake a lesson for their mother. Bai Ching Ching warned the cubs not to fight. The little leopards immediately deflated and quickly backed away. The little snake kept blowing on his mother's hand to soothe it. Then he turned to go find some medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, the leopard cubs were pitifully picking up firewood. The girl felt a bit guilty seeing this. She thought it was time to take some necessary measures. So she called them over, promising them milk to drink. The little leopards' faces lit up with joy as they scampered over. Indeed, even if the sky fell, the promise of milk could solve everything. Not long after, the little snake returned with the herbs. "If you came back any later, my wound would have healed already," she told the little snake to put on the leather skirt. But he twisted and turned, unable to put it on properly. This made the leopard cubs burst into laughter. "These stinky leopards dare to laugh at me. Mom must be laughing at me too." But Ching didn't laugh at him at all. Instead, she gently helped him take off the skirt. Then step by step, she taught him how to put on the leather skirt. After their joint efforts, the little snake finally got dressed in his new outfit. He reached out his little hand, wanting to help clean his mother's wound. The girl stared at this big hand, feeling endless emotions. Counting his age, he was only 19 years old now. In modern times, he'd just be starting university. Yet here she had such a grown-up son. He looked more like a younger brother. The little snake carefully helped his mom apply the medicine. He worried if the medicine was okay. After all, the snake child was only 2 years old. While applying the medicine, his hand suddenly felt a sharp pain. The little snake worried about his mom's injury and wanted to wash off the medicine. But Ching said the medicine seemed to be working. It didn't hurt anymore. The little snake was half convinced, but could only let it be. He saw his mom shivering from the cold, so he grabbed the flint to start a fire to warm her up. Seeing such a filial son, she felt very gratified. With a crack, the flint broke into 2 halves. The girl frowned, feeling it wasn't good. At this rate, the flint would be completely ruined. "I don't want to freeze to death here." Fortunately, it was finally lit. Unexpectedly, the inherited memory of snake beasts was so impressive. From birth, they knew everything their fathers knew. When it comes to species advantages, it's still you, isn't it? At this moment, the little snake was blowing on the big flame. The next moment, the fire suddenly flared up, burning his face. He stumbled backward, falling head over heels. Ching hurriedly went to check his injuries. The little snake pouted, his eyes full of tears. "Bear with it for a moment. I'll use cold water to soothe your wound." So she immediately went to get the ice-cold spring water. The little snake pretended to cry in pain, looking pitiful. "It might directly disfigure me, right?" The next second, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You little liar!" Saying this, Ching gave 2 punches to the snake's head. The little snake grabbed her hand, then put it on his little face, nuzzling and cuddling. "Mom, please don't leave." The girl felt a bit reluctant and could only agree temporarily. Meanwhile, the snake, tiger, and leopard were out in the rain. Planting wheat, they saw the rain getting heavier. Parker worried about Ching being alone at home, so he hurriedly rushed back first. Returning home to find it empty, he thought she must have gone to find the little snake. He immediately went out to search in the howling wind and rain. At this time, Ching was cuddling with the little snake. Even Inin couldn't bear to watch. Crying loudly, it turned out the little one had just pooped. Just as they were changing Inin's diaper, suddenly a roar came from outside the cave. It was Parker coming to take by Ching home. The little snake's face was contorted. He bared his venomous fangs at the leopard, looking crazed. The little snake beast snarled fiercely with his poisonous teeth. He wanted to monopolize his mom, afraid that someone else would take her away. But how could the macho leopard let him have his way? "You want to bet? I'll call Curtis to deal with you, you little stinky snake." At the mention of Curtis, the little snake trembled with fear. Ching comforted him not to be afraid. "Mom is here." Learning that the snake hadn't come, the mother and son sighed in relief. Parker reminded Ching that if they didn't go home soon, Curtis might come over. Seeing Mom about to leave again, the little snake was very dejected. The girl, seeing this, gave him a peck on the head, then reluctantly left. Watching his mother's departing figure, his heart was torn. It's always like this. The one left behind is always me. After returning home, Parker told Ching to take a bath quickly. If Curtis smells the little snake's scent, it's game over. But the little one stuck to him like glue, not letting go. Before he could go wash up, Curtis had already returned home. Oh no, will they be discovered? He immediately pulled the snake and tiger into the room. Curtis wondered why there was a snake beast scent. "Aren't you the snake beast yourself?" The girl, afraid of being exposed, quickly pulled the snake into the room. Curtis thought, no matter how bold the little snake is, he wouldn't dare come to his territory. He could only give up and not pursue the matter. On the other side, Jasmine was in excruciating pain. It turned out the female cub in her belly was about to be born. Everyone worried if she would die from such intense pain. The vet said giving birth to a female cub indeed posed a life threat. If she couldn't make it through, she would die. It was the same when Bai Qingqing gave birth to a female cub. I'll go find her. As soon as he said that, the purple giant beast braved the storm to find Bai Qingqing. But as soon as he arrived, he was stopped at the door. Qingqing also learned that Jasmine was about to give birth. She turned around about to leave, but the snake grabbed her, saying, "Come back and eat obediently." Even the gentle little tiger wanted to stop her. He glared at the snake and tiger with a grieved look. The two snorted coldly, picked up their chopsticks, and in one go, they shoveled the food into their mouths vigorously. In the blink of an eye, they finished clearing their plates. So Parker took her to the tree hollow where Jasmine lived. The little tigress, disheveled and tearful, cried and complained to Qingqing. She didn't tell her that giving birth to a female cub would be so painful. Bai Qingqing was stunned at first. It's going to hurt anyway. If I told you earlier, could you have had a stress-free pregnancy? As soon as she finished speaking, Jasmine let out a sudden wail. It's coming, it's coming. The female cub was born. Everyone was stunned, full of surprise. I had a pimple. Why did it take me so long when I gave birth? While Jasmine just gave birth like she was passing gas. The father took the tiger cub, exclaiming how ugly it was. Jasmine was eager to see what her child looked like. The little one had pink hair and smooth, bare skin. Bai Qingqing carefully examined the little cub before her. She claimed it looked much better than Inen when she was little. It would become more and more beautiful as it grew up, but it really looked so ugly. Hearing these pretentious words, Qingqing spat and turned to leave. Jasmine quickly stopped her. I'm afraid if I stay any longer, I won't be able to resist beating you up. Your child is actually very good looking. Much better looking than Inen when she was just born. Are you deliberately trying to anger me? The little tigress chuckled. I haven't seen other female cubs either. Look at us. We're both beautiful female cubs. Mom, can you forgive me? Since you've said that, of course I forgive you. The two best friends hugged, finally reconciling. The next moment, Bai Qingqing suddenly turned serious. Do you know about postpartum confinement? The two fathers froze, completely clueless. Qingqing explained, if Jasmine doesn't rest well after childbirth, she might have health problems later. The two Beastmen turned pale with fright, hurriedly asking where to find postpartum confinement. The girl looked embarrassed and began to explain the precautions for postpartum confinement. Postpartum confinement means not going out for a month, not bathing, washing hair, or exposing oneself to wind. The tiger beast suddenly understood. He vowed to take good care of Jasmine during her confinement. But the mother who had just given birth was still full of energy. Qingqing was dumbfounded. Can't you at least pretend to be weak in front of me? Looking at the baby's tiny tiger-like appearance, my mom sighed that the little one was so ugly, it looked like it came from Grandma's house. Jingji instantly felt that her own cub wouldn't be too bad when it grows up. At this moment, Parker reminded Qingqing it was time to go home. She could only say goodbye to her best friend first. On the way, they passed by a puddle. Qingqing was about to go wash her face. Suddenly, a handsome fish sprang out with a splash. The girl needed to pee and wanted to go in the lake. A handsome fish suddenly jumped out. Frightened, she held her pee back. This big, white-toothed fish wanted to help clean. The little blue cat immediately dove into the water. After a while, he brought back the cleaning fish. Bai Qingqing opened her mouth, directly extending it into the bubbles. The small fish swam into her mouth. She accidentally swallowed the cleaning fish into her stomach. What should I do? I ate the little silver fish. The little blue cat told her not to worry. Cleaning fish reproduce very quickly. Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. The point is I swallowed live fish. At this moment, the handsome fish noticed Inen in Vincent's arms. He had been thinking about the baby day and night, begging the tiger to let him have a look. Vincent frowned, glaring at the little blue-haired one. Bai Qingqing waved her hand, signaling to let him look. The tiger reluctantly brought Inen to him. The handsome fish felt afraid. He shrank back, licked his lips, and thought, if I die, I die. So he gathered courage and approached Inen. She seems even prettier than before, but she's growing a bit slowly. Hearing this, Vincent snatched Inen back. The little blue-haired one wasn't satisfied. He said he hadn't seen enough of the two pet girls. The beast wanted to give him a big punch. Lanze, be more careful in the future. The girl kept her mouth open, her cheeks almost reaching her grandmother's house. Suddenly a chill came over her, making her shiver. I'll warm you up, Parker said, grinning as he leaned in, but he was pushed away with a slap. A few days later, Vincent left the tribe on business. Ching chased him to the door. Her eyes were teary, full of reluctance and concern. That day, the tribe was unusually noisy. She was overjoyed, thinking Vincent had returned. But contrary to her wishes, she couldn't even see his shadow. Instead, a new batch of males had joined the tribe. The girl sighed, feeling disappointed. The next moment, her eyes lit up. She saw several leopard beasts slowly approaching. Parker's eyes immediately filled with anger. Could these leopards be Parker's brothers? Seeing by Ching, the 3 leopard beasts were overjoyed, their minds wandering. They fearlessly rushed over. Parker immediately stood in front of his wife. "You dare to hit me? Ching, watch out. Don't blame me for being rude to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the little leopard cub happily ran towards the leopard uncles. He even played and frolicked with them. The leopard father was speechless. These brats are more stubborn than bulls. And it was already 5 months old. Her little arms and legs had grown quite a bit. She could finally wear cute little animal skin dresses. The little one was so excited about her new dress, she danced with joy. Parker laughed and said, "An in with her arms spread looks like a fluttering bird." With one look from Ching, the leopard instantly cowered and shut his mouth. Seeing Anin bored enough to chew her fingers, Mom planted a kiss on her soft, chubby little face. Then the family decided to go out and play. At this time, the tribe was holding a combat competition to win females. Jasmine called by Ching over to watch the excitement. The Beastmen looked over at the sound, their eyes gleaming. He hurriedly covered Anin completely, afraid she might catch the eye of ill-intentioned beasts. At this time, the arena fight was becoming more intense. Jasmine wanted to pull her to watch the fight, but Ching politely declined. "Are you sure you don't want to watch? The males this time are all very strong." Hearing this, Parker wanted to tear Jasmine to pieces. He quickly changed his words, explaining, the duel must be very exciting and spectacular." Saying this, he turned and ran away. Then they came to the mountain. The leopard suddenly planted a kiss on his wife's face. Then he quickly ran into the cave. He then leaped into the mine shaft. It was pitch black, and Ching worried Parker might be in danger. The snake said the leopard had night vision, so there was no need to worry. At this moment, a vulture flew in from the sky. Ching then realized she hadn't brought it in with her. Oh no, Anin is in danger. More and more vultures were gathering. They swooped down towards Anin, wanting to feast. The girl rushed over in a panic, trying to drive away these man-eating birds. As a result, she almost became food for the bird beast herself. Fortunately, the snake intervened just in time, beating this group of birds to death. Curtis was furious, afraid that by Ching might die trying to be a hero. I saw Anin was in danger. Before he could finish speaking, Snake hugged him tightly. "I'm sorry I didn't protect you well." A group of man-eating eagles wanted to eat Anin. Even by Ching became their meal. Fortunately, Curtis intervened in time. All the man-eating eagles died. To satisfy her anger, Ching decided to roast and eat the man-eating eagles. Snake claimed these eagles taste worse than elephants. But this stubborn girl wouldn't give up without tasting eagle meat. She grabbed a stick and poked at it vigorously. The next second, the eagle corpse emitted a nauseating stench. She quickly covered her nose and mouth, almost throwing up the wild boar peppa meat she just ate. Curtis chuckled and said, "Worse than dung. Now you believe it?" Meanwhile, Parker was still groping in the pitch-black mine. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness swept over. In an instant, crystal stones as dazzling as a starry sea appeared. He also discovered a shimmering blue ice bead. He thought about bringing it back for Ching. She would surely like it. But upon touching it, a chill struck straight to his heart. Instinct told him not to be reckless. So he picked up a large stone and hit the ice bead right in the center. Unexpectedly, the stone bounced back towards Parker, nearly smashing his head into tofu. He had to give up on the ice bead and leave the mine. He also grabbed a bag of crystal stones, then poured the crystals out onto the ground. The crystals sparkled brilliantly. In the sunlight, the leopard held a crystal to his eye. "Don't point it at your eyes. You might get burned and become a one-eyed leopard." The physically strong but simple-minded leopard man clearly didn't believe it. Ching decided to teach him a lesson. The sunlight through the crystal nearly burned the leopard's hand. The leopard even dared to use 2 crystals together. As a result, blue flames suddenly erupted from the crystals, turning all the crystals into nothing. A wave of sadness suddenly washed over the 2 beastmen. It turns out beastmen turn into transparent crystals after after death. Only when the crystals completely disappear does the soul die. Silently watching their sad expressions, he was a bit confused, until Parker told him about the origin of the crystals. The leopard was full of regret and self-blame. He smashed his leopard hand with a hammer to punish himself. Ching quickly tried to calm his emotions. Changing the subject, there's ice in the mine. Couldn't we make popsicles? Parker turned sadness into curiosity. What new thing is a popsicle? The girl slowly walked to the mine entrance. Thinking about the countless souls contained inside, she suddenly shivered, her spine chilling. She decisively abandoned the idea of making popsicles. As they returned to the tribe, they saw several couples being affectionate. The little leopard cubs were overjoyed to see their mother. They pounced on her, tumbling all over, constantly licking and nuzzling. The leopard father kicked away the cub, licking her face. "I'll take him back to sleep first. Remember to come back for dinner later. All right, be careful on the way." As soon as Parker left, Snake hissed, baring his venomous fangs. It turned out some Beastmen were secretly watching. Bai Ching understood in her heart. She said she would go back with Curtis. Snake contentedly rubbed her head. "Play around in the tribe if you like. I'm heading back first." Ching smiled brightly, promising not to talk to other males. Little did she know a Beastman was eyeing her from behind. As soon as Snake and Leopard left, he immediately sprang out. Grinning, he handed Bai Ching a bag of fruits. He even invited Ching to his home to make babies. The girl panicked and ran faster than a turtle. They ran to a field of flowers. The scenery here was breathtaking. She bent down to pick some flowers. Parker appeared mysteriously behind her. His eyes darted around, clearly a bit flustered. Bai Ching noticed something odd. Why have Parker's eyes faded, and his bowl cut has turned into a wolf tail? Could this be Parker's twin brother? Isn't Parker the strongest in his litter? How did his brother also become a three-striped beast? The imposter saw Ching's expression and thought he was exposed. He immediately turned to run. But suddenly another Parker appeared. Holding flowers, he eagerly approached. The girl was bewildered. Is this some kind of costume show? It turned out to be another fake Parker. He had a beast mark on his face, clearly painted on. After being exposed, he fled in panic. And there was even a knockoff Parker hiding in the tree. His comical appearance made her laugh and cry at the same time. She couldn't help but lie on the ground, laughing hysterically. Oh my goodness, they really look identical. It's just too funny. The cubs looked at each other, thinking their mother had lost her mind. She wiped away tears of laughter. Don't hide. I've seen through this little trick long ago. The triplets nearly died of embarrassment on the spot. They mustered up the courage to confess to Ching, but were mercilessly rejected. I won't take any more mates, but since you're Parker's brothers, we can visit each other in the future. But the triplets wanted to try again. As if injected with chicken blood, their spirits were high. They boasted they could do anything and would definitely become three-striped beasts in the future. Just as Bai Ching didn't know how to end this, the real Parker suddenly rushed out. Three savage beasts trying to steal his brother's wife to have cubs. At the critical moment, Parker descended from the sky. Flames of anger burned in his eyes. The next second, he attacked his love rivals in armor. The three savage beasts fought back fiercely. One of them was pinned down and rubbed into the ground by Parker. Surprisingly, another one ambushed from behind. He held Parker tightly, refusing to let go. He bit the metal on Parker's body. However, it didn't hurt Parker at all. Instead, he was beaten until his teeth scattered. Parker spat in contempt. By now, more and more onlookers had gathered around. They all came to watch the commotion. After a while, all three savage beasts were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. You've lost. Let's end this sparring here. Bai Ching thought the fight was finally over. Unexpectedly, the badly wounded ones refused to give up. They tried to bite Parker when he was off guard. The mischievous girl sensed danger. She warned Parker about the one behind him, trying to attack his rear. He dodged quickly, narrowly escaping. The girl was confused. Why attack after the truce? Little did she know it was all because of her. The three were determined to snatch Bai Ching away. Once a beastman defeats his own kind, he must accept the victor's pursuit of his mate. In this situation, Parker could only choose to kill them. Bai Ching wanted Parker to show mercy. Win or lose, her refusal should suffice. But considering Parker and those three leopards were brothers, He probably wouldn't kill his own kin. The stubborn ones wouldn't give up. Parker knocked out a teammate with a spinning kick that sounded like a thunderous fart. He then launched an attack on another savage beast. His iron claw made the opponent howl in pain. Even pinned down, he still raved, saying he wouldn't give up until he got by Ching Ching. Parker viciously bit the opponent's neck, choking him. Seeing the situation turn dire, they wanted to retreat, but Parker was already in a killing frenzy. It seemed too late to surrender now. Everyone held their breath, thinking the three were done for. Parker let out a long roar to the sky. He pinned his love rival under his foot, but didn't deliver the fatal blow. This brought cheers from the entire crowd. The girl wept with joy. She praised Parker's wise approach. The three reluctantly licked their wounds. Bai Qingqing worried their injuries might be fatal. Fortunately, they were only surface wounds, not life-threatening. They promised not to have any improper thoughts in the future. Parker had once again protected his beloved. He roared to the sky, proud and arrogant. Some wolf beasts had long disliked him, but the macho leopard was fearless, ready to take on anyone who dared. The girl quickly fled this bloody scene. She ran all the way to the lakeside. Then she temporarily placed Einen in the grass. She went to wash her face by the lake. The little one couldn't stay still and rolled over with effort, crawling like a little bug. Unknowingly, he crawled to his mother's side. He stumbled and fell into the lake. In this life-or-death moment, a pair of blue hands appeared. They caught little Einen, who had fallen into the water. Awu! The little one opened his eyes to see a handsome fishman. The little blue cat heroically rescued him, carrying him out of the water. With eyes full of adoration, he poked the soft little face, but was swatted away. Salty fish hands are not allowed to poke his face. It will make him drool. Hearing this, Ching Ching took it in. The handsome fishman invited the mother and child to play underwater. The girl finally couldn't resist his sweet talk and happily agreed. It was also a chance to give it a nice bath. Then the group began their underwater journey. The little baby excitedly patted Bubbles, full of curiosity. However, after just 10 minutes, he got bored. The deeper the bubbles sank, the darker it became. The deep, dark bottom of the water frightened Einen. He tightly gripped with his trembling little hands and cried loudly. Bai Qingqing quickly asked the handsome fishman to take them to the surface. The little blue cat immediately pushed them up. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a place with light. The blue cat asked the mother and child to wait a moment, saying he'd be right back. Then he plunged into the water. After a while, he brought out his token of love. It turned out to be a pearl filled with small silver fish. Seeing the shiny pearl, Einen immediately stopped crying. Babbling, he wanted to play with the little blue cat. He put the pearl into the bubble. The little one discovered there was also a glowing small pearl inside. This pearl was meant to be given to the handsome fishman's mate. Unexpectedly, Einen put it in his mouth like candy. The little merman's eyes darkened, feeling as if his mate had been bitten. Bai Qingqing laughed helplessly. I'm afraid Einen won't want to give it back to you later. This pearl absolutely cannot be given to her. The little blue cat sighed, looking at the sticky pearl. He hadn't found a mate yet, but had already lost the light pearl. He could only let Einen take the pearl back temporarily. At this time, Ching Ching wanted to go into the water to bathe. The handsome fishman gently poked the bubble with his fingertip. With a splash, the bubble instantly dispersed. With a plop, she fell into the water. Your mom doesn't want you. She's giving you to me as a little wife. Hearing this, Einen turned his head away, ignoring the little blue cat. Ching Ching surfaced and asked him to release the cleaning fish. He immediately dove underwater and released the small silver fish. The fish swam to the girl's skirt. Her whole body tingled, making her scream in pleasure. Seeing this scene, the handsome fishman blushed and swallowed hard. He stared at her intently, not blinking at all. You pervert fish, come up here. The little blue cat hurriedly explained that he didn't see anything, just a pair of beautiful legs. Feeling guilty, he buried half his head in the water. Then Bai Qingqing prepared to take the cute baby home, and then quickly give the light pearl back to Uncle. The little one pouted, refusing to do so. Qingqing could only promise to return it to the handsome fishman next time. Watching the mother and daughter leave, the little blue cat was reluctant. I've been called Uncle, but I'm not that old, am I? The crazy little snake beast captured his own mother. He imprisoned her and claimed her as his own. The snake father, in a fit of rage, tore the snake child in half. Just now, Bai Qingqing took an in to find Vincent. On the way, they stopped to visit the little snake. Unexpectedly, the little snake had evil intentions. He took advantage of her inattention and knocked her out. When she woke up, she was in an unfamiliar place. The little snake suddenly appeared and covered her hand. He gently stroked her forehead, tender as water. But she swatted away his salty pig hand. "Little snake, what are you doing?" The little snake's expression suddenly changed, feeling displeased. He became increasingly presumptuous, caressing Qingqing's cheek. "Don't call me little snake. Call me Curtis." As soon as he finished speaking, he was rewarded with a big slap. Bai Qingqing, holding in, turned and ran. But the crazy little snake beast wasn't worried at all. It turned out this place was a dead end, with no way to retreat. The little snake had brought Qingqing to the mermaid tribe. A group of merpeople was seen swimming ashore in great numbers. The leader was actually his archenemy, Mermaid Princess Qingqing. She brought her harem of men, intending to eliminate Bai Qingqing, verbally provoking with a hidden knife in her smile. "Bai Qingqing, today is your death day." He appeared extremely calm on the surface, but inside, he was panicking badly. The little snake bared its venomous fangs and rushed out to protect Mama. The woman was so scared her period started, quickly hiding behind her mate. The mermaid leader sneered contemptuously. "Just this little baby snake? Not even enough to fill my teeth." Seeing this, Bai Qingqing brought up Curtis. However, the merpeople were fearless. They declared that if Curtis came, the little snake would be the first to die. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. "Did you anticipate that once I summoned Curtis, the little snake would be killed by him? You are truly despicable." Qin laughed maniacally. She boasted about killing Bai Qingqing's mates one by one. He stared blankly at this mad woman before him, showing no emotion. Qin felt like she had punched cotton, extremely frustrated. She immediately switched to a composed facade. "Considering Curtis is doing business with my mate, I'll spare your dog life for now." After speaking, she turned and left. Bai Qingqing wanted to take an in and swim out of the mermaid tribe. The plants in the water were invisible killers. Once a female enters the water, she dies faster than fish. He broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to back out, but for Inan's sake, he had to take the risk. Just as he reached the water's edge, the little snake stopped him. Qingqing twisted away from him, facing the emotionally twisted snake child. His eyes were full of disappointment and helplessness. However, the little snake firmly believed in his heart that he was Curtis. He wanted to possess Bai Qingqing exclusively and live with her, laughing madly. "In those lonely days without seeing you, I've had enough." He reached out his little snake hand, begging Mama to stay. At this moment, Qingqing was in a dilemma. She couldn't summon her mate to let the little snake die, nor could she escape this isolated island. The next moment, Anin cried loudly from hunger. Immediately fed the little one milk. This island could make even diapers hot and wet. The little snake didn't forget to fan Mama. Bai Qingqing asked him why his personality had changed so much. The little snake suddenly got up and pounced on her. He claimed he had eaten a strange fruit that awakened Curtis's mating memories prematurely. As he spoke, he involuntarily embraced the girl, insisting that he was Curtis. Qingqing panicked and quickly pushed him away. Her scalp tingled with fear. Holy crap! The little snake inherited Mai and Curtis's mating memories, and was even controlled by these memories. He wanted to find a mouse hole to crawl into. So she warned the little snake not to be controlled by inherited memories. It's just to help you gain experience, to better find your own mate. So you are you, not Curtis. However, no matter how earnestly she spoke, the little snake wouldn't listen. He suddenly came close, firmly believing he was Curtis. Fortunately, a shoulder throw knocked him down. The little snake lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He didn't understand why he suddenly attacked. The next second, his head felt dizzy. Then he fell beside the little snake. Meanwhile, the snake and leopard were frantically searching for Bai Qingqing. The leopard followed the scent to the isolated island. Wanting to swim across, he was entangled by vines in the water. He exhausted all his strength but still couldn't break free. But thinking that Qingqing was waiting for him, her fate unknown, he was instantly filled with strength and finally broke free. Just then, Curtis arrived. Thinking the leopard was dead, he poked its little but with his snake tail. Parker wailed, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, don't poke my butt." The snake was about to enter the water. Parker warned him the thorns in the water were poisonous. But it was too late. The snake's tail had already entered the water. Even his tough body was covered in wounds from the thorns. On the other side, Bai Qingqing had regained consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the little snake staring at her, swallowing hard. She quickly dodged. The little snake's gaze passed through the window, seeing two familiar figures. It must be Parker and Curtis. He immediately ran out to call Curtis. The snake also saw Bai Qingqing on the island. She rushed across, swift as lightning, disregarding the danger. But before reaching shore, she was surrounded by a group of merpeople. "Curtis, you've indeed come to die." The snake beast tore apart his own white bones, because the little snake had brought his mother to the Mermaid Valley. Just now, Curtis went to rescue Bai Qingqing, but he was surrounded by a group of merpeople. The girl worried he would be at a disadvantage in the water, so she told the little snake to leave quickly. He needed to summon Curtis. The stubborn little snake refused to leave. "Only one of us can live, you choose." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped hard. After hitting him, Bai Qingqing stood there stunned. The little snake cupped her face, his gaze incredibly intense. The girl quickly retreated. Partner and son. She couldn't accept losing either of them. Large tears began to flow uncontrollably. The little snake wiped away the tears on his mom's face, saying he wouldn't force her anymore. Qingqing thought the little snake had come to his senses. The next moment, she was tightly embraced by him. "If he dies, we'll be together." The girl froze, quickly interrupting his words. She urged the little snake to leave immediately, saying there was still time. At this moment, Qin rushed over with a group of merpeople. He mocked Bai Qingqing coldly, boasting that Curtis would surely die. Hearing this, her heart suddenly trembled. She quickly lifted her skirt, saw the snake pattern was still there, and immediately felt relieved. She wanted to summon Curtis right away, but hesitated when she saw the little snake. Meanwhile, all the merpeople attacking Curtis had already died. Their bodies floated to the shore with the current. The mermaid leader couldn't believe it. He ordered his subordinates to retreat immediately. At the same time, Parker also came charging in. The couple's eyes met, overjoyed. Parker quickly rushed over, stepping on the merpeople's corpses. Bai Qingqing pushed the little snake to leave quickly. Qin ordered his mate to kill Bai Qingqing and the others. The little snake immediately stood protectively in front of his mother. But that mermaid leader didn't follow Qin's command. He picked him up and fled. The little snake held his mother's hand tightly, saying he wouldn't let her be harmed. Suddenly, a giant snake tail whipped over. It tightly coiled around the little snake. With a splash, it dragged him into the water. It turned out to be the wife-protecting maniac Curtis. With such powerful strength, it would only take minutes for the little snake to suffocate. More likely, he'd be crushed to pieces before suffocating. Seeing this, Qingqing quickly called for Curtis to release the little snake. On the brink of death, the little snake's mind was filled with images of his mother. The girl hugged the snake's tail, pleading desperately. Tears of maternal love formed an endless river. Curtis smelled the scent of another snake beast on her. He almost lost control and squeezed the little snake into two pieces. Despite Bai Qingqing's pleas, Curtis remained unmoved. If this continued, the little snake would surely be crushed into a pulp. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. He placed his sharp snake scales against his neck, threatening suicide. Curtis saw blood seeping from Bai Qingqing's neck. Only then did he slowly release the little snake. At this moment, Parker finally reached the shore. He urged Curtis to release the little snake quickly. Otherwise, Qingqing's life would be in danger. The girl cried tearfully, "I'll never see the little snake again. Please spare him." Curtis mumbled, clenching his back teeth. Then he threw the little snake into the water. He quickly snatched the scale from Bai Qingqing's hand. He personally discarded his token of love and future trouble. The fire of love burned fiercely in his eyes. Parker quickly stepped forward to break the oppressive atmosphere. "Don't just stand there. Quickly find some herbs. Styptic herbs." The snake immediately turned to find styptic herbs. Then he plunged into the water. The girl heaved a sigh of relief. She fell into Parker's arms, crying out in pain. "Quick, go see how the little snake is doing." Parker couldn't find any trace of him in the water and concluded the little snake must have run away. His anxious heart finally relaxed. Moments later, Curtis returned with the herbs. He completely ignored Bai Qingqing. Then he handed the medicine to Parker. "Grind it and apply it to her." After speaking, he turned and left. He was going to deal with the escaped merpeople. Meanwhile, Qin was packing up, preparing to flee. However, his mate had no intention of leaving. "Do you want Curtis to kill me?" The mermaid leader's face immediately darkened. The little green tea noticed his strange look and immediately softened his voice. "I won't cause trouble for by Ching Ching anymore. Let's return to the ocean and have a bunch of little mere people. Okay. Not okay. The moment you left 10 years ago, my heart died." Saying this, he grabbed Green Tea Chin's neck. Despite his desperate struggles, it was futile. Even after he breathed his last, the mermaid leader refused to let go. His love for Chin had penetrated to the bone, causing him to use this extreme method to keep the other by his side. Then he opened his bloody maw. With one bite, he devoured Chin completely. By the time Curtis arrived, both were buried in a sea of brilliant flowers. A glance back, the song ends, people disperse. Left behind was only eternal longing and endless sorrow. The mermaid ate his own, made out of love. Bai Qingqing was horrified when she learned of this, fearing Curtis might eat her too. The snake flicked out his tongue, eyes hazy. "Don't worry, I only like you alive." The girl was almost scared to her period. The snake lifted her double chin, then planted a kiss. The two started smooching again. Just then, the leopard returned from hunting. Curtis glanced at him and ignored him completely. Parker burned with jealousy, stomping his feet. Suddenly his eyes lit up, wanting to join in, just as he reached out his salty leopard paw to pinch. The next second he was swatted away. The next day, Parker angrily called Curtis to get up and go hunting. The snake ignored him, stretching lazily. Then he planted a kiss on Ching Ching's cheek, waved his hand, and left gracefully. The leopard's jealousy surged, crying it was unfair. After Curtis left, he excitedly picked up by Ching Ching. It turned out he wanted to help his wife bathe, so the two went to the seaside. Parker gently wiped that silky smooth skin, emitting a subtle, enchanting scent, irresistible. He indulged in inhaling the unique scent of human females. Although hormones rushed to his head, he had to grit his teeth to control his animal desires, fearing Ching Ching might get pregnant with a female cub and increase her burden. At this moment, the snake suddenly appeared. He had captured a plump, soft Peppa Pig. Parker eagerly went to greet him. Seeing the chubby big fat pig, tears flowed from the girl's mouth corners. He told Curtis to go back to the house and rest first. "I'll handle this wild Peppa Pig." Curtis stated that this prey wasn't a fat Peppa Pig, but a tree worm that only eats and doesn't move. "Holy DJ, can such a big fat worm be eaten?" The leopard declared that tree worms were a delicacy in the beast world. "It's a shame you haven't tried them in these 3 years. As he spoke, he secretly planted a kiss on Ching Ching's forehead. Then he happily picked up firewood to roast the piggy. A few days later, they arrived at Scorpion territory to look for Vincent. Suddenly, a wild beast sprang out from behind them. A starving lion beast launched a sneak attack. Curtis immediately protected by Ching Ching in his arms. Seeing the beautiful girl, he lost focus and even thought of names for their children. He pounced over, trying to snatch by Ching Ching, but his handsome moment lasted no more than 3 seconds. He was smashed against the rock wall by a snake tail, howling, vomiting blood, and trembling. So he shifted his target and attacked Parker instead. Curtis gave him a death glare. The little lion was so scared he hopped backwards repeatedly. He crouched in the corner, facing the wall, not daring to move. They discovered a hidden cave next to the lion beast. It could serve as a temporary shelter. The little lion sensed trouble and followed them. The snake and leopard's faces immediately darkened. "Get lost or we'll bite you to death. Don't kill me. I don't want the cave anymore. Please give me back my ore." Parker then noticed there was a glowing ore inside the cave. The little lion begged and pleaded for them to return the ore to him. "Does this ore have any special use?" The lion beast said the ore could be exchanged for water and food. "With 1,000 pieces, one could leave this godforsaken place. Answer one question for me, and I'll give you the ore. How many 4-striped beasts are here?" The little lion was eager to get the ore back. He claimed there were 2 4-striped beasts, a lion and a white tiger. To compete for ore, they were at odds with each other. Bai Ching Ching and the others exchanged glances. They determined that the white tiger the lion mentioned must be Vincent. Curtis tightly coiled around the little lion. "If you dare to tell anyone what just happened, I'll send you to meet your great-grandmother." The lion beast, gasping for air, said he hadn't seen anything. Only then did he manage to keep his life. He then picked up the ore and ran away as fast as he could. Curtis instructed Parker to protect Ching Ching well. Then he turned and went out to find Vincent. The leopard was thrilled to be alone with his wife again. He kept nuzzling and cuddling her. Afterwards, he went to guard the cave entrance. Little did he know a group of beasts was watching his every move. The girl felt her beauty was a ticking time bomb. She immediately grabbed a handful of mud. She smeared it all over her pretty face. However, not only did she not become ugly, she became even more uniquely beautiful. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a huge rock fell from the sky. It startled them, and then was frightened and started crying loudly. Ching quickly covered her little mouth. "It's over. They've been discovered." The beasts outside heard the cry of the cub. They licked their chops, their faces twisted with desire. "Catch it! There must be females inside the cave." Seeing this, Parker immediately rushed out to fight. Fearlessly, he faced the stronger four-striped beast with a scarred face. The lion beast, unwilling to back down, launched a fierce attack. The leopard flashed, circling behind the opponent. He bit hard on its back. The lion beast howled in pain, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. It quickly turned its head, wanting to counterattack. Slash! Parker bit off a chunk of fur from the opponent's body. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, he quickly retreated. With a mouthful of black fur, he glared fiercely at the opponent. But Scarface still wouldn't give up. He began to launch fierce attacks on Parker. Fortunately, the leopard dodged quickly. Otherwise, a chunk of flesh would have been torn from his butt. At this moment, the group of beasts smelled the scent of females inside the cave. Impatient, they immediately rushed to the cave entrance. The leopard, sensing danger, roared in anger. The lion beast, seizing the opportunity, attacked from behind, viciously biting Parker's kidney. The pain was excruciating, and he bled profusely. If he continued fighting, he might die. The leopard pattern on by Ching's chest began to flicker and fade. His heart suddenly trembled, filled with anxiety. Oh no, something's happened to Parker. A crazy scorpion beast tried to force the girl to have his cubs. At the critical moment, a mysterious beastman appeared. With a heavy punch, he knocked down the Scorpion King. Just now, Bai Ching and her group had arrived at Salt City to look for Vincent. They also planned to get the antidote from the Crab King to save it. On the way, they were attacked by a group of crazed beasts, and Parker was severely injured. He was critically wounded and in mortal danger. The ravenous beasts took the opportunity to pounce on the girl. The leopard desperately bit the opponent's foot. With one bite, he flung the beast away. Seeing that Parker wasn't dead, Bai Ching cried tears of joy. The lead lion beast was furious. With one bite, he sent his own companion to meet Tainan. The rest of the beasts retreated in succession. At this time, the leopard was covered in wounds, barely clinging to life. But for Ching's sake, he had to fight to the death. To avoid burdening Parker, the girl quickly escaped from the cave. Seeing that Ching had fled, the leopard immediately took off running. Scarface pursued relentlessly. Parker quickly darted into a cave opening. The lion beast rushed in after him without thinking. Due to its large size, it got stuck. Its companion couldn't help but laugh at its butt. An evil thought suddenly occurred to him. He raised his claws, wanting to poke that fat butt. But unexpectedly, his plan backfired. He was kicked away for being a traitor. Rebelling? Liang Laolu? Run faster than a snail. At this time, Bai Ching was hiding in a secret corner. The rock she used for cover was suddenly moved aside. She was startled and looked up. She mistakenly thought Curtis had returned. As the figure came closer, she realized it couldn't be Curtis. The mysterious person's cold gaze held a hint of tenderness. The girl examined him, stunned for a few seconds. Coming to her senses, she screamed for help. The beast horde heard the female's cry. They all rushed towards the sound. The impatient beasts were extremely excited. They transformed into beast form, eager to mate with Ching. However, the mysterious man was mesmerized by the girl before him. He showed no fear of the fierce beast behind him. He just casually threw a punch. The wolf beast spewed blood from 7 orifices and fell flat. Another wolf beast howled to the sky, signaling its companions. Subsequently, many fierce beasts surged forward. Facing these beasts, the mysterious man's face showed disdain as the beast horde swarmed to attack. The mysterious man moved with lightning speed. His thunderous fists knocked down all the beasts with ease. Moments later, the battle ended, corpses everywhere. His eyes revealed a hint of eeriness, sending chills down one's spine. The girl was shocked by this scene, thinking, "This is too fierce." The blood-stained, mysterious man slowly walked towards her. She begged, "Please don't come closer, spare me." The next second, there was indeed no movement, so she quietly peeked out. She discovered the mysterious man was already in front of her. She panicked and retracted her head. Suddenly, an arm reached in. It grabbed her and lifted her up. The bloody smell on him was so strong it made her breathless. Then she was carried away from this place. The mysterious man only took her to a safe area. The girl didn't understand his intentions, so she asked why he helped her. Wasn't Wu Gensho supposed to hate females? Besides, we don't even know each other. Could it be that she was so beautiful that even Wu Gensho softened? "I'm not Wu Gensho." Hearing this, she immediately felt relieved. At this moment, Ainin cried out in hunger. She quickly fed the little one milk. The mysterious man unconsciously stole a glance. The girl noticed his burning gaze, so she took out a pearl light, wanting to see what her savior looked like. But seeing the light, the mysterious man turned and ran. Watching his gradually disappearing figure, she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Just as the mysterious man left, footsteps gradually approached. Having finally found a safe place, she hoped it wasn't more venomous snakes or wild beasts. Unexpectedly, the person who came was Parker. The leopard immediately started licking his wife's face wildly. She saw Parker's body covered in wounds. Heartbroken, she helped clean his wounds. After bandaging the wounds, the couple flirted and teased each other. The mysterious man watched this scene with envy, because all of this should have been his life. It turned out the mysterious man was Mua, whose wings were bitten off by Parker back then. He had walked on thin ice, finally gaining by Ching's approval. But at the last moment, he failed and lost everything. From then on, he lost his beloved. He couldn't bear to die in front of the person he loved. He just wanted to preserve his last bit of dignity, so he kept numbing himself through duels. He set foot in the most dangerous areas of the world, and because of this, he became the king of unmarked beasts. The scorpion beast coerced the girl to bear 100 litters of baby scorpions with him. "As long as you agree to kiss, hug, and lift me up, I'll give you the antidote for free." Bai Qingqing hurriedly retreated, trying to get away from this old pervert. "Don't even think about forcing me to be your mate." The Scorpion King sneered. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm a born rootless beast, without emotions or desires. Even if I get intimate with you, we won't become mates. I won't fall in love with you either." Hearing this, the girl was very surprised. The next moment, she suddenly froze. She noticed that the pendant on the scorpion beast's chest was very similar to the soul crystal. Her small hand unconsciously touched it lightly. Instantly, the Scorpion King's whole body convulsed violently. Breathing heavily, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. It was as if his soul was gradually being pulled out. The next second, his face suddenly changed. The mad Scorpion King instantly turned into a cute little wolf. He came over wagging his tail excitedly. The girl was bewildered. Was he possessed by a cute ghost? How did he suddenly become so gentle and obedient? He gently caressed the girl's cheek, full of tenderness. He sincerely claimed that he was Xiao. Qingqing was surprised. How could this dummy have the same name as that wolf beast who died tragically? "You want the antidote. The antidote is in the bone marrow of the scorpion tail. I'll get it for you right away." The girl was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. The Crab King raised his tail to extract the bone marrow, but he was stopped by his own soul. "How dare you occupy my body and act on your own? Don't even think about it." He then pulled Xiao's soul out of the body. In an instant, he turned back into the Scorpion King. Facing Bai Qingqing, he said, "You're quite skilled." After saying that, he turned and left. The confused Qingqing wanted to chase after him for the antidote, but the scorpion beast had already disappeared without a trace. When she returned, Parker was already awake. It turned out the leopard had been pretending to sleep, just to make the Scorpion King reveal the secret of the scorpion venom antidote. The girl suddenly realized he was such a clever one. Saying this, she threw herself into the leopard's arms, cuddling and nuzzling. On the other side, the Crab King was breathing heavily, still shaken. For the first time in over 50 years, he felt the stirring of love. He then tore off the soul crystal from his neck. He never expected that the soul in this crystal was also a pursuer of Bai Qingqing. Even more unexpected was that on his first experience, he revealed his secret. But that feeling just now was really nice. It was worth experiencing once in this lifetime. Just as he was lost in thought, a fierce beast suddenly sprang out from behind. With a heavy punch, it sent him flying. It was actually Wu Wenwang Shoumu. At this moment, he was extremely angry, his eyes full of killing intent. "I told you to give him the antidote. How dare you touch him?" The wind-splitting scorpion beast smiled wickedly. "I never said I wouldn't give it. No need for you to give it. I'll take it myself." Hearing this, Muir rushed over. "Wait, the antidote works by fighting poison with poison. But if the dosage is wrong, it can be fatal. I will definitely give you the antidote, but I need time to weaken its potency." Hearing this, Muir stopped his attack. "You'd better make the antidote as soon as possible." Dad turned and left with his long strides. The Crab King let out a long sigh. "I finally experienced the taste of emotions. I can't just end it like this." At this moment, Parker, severely injured, was whimpering on top of the food. Ching thought he was too weak to eat, so she started stuffing pieces of meat into his mouth. Chewing vigorously, her cheeks puffed out like balloons. Then she lifted the leopard's double chin. Making him open his mouth, she pressed her lips to his. So this was how she was feeding the leopard. The little leopard was so excited he started howling, demanding more food, opening his big mouth waiting for his wife to feed him. Curtis returned just in time to witness this scene. He hissed angrily, baring his venomous fangs. Parker caught sight of the snake's figure from the corner of his eye. Before he could react, the snake's tail came crashing down. Luckily, he dodged in time. Otherwise, the food he just ate would have been knocked out. The girl quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Parker was severely injured protecting me and can't eat on his own." Curtis had long seen through the leopard's little trick. "If I didn't have important matters, I'd tear him apart sooner or later." At this moment, Winston suddenly appeared. Ching immediately ran over to greet him excitedly. The two, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, embraced and cried. The little tiger, who had been mining for a month, was emaciated. He said that once he collected 300 black crystals, he could exchange them for the antidote. Bai Ching informed him that she already knew where the antidote was, so there was no need to work hard mining those stones anymore. Seeing this, Winston casually tossed away the black crystals in his hand. Curtis suddenly caught the lingering scent of Muir. Parker made a shushing gesture, signaling the snake not to say anything, because Bai Ching didn't know yet that the mysterious beast who saved him was Muir. The girl inadvertently noticed the leopard's facial expression, thinking he had a facial spasm and couldn't eat. She immediately ran to get some meat, intending to chew it up before feeding him. The snake was burning with anger, giving Parker a death glare. Frightened, the little leopard grabbed a handful of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, indicating to Curtis that Ching hadn't recognized Muir. The two understood each other, planning to eliminate Muir before Bai Ching recognized him. Then the snake and tiger went to get the antidote from the Scorpion King. Parker, able to be alone with his wife again, instantly became energetic. Just moments ago, he was listless and motionless. Now his hormones were raging, feeling like he could father 100 cubs. The girl was flirting and bantering with the leopard. Suddenly, a roar was heard. It broke the intimate atmosphere between the two. Parker was very displeased and went to investigate. He discovered it was the lion beast who had tried to snatch his wife. For Bai Ching's safety, he decided to lure away that frenzied lion. But the girl stopped him. "No, you can't beat him. You'll get hurt." However, Parker had made up his mind. "Don't worry, wait for me to come back." Saying this, he pulled away from her grasp. The girl tried to pull him back, but only caught a tuft of fur. Watching her lover's back, she was lost in thought, full of worry. Just as the leopard left, the sound of footsteps was heard again. He immediately lay down to protect Tannen, sticking his big butt up. It turned out to be that crazy Scorpion King again. He grinned in an extremely flirtatious manner. "Raising such an alluring posture, is it to welcome me?" The girl was startled and quickly retracted her bottom. She hurriedly took out a light orb to see if it was human or ghost. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the Beast King. "It's you again, you crazy old pervert." "No, should I call you Shio or..." Before she could finish, the soul crystal on the scorpion's chest suddenly emitted a golden light. His expression gradually changed, and he smiled slightly. Bai Ching thought he was possessed by Shio's soul again, so she let her guard down and asked why it wasn't the lion beast. The Scorpion King said he had lured the lion beast here. The purpose was to get Parker away. The girl pouted. Beastmen actually understand the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The Crab King thought she was acting coy with him, so he took out a cloth bag from his waist. Inside was actually the antidote for the crab poison. Ching took the bag, full of joy. He even knew to use ice to keep it fresh. How sophisticated. She immediately ran excitedly towards Anin, eager to give the little one the antidote. That soft little face instantly became plump and rosy. She couldn't resist wanting to kiss the baby's cherry-like little mouth. Be careful, it's poisonous. The crab beast hurriedly stopped her. Only then did she realize Anin had just taken the antidote. Thank you so much. The Crab King Shio's mouth curved into a smile. I'm not Shio. My name is Mitchell. I was just pretending to be possessed by Shio's soul earlier. Then he cupped the girl's cheeks with a mischievous grin. Ching instinctively dodged, feeling disgusted. For Anin's antidote, she had to endure and accept it for now. Staring at the girl, overflowing with maternal love, his heart pounded. He couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be if she were the mother of his little scorpions. But thinking of Bai Qingqing's several mates, he felt fear, because he was almost strangled to death by Curtis. His little bottom was beaten black and blue, but as the Crab King, he refused to submit even in death. Although he was beaten until he coughed up blood, he still pretended to be unfazed, looking disdainful. However, inside he was panicking. He was only spared when he agreed to hand over the antidote. After the snake and tiger left, he couldn't keep up the act anymore, clutching his swollen bottom and crying in pain. How come each of Bai Qingqing's mates is stronger than the last? The only one weaker than me is that stupid leopard. Slap, slap, slap. Qingqing smacked him twice on his big arms, bringing him back to reality. He immediately grabbed the girl's hand and smirked coldly. The pain made him open his mouth wide, scaring out his period. The Crab King then realized he had used too much force. He quickly let go of her hand. That soft, smooth little hand left him savoring the feeling. So he begged Bai Qingqing to let him hold her hand once more. The girl rolled her eyes at this 50-something-year-old pervert. If you're so bored your balls hurt, then help me find Parker. No need to look. That stupid leopard is already back. Hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy. She immediately ran to the cave entrance to wait. She asked the scorpion beast why he hadn't left yet. The Crab King chuckled stupidly, saying he was afraid she'd miss him too much, so he let her look at him a bit longer. With that, he waved and left. At this moment, Parker staggered back into the cave. He smelled some beast scent on his wife. Qingqing explained that the Scorpion King had just come to deliver the antidote. The leopard's eyes went black, and his head bled. The next second, he collapsed heavily on the ground. The girl was extremely anxious, worried the leopard might die. But seeing him still able to smile, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gently wiped his injured body. The playful leopard poked Anin's chubby little face with his tail, but Qingqing pressed it down, telling him to behave. Then she continued to clean the leopard. Meanwhile, the Crab King had just walked out of the cave not far. Suddenly, Muir rushed out from behind him. A heavy punch nearly flattened the crab beast's face. I told you, don't touch her. The scorpion beast stuck out his tongue mockingly. Blah, blah, blah. If you had the guts, you should have stopped me then, you cowardly beast who didn't dare show your face. If I didn't still need your antidote, I'd beat you up right now. Saying this, he raised his unbreakable iron fist. With a thunderous boom, he smashed the ground next to the crab's hand. Enraged, he gritted his teeth. This is my final warning. After delivering his threat, he took the antidote and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Bai Qingqing's hiding place. Sounds of playful banter could be heard from inside the cave. Hearing the noise, he quickly hid, because he didn't know how to face the girl who was the moon in his heart. Just as the two were being lovey-dovey, that frenzied lion suddenly burst in. Parker immediately went to lure it away, but the lion beast still managed to enter the cave. The leopard tried to drive it away. The lion beast caught the scent of a female. It rushed headlong towards the smell. In the end, it still managed to find Bai Qingqing. The lion beast stood there stunned, its eyes gleaming. Staring at the girl before him, he drooled. My goodness, what a beautiful female. That jade-like face and those soft, plump lips. I want to bite them. Just as he was lost in his fantasies, Parker pounced on him from behind. The crazed lion beast wanted to devour Bai Qingqing. At this critical moment, Parker desperately tackled the lion beast. Qingqing, run! To avoid burdening the leopard, she had to escape first. Seeing Parker at a disadvantage, about to be bitten to death, she stopped in her tracks. No, I can't run. What about Parker? So she placed the baby in a hidden corner. And be good and wait for Mommy to come back. Then she picked up a large rock from the ground. Fearlessly, she raised the rock and swung it at the lion beast. For the one she loved, she resolutely risked her own life. The lion beast stood there stunned. He didn't expect a female would dare to fight a male. Thinking of the delicate female, he licked his chops wildly, his face distorted. Impatiently, he pounced towards Bai Qingqing. The girl gritted her teeth. Even if she failed, when her life was in danger, Curtis would surely sense it. Seeing this, Moore was about to intervene. However, Parker beat him to it and launched another attack. Dragging his battered body, he made one last desperate attempt. This stupid leopard beast, so badly injured, yet still dares to fight. He then bit Parker's neck in retaliation. The leopard's eyes grew hazy, gradually losing consciousness. Just as he was about to breathe his last, his mind was filled with images of Bai Qingqing. No, I can't fall here. Qingqing is still waiting for me to protect her. He forcefully pushed past his limits, risking his life in a desperate struggle with the opponent. With one fiery bite, he sent the lion beast to meet its maker. In the end, he successfully turned the tables. But Parker paid a heavy price for this. His body was covered in wounds and blood. The girl felt as if her heart had been ripped out, overwhelmed with grief. No matter how she called out, the leopard still didn't respond. She used all her strength to lift Parker up. Despite crying her heart out, she couldn't wake her beloved big cat. Overcome with grief, her whole body went limp. Finally, unable to bear it, she fainted. When she regained consciousness, a familiar face suddenly appeared before her. But she still didn't recognize this person who had saved her multiple times. Moore, are you the scorpion beast who saved me last time? Quick, help me lift that leopard up. Moore then lifted Parker up. Do you have any way to help me wake him up? Bai Qingqing begged Moore to save Parker. Moore shook his head helplessly, saying he was about to die. The girl's whole body trembled, still refusing to believe this reality. Moore felt incredibly bitter inside. If it were me lying there, would she be so worried and heartbroken? It turned out Parker had forcibly broken through to Four-Striped Beast to save Bai Qingqing. But his strength wasn't enough, leaving only death as an option. The girl's body went limp, her heart turned to ashes. But she still refused to give up on her beloved. Recalling all their moments together, tears poured out like the mighty Yellow River. I beg you, please wake up. The little leopards are waiting for us to come home. Seeing his moon so heartbroken and distressed, Moore initially didn't want to save Parker, but couldn't bear to see his loved one suffer. Learning the leopard could still be saved, the girl was overjoyed. Moore pouted, not understanding why he should save his love rival. But for his moon, he was willing to give his all. So he took out a bag of green crystals from his waist. The girl was moved beyond words. When Parker gets better, I'll make him repay you double. Then she hastily stuffed the crystals into the leopard's mouth. Moore quickly stopped her, saying, if you force it like that, he'll choke to death. So, Bai Qingqing put the crystals in her own mouth. She chewed them, making crunching sounds. Then she fed the dissolved crystals to Parker. Moments later, there were few crystals left in the bag. The girl's cheeks were swollen, but she was delighted, saying, great, it's really working. After consuming the green crystals, the leopard indeed showed a reaction. Qingqing lifted the leopard's paw, overjoyed. Seeing this, Moore handed her 2 more transparent crystals. She took the crystals, immensely grateful. At this moment, Moore wished so much to be that leopard. But time doesn't flow backwards. Cherish what you have. Once missed, you can't return to the past. Suddenly, hissing sounds came from outside. He immediately turned and left. Bai Qingqing also heard the commotion outside. It turned out to be Curtis returning from hunting. He sensed something was amiss. Qingqing explained that a mysterious person had saved her and Parker. But in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The snake was confused by this. When the girl finished explaining, he suddenly realized this mysterious person must be Moore. It seems that Eagle Beast is quite capable, carrying so many green crystals. Don't think hiding your identity will make Qingqing like you again. He angrily coiled around Parker, this stupid leopard so useless. Then his peripheral vision caught sight of the lion beast. In a fit of rage, he swallowed it whole. The girl saw this scene and felt her scalp tingle. She quickly shifted her attention, calling for Parker to wake up soon. The snake pulled her into his embrace. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The girl's lips curved into a crescent, a warmth flowing through her heart. The snake reminded her not to stress too much. It's not good for the baby in her belly. Hearing this, she pouted. I'm still breastfeeding, haven't had my period. Could I really be pregnant again? Curtis fed her a piece of meat with a mischievous smile. He closed his eyes and sniffed. Your scent has changed. Based on my experience, you're definitely pregnant, and it's likely a female cub. Bai Qingqing gently stroked her belly, feeling mixed emotions. Giving birth to a female cub puts both mother and daughter at risk. One in was already enough to worry her sick. But male snake cubs can't stay by her side to be raised. It's not just me who would feel regret. Curtis would too, right? The girl only took one bite of Peppa Pig meat. The next second, she was pregnant with a snake baby. After eating and drinking their fill, they cuddled and played with the snake. Little did they know, beasts outside the cave were watching their every move. The next day, just as they were about to leave the cave, they were surrounded by a group of hungry beasts. All of them were after the tender and delicious Bai Qingqing. Unfortunately, they were all instantly killed by Curtis. The snake and tiger fought their way through, sending these overconfident little monsters fleeing in panic. They finally left the dark, thorny mine, but they lost their way in the desert. Luckily, the snake beast had a keen sense of smell. Moments later, they found an oasis. The girl excitedly jumped into the lake to bathe. Her wet body outlined her perfect curves. Curtis's eyes lit up, his mouth watering. He couldn't help but jump in too. Startled, the girl slipped accidentally. The snake quickly caught her. Their eyes met, full of affection. As the mood deepened, they were about to kiss. At the crucial moment, the leopard stumbled out shakily, breaking their intimate atmosphere. Bai Qingqing left the snake and hurriedly went to Parker. The leopard looked pitiful, asking, "Qingqing, are we dead?" Seeing his battered body, the girl felt heartbroken. "What nonsense are you talking about? We're all alive and well." Parker looked around confused. "If we're not dead, how come we're in heaven?" As soon as he finished speaking, a snake tail flung him into the lake. Moments later, Bai Qingqing helped clean the leopard's wounds, accidentally touching a sensitive area. The leopard shuddered, and his fur suddenly stood on end. The snake quickly protected Qingqing in his arms. Seeing his beloved's arm scratched by the leopard's claws, he wanted to tear the leopard to pieces. Parker sensed the killing intent and shuddered. In a flash, quick as lightning, he climbed to the treetop in the blink of an eye. Curtis was amazed. Such speed. The leopard looked down from above. "Oh, it's you guys. You scared me so bad, I almost got my period." Curtis smiled wickedly. Life and death are uncertain. Parker immediately had a bad feeling. The snake's tail wrapped around the tree trunk and gave it a hard twist. The leopard trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. The next second, the snake's tail suddenly let go. The strong recoil flung him out. With a whoosh, he flew in an elegant arc. Everyone marveled, as if a shooting star had crossed the sky. Then with a splash, he fell into the lake. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Parker waved his little fists, howling angrily. However, Qingqing grinned and said, "Congratulations." Parker the little leopard was bewildered, his face full of black lines. "I get thrown into the water, and you congratulate me? Are you taking me for a fool?" Bai Qingqing quickly waved her hands, explaining that wasn't what she meant. She told him to look at his reflection in the water. It turned out he had successfully upgraded to a 4-striped beast. This was all thanks to the Whittier. If it weren't for those 100+ gold coins, Parker would have died and gone to meet his great-grandmother. He pulled Qingqing into his arms. "Don't worry, I can now repay him double." As he spoke, the little leopard deliberately glanced at Curtis. The snake watched the two sourly. Bai Qingqing sensed the atmosphere wasn't right. She immediately told Parker to change back into a leopard. She tried to help clean his wounds, attempting to break the tense atmosphere. Their playfulness again caught Winston's attention. One moment he was happily playing with his daughter. The next his face gradually darkened. Even the air became sour. The leopard frantically shook off the water on his body. Large droplets splashed onto Curtis's face. Then he jumped up and down, kicking away pebbles on the ground. A stone flew right at Curtis, hitting him squarely. The snake could no longer bear it, burning with rage. The little leopard quickly hid behind a tree. He stuck out his tongue, making faces. "Evil snake beast, you're just jealous that I became a 4-striped beast younger than you, and I'm faster too." But before he could finish, he was sent flying by a snake tail. Bang bang bang, hefao slowing. Curtis's powerful strike was unmatched. The oppressive force left Parker unable to move, paralyzed. Damn it, I'm a four-striped beast too. How can I be lying on the ground like this? He then began a desperate counterattack, but his coolness lasted no more than 3 seconds, unable to even touch a snake hair. Time and again, he was beaten badly by Curtis. Once again, thrown into the water, stirring up waves of splashes. The snake hissed, "Keep that stupid cat in check." The girl laughed helplessly. "See, that's what you get for provoking Curtis. Now you're like a drowned rat." At this moment, Winston went to find a suitable place to spend the night. Watching the back of the gentle little lion, Ching was full of worry. In the blink of an eye, the sun was about to set. A dung beetle followed the last rays of sunlight to find a mate. Unexpectedly, it was picked up by a soft little hand. And it was curious about the dung beetle in her hand. Thinking it was food, she tried to stuff it into her mouth. Seeing this, the snake quickly opened her little mouth and took out the dung beetle. The Crab King, transformed into a little scorpion, suddenly appeared. "I'll find a chance to beat you all up." Meanwhile, Winston had finished digging a resting place. The Crab King was waiting for a chance to ambush. With a crisp crack, before he could act, he was flattened by the returning Winston. "Damn it, I won't let you off." The snake and leopard were cuddling with the girl. The little tiger couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. But he worried Ching's delicate body couldn't handle it. He decisively gave up and ran out. He plunged into the lake, using the cold water to extinguish the fire of desire in his heart. Now was not the time to think about these things. He couldn't let Ching be in danger again. At this moment, a scorpion beast suddenly appeared. It tried to ambush Winston when he wasn't paying attention. Unexpectedly, it was kicked away by a pair of feet unwashed for 3 years. The girl quietly approached. She wanted to scare the little tiger, but he had already discovered her. He looked at Winston's scarred hands, his heart full of pain and guilt. He noticed the little tiger's eyes were strange. The next second, he pounced on her. The girl was at a loss. "Winston, do you know I'm pregnant again?" The little tiger just silently hugged his moonlight. "I know everything. That's why I jumped into the water to cool down. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to control myself." The girl covered her blushing face. "Don't say any more." Hearing this, she quickly fled. At this time, the kicked Scorpion King crawled back. Bai Ching happened to step over his head. "Oh my goodness, I just crawled back." And you pounce again. The next second, he was flattened by another foot. "Damn it, you all just wait and see." As a result, Ching suffered retaliation the next day. The Crab King used poisonous smoke to knock her out. Parker, seeing this, immediately rushed over. A crab tail suddenly shot out. It was indeed the Scorpion Beast's illusion. After knocking her out, the Scorpion King dragged her into the sand. By the time the leopard arrived, they were already buried in the desert. He frantically dug at the sand on the ground. He called out for Bai Ching with a heart-wrenching cry. However, there was no response from her. The snake and tiger sensed that their mate was in danger. They came upon hearing the news. Parker declared that this oasis was very strange. And even more terrifying, it felt like Ching was a malfunctioning compass, seeming to be in all directions at once. Looking at Parker digging holes everywhere, he was filled with anger from head to toe. "Stupid, isn't Ching right beside you?" Saying this, he angrily crashed into Parker. The two immediately became hostile. Curtis's snake tail lashed out, and the two immediately behaved. Is this the time to argue? Even if we have to dig 3 feet deep, we must find Ching. The three finally calmed down and united against the common enemy. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter were locked in a dark cave. The little one had a confused look. "Who am I? Where am I?" The next moment, the crazy Scorpion King finally appeared. He grinned with an evil, cold smile. "Why aren't you crying like those other captured females? I was all prepared to comfort you." "You're a pervert, Crab Beast King." Bai Ching recognized his voice. The Crab King lifted the girl's chin. "I'm not called pervert. I told you my name is Michelle." Ching pushed away his greasy hand. "My mates are no less capable than you. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, they'll turn you into fried scorpion." The Scorpion King laughed maniacally. "Your mates are indeed formidable. But this is the desert. I might lose to them in the jungle, but in the desert, I'm the winner." Bai Ching's heart sank suddenly. The Scorpion Beast was extremely smug. "Just submit to me obediently." Hey, you're a rootless beast. What can you do with me? The girl said, unconsciously stepping back. The Crab King shrugged nonchalantly. That young, handsome old face drew close to the girl. Being mates with a rootless beast, if we lose feelings one day, we can part amicably. Bai Qingqing rolled her eyes. Part amicably? You're dreaming too beautifully. Little Lenin, afraid of the dark, became anxious and restless. It's too dark in here. Do you want to raise us mother and daughter as blind people? She used this to send the Crab King away. Then she tried to sneak away. Unexpectedly, she bumped right into the hard pincers. She crouched down in pain, howling. The little crab beast just grunted, with a look of disdain. However, the arrogance lasted no more than 3 seconds before being swatted away by a large arm. The Crab King helped the girl up to check if she was injured. She gently shook him off. This unfortunate girl, turning around, hit her knee on the doorknob. Seeing this, the Crab King dropped the firewood in his hands. Whether she liked it or not, he gave her a princess carry. Seeing blood seeping from her snow-white thigh, the cold-blooded animal couldn't resist wanting to lick it. Then he lit a torch. Let's establish our relationship early. Saying this, he pinned the girl against the wall. Qingqing, who had just given birth, quickly refused, saying Inen needed to be breastfed. He could only suppress his desire. Then feed her quickly, okay? Bai Qingqing breathed a temporary sigh of relief. She never thought there'd be a day when she needed Inen to protect her. She really wanted to roast this old pervert Crab King. However, the Crab King was secretly delighted. He boasted, other crab beasts knock females out before making a move. But I wait for you to be conscious. Aren't you touched? The girl glared at him fiercely. Pa, pa, pa. Shameless old pervert. The Crab King froze instantly, confused at first, then burning with anger. I should have taken care of you before you woke up. The girl's heart trembled wildly, regretting being too provocative. She could only use Inen's feeding as a cover. The Crab King beside her had already lost patience. He forcibly separated the mother and daughter. She's clearly overfed. If this old crab doesn't show his power, you'll think I'm Hello Kitty. He grabbed Inen, pinched Qingqing's neck, then pounced on her, licking wildly. Come on, let's have 100 litters of little scorpions. The scorpion beast forcibly tried to have 99 little scorpions with Bai Qingqing. At the brink of life and death, she activated the power of the tiger tattoo. She quickly escaped before losing strength. Then she activated the leopard speed. In an instant, she ran as fast as lightning. But after using up all her mate's powers, she suddenly lost all strength. She held it in her arms and fell straight down. The little one whimpered, continuously calling for Mama. Moments later, the Scorpion King chased after them. He extended his demonic claw and grabbed her. Then he lifted her up. To mate with Qingqing, the scorpion beast gradually went insane. He then transformed his sharp pincers. He wanted to erase the beast marks on the girl's body. Bai Qingqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Once the marks were erased, his mates would become rootless beasts. The Crab King licked his large pincers. I heard the beast mark on the chest represents the female's favorite. He swung his sharp pincers, saying, then let's start with the chest. The pincers slowly approached the girl's chest. Snip, 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 cutting away the bee skin she wore. Then the large pincers pierced straight through her heart, then tore through her leopard pajamas on her chest. She was tearful, her heart breaking. In her mind, she recalled every moment with Parker. She mumbled, gritting her teeth. Parker's beast mark must not disappear. The Crab King never expected that. Bai Qingqing's strong emotions would prevent him from erasing the beast mark. Seeing he couldn't remove the leopard mark, he shifted his target. He wanted to erase Winston's beast mark. Among the three mates, only Curtis's mark couldn't be erased. Although Winston and I mated by accident, he has always silently protected this family without asking for anything in return. None of the beast marks could be lost. She used all her strength to resist desperately. The Crab King, enraged and humiliated, grabbed her neck. The girl cried heartbreakingly, begging desperately, please don't touch him. I'll do anything. The scorpion beast was envious and resentful. Can't this beast mark be removed either? Suddenly, he raised his scorpion tail. He violently pierced her arm. Meanwhile, the tiger and leopard sensed that Qingqing had used their power. However, the strongest, Curtis, didn't sense anything. Winston said he didn't sense anything either. At best, it proved Qingqing wasn't in life-threatening danger at the moment. Curtis waved his hand, his whole body glowing. A group of snake beasts came rolling in. Snakes, listen up. Find Ching Ching. Then everyone split up to search. Meanwhile, Bai Ching Ching was still struggling to escape the Scorpion King's claws. But it was in vain. She almost lost her breath. At the brink of life and death, the crystal on the Scorpion Beast's chest suddenly lit up. His hands lost control and released her. The girl seized the opportunity to escape. She covered her injured arm and ran away desperately. Looking at her bloodied arm, she thought the beast mark had disappeared. After wiping off the blood, she found the mark was still there. The next moment, she collapsed on the ground, relieved. At this time, little Inen crawled over, crying. At the crucial moment, the Crab King caught up. He snatched the little one away. Bai Ching Ching immediately rushed to grab Inen back. Surprisingly, she got the baby back without any effort. The Crab King stood there stunned, his face suddenly changing. The crazed Scorpion Beast instantly turned into a little puppy. He was completely different from before. Even his speech became gentle and soft. Ching Ching, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Bai Ching Ching was confused. This tone of voice. It's me, Xiao. I'm the wolf beast. Xiao. He excitedly hugged the girl he had been longing for. His soul had always been attached to the crystal on the Scorpion King's chest. Fearing to add to Ching Ching's sorrow, he never dared to come out. But when the female he dreamed of was in danger, he couldn't sit idly by. Bai Ching Ching took this chance to ask Xiao to send her out. However, the wolf beast had his own intentions. Once he sent her out, he would never see her again. Only by keeping her with the Scorpion Beast could he have a chance to see his beloved. Ching Ching saw through his little scheme and decided to leave on her own. The little wolf beast was reluctant and full of disappointment. However, when he escaped from the cave, thinking he had finally escaped the Scorpion Beast, unexpectedly, he turned and bumped right into him. The Crab King had returned to his original self. He picked up Bai Ching Ching and walked back. Mother and daughter frantically waved their little fists at him. Moments later, they were back in the Crab Beast's lair. The Crab King brought medicine to clean Ching Ching's wounds, but she disgustedly pushed him away. Don't touch me. I can handle it myself. I don't need your fake concern. I'm trying to be nice, and you treat me like dirt. He grumbled, grinding his teeth in anger. The girl ignored him, glaring fiercely at this madman before her. The Crab King suddenly deflated, gently coaxing her to hand over the soul crystal. Bai Ching Ching flatly refused. The Crab King, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed her neck. Tell me where you got the soul stone, or I'll execute you on the spot. The girl sneered. My mate found the crystal. If you want to know, you'll have to take me to them first. The Scorpion Beast was furious. Do you think I'm stupid? You're clearly just trying to escape. At this moment, he quietly recalled that string of soul stones. Wait, it seemed like magnetic crystals. There were 7 in total. As he spoke, he shook off the other's greasy hands. Xiao, why is there only 1 gem? The Crab King was extremely surprised. Are there others? This was a Scorpion Beast, chased in by a group of snakes. The girl saw it as a lifeline. It must be Curtis and the others coming. The Crab King roared in anger. Bai Ching Ching, your mates are quite capable. If you don't want to die, come with me. Then he took her to a hidden cave. It turned out the Crab King was seeking his father's protection. Bai Ching Ching looked up and was shocked. A huge creature came into view. In an instant, it was right in front of her. Without a word, it picked her up with 1 claw. The girl was caught by the giant crab beast. She was almost eaten. Fortunately, the Crab King stopped it. It turned out this enormous crab was the Crab King's father. He snatched Bai Ching Ching from his father's mouth, saving her. The giant crab transformed into a 500-year-old youthful man. Then he extended his magical hand. He pinched the girl's chubby little face. Beautiful creature. Bai Ching Ching recognized the giant crab beast before her. The Crab King's father was bewildered. You know me? As he spoke, he gripped the girl's chin. Could it be you got his soul stone? Quick, give it back to me. That's right, Bai Ching Ching's voice trembled. I not only got Chris's soul stone, but also saw your past in a dream. Chris killed your child with his own hands because you beat all of his mates, wanting Chris all to yourself. As a result, Chris ended his own life. After hearing Bai Ching Ching's statement, Saint Zachary couldn't help but laugh. He then ordered Mitchell to take her to the ice cave. He was going out to deal with Curtis and the others. The Crab King, with the speed of being single for 40 years, picked up the mother and daughter and ran. The snake, tiger, and leopard fought their way in. Suddenly, they felt a chilling, murderous intent from behind. They saw an eerie figure slowly approaching. The 3 turned around in unison. The giant crab beast let out a sneer, extremely arrogant. The tiger and leopard were burning with rage. Hand over Ching Ching quickly, or you're dead. The crab beast didn't take the three of them seriously at all. Only Curtis recognized how terrifying he was. Sharp eyes examined Curtis. Snake beast, I have some questions for you. What was he really up to? Before the snake could reply, the leopard had already launched an attack. Who wants to hear your nonsense? Quickly return Ching Ching to us. The giant crab beast sneered coldly. Ignorant little thing. In the blink of an eye, Parker was instantly killed. He used all his strength to try to get up, but was unexpectedly stepped on and ground into the floor again. Now that the interruption has been dealt with, Snake Beast, let's continue our conversation. You're an unmarked beast. Why do you still share with these inferior creatures? The female is just for more convenient care. If you could find others like the scorpion beast to take care of your mate, then of course I'd eliminate them all. The crab beast laughed maniacally. That's exactly what I did back then. For love, I beat up all his mates around him, but he didn't understand my love for him. He'd rather die than remove my beast mark. Why do you have such luck while I suffer so much? Just hand over Chris's soul stone, and I'll release by Ching Ching. Otherwise, I'll chop her into pieces. Hearing this, the three's faces suddenly changed drastically. They launched a fierce attack on the giant crab beast simultaneously. The crab beast effortlessly dodged. Quick as lightning, he burrowed into the ground in the blink of an eye. As a result, Winston and the others pounced on empty air. The person had vanished without a trace. Curtis told Winston to go back and get the soul crystal. He and the leopard would stay to keep the giant crab in check first. Meanwhile, Bai Ching Ching was taken to an extremely cold place. It was as cold as a big refrigerator here. Mitchell suddenly grabbed her arm. He questioned, "Why did you say those things? There's no escaping my father." Ching Ching trembled with fear at the manic scorpion beast. The baby in her arms wailed loudly. The next moment, the soul stone on Mitchell's chest flickered frantically. His face suddenly flushed, and his voice became gentle. He actually asked Bai Ching Ching if she was cold. The warm scorpion had some nerve crossed wrong. One moment fierce, the next, the gentle scorpion beast cursed as he went out to look for food. Bai Ching Ching wandered around aimlessly, trying to find a chance to escape. She accidentally bumped into a stone ice bed. Upon closer inspection, she was shocked. On the stone bed lay a snow-white beauty. She recognized it was the deceased Chris, but his smooth, rosy skin looked as if he was just sleeping. Could it be because of that gem on his forehead? Just as she reached out to touch the gem, Mitchell returned and angrily shouted, "Don't touch it! This gem can instantly freeze you into an ice sculpture." Bai Ching Ching froze suddenly, whimpering. "I won't move. I surrender." After realizing, she immediately backed away. The crab beast grilled some meat skewers to calm her down. Moments later, the crab chef finished his delicious dark cuisine. Looking at the sizzling, bloody meat, Ching Ching felt nauseous. The crab king saw her disgusted expression and was quite displeased. Seeing this, the girl quickly smiled. The meat is grilled so well. Then she reluctantly took a bite. The next second, she nearly vomited her gallbladder out. Mitchell exclaimed it was a waste of good food. The Yandere girl suddenly exploded. "If you make me eat such disgusting food again, I'll rip off your tail and grill it to eat." Unexpectedly, the bloodthirsty and brutal Scorpion King wilted. Ching Ching asked Mitchell how he survived. "I clearly saw Chris smash all the little scorpions to death." He smugly raised the corner of his mouth. "Because I'm the strongest one." Ching Ching shook her head silently. She sighed. "Why do good beasts die young while bad ones live for 1,000 years? Saying this, she suddenly moved closer to the scorpion beast. "Mitchell, how old are you this year?" He shyly replied, "To age 30. 15? Then how old is your father?" "My father has lived for over 500 years. As they chatted, the girl suddenly lay down and fell asleep. Mitchell muttered to himself, "I need to find a way to stop father," and send Bai Ching Ching away. Father coincidentally appeared behind him. "What are you saying? Talking to yourself isn't a good habit. You go out first." He could only scurry out. Saint Zachary looked at the sleeping girl and fell into deep thought. Memories of him and Chris inevitably flooded his mind. Bai Ching Ching suddenly woke up. With a start, they almost bumped into each other. The giant crab stared straight at the girl before him, as if seeing his own mate. "Don't worry, I won't harm you." As long as you successfully revive him, I'll let you go. You'd better keep your word. At this moment, little Anin was tugging at her mother's clothes. The little one was mumbling and whimpering. Mama cooed and comforted her. It turned out she had an upset stomach and needed to poop. Ching earnestly requested the scorpion beast to give them another room, but was ruthlessly refused. The girl made a face at him. You'll regret it, old man. I've lived for over 500 years. I've seen it all. Just as he finished speaking, Anin gave him a welcome gift. The pungent smell made the scorpion beast crack on the spot. The mother and daughter couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. Who was it that said he'd seen it all? He was so angry his teeth were chattering. You two ill-mannered, stinky females. Should I twist your little heads off? The girl was caught by the scorpion beast to be his wife. She excitedly danced the cha-cha. She even prepared beautiful clothes and food for him. The Crab King's heart was pounding with excitement. He asked if she was moved to tears. Bai Qingqing looked bewildered, her face full of confusion. The next second, she exploded in anger. I really want to hit you with my big arm and make you cry. A moment later, he changed into the clothes. The scorpion beast's eyes lit up, stunned on the spot. His little eyes spun around him. So beautiful. This is much better than what those 3 stupid beasts made. He was so angry. Veins popped on his forehead. Indeed, this stinky scorpion was still so hateful. Meanwhile, Vincent had lost his way in the desert. Suddenly, a large black hawk swooped down from above. It was actually the mushroom beast. Why are you alone? Where's Bai Qingqing? Qingqing was captured by the scorpion beast. We need the soul stone to exchange for her, but I can't find the way back to the oasis. So Mushroom led Vincent towards the oasis. At this time, Bai Qingqing was secretly sneaking out. She used all her strength to climb up the stone wall, but looking down, her legs went weak. Jumping from this height would mean death or severe injury. She could only take a desperate gamble. Bicycle turned into motorcycle, betting that Curtis would appear at the crucial moment. So she leaped down. In an instant, the snake pattern on her foot flickered. Curtis's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't sense Bai Qingqing's location. Parker tried for a long time, but couldn't sense her either. Just as they were frowning with worry, Vincent finally arrived in haste. I've brought the soul stone. What do we do now? The snake and leopard saw a glimmer of hope. Very good. As for what to do, let's do as he wishes. Let's go make the trade. Meanwhile, the giant crab beast kissed his mate's cold forehead. He murmured, Crisco, the trade with those beasts has begun. Soon you'll be back by my side. He ordered his son to keep an eye on Bai Qingqing. Then he strode out to deal with Curtis and the others. Mitchell rushed back to the ice room in a hurry. He wanted to take Bai Qingqing away. He couldn't let his father send her back. Suddenly, Mushroom appeared behind him. Thank you for leading the way. Who's speaking? Just as he was about to turn around, he was knocked out with a thud and fell on the icy ground. Mushroom caught the falling Bai Qingqing just in time. Who are you, big brother? Where's my Curtis? Seeing that a stranger was holding her, she struggled hard. Is this a person or a ghost? Why do random people always try to kidnap me? Mushroom broke out in a cold sweat from her violent shaking. Stop moving or you'll fall. I'm here to save you. Hearing this, she instantly froze, not moving an inch. A moment later, she indeed sensed that the snake, tiger, and leopard were getting closer to her. Do you believe me now? Please hold me tighter. The girl was startled. She clenched her little fists. Why should I hold you tighter? I already have mates. If you want to reunite with them quickly, hold on tight. She hesitated for a few seconds. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck. Is this tight enough? Mushroom's lips curled up, his heart full of joy. On the other side, the snake, tiger, and leopard were trading the soul stone for Bai Qingqing with the scorpion beast. But the other side asked them to hand over the soul stone first. The fierce leopard roared, demanding they release the person first. The snake and tiger sided with the leopard. The giant scorpion beast sneered, as a group of scorpions scurried out from all directions, surrounding them completely. The snake and scorpion glared at each other angrily. For Bai Qingqing's sake, Curtis decided to compromise. Parker stomped his feet in anger, cursing. However, everyone just ignored him. As Curtis took out the soul stone, the giant scorpion was smug, about to reach for it. Just as the stone was about to fall into the scorpion beast's hands, Parker, furious, wanted to rush over and snatch it back. Vincent advised him not to be rash. Curtis was just buying time to save Qingqing. The leopard was confused. Buy time for what? For whom? Vincent explained that they had met Mushroom on their way back. Parker suddenly understood. Could it be that Eagle went to save her? Before he finished speaking, several figures flew by in a flash. they saw a mushroom carrying the mother and daughter flying past. The scorpion beast's eyes widened in anger. The snake, tiger, and leopard were overjoyed. Curtis waved his hand. You two follow them. Protect Ching Ching. Leave this to me. The tiger and leopard followed Mushroom and retreated first. The scorpion beast was so angry his teeth chattered. You dare deceive me? Tired of living? Curtis stuck out his tongue. He sneered, arrogant fool. You can only blame yourself for being tricked. The next moment, the giant crab transformed into beast form. Enraged and humiliated, he launched a fierce attack. Curtis quickly dodged, narrowly escaping. Coward, you only know how to hide and run. Let's see how you dodge this. He attacked again. With a rumble, the snake was hit by 3 consecutive strikes. He turned and bit the scorpion beast's large claw. The giant crab raised its claw, trying to shake him off, but Curtis refused to let go. Using this, he grabbed the snake's head and slammed it on the ground repeatedly. Meanwhile, Mushroom safely delivered the mother and daughter outside the cave. Bai Ching Ching was extremely grateful, not knowing how to repay him. Mushroom generously said no repayment was necessary. Just return my 200 crystal coins, and we're even. She suddenly realized, oh, it's you. I owe you another big favor this time. At this moment, the tiger and leopard ran out. Seeing the person they had been longing for, they were overjoyed. The leopard quickly pounced and hugged his wife tightly. Crying, he checked if she was missing any flesh. Then another pair of large hands wrapped around her waist. It was Vincent who had also joined in. The 3 embraced in a group hug. The scene was incredibly heartwarming. She looked at the tiger and leopard. She said, by the way, you'll never guess who saved me. In fact, the 2 already knew. Parker said, it's the one who saved you last time. She was about to introduce Mushroom, but found he had disappeared. Actually, Mushroom had returned to the scorpion beast's lair. Let me give you a hand. The snake beast was one of the top 10 handsome men who fell in love with a human girl. The snake nearly lost his life trying to save her. Just as the snake's head was about to be twisted off, Mushroom suddenly appeared. The scorpion beast mistakenly thought he was there to deal with Curtis, because snakes and eagles were natural enemies. So he wanted to use Mushroom to kill Curtis. But he didn't expect Mushroom was there to take his life. A heavy punch landed on that sinister old face. Mushroom thought he had beaten the opponent into a pig's head, unrecognizable even to his mother. Unexpectedly, the scorpion beast was unharmed and laughed maniacally. The arrogant eagle instantly turned into a little sparrow, scared out of his wits. The scorpion beast's punch pierced through his little heart. The mighty unmarked beast king was killed instantly. One can imagine how terrifying this mad scorpion was. Learning that Bai Ching Ching was taken away by Mushroom, he was so angry his rotten teeth chattered. Mushroom laughed coldly, showing no fear. He even spat a mouthful of pickled vegetables on the Crab King's old face. Seeing the arrogant little eagle about to die, Curtis immediately stepped in to help. However, he was no match for the crab beast. Thrown away, Mushroom's little heart was pierced again. For Bai Ching Ching, he was willing to have a few more holes in his body. He wanted to become stronger to protect his loved one. Seeing this, Curtis attacked again. The yellowed scorpion raised its poisonous tail. It started playing a stabbing game, poking holes in the snake's body. The great Curtis descended from the sky, unyielding. The 2 faced each other, eyes filled with rage, almost kissing. Mushroom lay sprawled on the ground. He didn't expect Curtis could fight that old monster toe-to-toe, but the snake's condition seemed a bit off. So he struggled to get up from the ground. He had to take the snake beast away, or he would surely die. He transformed into beast form and grabbed Curtis. The enraged snake shouted at the eagle to let him go. He wouldn't rest until he finished off the old monster Crab King. In this state, you'll only go to your death. Bai Ching Ching needs your protection. With that, Mushroom picked him up and fled. Meanwhile, Bai Ching Ching was still worried about the snake's safety. The leopard comforted her, saying Curtis would be fine. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the cave. They immediately went out to investigate. Seeing the scene before her, the girl burst into tears. Curtis was lying on the rock wall, barely alive. She gently stroked his scarred, handsome face, full of heartache. Vincent said Curtis was so tough, even the king of hell couldn't take him away. Hearing this, her worried heart was finally put at ease. The leopard licked the tears off her face with his tongue. Don't cry. As long as I'm here, everything will be all right. Then they carried Curtis out and put him in the water to heal. Mushroom, also severely injured, was observing everything from the shadows. He lifted his body full of holes and left alone in a miserable state. The playful leopard splashed into the water, trying to cheer up his wife. Ching was distracted, worried about Curtis. She kept calling for the snake to wake up soon. Tears flowed uncontrollably like a flood. Her trembling, hoarse voice was filled with endless sorrow. She gently kissed the snake, her lips quivering, hoping that love could wake him up. The leopard could only lie on the shore, dozing off. Suddenly, he woke up startled. In a flash, he transformed into human form. Tiger and leopard both sensed a strong killing intent at the same time, and it was coming from Bai Ching's direction. The two rushed there in a hurry. When they arrived, they saw nothing had happened. Ching was confused to see the two looking panicked. The next second, Curtis suddenly woke up. The girl, unaware of the danger, was quietly subdued. She even hugged him, asking if he was all right. Curtis was poisoned by the Beast King, causing him to not recognize anyone. Parker and Vincent saw this scene and thought their senses were wrong. But the next moment, the snake's expression changed suddenly. "Where's that cup?" It turned out he wanted to attack Little Inen. Ching dodged. Vincent sensed trouble and pounced forward. The great Curtis dodged and wrapped around by Ching, making Vincent miss. Damn, how could it be the worst-case scenario? The girl was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Vincent informed her that Curtis wanted to kill Inen. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Curtis said coldly, "I want to eliminate that cub to save you trouble." Hearing this, he concluded that Curtis's mind was corrupted by scorpion venom. But Curtis thought he was perfectly clear-headed. He threatened to beat up the tiger and leopard so he could live alone with Ching. Saying this, he gave her a kiss. Kissing those cherry lips. "Wait here for me. I'll be right back." Curtis glared at Parker with a gloomy face. In a flash, he transformed into beast form, ready to swallow the leopard whole. The strong man ran frantically carrying 3 ducks, scared to the point of peeing. Just as he was about to become the snake's excrement, the little green peacock suddenly appeared in the sky. The leopard looked up and shouted, "Green hero, save me quick!" To save Parker, Bai Ching risked jumping from a 100-meter tall tree. If he faced a life-threatening situation, Curtis would appear. Vincent thought it was too dangerous and wanted to stop him, but he was determined to jump even if the Jade Emperor came. The tiger couldn't persuade him and had to compromise. He clasped his hands and prayed for success. Then he leaped down. The plane fell into the water, causing splashes. Just as he was on the brink of death, Curtis indeed appeared by his side. The proud eagle, despite being pierced in the belly by the scorpion beast, acted as if nothing happened and started dancing ballet. Even the powerful snake was affected by the scorpion venom. After the poison took effect, he wanted Bai Ching all to himself. So he wanted to beat up the tiger, leopard, and others. Fortunately, the little green peacock came to the rescue. He swooped Parker into the air. The leopard thanked him profusely. "If you want to thank me, you'd better lose some weight next time." The leopard glared at the green bird. Looking down, he saw Vincent waving at them. "Parker, come down quickly." The two quickly descended to the ground. The little peacock scratched his claws. "You fat leopard really need to lose weight." Parker questioned Vincent why he didn't bring Ching along to escape. Vincent explained that Curtis had no hostility towards Ching, so she should be fine. At this moment, Mushroom suddenly appeared. He startled the two, who shouted "Ghost! Ghost your big head, you impolite guys!" As they were discussing how to deal with the crazed Curtis, Mushroom raised his chin, having a bright idea. "That old Scorpion King is also poisoned. We can take this chance to steal the antidote." Everyone was shocked. "How do you know?" "Did you go back to help Curtis after rescuing Ching? No wonder you have so many holes in your body." Mushroom claimed these small injuries were nothing. As he spoke, he calmly started dancing ballet. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief, looking at the proud eagle as if he was a monster. "You're just pretending." He clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. It's time to teach that old monster a lesson. Everyone was in high spirits, eager to take action. Only the weakest little peacock was left alone and lonely. Meanwhile, after Bai Ching was rescued, the young Scorpion King was lovesick. "Is it fate that I can't become her mate?" His shy soul suddenly emerged, encouraging him not to give up. As long as Bai Ching was alive, there was still a chance. Hearing this, little Xie turned his sorrow into joy. He vowed to become Bai Qingqing's partner. However, the joy lasted no more than 3 seconds before he was kicked and became expressionless. He rolled in circles, sprawled out. Stinky Scorpion, keep dreaming. It turned out the eagle and leopard had come to attack. The little crab king was beaten to a pulp but still spoke rudely. Enraged, he raised his fist and charged towards Parker. Meanwhile, Mushroom went to get the antidote from the old crab king. You stinky sparrow, you're not dead yet. I'm an eagle, not a sparrow. Hearing this, Mushroom launched an attack, but the scorpion beast remained motionless. He bared his fangs and turned with an evil smile. At this time, the scorpion and leopard were still fighting fiercely. With a loud bang, Mushroom was thrown towards the two. Then his heart was pierced by a tail. He mumbled for the leopard to quickly escape. Parker was surprised that Mushroom was no match for the old Scorpion King. One can imagine how terrifying this old monster was. He walked towards the two, emanating killing intent. Mushroom reminded Parker that he was no match. He urged him to run, but Parker was very loyal and didn't want to abandon his teammate. After all, I'm a civilized beast. I can't leave you alone here. However, the next second, his pupils dilated and he couldn't move. The old monster's eyes seemed to devour everything in the world. The leopard trembled, not daring to make eye contact. The scorpion beast grabbed Mushroom's neck and lifted him up. In an instant, the earth shook. Chris, who had been asleep for over 500 years, suddenly awakened. Just as Mushroom was about to meet his maker, the woman suddenly opened her eyes and coughed violently. The old evil king froze instantly. This voice was Chris's. He dropped the dying mushroom and rushed towards his beloved. Tears flowed uncontrollably like a tide. He clung to Chris, vowing never to be apart again. The two took the chance to slip away, but were blocked by the little crab king. He secretly thought this was a good opportunity to get rid of these two bastards. But in the end, he still let them leave. Before leaving, Mushroom didn't forget to advise the little crab king. It's best to give up on Bai Qingqing, or you'll end up like your father. Unable to get the love he wanted, falling into the abyss of despair. Too much nonsense. Don't want to leave, huh? However, the truth was just as Mushroom said. After regaining consciousness, Chris still couldn't forgive the old Scorpion King. She didn't even care for her own son. Mitchell felt a bitterness spreading like vines in his heart. How could his mother have this attitude? Could it be, as that bastard said? Forcing a female who dislikes you will ultimately lead to falling into an abyss. A moment later, the eagle and leopard finally escaped. Parker, quickly go find Vincent and the others. Don't talk nonsense. You're badly injured. Stop acting tough. I'm not acting tough. I need to find Curtis. We couldn't get the antidote. Bai Qingqing is in more danger staying with him. So I need to go and bring her back. As he spoke, the proud eagle coughed up blood violently. Yet this stubborn one still insisted he was fine. The leopard stared at him blankly. Since it's all for Qingqing, why not come with us? Hearing this, Mushroom's eyes widened like brass bells. A love rival can say such things to me. If only Bai Qingqing could say the same. Then the two supported each other as they left the place. Chris, who had been asleep for over 500 years, suddenly woke up. But as soon as she left the ice cellar, her body instantly withered and rotted. So the old Scorpion King wanted to merge Bai Qingqing into her body. Meanwhile, Qingqing was being cuddled and nuzzled by the snake. Curtis was like a sticky candy, always clinging to her, impossible to shake off. This prevented Parker and the others hiding in the shadows from taking Qingqing away. At a critical moment, little Enin cried loudly from hunger. Parker blamed Vincent for not knowing how to take care of a child, and they started arguing. The little peacock suggested catching a female sheep to feed in. However, the tiger and leopard rivals were too busy quarreling and ignored his words. Little green hair, what did you just say? Only then did the two recall what the little peacock had said. They immediately went to catch a sheep. Vincent milked the sheep and fed in it. The little one drank the sheep's milk and stopped crying abruptly. Afterwards, they could only return to hide in the cave first. At night, Curtis emerged from the water. The scorpion venom suddenly flared up, his face contorted. He was in agony, laughing wildly to the sky. This woke up Bai Qingqing, who was having a date with the Duke of Zhou in her dreams. The next second, there was a loud bang. She sprang up like a spring, startled. A large tree nearly flattened her. How did this coconut tree suddenly fall down? Just as she was puzzled, Curtis appeared. It turned out the frenzied snake had knocked down the big tree. She still thought the snake had come to protect her. Little did she know he had come to take her life. Seeing this, Parker wanted to rush out to save her, but Vincent stopped him. "If you go out now, you'll surely die. Wait until after the full moon night to make a move." But the stubborn leopard insisted on acting now. He pushed Vincent away, just about to rush out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake actively came to them. The little tiger mumbled, secretly cursing the leopard for being an idiot. Ching Ching saw this scene and felt quite worried. Only Parker was joking and laughing, his face unchanged. He dared to openly challenge Curtis by Ching. Ching, this simpleton, actually wanted to rush over to mediate. Vincent stopped him from doing something stupid. The full moon night is when the scorpion venom is strongest. If you go over and make things worse, you and Parker will both die. And I can't bear to lose you. He hugged the baby and stopped his steps towards danger. But he was still worried that Parker would be swallowed alive by Curtis. Vincent wiped the tears from his eyes, indicating he had help. Then he shouted to the sky for reinforcements. A moment later, beautiful feathers scattered in the air. The helper turned out to be the little green-haired peacock. He winked at the girl, "Leave that fat leopard to me." On the other side, Parker was being chased in circles by Curtis. Finally, exhausted, he stopped running. The snake opened its bloody mouth to swallow him whole. The leopard trembled. "It's over. I'm going to become this stinky snake's excrement." The next second, Curtis bit down hard, but he bit only air. The leopard was gone. "I'm here, snake." At the critical moment, the little peacock had lifted him up, but the frenzied snake still pursued relentlessly, chasing from day to night. He almost bit Parker's little butt off, frightening him so much he fell on his back, crying loudly. The little peacock carrying the leopard was gasping for breath. "You fat leopard really need to lose some weight." His two claws were shaking, already out of strength. Whoosh, they suddenly dropped. The snake seized the opportunity to leap up and attack. The little peacock was startled and released his claws. The leopard felt like he was on a roller coaster, rapidly sinking. Bang! He fell flat on his face. He held his buzzing head. "I didn't die from the fall. Looks like I, Lord Leopard, have escaped a great calamity. There must be good fortune ahead." But turning around, he saw the snake pouncing on him. His hair stood on end instantly. Scared to tears, he regretted not listening to the little peacock about losing weight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen and become Curtis' meal. But after waiting for a while, the snake didn't bite. It turned out Bai Ching Ching was standing in front, hugging the snake. "Snake, stop. Don't hurt our family anymore," she said, gently kissing the snake's head. The snake calmed down and lay quietly in her arms. He fell into a daze and dozed off. But when he woke up, he had forgotten everything that happened. Ching Ching was relieved, saying it's better to forget bad things. She gently stroked that handsome face. Then the two started smooching. Seeing this scene, the little leopard got jealous. He hugged his wife, clamoring for kisses too. He puckered his lips, his eyes full of longing. "What are you guys doing here?" Hearing this, Curtis' eyes flashed, wanted to beat up Parker and the others again. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly stopped him. "They're here to help you. You were poisoned and lost your mind at night. Without them, you might have eaten me." Curtis was full of remorse. He apologized repeatedly. "As long as you're by my side, I'll do whatever you say." He angrily shouted at Parker and others to stay away from Ching Ching, or they'd be beaten flat. But the stubborn leopard still wanted a kiss from Bai Ching Ching. The snake turned his head and gave him a death stare. He immediately behaved, obediently lying on the ground whimpering. Time flew by. Half a month had passed. Curtis endured the pain through each day and night. Could he survive this full moon night and resolve the desecration? The crazed snake beast wanted to eat Bai Ching Ching, but he stood frozen in place, not moving. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Memories of their time together flashed through his mind. "Perhaps without me, everyone would be happier." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death. At the critical moment, a mysterious person rushed over, quickly tackling him down. The girl was confused. "You are?" The mysterious person pointed at him and shouted, "Is your brain filled with porridge? Why didn't you dodge? Watch out behind you." At this moment, Curtis opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards the mysterious person. But he showed no fear, smirking, "I'm here to help you wake him up." Saying this, he leaped up, smashing towards the snake's head. This scene stunned Bai Ching Ching, who was standing nearby. At this moment, Parker and others rushed over. Littlin was crying and calling for Mom to hold him. Once in his mother's arms, he stopped crying abruptly and giggled. Ching Ching nuzzled his chubby cheeks. On the other side, the snake and eagle were still fighting fiercely. Mushroom, without transforming into beast form, could actually hold his own against Curtis. Bai Qingqing began to doubt the mysterious person's identity. Among the flying beasts I know, besides Little Green, there's only him. Could that mysterious person be Mushroom? Thinking this, she shook her head, denying her own guess. That guy wouldn't be so kind as to help me repeatedly. Winston warned that if they keep fighting like this, both would be badly hurt. Parker asked the little peacock to fly over and rescue Mushroom. Little Green flatly refused. Last time I rescued you, fat leopard, I almost ended up in the snake's mouth. This time I'm not that stupid. Suddenly, a group of scorpions appeared. The three quickly protected by Qingqing. More and more scorpion beasts gathered, surrounding them tightly. These scorpions aimed to capture them alive. They swarmed towards Bai Qingqing and launched an attack. Hearing this, a roar of anger responded bravely. Parker told Qingqing to quickly leave with the little peacock. The girl understood that staying would only burden everyone, so she chose to leave first with Little Green. The tiger and leopard watched as they gradually flew away. Then they turned to retreat. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, rocks and soil flying. A giant scorpion beast emerged from the ground. At this time, the snake and eagle were still fighting fiercely. The giant scorpion beast took the chance to pounce on the two battling figures. Curtis didn't have time to react and was caught by the neck with a pincer. A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the entire forest. Bai Qingqing heard the snake's hiss. She begged the little peacock to fly back. Little Green couldn't refuse and had to return. Just as the snake's head was about to be crushed, the girl broke free from the little peacock and jumped down. At this life-or-death moment, Curtis sensed that Bai Qingqing was in danger, but the giant crab beast held his neck tightly. The next second, whoosh! In the nick of time, he managed to escape from the crab's pincers. He quickly caught the falling Bai Qingqing. At that moment, love and courage intertwined. They held each other tightly and landed steadily. Curtis finally broke free from the scorpion's venom control. Then the little peacock swooped down to land. Unexpectedly, the giant crab beast also charged over. Curtis shielded everyone in front, telling them to leave first. But it was too late. The old monster summoned tens of thousands of scorpions. They were completely surrounded. In this critical moment, suddenly a gust of wind blew. Mushroom was seen speeding towards them with wings spread. Old monster, if you want to catch them, you'll have to get through me first. The giant crab beast was burning with rage, murderous intent rising. The proud eagle wore a look of disdain, but was actually panicking inside. Curtis guessed the newcomer was Mushroom, so he told the little peacock to take Bai Qingqing and escape quickly. Watching their retreating figures, he was lost in thought. The old monster took advantage of his distraction to launch a sneak attack. The eagle couldn't dodge in time and was hit hard. A mouthful of blood spurted out, splattering on the ground. The powerful shockwave knocked him down. The long battle left him too weak to stand up. The mask on his face cracked and shattered. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. The mysterious person who had saved her multiple times was actually Mushroom. At this moment, swarms of scorpions surged forward like a black tide. They crawled all over the beast's face at will. Mushroom recalled Bai Qingqing's expression when she looked at him earlier. In despair, past guilt haunted his heart like a ghost. I once wronged her. Now she probably wishes I would die here. Moments later, the dense scorpions were about to devour him completely. At this darkest moment, the girl's shout pierced through the gloom like a sharp sword. Get up, don't give up, fly up quickly. That clear voice dispelled the gloom in Mushroom's heart. His body shook violently. The next moment, he flapped his wings and leaped up. He cried out to the sky, as if announcing his rebirth. The girl's face lit up with a smile, calling him to quickly catch up. They finally escaped danger and fled from this place. After a long while, Bai Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. Just as she was about to breastfeed the baby, she found that an in her arms had vanished. She froze in place, completely bewildered. To save Bai Yuelyang, the lovesick eagle beast had his heart pierced multiple times. Yet he pretended nothing happened and danced gracefully. However, this severe injury left him unable to stand up. The scorpion swarm surged forward, about to devour him completely. The girl's call was like a light piercing through the darkness. It ignited his dying heart. Instantly, he burst forth with infinite power. Breaking free from the shackles of death, he was reborn. Then they quickly fled from this place. When Bai Qingqing woke up, the sky fell. The baby in her arms had vanished. She thought it had fallen while she was asleep. She hurriedly called for the little peacock to stop, but unexpectedly, the baby was in Curtis's arms. She let out a long sigh of relief. With teary eyes, she said, "Wait, Alva and I are flying in the sky." "Curtis, how can you fly in the sky too?" The snake rolled his eyes at her clueless face. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. She puffed her cheeks and pouted. "Be careful not to laugh your fangs off." Curtis told this silly girl to look ahead. She fixed her gaze forward. She was so embarrassed her toes could dig through the earth. It turned out they weren't flying in the sky, but walking on the ground. Watching that family being all lovey-dovey, Mushroom's battered heart felt sour and uncomfortable. The girl's eyes inadvertently glanced over. The eagle quickly avoided that gaze that haunted his dreams. His face turned red like a monkey's butt. That was close. She almost caught me stealing glances at her. Eventually, they returned to the tribe, but they were blocked by 2 guards. Curtis shielded Qingqing, his face gloomy. "Want me to eat you both without leaving a trace?" The 2 beastmen were so scared their teeth chattered. The next second, they were frightened by the little peacock. Scared to death. "Oh, it's Lord Alva." The little green-haired one scolded them. "Hurry and let them pass. Curtis is an important person in the tribe, and this lady is the Tiger King's mate. You 2 little fools have a death wish." The little peacock gestured for Bai Qingqing and the others to enter the tribe first. He wanted to teach these 2 ignorant fellows a lesson. It turned out many new beastmen had joined the tribe, so some beastmen didn't recognize them. Just as they reached home, the little leopard cubs rushed out on their tiny legs. Unexpectedly, they bumped into the snake's butt and fell flat on their backs. Mother and daughter burst into laughter. "What naughty little ones." At this time, the leopard cubs were howling with hunger. So Curtis immediately went out to hunt. Just as he was about to make his move, the 3 mischievous cubs suddenly popped up, howling. The snake made a shushing gesture. "If you scare away the prey, I'll have you for dinner instead." The next moment, even the air became incredibly silent. Curtis seized the opportunity and pounced on the prey. Quick as lightning, he killed it with 1 bite. The little leopard cub's eyes sparkled with admiration. The snake's eyes curved in satisfaction. He thought, "These little ones admire Parker so much, that guy must be furious." Then he quickly returned with the prey, eager to see the leopard's frustrated expression. But upon returning home, not a soul was in sight. Curtis thought Bai Qingqing had been taken by wild beasts. Little did he know the wild beast had gone into his stomach. After eating their fill, Qingqing took the leopard cubs out for a walk. They strolled all the way to the iron smelting room. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. He thought it was Parker, that old 6. But this leopard, upon seeing him, blushed like a lovesick teenager, and he didn't seem very familiar with him. Bai Qingqing finally realized, scratching her head and laughing. This shy, skinny leopard was Parker's brother. The girl's captivating smile made his heart race. He quickly turned his head and covered his eyes. "Don't smile at me like that. My heart might explode." Unexpectedly, Bai Qingqing smiled even more brightly. The skinny leopard's heart pounded wildly. "You smile at me like this. Do you want to accept me as your mate?" The girl froze instantly, covering her face. "Big brother, I was just smiling. Don't tell me you've already thought of names for our children." Then she quickly fled the scene. Afterwards, she hurriedly went to the team leader's house. She told the leader to order everyone to make armor quickly. The crab tribe was about to attack. The leader assured her the task would be completed. So Qingqing took the leopard cubs to the treehouse. The scene inside scared her so much she could have lost 10 years of her periods. She pointed at the 3 mischievous ones and scolded them. "Clean this up right now. Otherwise, each of you will get a spanking." The second cub acted cute and pitiful, crying and begging for mom's forgiveness. The oldest and youngest saw this and wanted to try the same trick, but it was in vain. They sighed. They could only obediently clean up the leftover remains. Seeing the cubs' miserable expressions, the leopard mom felt a bit guilty, so she decided to help them clean up. The 3 little ones instantly turned on their joy switch, dancing with glee. Mother and children worked together. They finally cleaned up all the remains. Their bodies were covered in a putrid smell. Then they happily went to the lake to wash up. The handsome fish saw his crush. His eyes lit up, and he quickly dove into the water. In the blink of an eye, he was by Qingqing's side. He emerged from the water in a stunningly handsome pose. He cupped the girl's face. Gazing at her lovingly, he said, "You really came back. I thought it was just my imagination earlier." The girl was peeing in the lake. Splash! A handsome fish appeared. He gently caressed the girl's face, wanting to kiss her. Facing this incredibly handsome face, Ching Ching turned her head away. She dared not look him in the eye. He called the little blue cat to summon the small silver fish to clean her body that hadn't been washed in 3 months. Even if she hadn't bathed for 3 years, the handsome fish wouldn't mind. He immediately opened his cherry-like mouth. Gurgle, gurgle, a group of silver fish gushed out. They all swam to Bai Ching Ching's feet. She suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over her body, as if receiving a dreamy, healing baptism. At this time, the little leopard cubs were rolling back and forth on the shore. One of them nearly rolled into the lake with a sudden stop. Looking closely, they saw a fishtail. "Brothers, look, a big mermaid. If we catch it and bring it back, Mom will surely praise us." The little blue cat learned that the leopard cubs boasted about catching him, so he took the chance to tease Parker's cubs while he wasn't around. The 3 little ones charged forward in unison. They quickly pounced towards the handsome fish. Suddenly, whoosh! A big fishtail shot out. The tail flap stirred up huge waves. The leopard cubs sank straight down, gurgling. Seeing this, the leopard mom quickly called the little blue cat for help. The next moment, they mysteriously entered Bubbles. It turned out to be the handsome fish's doing. He just wanted to scare these mischievous ones a bit. Then he dragged them to the surface. Ching Ching thought the leopard cubs had fallen into the water themselves. She was deeply grateful to the handsome fish. The little blue cat looked guilty. He claimed it was just a small favor. Afterwards, the 3 naughty ones hurriedly ran ashore. Unexpectedly, they were pulled back into the water by their mom. "Come back here and take a bath, all of you. No one's leaving." The little leopard cubs were apprehensive and uneasy. They were afraid of being tricked by the handsome fish again, but they feared their mother's intimidation more, so they obediently swam back. After returning, they fell into a deep sleep. The eldest blinked his eyes and slowly woke up. He saw his mother holding his sister with great tenderness. He suddenly got up, flipping over his 2 brothers beside him. In a flash, he snuggled into his mother's arms. The second and third brothers exchanged glances, understanding each other. They planned to squeeze the eldest out of their mother's embrace. However, just as they were about to jump and rush over, they were flung away by a snake's tail. They crashed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, the eldest was still cuddling comfortably in his mother's arms. He was overjoyed inside, feeling smug. The second and third could only whimper and cry. A moment later, the eldest stretched and chuckled foolishly. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. He saw a snake's tail darting in front of him. His fur instantly stood on end as he tried to escape. But in the end, he couldn't avoid it and was slammed against the wall by the snake. He was sent flying far away in an instant. As a result, he was bruised and limping. He secretly thought that one day he would defeat Curtis. Just then, 4 pairs of sharp eyes swept towards him. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. He saw 2 leopard cubs pouncing on him with lightning speed. The 3 little ones collided like a ball. Then they rolled down the hillside. They only stopped when they rolled into a crowd of people. Seeing this, the leopard mom quickly rushed over, and then saw her 3 brothers and excitedly howled. The siblings played and frolicked happily. A few days later, Winston returned with the 2 leopards in a grand manner. It caused a sensation throughout the tribe. The dance king waved his hand. The whole place instantly fell silent. Only his voice rang out loud and clear. "Our family has returned." The old chief was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Bai Ching Ching brought the cubs to greet them. The cubs danced with joy when they saw their father. The family hugged tightly, filled with happiness. Only the eagle on the side was melancholic. The girl fixed her gaze on him. The eagle beast's face turned red. He hurriedly avoided Bai Ching Ching as she walked straight towards him. Someone's little heart was about to explode with excitement. The girl smiled and thanked him. Mushroom's heart, cold as a glacier, instantly melted. After expressing her gratitude, Ching Ching turned and walked towards Winston. She suddenly grabbed his tiger tail. The little tiger instantly blushed and became flustered. At this moment, Parker came up and put his arm around Mushroom's shoulder. "How about it? Our tribe is built quite nicely, right?" Dad took Mushroom around, hugging him while showing him the tree houses. The 2 were having an animated discussion in front of a tree house. Suddenly, the snake appeared out of nowhere. His sharp eyes were fixed on Mushroom. The eagle's body trembled, feeling somewhat panicked. The leopard, fearing they might fight, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Fortunately, at this moment, Bai Ching Ching walked over. Curtis's gloomy face gradually broke into a smile. He embraced mother and daughter, nuzzling them affectionately. Seeing this scene, Parker became jealous again. With just one glance from Curtis, he immediately sat down obediently, whimpering helplessly. At night, Mushroom stood alone on a tree branch. Bai Qingqing happened to pass by. Unfortunately, she tripped over a small pebble. Her body stumbled, about to fall face first. At the critical moment, Mushroom seized the chance to be a hero. He quickly descended and caught Bai Qingqing before she fell. He held her from sunset to moonrise, unwilling to let go. Only when his arms went numb did he reluctantly put her down. The girl gently touched his injured arm. The eagle quickly distanced himself from her, afraid of falling for her again. To show her gratitude, Qingqing gave Mushroom a leather skirt she made herself. Then she took his hand to find a veterinarian. At this moment, the eagle no longer felt lonely and desolate. He wished time could stop at this moment. Curtis suddenly appeared, shattering his fantasy. The snake and eagle immediately became tense. The eagle beast wanted to be close to Bai Qingqing and have children. The snake wished he could tear the eagle to pieces. With a sudden flick, his snake tail coiled around the girl, who flailed her arms as he embraced her. Mushroom mistakenly thought Curtis's scorpion venom was acting up and he was going to eat Bai Qingqing. He didn't expect the other was just showing affection in front of him. After the display of affection, they turned and left. The eagle clenched his fists. I must become stronger to win Bai Qingqing's heart. On the way, Curtis maintained an expressionless face without saying a word. Bai Qingqing thought he was still jealous and sulking. The next moment, the snake's lips curled into a smile as he rubbed his wife's forehead. Hearing this, he agreed to let Mushroom stay. The girl held his hand, beaming with joy. "That's great. Don't you dislike Mushroom?" The snake snorted and rolled his eyes. "He's more useful than that stupid leopard." On the other side, the leopard sneezed. "Meow. Who's cursing me?" A few days later, tens of thousands of scorpions attacked the tribe. The giant scorpion beast broke through, killing everything in its path. Eliminate all males in the jungle. Capture Bai Qingqing alive. With the old Scorpion King's order, the swarm surged forward, outside the city walls. To resist the scorpion invasion, the veterinarian Harvey brought out his secret weapon. Everyone was curious about what treasure it could be. Then he pulled out some stinky algae. Even the combat-strong Curtis was overwhelmed by the smell. The vet explained, "This jujube can grow 10,000 feet tall and can block the scorpion swarm outside the tribe. But it needs blood to be watered for quick rooting and growth." The old tribal leader volunteered to use his blood. Bai Qingqing and others were also willing to offer their blood. Harvey shook his head helplessly. He said only blood from level 4 or above Beastmen would work. Mushroom immediately stepped forward, taking the water jujube from his hand. Without hesitation, he gripped it tightly. It instantly pierced his palm, blood flowing freely. The blood-soaked water jujube quickly began to grow. In an instant, it rose like a skyscraper. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire city wall. The Beastmen were fully armed, ready for battle. The leader ordered all females to seek refuge in the Lion Castle. Bai Qingqing led everyone to her home. However, some people were still dissatisfied. They demanded why not hand over Bai Qingqing, the troublemaker. The little tiger Jasmine defended her best friend. "Today they want Bai Qingqing, and you'd give her up. What if they want you tomorrow?" The opponent was left speechless. Jasmine really wanted to slap that little bitch. Moments later, everyone rushed to the battlefield in full armor. The old monster launched the first attack. Mushroom flew down from the sky, and then a swarm of scorpions rushed over. Winston led the beast men to counterattack. They fought their way through, decimating the scorpion swarm. At this moment, the young Scorpion King launched a sneak attack from behind, grinning smugly, thinking he was the best in the world. Taking advantage of Winston's unpreparedness, he punched him in the chest. However, Winston was completely unharmed. He slapped the opponent's handsome face with one palm. The young Scorpion King was stunned, unable to believe it. Then he was hit repeatedly by flying scorpions. However, the Tiger King stood firm, fighting bravely against the enemy. On this battlefield of life and death, he continued to write the legend of a king, making every opponent tremble with fear. At this moment, the little wolf beast's soul suddenly appeared. He reminded the young Scorpion King to quickly take Bai Qingqing away first. Meanwhile, Curtis blocked the old Scorpion King's attack. The two fought fiercely, sand and stones flying everywhere. At this moment, mushrooms swooped down from high above, fighting side by side with Curtis. The scorpion beast swung its giant pincers, fearless. The snake and eagle duo refused to back down, launching fierce attacks. The old scorpion king let out a series of sneers. "Poisoned by my scorpion venom. Even if you don't die, you'll go mad again." As he spoke, he raised his scorpion tail to stab Curtis in the back. With a bang, he missed. Mushroom leaped, circling behind the giant scorpion beast. If he couldn't eat this old monster, Curtis would be the biggest danger to Bai Qingqing. The eagle's thoughts of Bai Qingqing distracted him for a moment. The scorpion beast seized the opportunity to stab fiercely. Mushroom's heart was pierced again. The proud eagle indeed still liked to play around. His voice choked, his whole body trembling. "Curtis, Bai Qingqing can only rely on you now." At this moment, the giant crab seized the opportunity to stab Curtis. At this critical moment, Mushroom actually blocked the incoming scorpion tail for Curtis. The snake's mouth curved upward. "Injured like this and still not dead? You're still alive, so naturally I can't die." The two former enemies smiled at each other. After defeating the young Crab King, Winston rushed over, fighting alongside the snake and eagle. But they were still no match. The old Crab King was heavily smashed to the ground by a scorpion tail. The snake and eagle duo exchanged glances, understanding each other. Curtis attacked the giant crab beast's weak point first. The young Crab King saw the danger and warned his father to be careful. Unexpectedly, his father suddenly grabbed him, using his body as a shield to block the danger. The young Crab King fell to the ground, blood gushing out. He lay on the ground in disbelief, his heart turning to ashes. "Father, have you really disregarded everything for that woman?" The scorpion beast wanted to merge Bai Qingqing into his body, so he led the scorpion swarm to attack the tribe and capture her. But they were beaten back step by Curtis and others. Winston took advantage of his weakness to finish him off. He pounced on the injured old pervert, knocked off the giant scorpion beast, who fled without his shell. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. The Scorpion King and his son were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a small scorpion that was playing dead darted out. It foolishly tried to ambush Winston. He raised his foot that hadn't been washed for 18 years. With one kick, he sent it to meet its great-grandmother. Then he transformed into beast form to search for the Scorpion King and his son. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing and others were hoping for victory in the battle. But some were singing a different tune, saying they couldn't beat the Scorpion tribe. The three leopard cubs angrily bared their teeth at them. In an instant, several gossipy women were scared into their periods. They saw Curtis glaring at them with a fierce expression. Bai Qingqing and others all pointed to Bai Qingqing beside them, mistakenly thinking this beast had come to capture Bai Qingqing. The leopard cubs were scared shitless, until they realized it was Curtis' dad who had come. They forcefully held back their poop and smiled. Bai Qingqing's suspended heart was finally put at ease. The snake gently stroked her chubby cheeks. However, he was still apprehensive. He was still tightly hugging Jasmine's waist, not letting go, nearly suffocating his own best friend. At this moment, a commotion was heard. The Beastmen returned victorious, carrying the giant crab's shell. Seeing everyone with a fat scorpion in hand, the girl was deeply shocked. The females rushed towards their mates, lovey-dovey, flirting and teasing. Seeing this, Qingqing took the snake's hand, quickly ran home to make baby snakes. As soon as they got home, the two hugged and kissed passionately. Bai Qingqing, like a lovesick girl, her cheeks flushed red. She turned to escape, but was coiled back by the snake's tail. Curtis was already eager to make baby snakes. Just as the two were getting intimate, suddenly a scorpion beast flew in. Curtis the boss smashed flat the bug that ruined their moment with his tail. It turned out to be the mischievous leopards playing tricks, using the scorpion's corpse to scare Mom. The little rascals were still having fun. They called out to Snake Dad, who gave them a death stare. The little ones immediately behaved, trembling all over, so the couple wanted to continue making babies. But the next second, there was another crashing sound, one setback after another. It wasn't the right time for reproduction. Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. It must be Parker up to his tricks again. She then gave the snake a quick kiss on the cheek. Then she took the leopards out to investigate, but left an at home. He whimpered and crawled towards Curtis. This little chubby one must be delicious, right? He then coiled around him and picked him up. One would think the snake was about to eat in it, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a daughter-doting dad. On the other side, as soon as Bai Qingqing went out, she saw Parker. He was carrying a plump, soft Peppa Pig on his shoulder. The little cubs couldn't stop drooling from the corners of their mouths. The scorpion meat in their hands suddenly lost its appeal. It turned out the tribe was holding a victory feast. Ching urged Parker to hurry over. The leopard immediately dropped the Peppa Pig in his hand. He picked up his wife and dashed off. At this time, the tribe was bustling with excitement. Couples were all lovey-dovey, whispering sweet nothings. Only Moore, the devoted old bachelor, was eating dog food alone. Ching told Parker to bring in and the leopard cubs over. The leopard grinned mischievously. He suddenly planted a wet kiss on her face. After kissing, he took off running. He ran home, helplessly wiping his wet cheeks. At this moment, Winston brought over a wild Peppa Pig. Smiling, he roasted it for his wife to eat. Ching rubbed his fluffy tiger head. "You look so handsome when you smile. I wonder how many females you've captivated." The little tiger held his wife's hand tightly. "I only need to captivate you." Just then, the leopard ran over, breaking the intimate atmosphere. Seeing the two holding hands, he quickly took Ching's other hand. The gentle little tiger, seeing this, let go of his own hand, afraid his wife couldn't hold the meat to eat. Parker set in and fell asleep hugging Curtis. "Let's eat all the meat and not leave any for that stinky snake." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Curtis appeared. He whipped Parker's little, but with his tail. The family was happily together, filled with laughter. Moore saw this scene and felt incredibly envious. His heart, pierced multiple times, ached. The girl suddenly sensed his presence. The eagle quickly hid his heart pounding. Bai Ching asked about Moore's situation. Winston said his heart was pierced again by the old Crab King. That old monster's attacks on Moore were always lethal, but he didn't strike Curtis with lethal force. Parker laughed mischievously after hearing this. With one look from the snake, he immediately shut up. Ching also felt extremely surprised. Could that old pervert have taken a liking to Curtis? Hearing their discussion, the snake felt a chill run down his spine. The old evil king captured Ching to resurrect Chris. By chance, he saw Curtis's extraordinary strength. So, that old monster had designs on his body as well. Bai Ching was so frightened her spine turned cold. "Even if I die, I won't let him succeed." The snake hugged her tightly. "Who said you could die? With us here, you will surely live forever."